Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid Murder Case. Tonight we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Perfect Maid Murder Case. The scene opens in one of New York's most fabulous mansions, the home of Raymond Colby. And we see a young woman about to leave. Her hand is on the knob of the front door when she is interrupted by a maid whom we hear saying the words that lead to a gruesome, fantastic murder.
Excuse me, Miss Laura. Can I see you a moment before you go?
I haven't any time now, Fanny.
But this is important, Miss Laura. Terrible important.
Well, what is it then?
I want to give my notice, Mum.
Your notice? You mean you're leaving? Well, I thought you were a fixture in this house, Fanny.
But that's just it, Mum. I am a fixture here.
Then what's this talk about giving notice? What's wrong? If it's more wages...
Oh, it's not that, Mum. It's that...
Yes?
It's that I'm going to marry your father.
Your what?
Going to marry your father, that's what. Oh, well, it don't seem to set very well with you, but...
Are you completely and utterly mad? This is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, it is it? Well, let me tell you, I'm as good as you are.
Pack up your things and get out of this house as fast as you can.
I'm not packing, and I'm not leaving. I'm marrying into this house. Just put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Get out instantly, I say.
I'm not going any further than my own room. You'll find me there if you want to be coming up later and telling me you're sorry. Ta-ta, dearie.
John! John, come here! John!
Don't shout, Laura. I heard it all. Great heavens, what a mess.
We can't let Father do this. He's gone mad. Oh, that cheap, terrible creature.
I tell you, Laura, hysterics won't help. Besides, we don't want to wake the old man up and get him on our necks. We've got to think fast.
But what are we going to do? What can we do? Oh, this is too dreadful.
Listen, Laura, listen.
Yes?
You stay right here, Laura, and watch every door. Be as loud as you can if anybody comes.
You mean Father or that horrible Fanny?
Anybody. I've got the combination to Father's safe.
His safe? What are you going to do, John?
I know he keeps his will there. That's the first thing to do. He may have changed it in Fanny's favor. If he did, I'll burn it up.
And sometime later, we hear the Commissioner of Police assigning another famous murder case to the astute and feared Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces and disguises.
Oh, here you are, Chameleon. A murder in Park Avenue.
Oh, top drawer case, eh, Commissioner?
Well, that's for you to decide, old man. The murder occurred in the Raymond Colby house.
You mean the mysteriously rich Raymond Colby's been killed?
No, not Colby himself, Chameleon. A maid in his house. A girl named Fanny Bilkins. Throat slashed open. Better get out there.
Righto, Commissioner. I'll take Detective Dave Arnold with me. Yeah. Oh, here you are, Dave.
Yes, sir.
You come with me, please. Bye, Commissioner.
I suppose the case we're on is that parlor maid murder at Raymond Colby's house.
Yes, that's it, Dave.
I guess it'll be one of those jobs where the chauffeur killed some poor girl because he was in love with her and caught the butler getting away with her.
I've no idea, Dave. Let's get the car and buzz out there. Oh, personally, I'd be more interested if old Colby himself was the victim. I hear he's a queer character, the absent-minded professor type. He invented something somewhere that made him fabulously rich.
Here's the house, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, with a very pretty girl already holding the door open. Come ahead.
Oh, Oh, I'm so glad you came. You are from the police, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Chameleon. This is Detective Arnold. And you are,
I'm Laura Colby. Come in, Mr. Chameleon.
Thank you.
I'm rather surprised to see you here.
Surprised, Miss Laura? Why?
We didn't expect to see such a famous detective as you on an unimportant case like this.
Murder is always important.
Judy O'Grady or the judge's lady? I see.
I understand the girl who was murdered was a housemaid in your father's house, Miss Laura.
Practically nothing, Mr. Chameleon, except that she was a perfect maid, really marvelous. And that she had perfectly wonderful references when she came.
When was that?
Oh, I don't really remember. A couple of years ago. You know how those things are.
Who found her body? One of the other help in the house, I suppose.
No. As a matter of fact, my father did. He and my brother John, that is.
Yes?
Well, what actually happened was that one of the other servants, our cook, became annoyed when Fanny didn't turn up to serve breakfast this morning. She thought she'd overslept. But when she knocked on Fanny's door and she didn't answer, she became alarmed and called my father.
So he and your brother went up there?
And when they opened the door, they found her dead. Father was very much upset, and so was my brother.
Odd that the cook didn't open the door herself when she got no answer to her knock.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. Oh, but I'm sure the cook wouldn't have killed her just because Fanny overslept.
No, scarcely, Miss Laura. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
You go to the kitchen and talk to that cook. Find out what you can.
I'm sure cook can't tell you any more than I have, Mr. Chameleon.
One never knows, Miss Laura. She may be concealing something from you.
I'll talk to the cook now, Mr. Chameleon.
I don't. In the meanwhile, Miss Laura, perhaps your father or your brother will take me up to see the murdered girl's body.
John's in the drawing room, Mr. Chameleon. This door here.
Oh.
Oh, John, this is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Chameleon? Horrible thing, isn't it? But one never knows what will happen with servants these days, does one?
What happened here, however, is a bit out of the usual run. Your sister says that you lead me to the murder room.
Well, of course, Mr. Chameleon. I don't like the job, but just follow me.
Thank you.
Here are the servants' stairs.
By the way, John, do you know anything about the murdered girl? I mean, do you ever notice anything strange about her? Signs of being afraid of something, upset, anything like that?
It's a funny thing, Mr. Chameleon. I never notice any servant particularly. To me, they're just faceless people. All I know is that my sister always said Fanny was the perfect maid. Laura's all in a dither. Says she'll never find another one like her. Oh, but here's her room.
Just about the size of a cell.
What?
Nothing. Poor girl. Horrible sight. Her head is almost severed.
If you're finished with me, Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to get out of here.
Oh, yes, I understand, John. I'm sorry. I forgot that we policemen are more accustomed to sights like this than people like you. Yes, you go back to the drawing room. I'll see you there presently.
Thank you, Mr. Chameleon.
Poor Fanny. Poor child. Well, if the dead can hear, you'll hear me promising to bring your murderer to the execution chamber.
Mr. Chameleon? Nothing from the cook except what Laura Colby already told us. But get this.
Yes, Dave?
Just as I was talking to the cook, the girl's father came in.
The murdered girl's father, Dave?
Uh-huh. A man named Ed Bilkins. He started accusing everybody of murder. He's pretty wild. I told him to stay put, that you'd talk to him.
Oh, poor devil.
Wait till you get a load of him, Mr. Chameleon. He looks like a bad customer to me. Not so sorry as he acts. But that don't mean I think he killed the girl.
Dave, you call the morgue and have this body picked up. And here is the knife that slashed her throat. You send it in for prints.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
And then hold the murdered girl's father down below. I want to talk to John Colby and his father first. Well, John, feeling a bit more steady now? Forgive me for bringing you back to the murder room.
It's all right, Mr. Chameleon. Took a drink and feel better. Well, this is my father, Raymond Colby. Father, this is Mr. Chameleon.
Huh? Mr. what? Didn't catch the name.
Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Colby.
Police headquarters, you say? John, what's a police officer doing here?
Investigating the murder of your maid, Fanny Bilkins, Mr. Colby.
Oh, to be sure. You know, things slip my memory, sir. And you say your name is,
Chameleon, Mr. Colby. Chameleon.
Unfortunate thing here, Mr. Canston.
Chameleon.
Oh, yes. Chameleon. Last thing I ever expected in my house, murder. Just one of the servants. Probably got herself into trouble. Queer lot, servants. Queer lot. Never know about them.
But still human, Mr. Colby. They sing and sigh, laugh and weep, feel happiness and sorrow just like you and me. Only probably suffer more.
Quite right, quite right. I didn't think policemen thought that way, though. Well, what can I do for you?
Tell me any little thing that you might know about the girl who was so inconsiderate as to be murdered in your quiet home. Why do you think, for instance, that she was killed?
I've no idea. Never paid any attention to her, no attention at all. My daughter Laura runs the house. You better ask her.
I did, and she told me just as little as you and your son John have, Mr. Colby. But I'll...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave?
You'd better come downstairs and talk to the man I told you was here. He's got something for you, something plenty hot.
What man, Mr. Chameleon?
After I see him, I'll tell you, John.
He's going to tear this case wide open, John. Wide open.
Tear it open, Detective Arnold? That's ridiculous.
Never mind, son. I fancy it's someone of Fanny's own class, and that it'll all turn out that a grocer's clerk or delivery boy killed Fanny.
Perhaps, Mr. Colby. I'll see you later, Mr. Colby.
John, get Laura in here right away.
What for, Father?
If you don't manage to hold yourself in, you and Laura will find yourselves up on a murder charge. Our Mr. Chameleon's one of the most penetrating men I've ever met. Up to the time you revealed excitement, our story was going down perfectly. Now be careful, my boy. I beg of you. I don't want to see my children convicted of murder.
What did the murdered girl's father tell you, Dave, to make you think he'd break this case wide open?
You better hear it from his own lips, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh?
He's here in the butler's pantry.
Oh, all right, Dave.
Mr. Bilkins, here's Mr. Chameleon. Now tell him what you told me.
It's very terrible I ever brought my innocent daughter to this country, Mr. Chameleon. That's how she was done in.
What do you mean, Mr. Bilkins? Brought her to this country?
Didn't this here busy tell you, Mr. Chameleon?
Detective Arnold wanted me to hear the story direct from you, Bilkins. Now, let's have it, please.
Fanny and me come from Australia, where we should have stayed. And then she'd never have gone into service in this old duffer's house.
Well, I still don't know what you mean, Bilkins.
What I'm trying to drive home, sir, is that Fanny wouldn't have got herself engaged to marry the old man.
Do you mean to say that your daughter, Fanny, was going to marry Raymond Colby?
I'm not lying when I say it, Mr. Chameleon. I warned her proper about marrying out of her class. But Fanny had got American ideas into her head quick. Wouldn't listen to her father. And it all wound up in her being killed. Butchered like an animal.
Are you certain that your daughter was going to marry this fabulously rich man?
Look here. Here's a wedding license, Mr. Chameleon. She gave it to me, saying Mr. Colby didn't want it round the house, feared his son or daughter might find it. But they must have caught on some other way, sir. And that's why they killed her.
Dave, this is astounding. This license is genuine. Fanny Bilkins, age 24. Raymond Colby, 56.
It's on the up all right, Mr. Chameleon. I had it checked myself.
I'm taking the blame for Fanny's murder on myself, Mr. Chameleon. I'm her father. I should have given her a good thumping and made her leave this house. The likes of her thinking of marrying the likes of him. I always say let everyone stay in his own class.
Mr. Bilkins, come with me.
Where to, sir?
Upstairs to the drawing room, where I think we'll find Mr. Colby and his son, John.
Don't make me face him now, Mr. Chameleon. I can't face my daughter's dirty murderers. I can't do it, sir. I can't.
I understand, Bilkins. You wait here, then. Detective Arnold and I will go up alone.
You're a real gentleman, sir. Thank you. I'll never forget your kindness, sir.
Dave, come along.
If ever I saw one for the book, Mr. Chameleon, this is it.
If it's true, Dave, if it's true.
What? Well, don't you believe it? You saw the marriage license, didn't you?
Yes, indeed, Dave. And I also saw the shifty look in the bereaved Mr. Bilkins' eyes. If I were looking for a babysitter, and it wouldn't be Bilkins. Now, here's the drawing room now. I expected to find your father and brother here.
They're in Father's study, Mr. Chameleon.
I've just talked to your murdered maid's father.
So they have fathers, too.
Just as you and I, Laura. But tell me.
Yes.
When was your father, Raymond Colby, going to marry Fanny Bilkins?
Oh, I didn't realize detectives on duty kidded people, Mr. Chameleon.
Then you didn't know?
Know what?
You know what. Answer the question.
If you expect me to answer a ridiculous question like that, Mr. Chameleon, Are you serious? Imagine Father marrying a housemaid. It's too silly.
That the door to the study, Laura?
Why, yes. I'll tell Father you want to see him.
Don't trouble, thank you. I'll go in alone. And you stay here. I hope I'm not interrupting, Mr. Colby. Oh. I see you have your safe open. Something lost?
Father has an idea he misplaced his will, Mr. Chameleon.
I'm on the forgetful side, Mr. Chameleon. I'll find it later.
Why not look in the fireplace, Mr. Colby? Wait a second.
In the fireplace, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, John? Yes, here is what is left of your father's will. All but the top burned away, though. Do you mind telling me why you tried to destroy it, John?
My son didn't, Mr. Chameleon. Probably did it myself. I do such utterly stupid things without thinking.
Like arranging to marry your housemaid, Mr. Colby?
What is this, Mr. Chameleon? Father planning to marry that...
That murdered girl, John. Murdered.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, what in heaven's name gives you the idea Father was going to marry her?
This marriage license, John.
Marriage license?
John, I told you before that Mr. Chameleon was a very penetrating man. Trying to deceive him would be unfair to him and us.
Then you were going to marry her, Mr. Colby?
Oh, no. Not at all, Mr. Chameleon. Well, I really don't know why I took out that marriage license.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't done simply to keep a perfect maid. Come, Mr. Colby, don't you think it's time to stop trying to protect your children?
Why should he try to protect Laura and me, Mr. Chameleon? We didn't kill that girl.
In my entire experience, I've never met with a clearer motive for murder. Never. Dave?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
What do we do, arrest John and Laura?
No, not now, Dave. Bring the murdered girl's father in here immediately, and then we'll...
That's what I came up here to tell you, Mr. Chameleon. Bilkins slipped out of the house while I went into the kitchen to get a drink of water.
What?
I sent out a general alarm for him.
Have this house guarded, Dave. And get this straight, Mr. Colby. If either your son or daughter attempts to leave here, they'll be taken in on suspicion of willful murder.
Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case continues in just a moment. When you have a cold, you need Bayer aspirin. Need it because it's important to you that you get quick relief from the headachy, feverish feeling and the muscular aches and pains that almost always accompany a cold. And because Bayer aspirin gives you this important relief, it should be taken at the first sign of a cold before you do anything else. Regardless of what you do to stop or shorten a cold, we believe your own doctor will tell you that this is sound advice. And it's advice you can follow with confidence, for Bayer aspirin is used by millions to treat these distressing symptoms. It provides amazingly fast relief, makes you feel better, because it's ready to go to work in 2 seconds. And its single active ingredient is so gentle to the system that doctors prescribe it even for small children. That's why it's been used by millions of normal people without ill effect. So at the first sign of a cold, before you do anything else, take Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case. Fanny Bilkins has been viciously murdered in the home of wealthy Raymond Colby, where she worked as a housemaid. Mr. Chameleon has discovered that Colby had planned to marry Fanny in spite of the bitter protests of his son John and his daughter Laura. During the investigation, the murdered girl's father, Edward Bilkins, has disappeared from the Colby home. But an hour later, when Mr. Chameleon impatiently paces his office at headquarters, he suddenly finds that no general alarm was required to bring in Bilkins. For a strange surprise awaits him as Detective Dave Arnold rushes into his office saying,
Mr. Chameleon, they just brought in Fanny Bilkins' father in an ambulance.
In an ambulance, Dave?
He's got a knife cut straight down his left cheek. Didn't miss his throat by half an inch. But the ambulance doc patched him up on the way in, and now he's squawking loud to see you. He says...
Get him in here, Dave.
Come in, Bilkins.
Bilkins, what happened? Who tried to get you? Now get down to the point without wasting words.
Very good, sir. But it was a near one. Not satisfied with cruelly murdering my daughter, Fanny.
Who?
Raymond Colby. Well, I mean his son, John. But The fact is, I don't know for
Where
sure.
did the attack take place, Bilkins?
In the old duffer's study, that's where.
What were you doing there?
Nothing, sir, nothing. Just nosing around.
It won't do, Bilkins. Out with it.
Mr. Chameleon, here's a bag the boys took off Bilkins on the way in.
Give it to me, Mr. Copper. I never seen it before. Fanny gave it to me.
Looks like about $500,000 in jewels, Bilkins. And they look familiar. Very familiar.
But I don't know anything about them.
Dave, put Bilkins on detention. I got the answer to this case.
Look here, Chameleon, I got rights. Those jewels were planted on me.
Come along, Bilkins. Chose your own daughter, did you? I'll be right back, Mr. Chameleon.
Right on. Hello?
Mr. Chameleon, this is John Colby.
Yes?
Most of my dead mother's jewelry has been stolen.
Who discovered the loss, John?
Our butler did. Caught the robber in the act, but he got away. Can you come out here right away?
Not just now, John. You said only part of your mother's jewelry was stolen?
The butler came in the room just in time to save the rest.
I have got the stolen jewels, John. And the robber, too.
You've got the jewels and the robber both?
I'm pretty positive I have, John. But I want to make sure before I definitely charge the man that we're holding.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
Instead of coming myself, John, I'm going to send one of our expert jewel men out there. And he'll bring the jewels I have here out, too, for identification.
I wish you'd come yourself, Mr. Chameleon, instead of... What's that, Father? All right, I'll ask Mr. Chameleon. Sorry, Mr. Chameleon, but Father suggests...
Yes?
Father's worried about anybody coming but you, Mr. Chameleon. So is my sister, Laura. Can't you come yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm not a jewel expert. I'm sending our head man, Pierre-Antoine, out right away. And then I'll follow later. Goodbye, John.
What's all that about, Mr. Chameleon? Are you going out to Colby's in disguise?
Right you are, Dave. Disguised as Pierre-Antoine, the police department's chief man on jewels. Now, you will come with me. And the instant we get there and you introduce me, arrest John and Laura Colby on my orders.
Well, orders are orders, but I don't get you, Mr. Chameleon. Why not pinch them and be done with it?
Because I need the evidence I think their father, Raymond Colby, will give me, Dave.
And so, a little later, we find Detective Arnold with Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Pierre-Antoine at the murder house, as Dave Arnold says.
Evening, everybody. This gentleman is the police department's jewel expert. Mr. Chameleon sent him out.
Pierre-Antoine at your service. Mr. Raymond Colby, monsieur?
Yes, Mr. Antoine. This is my daughter, Laura.
Mademoiselle.
How do you do?
And my son, John.
Monsieur Jean. May we all sit down? Or perhaps you, Mademoiselle Laura, will be so kind as to bring the remaining jewels from the robbery for me to see.
Sorry, Monsieur Antoine, but Mr. Chameleon ordered me to arrest this lady and her brother and bring them back to headquarters.
That is absurd, Detective Arnold. Surely Mr. Chameleon is making a mistake.
Mr. Chameleon is a fool.
We won't go, Laura. Detective Arnold can't arrest us without a warrant.
Here's the warrant, John. Better come quietly.
John, you can only cause yourself and Laura trouble by not going with Detective Arnold.
But, Father...
You've got the right idea, Mr. Colby. Now, come on, John and Laura. No point getting tough about it.
My compliment to Mr. Chameleon, Detective Arnold. And be good enough to express my opinion that he is making a most stupid blunder. Arresting two such charming young people.
Stupid or not, I'm taking them, Monsieur Antoine. Good night.
Good night. Oh, a dreadful contretemps, Monsieur Colby. I thought better of that Chameleon. But there is your police mind.
Mr. Antoine, did you bring the jewels recovered from the man who robbed my safe?
In this very bag, Monsieur Colby. The robber was the father of the housemaid murdered here today. Your fiancée, I'm told.
Hand over those jewels, Chameleon.
What?
Shut up, Chameleon. I'm doing the talking now. Give me that bag, quick. They're the only evidence you've got that I killed that infernal housemaid, Fanny Bilkins. Now, let's have them.
When I take you in, Raymond Colby, it'll be for 2 murders. But, anyway, here are the jewels.
You're not taking me in.
No?
By the time they find your body, Chameleon, I'll be out of the country. Got any last wishes, cop?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to tell you how I caught up with you, Raymond Colby.
I'm interested, but hold your gab to 3 minutes.
Through a careful study of police records extending from New York to Sydney, Australia. You murdered the woman who owned those jewels, Lady Ashton Burl, in Australia 5 years ago.
That's past history, Chameleon, but suppose I did.
The one living man who knew you did was your murdered housemaid's father, a petty criminal named Ed Bilkins. And he followed you here, forced you to hire his daughter Fanny as a maid in your house, and then blackmailed you into a promise to marry her with your mysteriously and criminally acquired wealth.
Anything else, Chameleon? You've got 30 seconds left.
Only this, Raymond. Don't move, Colby. You hear me, Colby? I said don't move. That's odd. He doesn't answer. Colby? What? Oh, why did I have to become a policeman? Police headquarters? This is Chameleon. Connect me with Detective Arnold, please. Dave? Listen, Dave. Send the dead wagon out, please. Yes, the dead wagon. Well, I'm afraid I killed a man. Yes, the murder of Fanny Bilkins. I hit a fatal spot by mistake. I know, Dave, it's all in the line of duty, but still...
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Have you ever tried breaking an aspirin tablet to give your children the dosage your doctor has prescribed? If you have, then you'll appreciate the new children's-size Bayer aspirin tablets. These tablets are genuine Bayer aspirin, but they contain only half the amount of the regular-size Bayer aspirin tablets, and thus you can give your child the proper dosage as prescribed by your physician, and you can do it conveniently. And because they're made so you can break them right in half, it's also easy for you to give still smaller dosages whenever necessary. Another thing you'll appreciate is that they're uncolored and unflavored and therefore cannot be mistaken for candy, and you can use them with confidence. For the fact that doctors prescribe Bayer aspirin single active ingredient even for the smallest children shows how gentle and dependable it is. The bottle and carton are plainly marked children's size Bayer aspirin. 30 tablets for 25 cents. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Greenhouse Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. The members of our cast join with our sponsors in wishing all their listeners a Merry Christmas. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Man Who Lived Too Long. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the strange mystery of a dead man who lived 8 days in a week. When you keep up with the times, you not only know what's new, but lots of times you find new ways to help yourself. Take, for example, the modern way to save household drudgery. The 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Those efficient new shortcuts to the care of woodwork, furniture, and floors. Linex clear gloss, which is brushed on, brings lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface in your home. Linex cream polish, which cleans as it polishes, renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of your fine furniture. And Linex self-polishing wax, the amazing new wax finish, lends rich, satiny loveliness to all your floors, wood, linoleum, or tile. What's more, all 3 great Linex home brighteners do the job in record time. So start now to enjoy leisure. Ask your hardware, paint, or department store for the 3 great Linex home brighteners, the modern shortcuts to new home beauty. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. It's quiet in the old Victorian mansion on the corner of 5th and 4th. Nick Carter is working on some intricate aniline dye tests. Patsy is transcribing notes. A long, calm afternoon of intensive work is ahead. Suddenly, the telephone rings.
Nick Carter's office.
Patsy, is Nick there?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant Riley. Say, you sound excited. Anything wrong?
Plenty's wrong. Let me talk to Nick.
Oh, hold it a second.
Well, what's bothering Riley today, Patsy?
He won't tell me. Here.
Thanks. Hello, Riley. What's on your mind?
You've got to hustle down to my office at once.
Why?
I got a case that'll blow the top off the city if it breaks. It's got to be checked.
Well, what's behind it?
Ever hear of World Research?
Well, who hasn't, Riley? They're the biggest industrial chemists and research labs in the country.
Well, there's a guy down here named Baker. He's accusing them of murder.
Whose murder?
You'll find out when you get here. Come on.
Whose murder, Riley?
His own murder. This guy Baker here is claiming he's dead already. Nick, this here is Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker, Nick Carter. I want him to hear your story.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker. How has World Research murdered you already?
As I stand before you now, Mr. Carter, I'm a dead man. Shall be buried in a very few days.
Go on.
I'm an inventor, Mr. Carter. Not by profession, but by hobby. During the day, I'm a broker. Evenings, I work in my laboratory. I've been doing research with a friend of mine named John Dray. You can check that.
Get on with your story, man.
I want you to check it to prove I'm not crazy. Well, Dre and I have perfected a new radio development that'll revolutionize the industry. It's been patented. You can check that, too.
We'll decide what to check, Mr. Baker. Go ahead.
World Research has been after us for weeks to sell out to them. We refused. Apparently, they were desperate. Today, I found this piece of apparatus connected inside one of my experimental machines. Look at it.
What a mess of wires and tubes that is.
It was brought into my laboratory by World Research. It's a gamma-ray projector of tremendous power. All the while my experimental radio has been operating, this little horror has been projecting gamma rays until my body is saturated with them. I can't live, gentlemen. World Research has murdered me.
What do you want us to do?
Check my story from beginning to end. Then let me come down here and begin action against World Research. If I'm going to die, Mr. Carter, I want my revenge before I'm in the grave.
Look, Mr. Baker, you're talking like an idiot now.
Easy, Riley, easy. Mr. Baker, Lieutenant Riley and I'll give this case our most careful attention. You ask for vengeance. I promise you this. You will get it, if you deserve it.
Well, Nick?
I'm finished, Patsy.
Is this apparatus Baker brought in really deadly?
No.
You mean he lied?
I'm not sure. All I do know is that this so-called gamma-ray projector is just a mess of tubes and wires. It doesn't make sense.
Then the whole case doesn't make sense. And why did Baker come in with that tall story?
Yes. It's possible World Research may be trying to buy him out. But why claim murder? It's such an odd, impossible murder.
Maybe he's wacky, Nick. I hear most inventors are.
Maybe. Well, there's one way to find out. Get the car, Patsy. We're going to visit Mr. Baker in his laboratory.
Oh, Nick, I'm out of breath. How much higher?
One flight.
The janitor said Baker's lab's on the top floor.
I hope I can make it.
Here, take my arm.
Oh, Nick. Are you sure Baker's in?
Yes, the janitor said so.
Well, then maybe he...
Hold it. Here we are.
Sounds pretty quiet in there. Maybe he went out.
Maybe. Wait a minute. Funny. Door's open. Well, let's go in.
Gosh, what a mess this place is. I thought all labs were neat, like yours, Nick.
Not all. Only the really efficient ones.
Doesn't seem to be anybody here.
Can't understand it. Lights on, door unlocked.
Nick,
What is it, Betsy?
behind that table on the floor. Look.
Uh-oh. Baker, all right?
He's dead, isn't he?
Yes.
Then he was right about those gamma rays and things.
No, Betsy. This time, no one bothered with science. Someone simply brought a revolver, aimed it at Mr. Baker, and shot him to death.
I got over here as fast as I could, Nick. If this ain't the screwiest case I ever came
You
across.
can look the body over, Riley. I've already made a preliminary inspection. He was shot at close range with a .25 caliber gun. Colt automatic.
One of those lady-sized pocketbook automatics, eh?
Yes.
How come you're so sure, Nick?
Because I found the ejected shell right here. See?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Well, something I hadn't noticed before. Look there, under the body. You can just see the edge of the handle.
Glory be, it's the gun itself.
Watch out for prints on it.
Oh, Nick, I know better than that. Right as usual, Mr. Carter. It's a .25 automatic.
Let's have a look at it, Riley.
Nick, maybe Mr. Baker shot himself. Maybe he was so desperate about those gamma rays and stuff.
Patsy, he didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
How come you're so sure, Nick? Patsy could be right, you know.
Look the gun over by reflected light. Not a print on it. How could a man kill himself and then wipe his prints off the gun? Obviously, someone held this gun with a handkerchief or glove, killed Baker, dropped the gun, and left.
But who, Nick?
That's question number one. I'd also like to know how valuable his invention really is and who profits by his death.
Where are you going to start to get the answers?
We'll try John Dray, Baker's partner, first. Maybe Mr. Dray's an authority on murder.
It's true, Mr. Carter. Our radio development is potentially worth a fortune. It's new and tremendously important. Look over the patent yourself. We registered it jointly.
Mr. Dray, if you were partners, how is it you and Baker worked in separate labs?
Research was only a hobby with Baker. He had a regular brokerage business outside. He wanted a place where he could work now and then, 3-4 hours a day.
Exactly how much did World Research offer you to sell out?
$250,000.
And you refused, Mr. Dray?
Not exactly. We made a counteroffer.
And now that Baker's dead and the patent's all yours, you're waiting for the answer, huh?
Certainly not. I told you we registered the patent jointly. I can't touch Baker's share.
Can you tell me who does inherit Baker's share?
His sister, I believe, Julia Baker. She lives with him over at the...
I know the address. Thanks a lot, Mr. Dray. Oh, by the way... Would it be possible to develop an electrical gamma ray projector?
What? Nonsense. I thought you were a scientist, Mr. Carter. You know gamma rays can only be produced by radioactive elements.
Yes, I know it. I'm just wondering if Baker knew I'd know it. Come on, Patsy. Let's pay a visit to Baker's heir.
Yes, I suppose it's true I inherit Ben's share in the invention, Mr. Carter. I never thought about it much.
Miss Baker, tell me, do you know if there's a copy of the patent here?
I don't know. I think it's with Ben's attorney. That's Roland York at Maiden Lane.
Was your brother working on it very long?
For years, it seems. I don't know where he found the time. I hardly ever saw him outside of Sundays. He spent Sunday with me. He worked very hard at the brokerage, 10 hours a day.
What did he do?
He was the statistical expert.
No time off?
Hardly any.
Must have been pretty lonesome here for you.
It was. Even at night when he came home from work, he couldn't spend much time with me. He was so tired.
He'd just have dinner and then go to bed.
What were his hours at the brokerage office, Miss Bauer?
He worked from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, usually.
Pretty stiff hours.
And what time did you have dinner at home?
Around 9:30.
And then your brother went to bed?
Yes, around 11.
I see.
I can't understand who'd want to murder my brother, Mr. Carter. He was a good man, was friendly, was interested in everybody. Oh, for heaven's sakes, Mr. Carter, who killed him?
I don't know yet, Miss Baker. Frankly, at the moment, I'm much more interested in another problem.
Oh, I don't understand, Mr. Carter.
Come along, Patsy. I want to have a talk with the janitor of the building where Baker's lab is located.
Nick, does this fantastic problem that's bothering you have anything to do with Baker's murder?
Maybe the crux of the murder.
You mean the answer to why Baker lied about that gamma ray projector?
No.
Well, then I don't get it.
Here's the building. All right. Come on.
Okay.
Here's the janitor's door.
Yes?
You remember me? Nick Carter, working on the Baker case.
Oh, sure. Come on in, Mr. Carter. It's awful hot here out on the sidewalk.
No, I've only come to ask you one question.
Oh, here, go ahead.
When did Mr. Baker usually work in his laboratory?
Why, every day.
You're sure?
Aye, sure. He work here every day, Monday through Saturday. He come morning sometimes, sometime afternoon, sometimes evenings. But I see him come in here every day except Sunday. He always make it a point to say hello to me when he comes in or goes out.
How long did he usually work?
In 4-hour stretches.
That's what I was afraid of. 4 hours a day, 6 days a week. It makes 24 hours, one whole day. Where in blazes did he get that extra day?
Nick, what on earth are you talking about?
Don't you see, Patsy? Ben Baker... Duck, Patsy.
Somebody shot at us from across the street.
I saw the flashes.
Oh, Nick, the janitor. He's been shot.
Help me get him inside, Patsy. Quick.
All right. Is he hurt badly?
Patsy, this man is dead.
What is this mysterious question that's bewildering Nick? Why was the janitor in Ben Baker's lab building murdered? We'll see in just a moment. All of us learn best by doing. That's why American homemakers who have used Linex self-polishing wax have learned so quickly how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. For one practical test is all you need to prove to yourself that this new wax preparation is the key to perfect floor care for wood and linoleum alike. The formula for Linex self-polishing wax, developed by leading research chemists, is completely new, giving new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance to all your floors. And Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax for that handsome, satiny look only real wax can give. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that any linoleum, hardwood, or rubber tile floor is actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied, as you'll prove for yourself the moment you step on it. And, of course, Linex self-polishing wax takes only a jiffy to use, or you simply wipe it on without tiresome rubbing, and it dries quickly to a beautiful luster that's a joy to behold. So choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax, the finest product of its kind. Ask your dealer now for all 3 great Linex home brighteners to give your home new beauty the easy way. And now back to our story. The strange murder of Ben Baker, broker and amateur inventor, has faced Nick Carter with many peculiar problems. Why did Baker lie about his impending death? How important was his invention? Who would profit by his death? As Nick uncovers an even more fantastic problem, Baker's janitor is shot to death. Now we find Nick, Patsy, and Lieutenant Riley at the scene of the second murder.
Nick, I'm really lost. I can't make head or tail of this mess.
Can't you give us any idea of what's going on, Nick? Why was Baker's janitor killed?
Probably because he knew some vital clue to the identity of the murderer.
Nick, what's this big question you say is bothering you?
Riley, how can a man live 8 days in 1 week?
Oh, that's silly, Nick. There's only 7 days in anybody's week.
Nevertheless, Ben Baker lived 8 days in a week.
I don't understand, Nick.
Well, listen. He worked 12 hours a day in the brokerage house, including an hour off for lunch.
Uh-huh.
He left his house at 8 in the morning for work. He returned at 9:45 or so for dinner. After dinner, he went to bed. I've checked all those times, and they're all verified.
Which accounts for 24 hours.
But according to the janitor's testimony, he worked at least 4 hours a day, 6 days a week in his lab. That's an extra 24 hours, an extra day. Now, where did Baker get that 8th day in his week?
Gosh,
it don't make sense.
You're telling me.
Nick, what in the jumping blue blazes is going on around here? A guy comes around and says he's been murdered, and he ain't. When you check his story, you find all of a sudden he is. Then the killer knocks off a janitor after he's already given his evidence.
And then we find the only one who profits by Baker's death is his sister, who's a frightened girl who looks as though she wouldn't hurt a fly.
Wait a minute. Baker was knocked off with a .25 automatic. It's a woman's gun.
But Baker accused World Research.
What have we got to do about it?
Get a search warrant, Riley.
Huh?
Meet us down at the office of Baker's attorney, Roland York. I want to get a look at that patent.
Okay, Nick. I've been all through the files, and here's everything there is on that invention.
Gosh, what a mess of documents. Looks as though it's as much trouble patenting an invention as it is making one.
Yes.
Well, Nick, anything phony about this stuff?
Strangely enough, no. Apparently, Baker and Dre have worked out quite a brilliant improvement on radio-television transmission. It's not epoch-making, but it's the sort of thing that can cut costs of transmission 50%. Patent seems to be legitimate. Made out by Baker and Dre jointly.
That's what Dre said.
Here's something. Baker's share goes to his sister when he dies.
That's what she said.
But here's something no one mentioned.
What's that?
If Baker and Dre both die before commercial exploitation of the idea begins, Roland York, the attorney, acquires all commercial rights subject to the obligation to pay both heirs their fair share.
Nick.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Patsy?
I know what you're both thinking. That maybe John Dre's the next man scheduled to die. That may be true, so let's get busy.
All right. What do we do?
We're up against a shrewd killer, and we don't know exactly what he's after. Although I have a hunch, if we knew where Ben Baker got his extra day, we'd be a lot closer to the solution. Riley, get hold of Roland York.
Yeah?
Hold him for questioning, as tactfully as you can.
Right, Nick.
Patsy, you and I are going places.
Where, Nick?
To John Dre's laboratory.
To protect him?
Maybe. Also, maybe to find Ben Baker's extra day. There's Dre's place up ahead, Patsy. Last door.
The light's on, Nick. Gosh, maybe Dre's been killed already.
You're remembering the way we found Baker, huh? All right, let's go in.
Oh, who's that? Oh, sorry, Mr. Dre. You startled me.
But we are...
Right, Patsy. Who are you?
Oh, let me introduce myself, Mr. Dre. My name is Kent. I'm from World Research.
What are you doing here?
Why, well, I was sent over to express our deep sympathy for your recent bereavement.
So?
And also, you understand how embarrassing it is to talk business at such a time.
Go on.
Well, and also to say that your counter-proposal is really much too high.
You think so, huh?
You must reconsider, Mr. Dre.
Now that Baker is dead, huh?
I don't understand.
Baker was the one who was holding out for the high price, wasn't he?
Well, Mr. Dre.
Now that Baker's out of the way, you brazenly come here hoping you can persuade me to accept a smaller figure.
I assure you.
Nick.
Yes, Patsy.
I just realized maybe it isn't Roland York. Maybe Baker told the truth about World Research. Maybe the patent does threaten their business. Why, maybe they...
Did I hear you call this man Nick?
Why,
I had assumed I was speaking to Mr. John Dre. Do you mean to tell me that I...
What's the meaning of this? What are you people doing in my lab?
Investigating murder, Mr. Dre.
So I was right. You are an imposter. This is outrageous. How dare you...
Mr. Carter, will you have the goodness to explain what's going on here?
Oh, it's really quite simple, Mr. Dre. We came here to throw a little light on the murder mystery.
Patsy.
And what...
Yes, Nick?
Say that again.
Say what?
Really, Carter, this is ridiculous.
Quiet, please. Repeat what you said, Patsy.
Well, I said we came to Mr. Dre's laboratory to throw a little light on the murder.
That's it, light. Light in the laboratory. And that's the explanation.
The explanation of what?
Ben Baker's extra day. I think I know where he got it. Come on.
Where to?
Let's go have a look at Baker's electric meter.
What's an electric meter got to do with an extra day?
It'll show where it went. Here, through this door. Down to the cellar. Watch your step.
Pretty dark.
I've got a flash.
Gosh, the cellars in these old loft buildings are creepy. Like catacombs.
Yes.
They're so deep, these stairs go down forever.
We won't be long.
Flash your light around, will you, Nick?
Afraid?
Only of mice.
Careful, here's the bottom. Don't trip.
All
The
right.
floor's pretty broken up. Now, where are the meters?
Well, there they are, Nick. Over there against the far wall, behind that pile of barrels.
All right, come on.
Who's the killer, Nick? Do you know?
Not for sure yet. But I've got a pretty good idea.
Maybe Julia Baker isn't as weak and helpless as she seems.
Maybe.
Maybe I was right about world research.
Maybe.
Maybe Roland York got ambitious.
Maybe.
Can't you say anything but maybe?
Here's the meters. Let's see. First, second. Oh, there. Top floor offices. Baker's was 6R.
There it is, on the right.
Yes, and there, I hope, is the solution to the case.
Where?
On the dials. Read off the kilowatt hours.
But why, Nick?
Because when we compare the meter reading now with the reading a month ago, we'll find that very little electricity has been used.
Nick, I can't follow you. What is that?
Now, Patsy, behind these barrels.
It's the killer. Nick, we're trapped.
No, Patsy, not quite. Let him come a little closer. When I give the word, help me push these barrels over. All right, now, Patsy.
Nick.
All right, we can come out now. Our friend's been knocked cold. We'll find him under a couple of crates.
But who is it, Nick? Put your light on quickly.
In a second. I'll be happy to illuminate the very unattractive face of your murderer. And there you are.
Gee, Nick, that's...
Yes, Mr. John Dre.
In just a moment, Nick will return to give you the final details of today's story and explain why John Dre killed the man who lived too long. The best way to keep up the appearance of the things you own is to protect them. And the finest protective finish you can find for dozens of household uses is Linex Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish for linoleum and wood surfaces. Here's the self-leveling gloss finish which flows on easily and dries to a lasting finish that protects for months. Protects not only against wear, against dirt, against spotting, but actually protects against hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, even alcohol. Yes, for any surface you want to save, it pays to use Linex Clear Gloss. And Linex Clear Gloss lends sparkling beauty as well, requiring only the whisk of a damp cloth to wipe away surface smudges. Give your floors and woodwork the gleaming luster, the sturdy protection of Linex Clear Gloss, the finest in household finishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for COMPTON, the miracle wall finish that goes on like magic. Its beautiful colors will lighten and brighten your home at an average cost of just $2.98 a room. Ask for COMPTON, which covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, where did Baker get that extra day?
He didn't, Ken. That's the point of the whole case. Baker never spent any time at all in that lab. If he had worked there experimenting, his meter would have registered many hours of electricity. But as it was, the meter showed almost no electricity used at all.
But, Nick, the janitor said he was there.
Which is why the janitor was killed. John Dre rented the lab in Baker's name. Then he killed the janitor to keep him from telling me that the man found dead in the lab, Baker, wasn't the man who said hello to him as he went in and out.
But why was that necessary, Nick?
Baker and Dre made the mistake of patenting their invention jointly. Now, the patent law is very strict on one point. It provides that only the actual inventor is permitted to take out the patent. If any other name appears on the patent, it's thereby automatically void.
Oh, I see. So World Research could have broken the patent if they found out that Baker was not an inventor, but merely Dre's financial backer.
Right, Patsy. And rather than take that chance, Dre tried to set up a false identity for Baker. He told Baker to go to the police with his story about being murdered, hoping that when the police checked up on him, they'd believe that Baker actually was a practicing scientist.
Well, then why did he kill Baker after all?
Dre was afraid someone might cross-examine Baker and get the truth. We killed Baker to keep the secret secure.
Well, Nick, how about a little preview of next week's story?
Well, next week, Ken, Patsy and I are called to the home of the foremost amateur art collector in the country to find out why one of his portraits has suddenly started squinting.
Did you say squinting?
He did. And he wouldn't have been able to break the case if he hadn't taken the fingerprints of a man who died 200 years ago.
Fingerprints? 200 years old? And squinting portraits? For the love of Pete, Nick, what do you call this case?
I call it the case of the nearsighted picture. Friends, today is the second anniversary of the United States Cadet Nurse Corps. And today, America has urgent need of 60,000 cadet nurses. Every cadet nurse is a girl with a future. The United States Cadet Nurse Corps offers all-expense scholarships, plus monthly allowances and uniforms to high school graduates under 35 who are in good health. And candidates joining 90 days prior to the war's end will be allowed to finish their training. Don't overlook this opportunity to serve. Inquire at your local hospital now. Join the United States Cadet Nurse Corps and do your part.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Walk this way, Diamond. If I do, well, I tell my friends. Hey, this is the morgue.
Yeah, wise guy.
You should feel right at home here, Otis.
Oh. Hello, Rick.
Hiya, Walt. What goes here?
I want you to take a look at someone. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. He was murdered, huh?
Yeah, shot. Right in the back.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yeah, you want something?
How do you do? Are you the manager of this little haven of rest?
A boarding house. Ironic.
I heard you both times.
What do you want, huh? What do you want?
Information. Your move.
You nuts or something, huh? You nuts?
I'm looking for a girl.
What's the matter? Read the sign. It says rooms for rent. Rooms. Beat it.
You know, if you ever get around to running at 33 1/3, you'll save a lot of breath.
Smart guy. Real smart guy. Now, I got to work.
Wait a minute. Now, wait. Here's $5 if you can tell me about a girl named ELAINE Tanner.
For $10, I couldn't tell you a thing. Don't know her.
She lived here?
So it's a secret from me, a secret. Now...
Here. Take a look at the snapshot. A man and a girl. Do you know the girl?
Mister, I got maybe 10, 20, 30 different people every month. They come, they go, they pay rent. That's all I care. They pay rent.
All right. Did this girl ever pay rent here?
Maybe I remember her face. I never remember no names.
Is anybody living in her room now?
Why you want to know? Huh?
Well, I'll tell you a secret, Bud. The girl is my sister. When we were little kids, my mother and father ran away from home to become acrobats in a circus. This broke up my sister, and she left, too. Now, Mama and Papa are back, and I want the whole stinking family together again so we can take the light out of the window.
Sure. For $10, maybe I'll show you her room.
All right, you're in business. Now, here's your 10.
Thanks.
The fingers are mine.
This way, down this way.
How long does she live here?
Oh, not for long, maybe 2 weeks.
Then what?
Then comes an old guy one day. Yeah, an old guy, and...
And what?
She goes away with him. And you know what else?
Yes, I know what else. The old guy was the same guy in the snapshot I showed you a minute ago. He was with a girl.
Sure. Okay, look around. She ain't any of them drawers, she ain't. Or that cupboard, she ain't.
She ain't no place. Now, tell me, did she leave anything here at all?
Just junk. Newspapers, magazines, newspapers.
So she was a bookworm. Well, okay, I guess that's it. Let's go. Let's get out of here fast.
Who are they shooting at?
Who's in that house next door where the shots came from?
People.
Thanks.
They're shooting at you.
Know anybody who wants to get rid of you?
Nobody. Oh, mister, please go now.
Look. Here's $20 more if you do me a favor.
I do you one favor and get shot at. Who knows what'll happen for 20, huh? Who knows?
Twice as much fun. Now, look, go through the stuff she left here.
I told you there wasn't nothing.
Well, go through it anyway. If you find anything that might give me a lead, call me up. Here's my card.
Richard Diamond, private detective. Hey, it says you're a dick.
Strictly private. Now, is it a deal?
$20 now?
There'll be more if you find something for me.
Okay. No, please beat it and don't come back here no more. Window glass costs dough.
I knew it wouldn't do me any good to look at the house where the shots came from, because whoever played me for a clay pigeon would get out fast. Now, only one person knew I was likely to visit that boarding house, the man who sent me there. And his name was Morris Clinton. Vocation, multimillionaire. Avocation, or hobby, wolf. And an old one at that. But why should he take a shot at me? Thinking like that, figured out to a heart-to-heart talk with Clinton, so I went to see him. But if he knew anything, he played it straight.
Shoot at you? But that's ridiculous.
Well, I agree, Clinton, but look at my side of it. This morning, you sent your chauffeur to my office to bring me here. Then you hired me to find a girl for you, a girl named ELAINE Tanner.
And she wasn't there.
Right, she wasn't there. Just an empty room in a boarding house.
That's all the information I could give you about her.
I'll even buy that. I've worked on less information before, but here's my point, Mr. Clinton. I was shot at. I'm used to it, but I don't like it.
I told you, I know nothing about that. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, I know nothing about it.
I do believe you. We'll just say someone doesn't like my poking around that boarding house. Have you got any idea who that might be?
No, I haven't. I swear it.
Okay. I'll wrap it up right now. As I said, I've been shot at before, but you've been so pleasant, Mr. Clinton. From here, the price goes up.
You don't want to go on with the case?
Not at these prices.
All right, forget it then. I gave you $100 this morning. Keep it. And forget you ever saw me.
Oh, you're so sweet. It'll be a pleasure.
Diamond, just a moment.
Yeah?
What has happened is between you and me?
Oh, yes. Oh, I will have to report those shots.
What?
Sure. The police don't like to have people taking pot shots at each other. It makes for confusion in a big city.
Wait, Diamond, wait.
Something else, Mr. Clinton?
I have my own reasons for not wanting anyone else involved in this. I'm sure you and I can come to an agreement.
Oh, well, it's just possible, Maury, that you and I may not see wallet to wallet.
What would you say if I offered you $1,000 bonus to keep on the case?
Offer or suggestion?
I'll make it a deal.
Put it on paper. A check.
Can I trust you?
Okay, Clinton, if you feel that way about it. Post date the check. A week from today. If I don't show up with Elaine Tanner by then, the check is yours again. Uncashed.
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. So long, Mr. Clinton. I'll keep in touch.
Where are you going now?
Back to my office to wait for a phone call from the little guy at 118 Parker Avenue. Oh. Well, hello there. Did you hear everything you wanted to?
I beg your pardon, sir. I was just coming in to ask Mr. Clinton if I should drive him anywhere this afternoon.
Oh?
Victor, come in here.
Right away, Mr. Clinton. Excuse me, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, sure. So long, Christopher. The minute I left Clinton and Chris, I began to get that lousy feeling again. The only thing that made me feel anywhere near normal was the thought of the $1,000 that would be mine in 7 days. For $1,000, I'd stand up for target practice for the big mole. I didn't have much to go on, just the knowledge that old man Clinton wanted me to find Elaine Tanner and that somebody, who up to now had proved to be a bad shot, didn't want me to find her. With that peaceful thought in mind, I sat in my office hoping for a call from the little manager of the boarding house on Parker Avenue. I'd been waiting about an hour, and then... save your knuckles and use a fire axe. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Christopher. All your driving finished for the day?
Mr. Clinton sent me to see you, Mr. Diamond.
This is the second time today. What's he trying to do, make dear friends of us?
Not exactly, Mr. Diamond. He wants that check back.
What?
He's changed his mind.
Oh, from what I know of him, it needs it.
He wants to call off the whole thing. Something happened.
Elaine Tanner show up?
No.
Oh, and he sent you to get the $1,000 check back.
That's right, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I know an easier way. Why doesn't he just stop payment on the check?
I'm only carrying out Mr. Clinton's orders.
Are you?
Why do you ask that?
It seems a little offbeat, Chris. This morning he hires me, then he fires me, then he hires me, now he fires me. Monotonous, isn't it?
May I have the check, Mr. Diamond?
Not before I call Clinton and ask him a few things.
You just don't seem to understand, do you?
I want Mr. Clinton to explain.
Take your hands away from that phone.
Oh, gun, huh? I know how I hate him.
No need to be afraid of this one unless you get stubborn.
Let's give Clinton a ring.
Keep your hands on top of the desk, palms down.
So we're going to play table tilting, maybe?
And stay sitting.
Listen, Chris.
How do you like your hair parted, Diamond? On the side or right in the middle?
When I opened my big blue eyes, my office was dark, and the neon light on the hotel across the street flashed the news that it was dark outside, too. I'd been out cold for a long time. When the room stopped spinning, I reached out, grabbed a piece of it, pulled myself up, went to the water cooler, splashed myself alive. I started toward the light switch when... This time I was going to be ready. I got behind the door and waited.
Hey, what's the idea? Hey, let go!
Oh, for the love of Mike, Otis. Sergeant Otis.
Well, who you expecting? Gorgeous George, maybe? Go my neck.
Oh, I'm sorry, Otis. I guess I just can't resist you.
You crazy shamus. Hey, it's dark in here.
It was a lot darker a couple of minutes ago. Hit the light, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh, I got enough troubles, and the first thing I see when I wake up is you.
Holy mackerel. What you been doing with your head, Diamond?
I got mixed up in a handball game.
Oh?
Yeah, some friends needed a ball. It's hard work, but you get used to it.
Oh, got worked over, huh? Well, them bum jokes you pull catch up with you sometimes.
Yeah, Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing here?
I come to get you. Lieutenant Levinson wants to see you.
Well, go back and describe me. That's all he gets tonight.
I think you better come, Shamus. It's important.
I think you better go, Otis. That's important.
Now, look. Lieutenant Levinson sends me over to get you. There's something he wants to ask you.
All I know is name, rank, and serial number. Now go back and tell Walt I don't want to play games.
Yeah, Shamus. I got news for you. Murder ain't a game no more.
That's all Otis would tell me, but I didn't like the way he kept looking at me all the way to see Levinson. Then we got to headquarters, not to Walt's office, but down the long marble corridor that led back to other places.
He wants me to bring you back here, Diamond.
Where to?
The morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, you heard of it.
I heard of it. What's this all about?
You'll see. In here, Chalmers. Lieutenant.
Back here, Otis.
Come on, Diamond.
Hello, Rick. Night. Well, how's the other head look?
I'll let you know when it speaks to me.
Yeah. Meantime, I want you to take a look at someone.
In here?
Yeah, in here. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. The poor devil.
What do you know about him?
Well, he was manager of a boarding house. Cheap walk-up on Parker Avenue.
That we know. What else?
He was murdered, huh?
Shot right in the back. Rick, unless I knew you were tied in, I wouldn't have you here. You want to talk about it?
Somewhere else, Walt.
Sure. Come on.
Before I answer any more questions, Walt, how'd you tie me in?
He had one of your business cards in his hand. He was shot while he was standing at the phone in the hallway of that boarding house. Did he call you, Rick?
I didn't get a call from him.
Got any idea why he wanted you?
Maybe, maybe not. All depends.
On what?
Walt, listen.
I will in my office. Wait outside, Otis. And I'm busy. Get it?
Sure, I get it.
Wait a second, Rick. Now, here's a gun. 38 police special. Take a good look at it.
I've seen it before. It's mine. How did you get it?
The ballistics report says this gun killed the little guy back there.
Did you check it for fingerprints?
Yeah, and they were all yours.
Will you have Otis come visit me and bake a cake with a file in it?
Oh, cut it out, Rick. I know you didn't kill him, but I've got to tell the commissioner something. He's funny that way.
I was in my office when the guy was shot. I was out cold.
You got any proof?
For you or the commissioner?
For the commissioner, you egghead.
Listen on the way.
To where?
Have Otis bring the car around front. We're going to make a call on a guy named Morris Clinton and his errand boy, Christopher. On the way out, I told Walt the whole thing, how Christopher caught me off base, put me out, and then must have taken my gun to kill the little manager. But neither of us could come up with an answer to why. Why murder to keep me from finding Elaine Tanner? What was the connection between Clinton, his chauffeur, and the girl? I thought maybe Clinton would give her the answers when he learned there was a murder tapping at his door.
So you want to see Christopher, Lieutenant Leveson?
If you don't mind, Mr. Clinton.
Oh, no, not at all. I'll call him.
Real loud, Mr. Clinton.
Of course. Christopher? Christopher?
You're sure he's here, Mr. Clinton?
Oh, yes, I am, of course, Lieutenant.
Call again.
Christopher? Christopher?
I don't think he'll hear you.
Why not? I'm not deaf, Mr. Diamond.
Rick, is that Christopher?
Yeah, this is Chris, all right. And I owe him a haircut.
Now, lay off, Rick. I'll handle this. Christopher.
Yes, sir?
Where were you about 2 this afternoon?
Why, right here, working on the car.
Correction. Working on me.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, come on. Let's have it straight.
Mr. Clinton, what about this?
Christopher is right, Lieutenant. Yes, he's right.
Oh, you're scared stiff, Clinton, and you're lying.
I'm not. I wanted to go into town to keep an appointment.
And the fuel pump on the car was stopped up. I had to take it apart.
Oh, sure. And while you fixed it, Clinton stood right over you.
As a matter of fact, he did watch.
And it took all afternoon to fix it.
No, but when it was finished, it was too late for Mr. Clinton's appointment. He decided not to go.
How about that, Mr. Clinton?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Christopher hasn't been out of my sight all afternoon.
That's good enough for me. All right, Diamond, let's go.
What? Are you crazy?
No, that's why I'm putting the cuffs on you. I thought there was something fishy about your story. Gun taken away from you. People coming to see you, hiring you, firing.
Walt, your stomach has gone to your head.
Never mind my stomach. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Put the cuffs on this Shamus.
Cuffs? On him?
Close your mouth, Otis. Put the cuffs on.
Walt, what in the world?
Diamond, I've been waiting for a chance like this to comb you out of my hair for good. Otis, the cuffs.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. All right, Shamus, hold them out.
Mr. Clinton, thank you very much. Goodbye. Come on, Diamond.
Lieutenant.
Otis, I told you to close your mouth.
Oh, I gotta breathe.
Oh, shut up and come on. Walt, outside, Diamond. Get going.
You big bubblehead. What's the idea of making like a cop with me?
I kind of liked it. How'd I do?
What?
Good performance, eh?
Good performance. Oh, you big ham. You great big ham.
Well, Lieutenant, are we going to put the Shamus in the jug?
Shut up, Otis. Take the cuffs off him.
What?
Here, Otis. Start working.
Oh, you're right, Rick. Clinton was scared stiff, and for some reason he backed Christopher's alibi.
Walt, I've got an idea.
You better have. If I don't have something to tell the commissioner, I'll have to give up my ideas about a pension.
I'm going back to that boarding house.
Why?
Well, the manager was going to call me. It's just possible he got a hold of a lead on Elaine Tanner, but Christopher killed him before he had a chance to tell me.
Well, that makes sense.
Have you got a man there?
Yeah, a half.
Oh, good. I'll see you later.
Rick.
On.
Please. For the sake of my stomach, don't slip up. You're my only suspect without an alibi.
Thanks, Walt. See you later.
Yeah.
Oh, Walt.
What?
Bottoms up on the bicarbonate.
That's all the stuff there was in the basement, Diamond.
Oh, thanks, Mahaffey. Everything neatly bundled but this one pile. The little guy must have gone through it.
Got any idea what you're looking for?
No, give me a hand, will you?
Sure.
Newspapers, magazines. Oh, Mahaffey.
Uh-huh.
No one's been in here since the murder?
Nobody. I've been on the door.
And the manager had nothing on him?
Only your card.
That's funny, very funny. He wouldn't have tried to call me if he hadn't found something. Maybe he came across something in this pile of stuff. Didn't take it out and then...
Find something?
Yeah. This sheaf of withholding tax statements.
Mm-hmm. The kind that come on the bottoms of paychecks.
Made out to Elaine Tanner, paid by the Blue Falcon nightclub.
That ain't far from here.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah, sure. Now I remember a kid that named Tanner. Yeah, used to work here in the line.
Thanks, bartender. Where's she now?
Well, Mr. Me, I know from nothing about her, but she was good friends with one of the dolls in the line, gal named Gladys.
Where can I find this Gladys?
Dressing room, straight back, turn left.
And knock on the door, huh?
What for? They dressed that way for the show anyway.
I'll keep both eyes closed.
Sure, straight back like I said, then first turn left.
What you want with her, handsome? Why don't you get off here?
You tipped me, sweetheart, but give me a rain check.
Who waits for rain? But, why do you want to see Elaine?
Well, maybe I ought to tell her about some oil wells that came in.
Yeah? You don't look like the type talks about oil wells.
Honey, don't let the tassels on my shoes fool you.
Oh, you're cute. Yeah, I know where Elaine is.
Want to give?
Information?
Sure.
Oh, you've got a one-track mind.
Maybe I can't switch it over yet.
Okay, so I'll get a couple of days older meanwhile. Anyhow, I never did like her. So, I don't mind letting you know.
Know what, Gladys?
Well, maybe a month ago she quit this job. This dump.
All right, she quits. Go ahead.
Yeah. But before she quit, she's acting funny. Like the night we're going home together, walking along, and she's talking.
This is the last time I take this walk.
So, gonna fly to him from work?
I'm quitting.
Well, if you like to eat grass, go ahead.
I won't eat grass. Ever had a real mink coat, Gladys?
I coulda, but his lawyers settled out of court.
I'll have one. I'll do all right.
You thinking about that guy Clinton who comes in the club?
Uh-huh.
Honey, there's wolves and there's wolves. Want to pick one with teeth.
He likes me.
Sure. Every time he sees you, he's got to push his eyes back in his head.
Chris is working for him. His chauffeur.
So this is news, so what?
Money. Lots of it.
Shakedown? Oh, now look, honey, they can give you trouble for that.
Not a shakedown. This is safe and sure. Chris figured it. He figured it, and I...
And what?
Nothing. Just forget it. Come on, let's get some coffee.
And that's all she says.
Now, where can I find her?
Oh, I'll tell you where I think she is. Here's the address. I wrote it down.
Thanks, Gladys. I'll see you again.
Yeah. See more of me.
Is that possible?
This costume's for the first show. We save up for the second.
I'll be here for the last show.
Oh, what you said. So long, handsome.
A little while after Gladys gave the address, I was buzzing at an apartment door. I kept my fingers crossed and then uncrossed them when the door opened.
Yes?
Hello there, Elaine.
Who are you?
Well, the name's Hangtooth. Elmer Hangtooth.
Who?
Oh, I better come in.
Hey, what's the idea?
Can't hear a thing you say, honey. My hearing aid just shorted out.
Now listen, wise guy.
Oh, Elaine. Chris sent me.
Chris?
Yeah. He said to tell you everything's okay. The heat's off.
How about that private eye?
Diamond? Richard Diamond?
Yeah, that's the one.
Honey, you'll never be any closer to him than you are right now.
I was afraid he'd quit. Hey, when's Chris coming?
Soon, I hope.
Oh.
I've never seen you before. Have I?
Well, you're young and life's full of surprises.
Uh-huh. I like surprises.
Right.
Chris work you in on the deal?
Yeah. I did him a favor. Took care of Diamond. Like doing it, too. Oh, by the way, what goes with you and Clinton?
Honey, we had a common interest.
Oh.
Books, dearie. Books. He had one I wanted. When I finished with him, I could have walked out with the furniture.
Yeah, I guess you could, baby. I guess you could.
Think so?
Why not?
What did you say your name was?
Well, the name's Appelknocker, Harold Appelknocker.
What? That's not what you said before.
Oh, so you have been listening. The real name is Diamond, Richard Diamond.
I see a kidder, huh?
Well, if that makes you laugh, this ought to bring back Mahjong. Here, take a look at my license. My membership card, the Hopalong Cassidy Club, my Flash Gordon beanie.
You dirty shummus, you stinking cop.
Easy, baby.
Let
Easy,
go of me.
baby, easy.
Let go, you dirty. Let go of me.
Let her go, Diamond.
Chris.
Jackpot. Chris and Elaine all at once.
Diamond, get your hands off her. Get him off. No, that's better. Now, Elaine, before I fill him full of holes, tell me what he's doing here.
He said you sent him, Chris.
Sure, he would. Elaine, you ready to get out of here?
Yeah.
Okay, hand me a cushion from the sofa.
Want to take a nap, Chris?
I'll laugh at your funeral, Shamus. Hold a cushion over the gun. Nobody hears the shot.
Better not, Chris.
Elaine, start out. I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, all right, Chris.
Got the book?
Yeah.
What book?
Shut up. Get going, Elaine.
Chris, let's talk this over.
Funny, you just finished talking, Diamond.
Chris!
Elaine, what's the matter? Give me my book. Give it to me.
Clinton, Doug, get out of the way.
Diamond, you...
Chris.
Well, I owed him that partner's hair.
Chris.
All right, Elaine. Just creased. I wouldn't think of depriving the hot seat of such a good customer.
My book. Where's my book? I want it. Give me my book.
Sure, Mr. Clinton. But I'm afraid you'll have to explain to the police first. A telephone call to the 5th Precinct brought Walt and Otis to my rescue. Otis used the siren. Loved it. I told Walt the book old man Clinton kept screaming about had me a little confused, that I wouldn't be able to relax until he found out just where it fitted in the case. He promised to find out the answers as soon as he took Chris, Elaine, and Clinton back to the 5th Precinct. I told him to call me at Helen's.
Rick, what about that check for $1,000? Is it any good?
Well, the check's post-dated. I doubt if Mr. Clinton will honor it now. It's too bad. We could have celebrated.
So all you got for your trouble was $100 a day in expenses.
I'll get it. Grant's Tomb, the general speaking.
Rick?
Yeah? Walt?
Yeah. You sitting down?
Why?
You can tear up that check Clinton gave you. He won't honor it. He's mad about having to go to jail.
Oh, I was way ahead of you about the check. Why did Clinton go to jail? What did he do?
You know that book he was yelling about?
What about it?
Well, it's an original Sir Francis Bacon manuscript.
How would you know?
I hate to admit it, but Otis told me what it was. You know, Otis is excuse me, Lieutenant. It's bibliophile. Shut up, hammerhead.
Okay, so I work for nothing.
Rick.
Yeah?
The book was worth $30,000. It was stolen 18 years ago from the Fine Arts Library in Washington. Old man Clinton bought it from a fence. That's why he couldn't go to the police.
Oh, so Chris and Elaine hijacked it, huh? Probably had a sale for it.
Yeah, Rick, there's a $1,500 reward for that book.
So what?
It's yours.
Hey, wait a minute, Walt. Helen, put your ear next to the receiver.
Oh, all right.
Walt, say that again.
Say what again?
What you just said.
Did I say anything?
Well, sure you did.
Are you sure?
Oh, now cut it out, Walt. Say it again about the reward.
Oh, that. There's a $1,500 reward for the book.
Thanks, Walt. Bye.
Bye.
Well, baby.
Well, we're going to celebrate after all. $1,500. Oh, Rick, that calls for a real celebration.
Sure.
Well, don't go away, darling. I'll be right back. I won't be long. Oh, Rick, there's a new song on the piano. Why don't you try it?
Okay, I set my pajamas and put on my prayers. Well, that's pretty silly, but... My baby kissed me goodnight, and I am glad to relate that by the time I got home, I was feeling great. I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I set my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me good night. Next morning I awoke and scrambled my shoes. I shined up an egg, then I toasted the news. I buttered my tie and took another bite, and all because you kissed me good night. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said goodnight and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I said my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me goodnight. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said goodnight and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I lifted the preacher, called up the phone, spoke to the dog, and threw your ma a bone. 'Twas midnight, and yet the sun was shining bright, and all because you kissed me good night.
Oh, that was lovely, Rick. Well, how do I look?
Oh, my, wonderful. What are you so dressed up for?
For the celebration.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Come on, let's go.
Oh, where are we going, Rick?
Oh, the Blue Falcon nightclub. We'll be just in time for the last show.
The Blue Falcon. Oh, but why pick that place?
Oh, but they've got a wonderful floor show.
Yes, but the costumes are... well, they're nothing.
Oh, what you said.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Ted Osborne, Gene Bates, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Ezio Pinza, dynamic singing star, plays his first starring dramatic role today on Theater Guild on the Air, with Madeline Carroll and Linda Darnell co-starred. And you'll also want to listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show and the Adventures of Sam Spade right before Theater Guild. Don't forget, Ezio Pinza on Theater Guild on the Air today. It's all great entertainment today on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. This Saturday night I'm going to spellbind you, Val. Caught me while spending a week and the fee from my last case in zestful living at a summer hotel, which was so swanky that the help hardly spoke to the guests. For $25 a day, I had one of the 50 bungalows on the hotel grounds. For $30, I could have had one with a window. Well, anyway, there was a girl up there. Isn't there always? She was named Janice Cole, a sort of a social secretary to the hotel. She was about 28. Her eyes were so big and blue they made you think of mountain lakes, and her hair was as black as a jealous rage. She had a figure that made you think you'd seen her before in a swimsuit. Oh, she was real quality. Much to my high blood pressure, she was engaged to a society playboy with $1 for every suntan in Florida, and his name was Clint Hayes. There was dancing going on in the ballroom of the hotel, and Janice was dancing with Clint. but she was watching me. I thought I saw fear in her eyes. They finished their dance right in front of me. Well, I certainly enjoyed that exhibition, Clint.
Glad you liked it, Rogue. Dancing with Janice is a wonderful way to spend an evening.
I believe that. Well, how about the next one, Janice?
Oh, I can't, Richard. I don't feel very well.
Oh, really, darling?
Yes, I think I'll go to my cabin, Clint. I have a terrible headache.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, dear. Is there anything I can get for you?
I've got some aspirin.
Oh, no. I think I'll just lie down for a while. I'll be back as soon as I feel a little more like enjoying the party.
After Janice Cole left, I ducked Clint and mingled with the crowd, fencing in and out of polite conversation and keeping up a gay front to cover the worry which was stampeding around in my mind. I couldn't forget the lost look in the eyes of Janice Cole, a look that was so full of fear and hopelessness that it haunted me. I decided, after sweating out 30 minutes of wondering why she was so frightened, to drop by her bungalow and have a fatherly chat with her. I casually worked my way along a chain of conversations to the open door and faded unobtrusively out into the night. There was a light in Janice's bungalow. I walked rapidly toward it. The door was ajar. When I knocked on it, it swung open. And I saw Janice lying there, a red pool expanding on the Navajo rug under her head. I took a few steps into the room. Oh! I was on the inside of a giant bell, clinging to the clapper with the strength of desperation. It swung through eternity like a giant pendulum. And at the end of every arc, the universe was shattered by the sound of the tolling. I couldn't stand the noise. I let go on the tremendous upsweep and was catapulted through space at a terrifying, breathless speed. The ringing of the bell grew fainter and fainter. And then, there was quiet. I drifted peacefully for a while and landed as gently as a snowflake on a sparrow's wing. And I rested on cloud 8 in the blackness of complete oblivion.
Hey, Chiefy! You better come out of it!
Oh, go away, Igor.
No, I'm sorry, Rogie, but you've got to get back on the ball or you're going to find yourself behind it. Come on now. Come on.
Igor, go away. I'm not well. I've been hurt.
There are things going on that you ought to know about, Rogie.
I don't care. I'm on my vacation.
You're in trouble, Rogie. Bad trouble. Remember that dead girl?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Let him get away with it?
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Let me alone.
Well, I guess you've been hit on the head once too often, Rogie. Lost your nerve, huh?
What do you mean, midget?
No fight left in you. It's too bad.
I've got plenty of fight left in me. What's going on down there?
Well, you better go down and see, Rogie. Come on. I'll help you over the side.
Okay. Come on, give me a push, Igor. Oh, you're a fine alter ego, and I'm proud of you.
I try to take care of you, Chiefy. Over you go, Rogie. Over you go.
I dreaded opening my eyes because I remembered that dead girl lying there. But I opened them at last. And what I didn't see made me think I'd lost my mind. Where the body had lain, staining the Navajo rug, there was a Navajo rug, but no stain and no body. I wobbled to my feet. My knees were made of soup. I grabbed the bed for support and threw my massive intellect into high. There were strange things happening here, and they were happening to me. I decided to stay mum and get back to the dance to see what I could discover from the behavior of the inmates. I took out my pocket comb, dressed my hair around the bump on my head so I wouldn't look like I had two, wiped the bed and the doorknob clean of my fingerprints, and looking much better than I felt, rejoined the party. Clint was talking with Nancy Bowman, another luscious lady on the hotel social staff.
Hello, Rogue. We've been looking for you.
Oh, hi, Clint. Hello, Nancy.
Hello, Richard. Where have you been?
We're getting a little fresh air. How about this dance, Nancy?
Can't. I promised Clint.
Oh, go ahead. I'll be noble. Janice should be coming back soon anyhow.
Well, all right then. You're on, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, for you, my dear, both of them. See you later, Clint.
Bye.
You know, Nancy, that Clint's a lucky man getting a girl like Janice. She's what the boys in the back room call a dish.
I suppose Janice isn't lucky getting a man with $1 million.
Not my type. Now, I don't have the million, but I have
then let's just dance.
Oh.
Now that Janice has her millionaire, I'm out to get mine.
You girls old friends?
No, I've worked up here with her summers for a couple of years. She's a grand girl. Everybody loves her.
She's engaged to this creep with the millions?
Yes, they're going to be married in 2 weeks. Don't you ever read the newspapers?
Oh, guess it wasn't on the sport page.
Probably not. Though the way Janice stopped him, it could have been.
Kitty, 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 kitty.
May I cut in?
Hi, Frank. That's up to you, Richard.
Well, I never give up beautiful ladies to strangers.
You don't know Frank, the ladies' home companion?
That can be taken care of. Introduce me, Nancy.
Mr. Rogue, this is Frank Pitts, friend of Janice.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Rogue. Where is Janice anyway? She promised me some Roombas tonight.
Well, she wasn't feeling very well. She went to her bungalow to get a little rest. You insist on cutting in?
Unless you have some very fine arguments against it.
Well, I guess I haven't. Nancy, I hope I'll see you later.
You will. This is a temporary thing, Richard.
So, what happened to your dance, Rogue?
A man cut in on me.
Oh, that's Frank Pitts. He doesn't belong here, Rogue. He's all shoulders and no money.
I understand that he and Janice are old friends.
That's right. Frank Pitts has been in love with Janice for years. They're from the same town back east.
No kidding. Oh, well, he was in love with her, too, huh?
Desperately. But I don't feel sorry for him. He's not good enough for a girl like Janice.
No, Clint, a girl's entitled to old friends. You seem to be the jealous type. No, I used to be a little like that about Betty Callahan.
I'm not jealous, Rogue. You'd hate to see a girl like Janice making a fool of herself over a no-good like that Pitts. Ever since he arrived today, she's been moody and dejected.
Oh, that's the way it is. Oh, that's the way it is, huh? You and Janice had a spat over the old flame.
We did not. You're being most impolite, Mr. Rogue. Janice and I happen to be in love.
Yes?
There's a man outside who would like to talk with you for a minute.
Why?
It's most important, Mr. Rogue. Please come with me.
Okay, excuse me, Clint. Well, you look a little upset. What's the matter?
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
May I ask what you're talking about?
No, I can't tell you, Mr. Rogue. But in all my years in hotel management, this is the most terrible thing that's ever happened to me. Here he is, Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills is our district attorney, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Mills. What can I do for you?
You're Richard Rogue, the private investigator from Los Angeles?
That's right. Why?
Well, I'd like to talk with you, Miss Rogue, about a murder.
Oh, yes. Why, sure, Mr. Mills. Always glad to lend my talents to law enforcement.
That's nice of you, Mr. Rogue, because you can help a lot on this case. Why did you murder Janice Cole?
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, dandruff on the shoulders and coat collar of a well-groomed person is as out of place as snow in July. That's why so many persons who want to have a smart, well-groomed appearance use Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly. For Fitch Shampoo has a special solvent action that dissolves unsightly dandruff. When you apply Fitch's to your hair and scalp before adding water, this solvent action goes to work. So it's important to remember not to wet your hair before the shampoo is applied. After massaging your scalp briskly for a few minutes, then apply water. An abundance of cleansing lather will form to carry away the dissolved dandruff. Then the lather rinses out easily and completely, leaves the hair immaculately clean without a trace of dandruff. Yes, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is a real aid to good grooming. Use it regularly. You can buy an economical bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your beauty or barber shop. Now, back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
My guilty conscience was calling me names and giving me bad advice as I strolled out of the ballroom with the DA. He had accused me of murder. I knew who was murdered. I'd seen her in her bungalow, dead. Janice Cole. The DA was as quiet as a grave during that walk and not a bit more cheerful. I made a couple of abortive attempts at conversation, but I might as well have been talking to a totem pole. I couldn't understand why he was heading for my bungalow until he opened the door, and I saw Janice lying there on that blood-stained Navajo rug, just as I'd seen her a half hour before in her own bungalow. I tried to say something, but the words couldn't get by the lump in my throat. I just stood there, my mouth hanging open, and my stomach frozen in a hangman's knot. I could feel the DA's eyes boring into the back of my head.
Well, Rogue, why'd you do it?
Well, I didn't kill her.
How do you explain the fact that she was killed here in your cabin?
She wasn't.
Now, look, Rogue, you better organize yourself, huh? You're supposed to be a smart investigator. Give me a gun.
I haven't got it on me. It's in that drawer there.
Yeah, we found that one. This girl was shot to death with a .25 automatic.
Any prints on it?
We're going to take yours for comparison.
Am I under suspicion for this murder?
At the moment, that's all you're under. I finally hope you'll be under arrest for it the next half hour.
Oh. You know, Mills, in a homicide, you usually have to have a motive. Hey, what's that? Why are you waving those newspaper clippings in my face? What are they?
The motive. You were blackmailing Miss Cole, Rogue. We found these clippings in your briefcase.
What do you mean I was blackmailing her? I didn't even know her.
Now, look, Rogue, you're smarter than that. Here's a whole envelope full of clippings covering Miss Cole's trial for the murder of her first husband back in Passaic, New Jersey. Her name was Jane Sherman then, and she was released for lack of evidence. Remember the trial?
Of course I do. Poisoning. But what's that?
So you found out that this Jane Sherman, now known as Janice Cole, was all set to marry $1 million. And you've been blackmailing her.
Oh, I don't know anything about it, I tell you. I don't know how those clippings got into my briefcase. It must have been planted there when I was knocked out in Janice's bungalow.
It's a switch, Rogue. You were knocked out in her bungalow, eh? When?
Look, Mills, I know this whole thing's going to sound fantastic, but I want to tell you the whole story. I came up here on my vacation. I never saw Janice Cole or whatever her name was before tonight. Disbelief walked across the DA's face as I unspun the web of circumstances which tied me into this murder. As I listened to my own story, I knew I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't been there. I showed him the bump on my noggin. He just nodded. I talked on, and as I talked, I realized that I was acting like every murderer I'd ever questioned. I know my face was red, my eyes were shifting as I browbeat my brain into trying to think of some circumstance which would at least give me the benefit of a reasonable doubt. Finally, I stopped talking. He took my fingerprints, and we went to Janice Cole's bungalow. There I got my first break.
All right, Rogue. Now, where was the body lying when you first saw it?
Right here. Come here. Look here. Look under this rug.
Uh-huh.
And blood on the floor where it seeped through the rug that's now in my bungalow. Do you see it?
Yeah. Blood, all right. Well, Rogue, that's the first thing that's made sense since we got together. I suppose there is an outside chance that somebody's trying to frame you.
Enough of a chance so a conviction would be hard to get, Mr. D.A. Look, you know me. I've got a little standing in my profession, a little substance. Give me 24 hours to get this thing hung around the right man's neck.
All right. If I don't have you locked up tonight, will you try and have the right man for me in the morning?
I'll have him. Now, tell me, who knows about the murder?
Well, the maid who went into your cottage to turn your bed down for the night, and the manager. Though I've told them both to keep quiet until I give them the go-ahead to talk.
Then none of the guests know about it yet, except the killer.
That's right. As far as I know.
Okay, Mills. Okay, now. You keep it that way until morning, and I'll come up with a guilty man for you. Big talk. I had been framed with loving care, like a sweetheart's picture. The DA shoved off to take care of the grisly details of moving the body from its temporary resting place on my bungalow floor, and I started shaking Janice Cole's bungalow down. There were particles of curved glass on the floor near where the body had been lying. I picked them up carefully and fitted the larger pieces together. They could only have been the crystal of a small, square wristwatch. It might be the clue to the killer. I went back to the main hotel building. The Saturday night party was still going strong. I rejoined the merry throng and looked for Frank. He seemed to me to be the logical suspect. He was from Janice Cole's hometown. He would have known about her trial for murder. I found him talking with Nancy in a corner, and he had on a large, round wristwatch. Nancy's watch was a dainty diamond and ruby affair, small and oblong.
Hello, Rogue. Nancy's been beating the bushes looking for you.
I have not. I just was mildly curious about where you disappeared to. I wanted to get rid of Frank and finish that dance with you.
Wow. This is as good a time as any. May I have the next one?
You may have all the rest of them if you like. Oh, what's the matter, Richard? You have a pensive look.
Well, I was just trying to figure something out.
Oh?
I was supposed to have a dance with you at 9 o'clock. Where were you?
I was here. I got here just at 9. Didn't I, Frank?
Don't try to prove anything by me, baby. I don't know. At 9 o'clock, I was having a drink with Clint Hayes in my bungalow.
Well, there goes your alibi, Nancy. You weren't here.
Alibi? Why would I need an alibi? I was here, you weren't. I looked all over for you.
Oh, now, let's not argue about it. Let's have the next one, huh? I'll be right back.
Okay. No tricks now.
Hi, Clint.
What?
Oh, how come you're sitting this one out?
Oh, hello, Rogue.
Well, I'm sorry I startled you.
I was just in a deep fog.
Nancy come back yet?
No.
Nancy, I just changed her name there, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm kind of worried about her.
Well, she's subject to headaches like this, poor kid.
Maybe you'd better run over and have a talk with her, huh?
Oh, I hate to bother her when she's feeling bad.
Look, Clint, just to settle a little argument, are you and Frank Pitts having a drink in his bungalow at 9 o'clock?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, we were. How'd you know that?
He just told me. Just a silly little argument.
I wish Janice would hurry back in time for the last dance, at least.
Clint Hayes had on a large, square wristwatch. And he and Frank had unbreakable alibis. Nancy had none. They were my 3 prime suspects, and it looked to me like Nancy was about to be elected. I was sitting there looking for Nancy and carrying on a pointless discussion on headaches, their cause and cure, with Clint, when Nancy came running over.
Come on, Clint. You too, Richard. We're all going down to the pool for a moonlight dip.
No, I don't think I want to, Nancy.
Oh, come on. Just because Janice is feeling rocky tonight is no reason for you to be grumpy. Come on, Richard. Get your swim trunks and give the girls a treat.
Huh? All right. I'm in. Come on, Clint. A little dip or two you got.
No, I don't think
come on, Clint.
Oh, might as well, Clint. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Well, Nancy, you got it all organized?
Yes, Richard and Clint are crazy about the idea, aren't you?
Oh, okay. I'll join you for a while.
Nice man, Clint. Hurry up now. See you at the pool.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, a word to the ladies. Are you planning to have a new permanent to help you achieve that cool, crisp look this summer? If you are, here's a good point to remember. Shampooing with Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo will put your hair into grand condition for that cold wave or permanent. That's because Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is such a thorough cleansing agent. It gets the hair immaculately clean and dandruff-free. Then, since it's completely soluble in water, it rinses out easily, leaving no dull, soapy film. Your hair is left radiant with no dirt, dandruff, or soapy film clinging to the hair strands to obstruct the work of the waving solution. Yes, permanent wave equipment manufacturers, such as the Realistic Permanent Wave Machine Company, E. Frederick Incorporated, and Duart Manufacturing Company, all agree that really clean hair is the first requisite to a successful permanent wave. For a soft, natural-looking wave, prepare your hair first with Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Then use Fitch's regularly to keep your wave looking lovely. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
My performance in the pool that night made Nero's fiddle solo in the light of a burning room seem like the height of propriety. Here was Richard, the fall guy rogue, swimming and laughing with Frank, Clint, and Nancy, a bunch of murder suspects. A matter of hours before the law put a pair of stylishly plain bracelets on me and claimed me for its own if I hadn't solved the murder of Janice Cole. But there was method in my madness. That swim gave me the information I wanted. In fact, it gave me the murderer. I left before the swimming party broke up and went to one of the guest bungalows. An open window made the job of getting in as easy as falling in love. I found what I was looking for in a chest of drawers. Then I sat down and waited for my victim to come in and turn on the lights.
Rogue, What are you doing here?
Waiting to talk with you about a murder, Clint. Shut the door. Come in and sit down, Clint. I want to know all about what happened to Janice.
Janice? Something's happened to Janice?
Yes, Janice, and don't act so innocent. What do you know about her murder?
I didn't kill her. What makes you think I killed her?
I didn't say you killed her, but I'm sure you know something about it. You know, you shouldn't get involved in murder, Clint. It's too complicated.
You're just talking, Rogue. You killed her. You were a blackmailer, and you killed her.
No, Clint. You weren't supposed to know anything about that. In fact, you couldn't have known anything about it unless you were the guy who framed me so nicely. I'm a little mad at you for that, you know. And I'm going to get a confession of that murder out of you some way or other. Now, do you feel like talking, or do I have to beat it out of you?
What makes you think I did it, Rogue?
Take off your wristwatch. Now, look at your wrist.
What?
You see that small square of white skin where you used to wear your small square wristwatch? That was the giveaway, Clint. You see this watch here, the one I found hidden under the shirts in that chest of drawers there? The crystal's broken, Clint. That was broken in the struggle with Janice tonight just before you shot her. The broken glass was found on the floor of the cabin right where the body was before you moved it to mine. Now, do you feel any more like talking, Clint? Why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her.
I got until morning for you to start talking, and I've got more socks in a 10-story laundry. Now, let me know when you want to start singing. You know what happened in that room, and you're going to tell me.
I didn't kill her. I swear. I didn't, Rogue. I was there. Sure, I was there, but
If you didn't kill her, who did?
I can't tell you.
Come on, Clint. You're not smart enough to work out that frame on me. Who was in this with you?
I wouldn't answer that if I were you, Clint. Drop the gun, Rogue.
Hello, Frank. Well, you're mixed up in this, too, huh? Well, maybe we can arrange a double execution.
I didn't tell him anything, Frank. I didn't tell him a thing.
I know it. I was listening. Sit down, Rogue.
Sure. Glad to. You were the brains of this deal, weren't you, Frank?
It's pretty obvious that quivering mess over there wasn't, isn't it? It's a good thing I was keeping my eye on him tonight. You see, Rogue, when he opened the door and turned on the lights, I saw you sitting there, and that's why I came in the back way. I was afraid that Clint would talk too much.
You think of everything, don't you?
I tried.
What are we going to do now, Frank? This Rogue, he knows I was there when Janice was murdered.
Knows you were there? Well, you might just as well know that you shot her then, huh? You did, you know.
Well, it was an accident.
Was it? I'll decide that.
Aren't you forgetting me, fellas?
Oh, no. No, we're not forgetting you, Mr. Rogue. It really doesn't make any difference who killed Janice as long as you disappear with all the evidence pointing to the fact that you did the job.
No, Frank. I don't want any more killing.
Shut up. I'm handling this affair.
What?
I'm going to keep you out of the gas chamber, Clint, if you'll just shut up and do as I tell you. Take Rogue's necktie off and tie his hands. We're going to knock him off and throw him over a canyon where he'll never be found.
Oh, you are? Well, I might as well take a crack at it. Give me that gun.
Grab him, Clint. Grab him.
Well, thanks, Clint. You were very handy with that chair. How come you hit him?
I couldn't let him kill you. I just couldn't.
All right. Take his necktie off and tie his hands with it. We're going to take him for a ride down to see the district attorney.
I killed her, Rogue. I killed Janice, but it was an accident. I swear it was an accident.
Well, you'll have a dandy chance to explain that to a jury, Clint. But now, come here. I've got something for you.
Oh!
That's for helping to frame me. Oh, brother, is that DA going to love me? Well, that was the end of the case. Frank had been blackmailing Janice Cole ever since her engagement to wealthy playboy Clint Hayes was announced. And that night, when Frank went to Janice's cabin, Clint followed him. When Clint arrived on the scene, jealousy took over. Frank drew a gun, and Clint jumped him. In the struggle which followed, Janice was shot while the gun was in Clint's hand. Helpful Frank accused scared Clint of the murder and talked him into framing me. Frank saw lovely visions of many happy years of blackmailing a millionaire. That broken watch crystal was the only thing that kept the frame from working. So I get my brains beat out. I put the arm on a killer and blackmailer. My vacation is broken up like a drop light bulb, and I didn't make a dime. Oh, well. Let's face it, if I hadn't been so clever, I'd be doing a life sentence instead of Clint and Frank. I would like that. No. I've heard that stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. But it's hard to illustrate the truth of that old saw to a guy who's behind the former looking through the latter. You know what I mean? This is Dick Mushmouth Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next Sunday, will you? We have a story for you about a doctor, a dentist, and a miserly old lady who comes up dead. We call it, Where There's a Will, There's a Murder. Thanks for listening, and now here's James with a hair Doyle.
Listen again next week at this same time to hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. And by the way, Dick will soon be seen in his newest Columbia picture, Johnny O'Clock.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler. I get a terrible feeling of depression. And then this awful urge comes upon me. The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain. The urge to kill.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales. Many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the unusual tale, the urge to kill. Henry Drake sits in his big office staring out over the smoking stacks of his busy factory. Production is at its peak. The demands of the past year have brought untold problems to his desk and placed heavy loads on his shoulders. Henry Drake and his partner, Philip Putnam, had started this factory 5 years ago and built it into a smooth-running, highly profitable organization. But now the added demands of war have more than trebled the production and the worries as well. Phil had put up most of the money and Henry the brains. It was Henry who always had to make the decisions. But now something is happening to Henry. He is beginning to slip. His memory is playing tricks on him.
Good morning, Mr. Drake.
Oh. Morning, Ethel.
Mr. Putnam wants to know if you studied those contracts last night.
Contracts? What contracts?
Why, the ones he gave you last night. You said you'd take them home. They must be signed by noon.
Contracts? Why, I don't know what you're talking about. When did Phil give me any contracts?
Why, just before you left last evening.
Well, that's funny.
Don't you remember?
What? Remember? Well, yes. Yes, I do remember now. Yes, of course.
Well, may I have them?
Well, let me see. What on earth did I do with them? Oh, tell Mr. Putnam to step in here.
Yes, Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake would like to see you, Mr. Putnam.
I'll be right in. I'll ring if I need you, Ethel.
All right.
Good morning, Henry. What's up? Why, about those contracts you gave me yesterday evening. Just what were they about?
What? What do you mean? Haven't you read them?
No. No, I haven't.
Good heavens, man. They were supposed to be signed by noon today, and it's 10 o'clock now. Now, where are they?
I don't know where they are, Phil. I can't find them. I'm sure I didn't take them home.
Oh, you must have.
Strange. I can't remember a thing about them.
Well, what did you do after you left here? Where'd you go?
Why, I went home. That is, I think I did.
Think you did? What's the matter with you, Henry?
I don't know, Phil. I can't seem to recall a thing I did last evening.
Are you kidding?
Certainly not. Why should I kid about such a thing?
Well, don't get sore about it. It's certainly ridiculous. This is a serious situation.
I know, Phil. I know that better than you do.
Well, call your home. They've got to be there. Have Rita send them over by special messenger.
Yes, sir?
Get Mrs. Drake on the phone. You don't look very well, Henry. You're as pale as a ghost. Look at the perspiration. What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know. I really don't know. I feel terrible, and my eyes are bothering me. Bright flashes keep passing in front of me, and my ears throb.
Oh, hello? Oh, Rita, this is Phil. Henry brought a contract home to study last evening. Look around and see if you can find it, Yeah, it's very important. In a blue binder, about 20 pages. What? I see. Thanks. She's in the library now.
Oh.
Yes? You can't? Yes. I see. Really? Well, all right. Now, call me back.
Well, what about it?
You have no idea what happened to you after you left here last evening at 6?
Did I leave at 6?
Certainly. So did I. She said you didn't come home for dinner. She decided to go to the opera. And when she came back at 12, you didn't come in until 1. Said your shoes and trousers were all covered with mud. You went straight to bed.
Was it raining last night?
Of course it was.
I don't remember that.
Rita's going to look in the coat and suit you were wearing last night. She'll call me back.
What on earth is happening to me? Where could I have gone?
Yes? Yes, Rita. Well, you couldn't. I see. Very well, thanks. Goodbye. Not a trace of the contract. Now what?
Phil, I've got to tell you this. This isn't the first time this has happened. It's been going on for weeks. About twice every week, a terrible depression comes over me, and then when I wake up, I can't for the life of me remember what happened the night before.
Well, maybe the strain has been too much. You better see a doctor at once, Henry.
Oh, I know I should, but I'm afraid to.
Why?
I'm afraid of what he might tell me.
Oh, nonsense. Go and see a doctor right now. I'll get down to your place and search it from top to bottom.
Very well, Phil. I'll go now. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Henry stumbles in a daze from his office and walks about the city for an hour trying to make up his mind to see a doctor. He doesn't have the courage to tell his own doctor, so he finally decides to visit a psychiatrist. Then he remembers the name of one of the most famous in the country, Dr. Schultz, the state psychiatrist.
I know you're not a general practitioner, Dr. Schultz. As a state psychiatrist, I know you're a busy man, but I've read a few of your books, and I thought you'd be willing to help me.
Well, ordinarily I wouldn't, Mr. Drake, but I know who you are and what you've been doing. I'll do what I can.
Thank you, Doctor.
You say you have lapses of memory?
Yes. I wake up in the morning and can't remember what happened the night before. In the morning, I have headaches and see strange flashes before my eyes and hear throbbing noises.
How often does this occur?
About twice a week. But I remember everything I do during the day.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had a serious ailment?
No.
Ever had an accident? Anything that might have caused a concussion?
Well, not that I remember. I may have had as a child.
Have you been working under an exceptional mental strain?
Yes, I have. The pressure's been more than doubled. For the last year, the problems have been so heavy that I've been unable to sleep. I've studied them until dawn, until finally I was unable to remember them.
You don't go to sleep easily?
No, not till very late. From all appearances, I wander about until 1 o'clock in the morning. Where, I don't know.
You're married?
Yes.
What does your wife think of your strange behavior?
Well, naturally, she doesn't like it. She says I walk in and go to bed without saying a word. So now she doesn't even ask where I've been.
Are you and your wife incompatible?
Well, somewhat.
Have you ever been interested in another woman?
I have not.
Any children?
No.
Have you ever been caught in a predicament where you were forced to do something dishonest in order to escape a severe penalty?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'll put it another way. Do you fear anything or anybody?
No.
Do you hate anything or anybody?
Yes. Lately, I dislike my work, my business, intensely.
Why?
I don't know why. Maybe I've had too much of it.
Who is closest to you in your work?
Well, I have a partner, and we have a secretary.
And who are they?
My partner is Philip Putnam. My secretary is Ethel Watson.
Oh, you both have the same secretary?
Yes. That way we keep things more orderly.
Could you get along without her?
Oh, I never thought of it. She's very capable, but I suppose I could get along without her.
Does your partner have as much responsibility in the business as you?
I do most of the mental work.
You resent that?
You mean, do I think he should take more responsibility? Yes, I do. But he isn't capable. He plays golf and takes days off at a time. Yes, I do resent that. But I know nothing can be done about it.
Is your partner married?
No. For a while, I thought he and our secretary were growing fond of each other, but in the last few months, it seems to have cooled.
Are your financial affairs in order?
Exceptionally so, never better.
Are you worried about the outcome of the war?
Well, no more than anyone else. I realize it'll keep every nose to the grindstone.
Did you drink?
Oh, I'm temperate. Probably a little more of late.
Never took narcotics?
No. I've tried sleeping tablets, but they did me no good.
I see. Have you anything further to add to this discussion?
No.
Well, then I must ask you to leave and not come back.
What? Why, what do you mean, Doctor?
Just that. Leave and don't come back until you decide to tell me the truth.
But I've been telling you everything I know.
No, you haven't. There's something you've been withholding. Good day.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. I've told you that you're holding something back, some fear that you don't want known. But if you want me to help you, you'll have to divulge everything.
All right. I thought maybe you could help me without my telling, but... All right. I'll tell you what it is.
That's better.
It happens on these mornings when I fail to remember what has occurred the night before. It happens during these spells of flashes and noises.
What happens?
I get this terrible feeling of depression. And then slowly, gradually, the urge comes to me.
The urge to what?
The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain, inflict injury on someone.
On whom?
Anyone. Any person who comes into my mind. Anyone I see or think about. The waitress in the cafe, my secretary, my chauffeur, my wife, my partner, a laborer. Anyone.
Have you ever killed anyone, Drake?
No, I swear never, and I don't want to. And that's why I'm here. I'm afraid. Afraid of myself. I don't want to harm anyone. I'd rather die.
Would you?
Yes. All right. Now you know. That's my great fear. Something's got to be done about it. You've got to help me.
Very well, Drake. I'm glad you finally told me. Now I know what to do, know where to start.
You don't think I'm going completely to pieces? Mentally, I mean.
No, I don't think so.
You think it's just temporary?
Let's not talk about it anymore.
But what can I do?
I want you to stay away from the business for a week. Don't go near it. Don't think about it. I want you to stay in bed as much as possible. Read something in the light vein. Putter about if you like. In the garden, say. Anything but business. At the end of the week, I want to see you again. But above all, rest. Rest your mind and your body.
Yes, I understand. And you think that will bring me out of these spells?
I think everything will turn out for the best.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Schultz. I appreciate all this, and I'll see you in a week.
Goodbye, Mr. Drake. Miss Burton.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Did you take down that interview, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor. I made a recording of it.
Thank you.
So Henry goes home and stays in bed for 3 days, according to the doctor's instructions. Then, toward midnight of the third evening, his wife Rita comes home and is startled to find him gone.
Jackson?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Drake.
Jackson, where's Mr. Drake?
Why, Mr. Drake is in his room.
But he isn't. He's gone.
Gone? But I didn't see him go out, ma'am.
When did you see him last?
Why, it was about 9:30. I looked in to see if there was anything he wanted before I retired.
What did he say? Was he dressed?
No, ma'am. He was in bed. He said he didn't want anything and that I might as well turn in.
Where on earth could he have gone on a rainy night like this?
Well, shall I go out and try to find him, ma'am?
No, never mind, Jackson. You can go back to bed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Can't imagine why on earth he'd go out when he wasn't feeling well. Hello? Phil? This is Rita. I just came in and Henry isn't here. I don't know. The butler said he saw him at 9:30 and he was in bed. Why would he go out in a storm? What reason could he possibly have? No, I don't think so. I hope he doesn't. Yes. Good night, Phil. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow evening if possible. Good night.
As Rita hangs up the receiver, she suddenly realizes the library door is closed, but a streak of light shows beneath it. She steps quickly to the door and opens it softly.
Henry.
Huh?
What are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Rita.
Why aren't you in bed?
In bed? Why, I don't know.
Who are you phoning?
Phoning? Oh, I was just thinking about phoning the doctor. I wanted to talk to him.
At this hour of the night? It's 12 o'clock.
12? Yeah, so it is.
Wait till morning.
Yes. Anyway, I can't remember what I wanted to say to him.
Where have you been?
Where have I been? I haven't been anyplace.
But you must have. Look at your topcoat. It's soaking wet. And look at your shoes. They're muddy.
That's strange. I don't remember having gone out. I thought I'd been sitting right here all evening.
But it's obvious that you haven't been here all evening. You have been out.
Perhaps so.
This is the second or third time you've come in with your shoes all muddy. Where do you go at this time of night?
I tell you, I don't remember.
I don't believe you.
Whether you do or not, I don't remember where I've been.
It's the silliest thing I ever heard of. A man like you, an intelligent man, walking around in his sleep.
But I couldn't have been asleep. I know that much.
Nonsense.
Oh, don't be so impatient, Rita. I don't like this any more than you do, but I'm sure I'll be all right in a short time. Dr. Schultz will pull me out of it.
Well, I hope so.
Have you been out, Rita?
Why, of course. I told you early in the evening I was going to play bridge with the Parkers.
Oh, perhaps you did, but I don't remember that either.
I told you just the same.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rita. I know this must be very trying for you. It isn't very pleasant to have a man mope about the house all the time.
Better go to bed, Henry, and get off those wet clothes.
Oh, yes. Rita, why don't you go away for a few days? Take a little rest. I know you're terribly upset about all this, and, well, it would do you good.
It wouldn't be exactly right for me to go away at a time like this. What would people think of me?
Well, who cares what people think? You could go up to the mountains or down to Miami or, well, any place. Maybe by the time you come back, I'll be all right.
Do you want me to go?
I don't want you to go, but I think it would be good for you. You're becoming upset because of me, and I think you'd worry less if you got away for a few days.
Very well. Perhaps you're right. We'll talk about it in the morning.
All right. Good night, Rita.
Good night.
Henry sits for a while staring at the telephone, then gets up slowly and shuffles up the steps to his room. He pauses for a few moments before Rita's door, then goes on to his own room and goes to bed. The storm continues in its fury, and from his kennel in the backyard, Duke, Rita's Airedale, begins to howl. Finally, the storm subsides. Morning comes, and Henry joins Rita at breakfast.
What's the matter, Henry? You haven't eaten a bite.
No, I'm not hungry. I don't feel at all well this morning.
You do look pale. I've never seen you so haggard.
No?
What's the matter with your hands?
My hands?
Well, yes, you keep staring at them and flexing your fingers.
Oh, well, I don't know. You seem to... Well, it feels like rheumatism.
Have some coffee.
Yes, I believe I will.
Here you are. Oh, good heavens. All over the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just seem to have no grip. Getting bad. I can't even hold on to a cup. Rita, what have you decided about that trip? I wish you'd take a few days' vacation.
Oh, you sound as though you want to get rid of me.
I'm only thinking of you.
Very well, if you insist. I'll go up to the mountain place. Maybe it'll do us both some good.
Oh, Mrs. Drake! Mrs. Drake!
Jackson, what on earth are you so excited about?
Something terrible has happened.
Terrible? What do you mean?
I don't know how to tell you it. It's awful.
What are you trying to say?
It's Duke, your Airedale.
What's happened to him?
He's dead. I just went out to the kennel to unhook his chain, and there he was, ma'am.
Oh, good heavens. Well, what happened to him?
He's been strangled. There he was beside his house, and his tongue sticking way out. Oh, it's awful, ma'am.
Strangled? But why? Who?
Well, maybe he got tangled up in his chain, but it didn't appear so, ma'am. Somebody did it deliberately.
Oh, the poor fellow. I can't imagine such a thing.
Wait a minute, Rita. I wouldn't go out there.
Oh, but I must.
Please don't. It'll just upset you. Please don't go.
Very well. But, I'm just sick all over.
Oh, now, Rita, I know how you feel, and it's a shame. Jackson, tell the maid to pack Mrs. Drake's things. She's going to the mountains for a few days.
Drake sits staring at his hands for a few moments, opening and closing them, opening and closing them. Then suddenly he leaves the house and rushes to Dr. Schultz's office.
What is wrong with you, Drake? You were to come here today after tomorrow.
I had to see you, Doctor. Something terrible has happened.
Now. Just calm down. Take it easy. Sit down, Drake.
It happened in the night.
What happened?
Duke, my wife's dog, he was killed last night.
Killed? Well, how did that happen?
He was strangled, choked to death.
Well, who did it?
I must have done it.
You? Oh, come now. What makes you think that?
I can't remember a thing about it. I can remember nothing of last night, but I must have done it because of my hands.
What's wrong with your hands?
They hurt. The muscles are terribly sore, as though I'd been doing something strenuous.
I see.
And look at this mark on my thumb. It's a long cut, as though something sharp had dragged across it.
You mean like a tooth?
Yes. Why not? The dog's tooth.
Certainly does. You really think you killed the dog?
What do you think, Doctor?
Well, I suppose it's possible, but there's no proof. Could be coincidental.
I don't think so. I must have done it. He never disturbed the neighbors that I know of.
Did you like the dog?
Why, of course. I was very fond of him. Don't you see what this means? I've been afraid of something like this. Heaven knows what else I've done when I've been in these lapses. You've got to do something for me.
Drake, I'm going to have to put you through all the tests. It'll take some time, but I think we can get at the root of your trouble.
I'll do anything you say.
We'll start right now. Miss Burden, get Dr. Fenton. I want him to assist me in a complete examination.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Now, Drake, just relax and continue staring into this little beam of light. We want you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Yes.
You're crossing a street. An automobile suddenly bears down upon you, you see?
Yes.
In an effort to save yourself, you jump out of the way.
Yes.
You jump forward or backward?
Why, backward?
Why?
I can jump backward quicker than I can forward.
Repeat after me as rapidly as possible. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9.
You have no children?
No.
But you are married?
Yes.
Suppose you had a child. You come home at night and discover your house is on fire. Your wife and child are alone, asleep on the second floor. Will you try to rescue them first or call the fire department?
Call the fire department?
I see. Get all that with the timing, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor.
Now, Drake, keep your eyes on the black dot. Follow it closely as it moves. I'm going to call out a series of words. As I call them, you will answer the word or phrase suggested by what I say.
Yes.
Green.
Grass.
Roses.
Funeral.
Orange.
Sunset.
Honeysuckle.
Home.
Violets.
Wife.
Red.
Blood.
Dog.
Hands.
Auto.
Wreck.
Rain.
Mud.
Love.
Hate.
Very well, Drake. Rest for 10 minutes, and we'll proceed to the next test. How do your hands feel?
Huh? Why, about the same.
All right. Come with me, Miss Burton.
So on through the day, at various intervals, the psychiatrist continues his examination. And finally, Drake goes home completely exhausted. For an hour or two, he dozes in the library. Then about 9:30, Jackson, the butler, steps into the room.
Beg pardon, sir.
Huh? Oh, where have you been, Jackson?
Why, no one was here, sir. I went over to visit my brother for a few hours.
Where's Mrs. Drake?
Why, she's going to Miami for a few days, sir. Said to tell you she thought she'd better go today. Took the 6 o'clock train this evening.
Oh, I see.
Anything you want, sir?
No, you can turn in if you like.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good night.
All right.
Henry sits staring into the dark for almost an hour. Then slowly he rises, as if in a daze, puts on his hat and coat, slips out of the house, and starts to walk about in the night. Finally, he comes to an apartment house, climbs to the top floor, and knocks on the door.
Henry, what are you doing here?
I want to talk to you, Phil.
Oh, come in. What's the matter with you? Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
Well, just as you like. What do you want to talk about?
You have your bags packed. Are you going someplace?
Why, yes. I'm driving down to Boston for a week on business.
On business?
Yes, on business. I tried to reach you today, but was unable to. What on earth's wrong with you? What are you staring at?
You sure you're going to Boston?
Certainly I'm sure. What are you laughing about?
You aren't going to Boston. I know where you're going.
I tell you, I'm going to Boston.
I don't believe you.
What are you talking about?
Rita's gone to Miami. Why don't you go to Miami, too? Wouldn't you like that better? I think that'd be very jolly.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop this nonsense.
Is Rita here?
Certainly not. Why should she be here?
I wonder. Couldn't you think of any reason?
I think you're out of your mind.
Do you? Really?
You certainly act like it.
Oh, but I'm not. I'm perfectly sane.
Oh, crazy people think they're sane.
Maybe I am crazy, but I don't feel crazy. I'm perfectly normal.
You'd better go home. You're in no condition to be wandering around.
Where's Rita?
I don't know where Rita is.
She hasn't been here?
No.
You're lying, Phil. She has been here.
That's ridiculous.
Look, here in the ashtray, one of Rita's special-made cigarettes.
Why, I put that there. I thought I'd try them.
Really? When did you take to using lipstick, Phil?
All right. She was here, but she left to catch a train at 6 o'clock.
And you'll catch the next one, is that it?
She came here to talk about you. She's terribly upset about your condition. She thinks... Well?
What does she think?
She's become afraid of you.
Oh, has she? And what caused that?
Well, Why wouldn't she be upset? You've been acting like a lunatic. She thinks you killed her dog. Did you?
I don't remember. Maybe I did.
I've got to hurry. My train leaves in half an hour.
There's no train for Boston for 3 hours, but the train to Miami leaves in half an hour.
You'd better go home, Henry.
Why don't you admit it? Why lie about it? You're meeting her in Miami.
Get out of here.
You and Rita are in love. I know it. I've known it for weeks and weeks. Last night I found out for sure.
You're crazy.
Maybe I am. But I heard you both talking on the phone. She didn't know I was listening in on the extension in the library. I heard you agree to meet at a certain time. That's what I've been waiting for. Now I know.
All right. What of it? The way you've been acting is enough to make any woman dislike you.
Oh, so you admit it?
Yes. Now get out of here. Henry, put away that gun.
All right. I'm going to leave it right here when I'm through with it. I'm going to kill you.
You insane fool. You can't get away with a thing like this. You can't prove anything about Rita and me. They'll hang you.
I don't think so. Don't you remember? I'm crazy.
I'll fix you. Police department.
Go ahead. Call them. That's fine.
Hello? This is Phil Putnam, Rex the Apartments. There's a madman in my room. She's trying to kill me. It's crazy.
What a shame, Phil. You've missed the train.
Well, it's all over, Henry. You can sit down now and wait for the police. You won't have any more mental lapses now, will you, Henry? You won't need to. A slick job, Henry, and very beautifully planned. Everyone knows about your mental lapses, your illness, your desire to harm people. Rita knows about the dog. Your secretary knows about the contracts. And most important of all, Dr. Schultz knows that you've been suffering from a mental disorder for weeks. Oh, there'll be a trial. Your plea will be insanity. You'll go away for a while, and then all of a sudden you'll be cured and walk out a free man. Now we're in the courtroom. Dr. Schultz, the psychiatrist, is speaking.
Mr. Drake came to me with his troubles some weeks ago. Later, Dr. Fenton and I psychoanalyzed him thoroughly. Here is a signed statement of our findings at that time, attached to our findings as of yesterday. Henry Drake was then, and is now, absolutely sane. The whole thing was a plan to escape the death penalty for premeditated murder.
Well, there you go, Henry. The whole thing blew up in your face. A beautiful plan gone haywire. You should have spent less time thinking about your revenge, Henry, and more time studying psychology. Too bad.
KBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story of Death in the Morning. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway is My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When it's September and the summer sighs away, Broadway is festooned with the colors of fall. The pastels of the cotton dresses mix sadly with the brown and gray of the flannel. And here and there, Broadway's shapely foliage turns to plaid. It's the time of the quickened step and the crumpled travel folder and coney-dyed beaver. And the September song is a deep-throated sound, the mob voice, the hay fever, and the oysters being torn from the half-shell. Another season, kid. One more 3-month span to get where you're going. And the autumn days have their 6 o'clock in the morning time, the just beginning another day time. It was a street where Broadway turns a corner into the 40s, where I was, and Detective Muggavan, and a woman.
She's in here, Danny, in this car. Right there on the floor in front.
Yeah. Who is she?
Well, I don't know. No identification, no handbag. Just this.
Car registered to Edward Bishop, 1110 160th.
Uh-huh. Slip was in the glove compartment.
Who found her?
Officer Kaplan. Tagged it late last night for traffic violation parking. 5 o'clock when he was going off duty, he noticed the car still wasn't moved. Opened it, looked. Found her under that blanket. I'd say she was about 27, huh?
Shot once in the back. From up close.
Yeah, death probably instantaneous. Here they are, Danny. In the front of the car, Doc. Hey, you're a new Doc, aren't you?
Don't move her, Doctor. Wait for the photographers.
But don't just stand there, Doc. You gotta... You'll get used to it, kid. This kind of thing happens a lot.
And the cluster of the walkers to work, the people of the subway, glad for the delay of the dead woman who lies at the beginning of another day, stops it for a time, holds it, the desolate pause, the time for turning back. But the hungry day will not wait. Subways are empty and must be filled. The clever machines in the offices long for the fluttering caress of quick fingers. Can't stop for the dead kid, a buck has to be made. Give someone else your place in line. And in the corridor of the address on the registration slip, a woman in a raveled coat sweater sweeps away the night litter and autumn mists, gathers them on a dustpan, throws them into the street. You ask for Edward Bishop, and she shrugs you to a scarred door at the end of the hall, watches you as you knock, waits with you for the door to open.
You're an early bird, mister.
Police.
Huh? Oh, my.
The woman drops her broom, scurries away to tell her friends and neighbors.
Early bird out to catch a worm, huh, mister? Not me, not for something I've done. I never do anything bad.
You, Edward Bishop?
Oh, not me. Mr. Bishop's my roomie. He gone and done something naughty? Come in, mister, and tell me all about it.
Where is he?
Oh, out frying his nightly kettle of fish, I presume. His bed ain't been slept in.
No?
Huh? Oh, my, that hollow you see in the bedclothes is where I tried it. I'm an experimenter. Long as he wasn't in it, I thought my roomie's bed might be better than my own. It wasn't. Mr. Bishop's gone and done something naughty, huh?
Do you know where he is?
I want to tell you something about Mr. Bishop, my roomie. He's a tight-lipped man. Rock face, I call him when he ain't looking. That's because he never whispers a secret to me or shares a Coke when I offer him part of mine. He just lets me dab his hanky with cologne sometimes when he's going out for a heavy evening.
He had a lot of them, evenings like that?
Well, for a man who has to shave twice a day, he has more than his share.
You wouldn't know with whom.
Oh, I might. But first you tell me what my roomie did to you.
Maybe you'd find it cozier down at headquarters. Maybe that Japanese kimono you wear makes it
You're
look...
getting rough. Hello there, mister. I'll tell you what I know, then you tell me what you know, huh? My roomie's been squiring a lady by the name of Anna Compton.
You know her?
Oh, just to talk to on the phone. A lovely voice. Haunts you.
When'd you talk to her last?
Oh, 2 or 3 days ago. I'll tell you just how it was. She kept calling here evenings, asking my roomie to call her back. Just leave her name. Anna Compton. My roomie squiring a married lady.
Bishop never shared anything with you, and still
I'll tell you about that, too. Her haunting voice made me nervous. I told you I'm an experimenter. So one day I sat down with the phone book and called every Compton there is. Then a man answered and said his wife Anna wasn't home. Who was calling? Of course, I hung up.
Then you know her address.
In the New Rochelle phone book for everyone's eyes to see. Now it's your turn. What did Mr. Bishop do?
A woman was found murdered in his car.
My, oh, my. That's as naughty as you can get, ain't it?
Mr. Blackburn said that. Then Mr. Blackburn reached over to my lapel, pinched off a piece hanging from the buttonhole, and dangled it accusingly under my nose. This is the way I left Mr. Blackburn. Then back to headquarters, issue an all-points bulletin for Edward Bishop. Then down one flight to the photo lab, be handed a picture. Tuck it in the black notebook where you've jotted the name of Leo Compton and his address in New Rochelle. Then the ride there to the community where the houses have the built-in attitude that violent death never visits here. In the next street, maybe it happens, or to a friend of a friend, but it never happens here.
Anna? Anna, is that you? Lost your key? Anna, where have you been? Oh.
Is your name Compton?
Leo Compton, that's right.
I'm from the police. My name is Danny Clover.
Oh, yeah?
Mind if I come in?
Well, I guess so. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute there.
Yeah?
Police?
Mr. Compton.
It's about Anna. It's about Anna, isn't it? What's happened to her?
Listen to me, Mr.
All
Compton.
right, I'm listening.
Is Anna your wife?
Yes.
This woman, this picture I have here.
Yes, that's Anna. Yeah. How did you get that? How'd you get Anna's picture?
I wish I knew some way to say this.
Anna's dead.
We found her this morning. She'd been shot.
Oh.
Her body's at the morgue.
Anna.
I've got to ask you.
I know.
She didn't come home last night, Mr. Compton.
No, you're wrong. She came home. Anna came home to me. It was my fault, really. I sent her away. I told her I didn't care. And the things I said to her, the names. Suppose the last words you ever said to your wife were names like that.
What happened last night, Mr. Compton?
Well, she came home. It was about 7 yesterday evening. And she had the bracelet on.
She was wearing a bracelet when we found her.
She had the bracelet on. And I asked her where she got such an expensive bracelet to wear. And she said she got a bargain. A bargain.
What do you mean?
From her boyfriend. Oh, she told me. Anna told me all right. And listen, you know what I did? I called him up. I'm not narrow-minded. Things can happen. Just because it's your wife doesn't mean it can't happen. I called her boyfriend up, and I told him to come over. I'd pay him for the bracelet.
Did he come over?
Oh, he came over. Anna was stunned, all right. And I wrote a check for the bracelet, $200. Don't you think Anna wasn't stunned?
Mr. Compton.
But you know what she did? She left with him anyhow. Bracelet, check, she, and him. And that's when I said...
What was the man's name?
Bishop, Edward Bishop. He's an auctioneer for the Hunter Galleries. Oh, there's something else.
Yes?
I'll call for Anna. I'll take her out of that place where she is.
Come in off the Avenue of the Americas, mister. Behind these dirty shop windows, there are bargains.
Edward Bishop work here?
He did till he killed himself a woman, ran up a parking ticket.
You know all that for sure.
I know Eddie. He works for me. The pitchman to end all pitchmen. The spiel that kills, that's Eddie Bishop. He talk you into buying something you don't like, mister?
You said he killed her. Why?
You're a cop, aren't you? Come inside. I'll brew you something warm. It gets cold for everybody on the avenue. No, leave the door open. A looker might want to come in to browse. That's how it is in the world. Lookers, browsers, handlers, then walk out. Just like my Eddie. You want a sip of the warm brew?
Why did you say he killed her?
It's in Eddie to do a thing like that. It's what's about him that fascinates a girl. That and the clever way he handles an auctioneer's hammer. I could show you a 3-time bruise. 3 times and you're sold on a man like Eddie.
You read in the papers a woman is found dead in Bishop's car, and that makes you know he's a murderer.
That and the way he spoke my name sometimes after we closed up the shop. Zoe, he'd say to me. Zoe killed a long day for me. You don't argue with a man like Eddie when he talks like that.
You knew Mrs. Compton?
When the summer began to fade, Eddie started talking to me about her. How she looked when she walked in one day to bid on an object of art. Then how she looked over a cocktail at a corner bar. And then how it was with the lights of Coney on her face and in Eddie's car on the long way to New Rochelle. All this my auctioneer told me. That's how I know the dead Mrs. Compton. I'm glad for her.
You never saw her with him?
It was last night. I watched from behind the counter. I saw her shove her wrist at Eddie. Eddie put a bracelet on it, one he'd bought from stock. I thought it was for me. Right in front of me, he did it.
If it was like that for them, why would he kill her?
Who knows? Maybe she rubbed him the wrong way. Maybe she asked him for it. Eddie was a man to oblige a lady.
All right. Thank you.
Do something for me, mister.
What?
You find Eddie Bishop, give him my message. Tell him I want an invite to his execution. It's been a dull season.
Danny? Over here in the squad car.
You got something, Muggavan?
Well, maybe, maybe not. Guy was found dead in the building excavation over on 3rd. Nobody wants to touch him.
Yeah, let's go. Drive down the ramp, Muggavan.
Yeah. Well, this sidewalk superintendent's really got something to stare at now. Here.
Hey, what happened, mister?
Him and a scoop happened. Half hour ago, I decided to scratch this ground. First scoop full of shovel come up with was him.
Hey, let's get it down, huh?
Sure. Okay?
Yeah, real good. I'll take a look, huh? Shot, Danny. Here's a wallet.
Look at this. Check for $200 signed by Leo Compton.
Uh-huh. Paid to the order of Edward Bishop. Edward Bishop? He's the man we figured murdered Anna Compton.
Yeah, the man we figured murdered Anna Compton.
What? Well, what'd you say, Danny?
Nothing. I didn't say anything at all.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Singers Alan Dale and Sarah Vaughan will be Steve Allen's guests on Songs for Sale just a little later tonight. Once again, Steve will be playing host to 4 amateur songwriters and their unpublished songs, one of which will be chosen for nationwide hearing. For merriment and melody, here's Songs for Sale later tonight on most of these same CBS radio stations.
September morn dips a dainty toe into a Broadway billboard and unshivering gazes down upon a street that only yesterday was choked with summer. But the refuse is there, where summer has passed and left pieces of itself. In the scratch and warp of summertime blues still screeching out of the loudspeakers. The sunny mannequins, wax slightly melted, waiting in shop windows to be replaced by the fall and winter models. The faint odors of the sun-warmed perfume, the souvenir of the golden girl who walked right past you, turned a corner, vanished into a place where summer never dies. A place not open to you, kid. Only autumn's ahead of you, kid. Start using it. It's already giving you 2 murders. A woman in the front seat of a car, a man scooped out of the earth on the teeth of a steam shovel. What more can you ask? September's showering her gifts on you, kid. Take them. They're all yours. And at headquarters, Sergeant Tartaglia brings you your share of them. Holds them from you with a smile that shows he slept well last night.
The accumulated atoms on the murders, Danny. In these papers I teased before you.
And have a good night, Gino?
No complaints come to mind, Danny. The evening was a fulsome one. Father McCleary came to call. A pleasant time was had by all, as is our usual procedure.
Yeah, Father McCleary is a fine man.
Salt of the earth. I asked Mrs. T to break open a bottle of Mogan Dovard wine. He don't even blink an eye. Sips with you, talks with you, brings presents for the Tartaglia brood. This is a man who also brings you the gift of restful sleep.
Remember me to him, Gino.
Roger, Wilco. Now, to the papers I am about to bestow upon you. In them you will find a report from Technical, to wit. The bullets that killed Mrs. Compton and Mr. Bishop, Technical states, came from the same gun.
Mm-hmm.
Markings are identical. The rundown on the past histories of Mrs. Compton and Mr. Bishop is contained in reports from interested neighbors and relatives gathered by...
You'll spare me a moment, Mr. Clover.
Look, you. Standard operating procedure is to knock when one desires a moment of Danny
Come
Clover's...
in, Mr. Compton.
I've come to demand something, Mr. Clover, and I intend to. Not leaving here until you give it to me.
What would that be?
Anna's bracelet. The one that... Well, everyone's dead. It belongs to me.
Because you gave Bishop a $200 check for it?
I stopped payment on my check. After all, that Mr. Bishop did give it to Anna. I needn't have made that stupid gesture. And now she's dead. And he's dead.
Yes, your wife is dead. You loved her, you told me.
The bracelet's mine. You want to quibble about it? Have me spend money on lawyers?
You're right, Mr. Compton. It's yours. Take it. We've no more use for it. We have photographs.
You understand. It's not the money. It's only that if it once belonged to her, it now belongs to me. It's a kind of...
Remembrance of the dead?
Well, I'm not going to think about it. I have enough trouble. Living in an empty house with no one to... I scrimp and save all my life, share it with Mrs. Compton. And the cost of things, Mr. Clover, it's outrageous. Food, furniture, clothes, and transportation. You know what cab fare cost me from New Rochelle? $5.60. It's outrageous.
You could have come in another way.
Oh, yes, and be mocked at, pointed to, as the husband of a murdered woman. They put my picture in the paper, you know, and that makes me a curiosity, a freak.
You didn't tell me when I last saw you, Mr. Compton. What did you do after your wife left you with Bishop?
What's that?
I said, what did you do? Go anywhere? Talk to anyone?
Well, of course I talk to someone. A man's wife walks out on him when he's given her all this.
Who?
Mervyn Mago. He's an old friend from boyhood. I go to him whenever I'm in trouble. He's a professional helper. He's in that business.
He makes money by helping people?
He runs a mission on East 40th. You'll like him, I think. Well, thank you, Mr. Clover. You were easier to deal with than I thought.
Danny, a man's wife is murdered and he comes back for... Danny, you think...
It's something to think about, huh, Gino? It was something to think about. Consider a man whose wife had been murdered. Consider, in space of 24 hours, his tears had dried, the shock of death had dwindled into something much more negotiable. A $200 bracelet, for example. The grief tempered by the high cost of taxicab fares. Leo Compton had motive enough to commit 2 murders. His wife because she had run out on him, Edward Bishop because he had run with her. Motive, certainly. So check on his story. Item, He was a man who needed companionship at the time of stress. Specifically, he liked to talk to a man who ran a mission. Go to the man who ran a mission and ask questions.
Glad you came to see me, Mr. Clover. I really am.
So am I, Mr. Mago. Now,
a dozen checkerboards and a few back-issue magazines. You'll admit I do the best I can. Then there's always the coffee and donuts. The boys expect them. Standard fare for places like this.
Sure. Now,
once I got a bright idea. Put in a ping-pong table. Built it myself. You know, ping-pong for the boys, a little physical exercise.
What happened?
The boys didn't understand about ping-pong. Took down the net, made a backstop out of the old magazines. Well, I confiscated the dice. Loaded.
How often does Leo Compton come down here?
Sometimes often. Sometimes not for months at a time. Whenever Leo feels the need.
Need of what?
Someone to talk to.
But why to you?
Because he doesn't have to explain himself to me. The embarrassment of bearing himself to someone doesn't have to be done. I know him, Mr. Clover. I know him well.
That's what I want you to tell me about, Mr. Mago.
I guess it was 20 years ago I met Leo. We went to the same summer camp in the Catskills, a charity camp. I was his big brother, assigned with the counselor. You know, the older camper. I showed him how to put a French tuck in a bed. His swimming buddy. You know?
Uh-huh. And since then, whenever he got into trouble...
With himself or with the world, he came to me. I like to think I'm necessary to Leo.
I can understand.
Leo is a product, Mr. Clover. The making of a living, the background of poverty. Even now that he's fairly well-to-do, it still eats him.
What does?
Even at camp, the pattern was there. He would organize little card games after lights out, wouldn't play himself, but took a cut from every pot. That sort of thing all his life.
I see. Tell me something else. When his wife ran out on him, he came down here to talk to you. What did he say?
Not a whole lot. He told me the story. I listened. That's just about all he wanted down here.
He told you and then he went home, is that it?
Not right away. He told me, and then the boys started to straggle in for their coffee and donuts. He joined them. He always does. He ate 4 of those donuts, Mr. Clover.
Danny?
Oh, sure, Muggerman. What is it?
I want you to talk to a man. Come on in, Mr. Scott. This is Mr. Scott, Danny. Mr. Scott, Lieutenant Clover.
I do. Well, sit down, Mr. Scott. Sure, right there will be fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Scott. Give the lieutenant the bracelet.
Thank you.
I thought it was the right thing to do, Lieutenant Clover. I saw the man's picture in the paper mixed up in a murder, and then that he should all of a sudden
the
come to
bracelet
me,
Mrs. Compton was
of all
wearing.
people,
I know.
And out of the side of his mouth offered to
Where did
sell
you
me.
get this bracelet, Mr. Scott?
I told you, didn't I?
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you mind telling me again?
Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Please do.
Well, here I was walking toward the subway entrance on 59th Street, and he come up to me.
Who did?
The man whose picture was in the paper about his wife's being slain, that's who.
Means Leo Compton.
I mean Leo Compton. He plucked my sleeve. He offered to sell me this bracelet. He said he was making deliveries for a jewelry concern, and the bracelet was left over, and nobody seemed to know where it come from.
Uh-huh. How much did you pay for it, Mr. Scott?
Ridiculous price. He asked $5.60 for it, and that's what I give him. You might as well know, too, that he kept turning his face from me, but I certainly recognized him. That's why I've come here.
Muggerman, write Mr. Scott a voucher for $5.60, and thank you very much, Mr. Scott.
You call me in, Danny, and you ask me to step over into a department that's not strictly mine. And why don't you wait for the reports from technical? Huh?
All I want is an opinion, Dr. Sinsky. Whose toes would you step on if you give me that?
Gordon of technical. All right, so he deserves a toe smashing once in a while. What do you want of me, Danny?
You examined Mrs. Compton. The bullet wound,
Yeah.
the type of wound where it was in her back. Is it one that would bleed freely?
Yes, Danny, but you know these things as well as I. Why do you
I just got
ask?
these photographs. Here, look at them. The inside of the car where Mrs. Compton was found.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dr. Sinsky?
You know as well as I.
Tell me
Danny.
anyway. I want to be sure.
It is obvious that the loss of blood in the car was slight, which makes it, to me, apparent that the woman was not shot in the car, but somewhere else, and then put into the car and... I'm a doctor, Danny, not
A detective?
I didn't mean it to sound like
Yeah,
that.
I know. Thanks for the opinion, Dr. Sinsky.
It's all around in the backyard. Go through the gate.
Well, I hope you appreciate me crating all this stuff for you. Why aren't you, Mr. Clover?
Moving day, Mr. Compton?
Huh? Oh, no. My wife's things. It's hard to live with.
I see. Giving them away, huh?
Well, not exactly.
Selling them?
I saw an ad in the paper where they buy merchandise like... Well, yes, I'm selling honest clothes. Why?
How much are you getting for them?
Why?
I'm curious.
Why?
$560 for a bracelet worth $200. A man like you to do that strange.
How do you know about the bracelet?
The man you sold it to got scared.
The bracelet was mine to sell. Why should he get scared?
That's not the point, Mr. Compton. The point is why you should sell such a valuable bracelet for so little. You could have gotten more.
I got what I wanted.
Yeah, I guess you did. You broke even. Bishop gave your wife the bracelet, so legally it's yours. But you'd paid him for it.
I told you that.
You gave him the check so we'd find it on him. So your story of what happened the night of your wife's death would hold up.
What's that?
But with Bishop dead, and the bracelet legally yours anyhow, why should you be liable for the check? His estate would have the check cashed.
Well, that's right, I did. I gave him a check for it.
Stop payment on it, too.
That's right. Why should I spend money I don't have to?
Sure.
You see what I mean, don't you?
Sure. You know, you're a funny man, Mr. Compton.
Well, I guess people say that about me. I don't care.
You're so careful with money, and you're an honest man. But you couldn't stand having that bracelet around. It was a symbol of what your wife did to you. See, you sold it for the cost of your cab fare, even all round.
Oh, that's how much you know. I lost plenty. I lost my wife.
You're a funny man.
I told you my wife had a boyfriend, and I was ready to forgive her. She walked out on me anyhow. Oh, she would have come back, don't you worry about it.
You'd already killed her when you called Bishop.
I told you that.
Yeah, I know.
I told you how it was. I said that.
Then when Bishop arrived, you killed him, too. Wrote out a check and stuck it in his pocket. Put your wife and Bishop in Bishop's car as if she'd left with him.
She did, I told... Oh, you didn't listen at all.
I could call technical. They'd find blood in your house, no matter how hard you scrubbed.
You don't understand anything. I worked hard all my life. I put my own price on things. My wife belonged to me. She was mine. And nobody gets her. Not for a $200 bracelet, they don't. What do you think I am, anyhow?
Let's go,
For
Mr.
a bracelet? What good is that? What did she need that for? As if it were something. I'm a hard worker. Things I own didn't come easy. What's going to happen to them now? Mr. Clover, you better get in touch with Mr. Mago. He'll know how to advise me. Why, he's just like a big brother to me.
It's the journey to the end of all the other streets in the world, this Broadway. You turn a corner and you're there. Walk it slowly. Lean your heart against it. Shop for the kicks, the bargains, the heartbreak, until it all explodes in your face. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Howard McNear was heard as Leo Compton. Featured in the cast were Billy Hallop, Lou Krugman, Joe Forte, and Francis Cheney. Two styles of music, both tops in popularity, are heard every Sunday over most of these same CBS stations. Guy Lombardo's Sweetest Music This Side of Heaven is one. The other's the singing style of Mario Lanza, new vocal sensation of the airwaves. Enjoy Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians and the Mario Lanza Show tomorrow night. Stay tuned now for Sing It Again, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. Bill Anders speaking. This is CBS, where you meet adventure with Charlie Wilde on Sundays on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Once, Mike Shayne, San Francisco's favorite detective, is in his office high up in the Rust Building attending to business. Phyllis Knight, his easy-on-the-eyes assistant, is taking notes as their latest clients, inventor William Belsey and Miss Hess, try to explain the unexplainable.
Now, let me get this straight, Miss Hess. You have been visiting your aunt in New York?
Yes, for 6 months. I wired Daddy that I would arrive Wednesday, but I managed to get an earlier train and arrived Monday.
And the house was all in order when you came home Monday at 10 in the morning?
Yes, that's right. I expected Daddy for dinner, but, well, he didn't come home.
You didn't call his office and tell him you had arrived earlier than expected?
Oh, no. Daddy hated people in the family calling him at the office.
And you weren't particularly worried when he didn't come home at all that night?
Not particularly. Daddy often stayed at the club.
But you didn't call the club, hmm?
No.
So Monday night he didn't come home, all day Tuesday he didn't come home?
Nor Tuesday night, nor all day Wednesday.
So it was only because Mr. Belsey called you Wednesday night and said your father had an appointment with him and that your father hadn't showed up. It was for that reason only that you started to worry.
No, I wouldn't say that. I worried more and more as the time passed, but you must remember Daddy didn't expect me till Wednesday night.
And his appointment wasn't with me exactly. I was going to be there, naturally, but the appointment was with Mr. Hackert and Mr. Carter.
As I understand it, you had an invention which Mr. Hess was going to finance?
Actually, he did finance it. He advanced me the money I asked for. But I saw that my estimate was wrong, so I laid the cards on the table and gave Mr. Hess the chance to withdraw.
And instead of withdrawing from the venture, he invited Carter and Hackert in on it, hmm?
That's right. And I wanted them to think it over before they accepted the deal. It's pretty much of a gamble, you know.
And although Miss Hess maintains that her father hasn't been home since Monday, you saw him at lunchtime on Wednesday.
Well, just for a second. We just happened to be lunching at the same cafe.
You reminded him of the evening's appointment?
He reminded me.
So today you both decided to ask me to investigate.
Well, the idea was Mr. Belsey's. He insisted that we do something, so I called the police, but Mr. Belsey said that wasn't enough, and so we came to you.
When did you notify the police?
About 11 this morning.
I'll get it. Mike Shayne, private detective.
Hello, Phyllis.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Is Miss Hess still in your office?
Why, yes, but how
Let
on
me
earth...
talk to her, Phil.
Sure, Inspector. It's for you, Miss Hess.
For me?
Yes, Inspector. Here, you talk to him.
Hello?
Miss Hess? Can you come over to Oakland right away?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
It's important, Miss Hess. It's about your father.
You mean you found him?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Afraid? Then something's happened to him?
Yes.
Oh, serious?
Very serious, Miss Hess. Your father is dead.
Dead? You say Daddy's dead?
Yes, Miss Hess, your father was murdered.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Inspector.
Hello.
Thanks for bringing the young lady along. We won't keep you alone, Miss Hess. Just a matter of identification. Of course, from the cards and his wallet and other bits of information, we're certain.
I understand.
All right, Sergeant. Yes, sir. Is that your father, Miss Hess?
Yes, Inspector. That's Daddy. you any idea as to who murdered him?
No, not so far. We'll want to question you later, of course, to find out, well, whether or not he had any enemies.
I'm ready to answer questions now. I'm not the hysterical type, Inspector.
So I gather.
Inspector.
Yes?
There's something different about Father. And not because...
Not because he's dead and been in the water?
No. I don't know what it is. Just different.
I see. Has the inspector asked about the possibility of your father's enemies?
He had none that I know of.
How much do you know about Mr. Belsey and the other partners in this deal, Miss Hess? Mr. Carter and Mr. Hackett?
Well, I don't know Mr. Belsey at all. I never spoke to him before he called up Wednesday night because Daddy hadn't kept his appointment.
You've known the others how long?
Ever since I was going to high school.
What do you know about them?
Well, nothing except that they seem nice. Mr. Shayne. Inspector.
Yes?
I know what it is that's different.
Oh? Yes?
Daddy's coat, his overcoat, his umbrella, and his glasses are missing.
Well, under the circumstances, glasses and the umbrella being missing is not surprising. Of course, he might not have been wearing his overcoat.
Daddy always wore his overcoat. It was one of his distinguishing habits. He never went out without an overcoat.
Do you know how many coats he had?
Well, yes, he had 3, unless he bought one while I was away.
Do you mind if we go to your house right now? We might find something there in the nature of a clue.
No, I have no objection.
Okay. Inspector?
Yes?
You take Miss Hess.
Right.
Phyllis and I will take Belsey, and I think the sergeant ought to gather Carter and Hackett, too, don't you?
The sergeant already called headquarters and asked them to locate them for us.
Good. Then we'll all meet at your place on Pacific Heights. You say, Mr. Belsey, that everything was harmonious at the meeting between you, the murdered man, Hackett, and Carter on Monday night?
Well, certainly. There was no reason for anything else. The meeting was held at Hackert's house. We were all agreed. I had the invention, they had the money, and they were willing to start right away. I just wanted them to think it over and take their time.
What happened after the meeting?
Why, nothing. It was cold, and I drove Mr. Hess over the Bay Bridge. He refused to let me drive him home, so I let him out at the Key System Depot, and he caught a taxi.
You say it was cold?
Yes, it was.
Tell me, was he wearing his overcoat?
Why, no.
Was he wearing his overcoat Wednesday when you saw him at lunch?
Yes, he was.
Mike, I guess this is the house, the one with the white porch. There's the inspector's car in front.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there you are. Miss Hess is checking the closet for her father's overcoats. I said I'd show you into the living room. In this way. Hackett and Carter are on their way out, Mike.
Good.
Car just drove up outside, 2 men getting out.
Oh, that's them.
Inspector, Daddy's dark blue overcoat's missing. And so is his favorite umbrella, the one with the handle carved in the shape of an elephant.
Did you say umbrella, miss?
Yes, Sergeant.
With the handle shaped like an elephant?
That's right.
What is it, Sergeant?
Well, the headquarters just phoned. They found the umbrella and the overcoat with a pair of eyeglasses in the pocket.
Where'd they find them, Sergeant?
Washed up at the yacht club jetty in Sausalito.
What?
At Sausalito? Well, that's 10 miles from where we found the body. That's funny.
It's more than funny, Inspector. It's the first clue yet. The murderer's first mistake.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and his adventures. Friends, your automobile engine gets dirty inside as well as out. As your engine operates, bits of carbon, particles of dirt, drops of water and gasoline are constantly accumulating in the crankcase. As these accumulations build up, they form a sludge which gums up valves, sticks to piston rings, and otherwise interferes with the smooth, easy operation of your engine. That's why Union Oil Company recommends flushing out your engine from time to time with Cleanse Oil, the special solvent action cleansing oil. Cleanse Oil is harmless to your motor, but it penetrates quickly to every working part, cutting sludge away swiftly and cleanly. Then, when the Cleanse Oil is drained out, the sludge flushes out with it, leaving your engine clean. And with a fresh supply of pure paraffin-based Triton motor oil, you're all set for hundreds of miles of clean, economical engine operation. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask the Minuteman for Union Oil engine flushing service. Thank you. The murdered Mr. Hess's overcoat, umbrella, and glasses have been found. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are in the inspector's office at headquarters. The sergeant enters.
Here you are, sir. Coat, umbrella, and glasses. Oh, the glasses aren't broken.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Let me see them, Inspector. Wow.
What?
Pretty strong lenses.
Yeah, if he needed glasses like these, he couldn't go very far without them.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. This is the umbrella, Hey, you got a magnifying glass, Inspector?
Sure. Did you find something, Mike?
Question, maybe. Tell me, Sergeant, which pocket did you find the glasses in?
It's in the report, right-hand pocket.
I see. Inspector?
Yes, Mike?
Would you mind calling Miss Hess? Find out if her father was left-handed or not.
He was left-handed, Mike. She told me that when we were driving out to her home. I was asking about his habits and so on.
I thought so. Here. You see the finger marks on the umbrella handle? They're on the left side of the handle. The thumbprint is on the right.
And the glasses were in the right-hand pocket of the overcoat.
Yes?
Report from Harbor Master says that prevailing currents would never wash umbrella and coat that distance. The Harbor Master says there's a strong eddy and they were probably thrown in the water only a few yards away at most.
Thanks.
It doesn't tell us much. Only that the murderer threw the coat and umbrella into the bay about 10 miles from where the crime was committed. It only goes to substantiate murder. We already know that.
Maybe we better have in Hackett and Carter.
Okay, Inspector.
Yes, Inspector?
Send in Hackett.
Yes, sir.
Any ideas, Mike?
Yeah. Same as you had.
Added together, they don't make much, do they? Sit down, Mr. Hackett.
Thanks.
Tell us, what do you know about this business?
I don't know anything about it.
You were in on the business discussions?
Certainly, but I hardly think they had anything to do with the murder.
Well, we have to start somewhere, you know.
Well, then why don't you start with some of the men that Hess quarreled with? Well, I happen to be one man with whom he never argued.
You're suggesting Mr. Carter?
You're supposed to be the detective.
But you're doing the hinting.
And Carter wasn't the only one who hated Hess.
Well, if Carter hated Hess, why did Hess invite Carter into the deal?
Hess didn't know that Carter hated him.
Well, you're not suggesting that Carter had anything to gain in this venture. That is, by Hess's death.
I'm not suggesting anything. It does seem to me, though, that many people had plenty of reason for killing Hess. Some men hated him. They could have killed him out of anger or revenge. Why look for some financial gain as a motive?
We're not.
As far as we can see, no one gained anything by Hess's death.
Except his daughter, who will inherit a pretty penny.
Again, are you suggesting that Miss Hess didn't get all the money she needed from her father?
She got all she needed, but not a cent more. Hess was tight. A nickel had to reproduce itself in 12 months, or else.
And you can't help us any more than that?
No.
I see. Well, ask Mr. Carter to step in on your way out. Thanks.
There's an unpleasant character.
Yes, but unnecessarily so.
He pretty well removes any doubts as to what we might think about money being the motive for murder.
Oh, I'm not buying that, Inspector. In its entirety, anyway.
Oh, but nobody has anything to gain by Hess's death.
Sit down, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Tell us, what do you know about this business?
I'm afraid I don't know anything about it.
You were in on the business discussions?
Oh, yes, but I doubt if they had anything to do with the murder.
Well, we have to start somewhere, you know.
Yes, I realize that, and I'd start if I had any ideas.
Mr. Carter, did you ever quarrel with Hess?
Quarrel with him? No, I've often disagreed with him, but I wouldn't call it quarreling.
Would you say he had many enemies?
Good land, no. He was very businesslike, very brusque. Not at all approachable, if you know what I mean.
A man of opinions?
Oh, definitely. But he respected other men's opinions, too.
And the Monday night meeting was held at Mr. Hackett's house,
Yes, Hackett's was the most centrally located. Besides, neither Hess nor I like to conduct business at home, and Hackett doesn't mind.
You get along all right with Hackett?
Certainly, I understand him. His bark is worse than his bite.
Oh.
He's really a very nice fellow.
The last you saw of Hess was at Hackett's house, huh?
Yes.
You made no future appointments with him?
No, except the one for Wednesday night. Oh, wait.
Yes?
Come to think of it, I did say as I was helping him on with his coat that I might see him Tuesday at the club.
But you didn't?
No, because I didn't go to the club. I was detained on business over in Oakland.
I see. And you can't tell us anything more?
I'm sorry, no.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Carter. We'll call on you if we need you.
Well?
Not much help.
I disagree.
What?
What?
He was a great help.
I can't see a suspect in the whole bunch.
No, nor can I. All we have is a murdered man.
You want me to prove that the murderer is one of the four?
Yes, but you can't.
One of them lied.
Which, Mike?
That I don't know, honey. If I did, we'd have the murderer. But that doesn't alter the fact that one of them lied.
Well, it is true that Hackett's description of Hess's character is very different from Carter's, but I'd hardly call that lying.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. Inspector.
Yes, Mike?
Ask the sergeant if Carter and Hackett have left the building yet.
Yes, Inspector?
Have Carter and Hackett left yet?
No, sir. They're standing talking to Miss Hess and Belsey.
Good. Tell them we've got a lead and that Mr. Shayne would like to see Miss Hess at her home alone in about 30 minutes.
Did you get that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
And see that they all hear it.
Yes, sir. Right away.
What's the idea, Mike?
The murderer has left plenty clues.
I don't know what they are, then.
The coat and the umbrella being found so far from the murder.
Yeah.
The eyeglasses in the right-hand pocket of the coat.
Mm-hmm.
A deliberate falsehood. One says Hess was wearing his coat. Another says he was not. One says Hess was argumentative. Another says he was not.
So what? They're clues, but they don't lead us to anywhere.
Right, Inspector, right. So we trapped the killer.
Go on. I'm waiting.
The killer's clever, Inspector. Very, very clever. He's covered his tracks beautifully, yet...
Yeah. Mike?
Yet, like every other killer, he made mistakes. We have found some of these mistakes, but we don't know who made them. So we're pretending that we found a lead. The killer will worry.
And try to find out what we know, thereby making another mistake. One that will point the finger at him, huh?
Right, Angel, right. Now we'll go to the Hess place in my car. I'll drive, and you two keep out of sight. In the back, lie down on the floor. I've got to have the killer believe that I'm meeting Miss Hess alone and that there are no witnesses.
Look, Mike, I don't like that.
Why not?
Well, you're practically inviting the killer to take a pot shot at you, using yourself as bait.
Mike Shayne, I didn't catch on at first. Well, you're not going to do any such thing.
Yes, I am. I'm going to catch the killer, and you can help or not. Now, come on. Out the back way. I'll drive my car into the police garage, and that way no one will see you two getting into it.
Mr. Shayne. Oh, I can hardly wait. What have you found?
Are you all alone?
Yes, except for the maid.
No phone calls?
No, not a thing. I just got here a few moments ago.
No one followed you?
Not that I know of.
Now, I'm going to look around the driveway here for a minute. Will you please go to the back door and let the inspector and Phyllis in the back way?
Yes, of course.
How about it? No soap, eh, Mike?
Apparently it didn't work.
Well, I'm just as glad. I can't see any profit in catching a murderer and losing my boss.
You expected the killer to follow you. Maybe shoot you because you said that you had found a lead.
Well, that was the idea, Miss Hess. But it didn't work.
Hello?
Inspector there?
Yes. It's for you, Inspector.
Yes?
Just got a report from the surgeon.
Yes, Sergeant.
The surgeon says Hess was killed Monday night or Tuesday morning. The body's been in the water at least that long.
We'll return to Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Friends, just about everyone who drives a car knows that carbon is one of the prime evils of motoring. But what many people don't know is that the choice of a lubricating oil has a direct influence on the amount of carbon formed in their engine. Yes, that's right. Your selection of a lubricating oil determines the amount of carbon formed in your motor. That's because nearly all carbon comes from the lubricating oil and not from the gasoline, as so many people think. But lubricating oils differ widely in the amount of carbon they will form. For example, in a recent laboratory test made with the 7 leading motor oils sold here in the West, Triton motor oil contained 38% fewer carbon-forming elements than the next best oil, 86% less than the average. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to being a 100% pure paraffin-based lubricant, Triton motor oil gives you definite protection against carbon. That's because Triton motor oil is made by an exclusive propane solvent refining process, a process so valuable that it's been patented by Union Oil Company. You can buy Triton at all Union Oil Minuteman stations, wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Remember, Triton cuts down carbon. Mike's attempt at tricking the murderer into disclosing himself has failed. Now, Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are walking into a well-known cafe on Geary Street.
Well, we'll soon find out whether or not that nice inventor, Velsey, was telling the truth.
My guess is that we will.
Really?
Why do you say that, Inspector?
If Velsey had killed Hess on Monday night, he wouldn't try to establish an alibi for himself by saying that he saw Hess in this cafe on Wednesday.
Why not?
You can't tell me that he's so dumb that he thinks we wouldn't check on it.
Well, we hadn't tried to check on it so far, and the only reason we are checking is because the autopsy surgeon says the body's been in the water since Monday.
We would have checked before the case was closed.
Perhaps, Inspector, perhaps. But supposing the body hadn't been found for weeks, then the autopsy surgeon couldn't have told the approximate time of death with such closeness.
Oh, that's true.
And the murderer probably figured on it being some time before the body was discovered. In fact, he came darn close to a perfect crime.
What do you mean, darn close? It is a perfect crime so far.
It won't be.
What?
Oh, I know. I laid one trap and it caught no fish, but we'll get him, Inspector.
Well, look, kids, here's the door. Now, who goes first, or do we discuss traps, fish, and Mike's failure standing on the sidewalk?
I'll lead, Phil.
All right.
There's the manager.
Yeah, I see him.
You wish a table for three, sir?
No, thanks. I'm from headquarters, and I want to ask a question.
Headquarters? Yes, sir.
Can you recall seeing a gentleman in here last Wednesday? He'd be wearing a dark blue overcoat, carrying an umbrella.
It's got a carved handle, carved like an elephant.
Yeah.
So, you do know about him?
Yeah, I even remember his name. It was Hess.
Why do you remember these details?
The gentleman was much disturbed.
Oh.
He don't want nothing we have on the menu. I used to get mad with the waiter.
But, how did you learn his name?
Well, while the waiter was getting his order.
Yes?
A young man come up to me and he said, did I hear Mr. Hess's voice a moment ago?
I see.
I said, I don't know. Who is this Mr. Hess? The young man said, he's always carry umbrella and he's wear glasses.
He did?
And I said, oh, yes, sure. He's in the third booth, but he's in a plenty bad mood. And the young man laughed and walked out of the booth. That's all I know.
Well, thanks a lot. Well, that about fixes an alibi for Mr. Velsey.
Yes, despite the autopsy surgeon's statement that Hess was killed Monday. No jury's going to convict a man who can produce witnesses who saw them both on Wednesday. Hey, wait a minute.
What, Mike?
No, don't rush him, Inspector. That's Mike's thinking look, and it produces results.
Honey, I believe I got it. Quick, back to headquarters and have all the suspects brought in. Any results, Inspector?
Yes, Mike. The boys examined the umbrella and found two different sets of fingerprints.
So the umbrella had been handled by someone else besides Hess?
Oh, that's not conclusive by any means.
Why not?
A waiter or anybody could hand a man's umbrella to him, honey.
They're working on the coat now.
What about the eyeglasses?
I was holding that one back, Mike. There are two sets of fingerprints on the glasses, too.
And the two sets on the glasses are the same as the two sets on the umbrella handle?
Yes, Mike.
Then we've got the murderer.
I think so. We have to do this in such a way that the inspector can obtain a conviction. Remember what I said about the jury?
Yeah.
Yes? Send them in.
Now remember, at the appropriate moment, I'll spring my story and you two watch like hawks.
All right, Mike.
Sit down, all of you, please. I'm going to ask all of you for your fingerprints. It's a messy business, but nothing to it.
Why? Have you found something?
Yes, we have, Mr. Hackett.
Daddy's murderer.
Yes, Miss Hess. Now, folks, I'll bring you up to date. Mr. Hess was murdered Monday night.
Oh, wait a minute. I saw him Wednesday.
You are going to stick to that?
Well, certainly I'm going to stick to it.
Mr. Velsey, I'll give you one more chance to get yourself out of the jam you're putting yourself in by continuing to lie about seeing Mr. Hess on Wednesday.
But I tell you, I did.
I'll explain. It's a matter of ordinary police routine to look for the person who last saw the murdered man alive.
Well, yes, I know that.
The autopsy surgeon says Mr. Hess was murdered Monday. You're insisting on putting the rope around your own neck if you continue to claim that you saw him Wednesday.
But I did see him Wednesday, and the people in the cafe can prove it.
All right, Velsey. You asked for it. Miss Hess, gentlemen, here's how the murder was committed. Mr. Hess was hit over the head Monday night and his body thrown into the bay not far from the Key System depot. The murderer kept Hess' coat, umbrella, and glasses.
Go on.
You catch on quickly, Mr. Carter. The murderer then waited till Wednesday, and wearing Mr. Hess' coat, eyeglasses, and carrying Mr. Hess' umbrella, he made a point of making himself known at the cafe. He then put the eyeglasses in the coat pocket, the right coat pocket, which was a mistake because Mr. Hess was left-handed. But he put the glasses in the right-hand pocket, and laying the coat and the umbrella on the chair, he then made himself known to the manager as himself, looking for Mr. Hess, whose voice he claimed to have heard.
Clever. Very clever.
Diabolical is the word, Mr. Hackett.
The murderer then carried the overcoat on his arm, hiding the umbrella, and later that night threw them into a different part of the bay.
But there are a few things that even soaking in the bay won't remove. Fingerprints. Right-hand fingerprints on the umbrella handle. Fingerprints on the eyeglasses. And, oh, yes, hairs on the inside of a coat collar.
Yes, Inspector?
Bring in the coat, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector.
Actually, gentlemen, all we need is the confession. We have the evidence. The hairs on the collar, other than those of Hess, are the hairs of the murderer. And I know who the murderer is.
Here's the coat. The hairs are on the report card. Thanks, Sergeant. Well, is somebody going to confess, or do we have to take all your fingerprints and specimens of your hair?
Very well. I think we'll start with Mr. Belzy. That way we won't have to go any further.
Oh, you're crazy. You can't hang this on me.
Okay, Sergeant, O'Kay's going to be stubborn. But take good care of him, won't you? You'll find he's the killer, all right.
You know, I've been racking my brains all the way home, Mike, hoping I wouldn't have to ask this question.
Well, what is it, Angel?
Well, all the evidence, if you can call it evidence, could have applied to any one of the suspects.
Yes, Angel.
Was it a good guess? Or were you dead sure that it was Belzy?
I was dead sure it was Belzy. Oh, I admit I guessed about his method of operation in the cafe, but it was close enough.
Well, I still don't know what single thing it was that pinned it on Belzy. But that is from your standpoint.
It wasn't a single thing, honey. It was two things.
All right then, Clam Shane, give.
Well, in the first place, Carter said that he had helped Hess on with his coat at Hackett's house on Monday night.
Yeah, that's why Carter was so excited in the inspector's office. He remembered that.
Correct. And Belsley lied about it. He said it was a cold night and that Hess didn't have his coat.
Ah, yes. And the second point?
Well, the second is obvious, my dear. Hess had advanced the money to Belzy. Now, if Belzy didn't go on with the invention, then Belzy was several thousand to the good.
Oh.
I doubt if Belzy's invention ever existed. The whole thing was a clever confidence trick with murder thrown in.
Well, I hope it teaches you a lesson, Mike Shane.
Why, Angel? Why me?
Oh, just the trouble hairs on a coat collar can get you into. They don't have to be blonde, either.
This is John Lang reminding you that June 30th is the deadline for the purchase of your federal auto use stamp. To help you safeguard this valuable tax stamp, your Union Oil Minuteman has on hand a supply of handsome decal protectors. These decals fit right over the stamp on your windshield. They form a neat, clean shield against traffic film and keep the stamp from peeling off. To get your stamp cover, just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask the Minuteman for a free tax stamp protector. He'll be glad to serve you. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written and produced by David Taylor and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. The delicious, long-lasting, real mint flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The good, smooth chewing helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So indoors, outdoors, at work or play, enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Wrigley's Spearmint, refreshing, delicious.
In July, the night slips down over Broadway like a black silk stocking, and you drift to it because the other promises you made to yourself never happen. The part of your life that never counted is left behind. You stand on a street corner beating down the scream in your throat. The shadows start at 7 o'clock and deepen into night. You hug it close because it's your chance that something will happen to you outside of the movies. And the tap on the shoulder starts it, or the laughter that floats down to your end of the bar, or a smile, or the man who runs down the hall after you.
Danny! Hey, Danny.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Glad I nabbed you before you took off for the day. Phone call, Danny, from a hysterical woman. You know, I had a hard time piecing it all. 1647 East 56, Danny. 4th floor apartment. That's where her fiancé lives. The guy's threatening to blow his brains out. Hey, here, the names and such I jotted on this paper.
Squad car, Gino.
Waiting for you downstairs. Muggerman's with it.
Yeah, that's it, Danny, 1647. Who'd you say was doing all this threatening?
A man by the name of Blaine. First name is, let's see, David. Try the buzzer, Muggerman.
Yeah.
He did it. Miss Carroll said he was going to do it, and he did.
We're from the police.
It happened up there on the 4th floor. Mr. Blaine, it happened just now, not more than...
Who's that crying?
That's her, Miss Carroll. See her? See her? Hugging the banister up on the 3rd floor landing. And that's Mr. Fallon at the rail on the 2nd floor.
Let's go, Muggerman. Dead.
The gun's here, Danny, by his chair. It looks brand new.
Looks like Mr. Blaine had his choice.
Uh-huh. It's quite a gun collection, from Derringers on up. Complete equipment for a young arsenal.
Muggerman.
Yeah?
Those people we passed on the landing, that boy on the 2nd floor, Mr. Fallon, and Miss Carroll on the 3rd, I'll want to talk to them.
Yeah, Miss Carroll's still crying, Danny. You hear her? Poor woman.
And stand for a moment and consider the virulence of death. How it is not content with its own, must reach out to slash the livid scar into the heart of those crowding its edge. The woman crying softly. The other tenants whispering, moving restlessly in the lower corridors, and then hugging the wall because the attendants on violence must pass. The photographers, the interns, the technicians. And the moment is gone. It's routine now, official. The first entry in the file of night. The next morning, gather it into a neat stack on your desk and sit down to it, and be surprised at the opening door and the quick presence of the woman you had marked for later interrogation.
The man who was with you last night, he said you wanted to talk to me.
It could have waited, Miss Carroll, until you felt better and until you...
It'll not be forgotten that easily, Mr. Clover, if that's what you mean. If you've something to ask, ask. Only don't prolong it. Don't make me wait and wonder. Sorrow's enough by itself, don't you think?
Yes, it is. And you, try to understand us, Miss Carroll.
A man I loved, who loved me, is dead. By his own hand, by his own will. He could have lifted his burden onto me, whatever it was. But he didn't. And now he's dead. You want more than that?
Maybe. Because this is my job. Because I can't rule out the possibility that David Blaine was murdered.
Awful. How ugly of you to think a thing like that. That anyone could have wanted my David dead. It's ugly.
Tell me about him.
He loved me. He was going to marry me. He was polite, gentle. Sometimes he'd forget himself. Then he'd beg my forgiveness. Wept sometimes. Showered me with gifts, so I'd be quicker to forgive. This watch, he called it an engagement present, but it was really an atonement for... Look at it. See how he loved me?
It's a beautiful watch, Miss Carroll.
See? Listen to it. It ticks away my life with David. Softly, gently.
Listen to me, Miss Carroll. Why would David kill himself? You were in love, you were going to be married. Why?
He had a secret. That's it. He had a secret. He didn't want to stain me with it. Isn't that it, Mr. Clover? Isn't that why a man kills himself for the girl he loves?
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. I thought... But it's important...
It's all right, Dr. Sinsky. You can come in. Well, that'll be all for now, Miss Carroll. Thank you.
All?
You helped a great deal. Thank you.
You have nothing more?
Nothing. Not now.
Then I'll go. If you should want to talk to me again, I promise I'll be... Goodbye.
It's not easy, huh, Danny? To pry into grief, to scavenge.
You got something, Doctor? Just tell me.
Oh, forgive me, Danny. Sometimes my mouth gets the better of me. I studied it, Danny. I put it on your desk for you to study. Read it sideways, upside down, still comes out suicide.
Then it's done. Finished, huh? Nothing to bother our brains about.
Like you say, Danny, finished. Except when a man who dies as Blaine did, in shock spasm, arms rigid at right angles to his body, fingers clenched, how is it the gun was not found in his hand but on the floor? It's just a small question, Danny, to gnaw at the brain of a medical man. Sometimes it happens so, but...
Yeah. Go practice medicine, Doctor. Maybe I can bring you back an answer. Maybe where a man died, someone has an answer.
I'm busy right now.
Your name, Richard Fallon? I'm from the police.
I guess that gives you a right. Come on in. You want to sit? Over there. Move those papers off the couch. Just put them on the floor.
You a writer, Fallon?
You interested or curious?
What do you write about?
About your city? About how it's not like my part of the country? About your many-faceted city? About your stinking city? Your people? Your small people, your hurry-up people, your no-place-to-go people. The no-tears city, the rat-hole city. That's what I write about.
Any material up on the 4th floor?
I figured that'd be your gambit. Nothing. Your city caught up with a man and he shot himself before it drowned him. I'll think about the man and smile and wish him well.
Know anything about him?
His name was David Blaine. He walked arm in arm with a 3rd-floor woman, Miss Carroll. Last night I heard a shot. I ran out into the hall. Mrs. Galvin downstairs ran out into the hall. Miss Carroll upstairs ran out into the hall. We looked up the stairwell to the 4th floor from where the shot came. David Blaine was dead. I know that about him.
What else?
Nothing. Sit there if you want, but don't stare at the back of my neck when I write. Makes me self-conscious.
My gratitude for permitting me my 10 minutes at the water cooler, Danny.
Feel better, Gino?
Goes without saying. And now to the toils of the day. It comes to that part of the rundown in which I proffer you your daily piece of resistance, in 2 parts. To wit, gun found at side of deceased David Blaine is indeed gun with which deceased did do himself in.
Gino, that hasn't been...
Patience, Danny. Part 2 will settle the question itching in your brain of suicide versus murder.
Scratch it for me, Gino.
Delighted. Part 2 of report from technical states. Impossible for any tenant to have shot said deceased, made an escape down the fire escape, arrived in the hallways in time to look up and yell, "Man dead on the 4th floor," in your presence. Add to this the double whammy I have held out on you.
Give it to me, Tartaglia.
Piques you, huh, Danny? The lakeman assigned to such duty have come up with that David Blaine did indeed lose upwards to 50 grand by sour bets in the stock market. This in the period of the last month. 50 grand in 30 days. For this, guys killed themselves, Danny. For a lot less sometimes.
Yeah. All right, Gino, close the file on Blaine. There's nothing more... Danny Clover speaking.
They switched me to you. You the man on that Blaine thing?
Yes, what about it? Who are you?
Blanche Hemby, mister. 1834 East 59, room 11.
You said Blaine. What have you got?
What have I got? I got he was murdered, mister.
And go there, and walk the hallway mottled with shadows and scuffings, the short corridor that ends in the door with the tin numbers and the pull-down bed and the basin in the corner. Knock on door 11 and get no answer. And go in, because there was urgency in the voice that said, "Come here." The bed was pulled down, the rug was frayed, and the splotch of blood trailed off it onto the floor. The girl was behind the couch, huddled, her knees drawn to her chest, and only the fat summer fly pinging against the window made sound. That and the lonely room silences that intruded upon the dead girl, the murdered girl.
For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth feels dry, when you're warm or tired, Wrigley's Spearmint is really refreshing. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you feel your best and do your best. So for chewing enjoyment plus pleasant refreshment, chew delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the glittering midsummer's day, Broadway takes time out to shimmer. The chrome is polished high, the better to reflect the passage of women who lean for a moment against the summer's heat and then walk slowly on. The mouthpieces of the payphones glisten with the moist whispers of an empty summer afternoon. A money clip glints through the dark of an alley, and you know that someone has gotten odds on a piece of the day. There's the drone of the neon, and the tired wind nudging a headline in a shining trash bin. Cop finds murdered girl in tenement room, and the wet shirt pulled from your back. Like other summers, other days. Where I was, in the corridor between my office and the show-up room, that had happened before, too. Only the names of the dead were different.
Blanche Hemby. I got the rundown on her you wanted, Danny.
What'd you get, Muggerman?
Oh, I'll have to slice it off fast, Danny. I'm due at the show-up. A woman there, Mrs. Westfall, real eager to identify a prowler she dreamed last night.
I'll walk you down.
This girl, Blanche Hemby, frequent visitor. Got her name on her guest book maybe 5 times.
For what?
Oh, nothing sensational. Brawl over a hairdo with another dame in a bar, phonograph screaming, her screaming, disturbing the neighbors, beat a guy's head open with a bottle because he called her a gimme-gimme girl, things like that.
Any tie-up with David Blaine?
I noticed around the bars where she had the trouble, the tenement where she lived, the place she was working at 2 weeks ago.
They fired her?
No, she gave notice, Danny, 2 weeks ago. Said she was sick and tired working for nickel tips behind the hamburger counter. She had better, she told him, a lot better. Bit a hole in her time card, threw it on the griddle, walked out.
Work anywhere else? See anyone else?
No, I checked that, too. Blanche slept away the days in her room. 3 times a day she got up to phone for beer, once a day for sandwiches. Here I am. I'll check with you later, Danny.
Yeah.
How do I know where I got it? Why don't you leave me alone?
Muggerman.
Stop making a show.
That kid up there.
What about him, Danny? Some punk, probably.
That's the boy who was the tenant on the 2nd floor where Blaine was murdered. Get him, Muggerman. Bring him up to my office.
Sure, Danny, right away.
Here he is, Danny. He's not anxious. Sure. Hands off me, you're scum, all of you.
Take it easy, kid. What happened? The city trying to drown you the way you said it does to people?
I hate it. I get drunk at night because I hate it. That way I see it for what it is. And you can't stand that when someone like me sees you for what you are. You hate me. And you kick me, you throw me in jail because I'm better. Even drunk, I'm better.
He's right, Danny. He's a lot better than us. He goes around with a pocket full of watch, like this, because he's so much better.
Let's see it. Where'd you get this watch, Richard?
I held out my hand and I begged, and a kindly person dropped it right into my begging hand.
Where'd you get it?
I told you. I walked the streets and it fell into my hand because I was crying and lonely. And sick for home.
Miss Carroll, your neighbor, has a watch like this. You steal it from her? You steal it, Richard? Lock him up, Muggerman. A watch exactly like the one Regina Carroll owned. Her engagement present from the man now dead, presumed a suicide, suspected murdered. If it were Miss Carroll's watch, what was Richard Fallon doing with it? It was a simple question, and Richard couldn't answer it. So call Miss Carroll. Get no answer. So open the plush box that held the watch. Levante, jewelers for over a century. That's what the satin ribbon said, glued against the inside top. Stolen from Levante, jewelers for over a century? Go there. Ask Mr. Levante.
Oh, no, not stolen. Purchased.
By whom?
A policeman you said you were? Let me see, please.
Sure. Here.
Yes. This watch was purchased.
You've already said that.
Apologies. I'm temporizing, you see. I'm trying to gather my forces together. Now, as to who purchased this watch, perhaps to a Miss Carroll, my old friend, Miss Regina Carroll. Of course, it's impossible to tell.
What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Levante?
You see, this is quite an unusual watch. We rarely sell more than one a year. Our own design with a foreign mechanism. However, we sold 2 in the last few months. Remarkable?
Who did you sell them to?
Even more remarkable. A few days ago, Miss Carroll purchased such a watch. A few months ago, a fiancé. Now dead, I've heard, a few months ago. This gentleman also purchased such a watch as an engagement gift for Miss Carroll.
That makes 2 watches for Miss Carroll, both the same kind. Is there an explanation for it, Mr. Levante?
Well, Miss Carroll said she lost her engagement watch. Thus, she purchased another one. She cautioned me not to mention it to her fiancé, or to anyone for that matter. But now, you, a policeman, Mr. Blaine dead, well, you don't think I'm going back on my word to an old friend, do you?
Miss Carroll is your old friend?
Her dad and I were close. I toddled Regina. Poor woman.
You mean about her fiancé?
About all of them.
What do you mean?
There were 4 of them, you know. 2 at college, 1 when she was a sophomore, 1 when she was a senior. Then about 10 years ago, a young man, since quite successful in groceries, has a nice store for select customers on Madison. Chap named Mason, I think.
Miss Carroll was engaged 4 times, huh?
She's 37, you know. She doesn't look it, does she? Still a beauty. A bygone day kind of beauty, if you know what I mean. Victorian? Would that be it? I often wondered why she never married any of her young men, why they backed out on their marriage.
I wonder why, too.
You need some help, sir?
I'm looking for a Mr. Mason.
All right, I'm Mason.
I'm Danny Clover. Police.
The first name's Pete, Danny.
You got a couple of minutes?
Any time for you, fellas. I need a couple of minutes to recuperate anyhow. Mrs. Smythe just had me on the floor.
Oh?
She comes in here with her French poodles, 3 on a leash. Maid and chauffeur trailing in back. Orders a dozen... Well, did you ever hear anybody say bagel with a broad A? She wants a dozen boggles. I don't understand her. Finally, she tells me what she wants is receptacles for a delicacy known as locks.
How did she say locks?
Locks, the chauffeur said. What can I do for you, Danny?
You were once engaged to a Regina Carroll, weren't you?
It was an experience. I'm not sorry for it.
Who broke the engagement?
You've got to ask that because it's important for the police to know, right, Danny? I broke it.
Why?
Why? That's a question I often ask myself. Sometimes my wife asks me. And I'll tell you what I answer.
Go ahead.
Regina was a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dad. Close to the wedding, I discovered this is not the type of girl I wanted. Personally, the girl that married my dear old Dad, my mom, nagged my father to an early grave. Mom and Regina, 2 peas from the same pod.
Go on.
I'll tell you about Regina. I figure she has a picture in her head of a husband in a smoking jacket with satin lapels and a curved pipe and a fireplace. I don't fit the requirements. Personally, I like poker better than cribbage.
Uh-huh. What else?
Well, Regina, how she dressed. Pretty, you understand. But she made her own fashions, which she never changed. Ribbons, dresses choked against the throat, and always a little too long. She slipped on the ice once, and I told her she had pretty legs. She slapped me. That's what about Regina Carroll, Danny. That enough?
Plenty. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Gordon?
Danny Clover. I couldn't be more charmed if I tried.
A quiet evening in Technical, huh, Gordon?
It was. Now the place screeches at me. Did you do that, Danny, just by walking in here?
You mix yourself bitter pills in those test tubes?
I don't have to. I have company. No offense.
The gun that killed David Blaine. Get it out and go over it again.
I've already examined it thoroughly. My report was placed on your desk.
Get it out.
Well, I can recall it to you if memory fails you. .32 caliber, Smith & Wesson, fired once.
Get it. Examine it.
All right, Danny. See? I'm examining. It's still as it was when Blaine held it close to him.
The barrel. Put it on a slide. Hold it up to the light, whatever you have to do.
If you ask, Danny. I'll do better. Perhaps this will amuse you. The spectromicrograph enlarges 45 times. And there. Have a look, Danny?
You look.
All right, Danny, all right. Wow.
What?
These infinitesimal scratch marks on the barrel. Fascinating. And a new quirk. It didn't register on me before. I checked the rifling in the barrel against the slug, which we call standard operating procedure. I didn't think of looking at the outside of the barrel. Why should I, with a suicide? I guess I should have, huh?
And what would you have found out, Gordon?
That the man killed himself with a silencer on his weapon. Now, that's what I call taking quiet pleas a shade too far, huh, Danny?
Oh, Mr. Clover. I knew you'd come back. Knew there'd be more things you'd want to know about David. Did you come in?
Thanks.
You may sit down, that chair.
No, thanks. What makes you think I wanted to find out any more about David?
I assumed it. Suicide. Files to complete. I realize it's my duty to be cooperative.
Miss Carroll...
I can tell you so much about him. He was generous. He was a gentleman. Rare thing to find nowadays.
He was murdered.
You suggested that before, Mr. Clover. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now.
Murdered. He was dead minutes before we got to him.
That's stupid.
Listen to me, Miss Carroll.
Stupid, because I heard the shot. We all heard it. We all ran out into the hall.
Do you have a gun, Miss Carroll?
Yes, I have a gun. David gave it to me. Woman alone.
Did he show you how to fire it?
Of course he did. He loved guns. I interested myself in them. Shall I get the gun?
It isn't necessary for now. You don't have to get the silencer either.
What are you talking about?
The gun you shot David with, his own gun, was equipped with a silencer.
Mr. Clover, I don't understand you at all. I'm a lonely woman. And I admit it, I'm a helpless one. How could I have killed anyone? Someone I loved.
Nice view from this window, Miss Carroll. You could stand here, see Detective Muggavan and me coming, fire a blank cartridge from your gun, run out into the hall. Look up, and everyone thinks the shot came from the floor above, from David Blaine's apartment.
Mr. Clover.
Do you admit it, Miss Carroll?
No. No.
I want to show you something. Here. Look at it, Miss Carroll. A watch, just like the one you're wearing.
I didn't kill him.
David Blaine broke his engagement to you, didn't he?
I didn't kill him.
The kind of woman you are, proper and proud. You gave him back the watch. But what to tell your friends? Tell them that someone else walked out on you the way 3 other men did? A proud woman like you? So you bought another watch, just like it. The one you're wearing.
Please, please.
Because I have the one you gave back to David. The watch you had that boy, that writer, Richard Fallon, steal from David's apartment. So the police wouldn't find it there and ask questions. You told him to get rid of the watch. He got drunk instead, got picked up.
Look. David jilted me. But I didn't kill him.
You did. You couldn't live with the thought of another man's walking out on you, like the other 3. That's why you bought the watch, so your friends would think you were still engaged.
Mr. Clover.
So your friends would think David died because of the money he lost. And Blanche Hemby, the reason why David walked out on you.
Filth.
The woman David loved.
Filth!
Beat her to death.
Beat her! Beat her!
Let's go, Miss.
Like David, there is filth. Instead of me, her, a woman like that.
Miss Carroll.
It's not true what you said. Those men didn't turn me down. I turned them down. College boys. A grocer. Not good enough. It isn't true. It isn't true. They did walk out. Why? Take me away. Put me someplace. I don't want to look at anyone. I can't look at anyone.
Broadway's deserted now. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's just that people get tired and want to go home because Broadway threw sand in their eyes. Maybe you found what you were looking for and couldn't stare it in the face because it's a street that'll give you anything you want, any way you want it. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Remember, friends, for refreshment while you work, for enjoyment any time, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. There's lots of lively, real mint flavor in it to cool your mouth, freshen your taste, and sweeten your breath. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, at work or play, always keep delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. For refreshment while you work, for chewing any time, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at this time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Prussian as Muggavan. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
That was me, lady.
Who was you?
Freeze, mister. Don't turn around and don't move a muscle. Because if you even breathe, I'll blow you right through the wall.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Death in the Dark. While the Norths are peacefully asleep in their Greenwich Village apartment, two men are working feverishly in a warehouse on the east side just before dawn. One of them holds a flashlight, while the other applies a large metal bar to the hinges of a heavy black safe.
Coming, kid. You'll be popping in a minute.
Need any help?
No, I can make it all by myself. There she goes. Now give me that can opener. The spring are good.
It won't take much longer, will it, Lenny? I mean...
Take it easy, kid. Can't rush this kind of a job. Put some of those tools away if you want to keep your hands busy. I'll be through in about 10 seconds. What's the matter?
I thought I heard somebody coming.
But being so jumpy, that was me.
No, it wasn't. It's the watchman. He's coming.
Quick, douse the light. I'll get over by that door and smack him as he comes in. Got a belly, ain't you?
Yeah.
I'll give it to him good. Watch it now. He's coming.
Who's in there? Come on, answer me. Who's in there? I'm warning you now. If there's anybody in here, I'm gonna... Oh.
Okay, kid. Now we have to work fast. Get this box out of here and take it down to the car. There's dough in it.
What about him?
Never mind the watchman. Just do like I tell you. Get the dough out. I'll clean up around here and meet you downstairs in 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll be waiting for you in the car.
Yeah, sure. Little punk. Never take him on the job again.
Oh, my head.
Stay where you are, mister. Keep your mouth shut. I don't like watchmen.
You were in here all the time.
I said to keep your mouth shut.
You won't get away with this. You won't get out of here alive.
I won't, huh? I'll get out of here alive, all right. Only you're going out in a basket.
Homicide, Lieutenant Wigan speaking. No, not yet, Sarge. Oh, not a thing. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. North are in my office. Okay, I'll get back to you later. That murder last night has got the whole department in an uproar.
That watchman's murder on the east side?
Mm-hmm. They dropped it in my lap at about 6 o'clock this morning, and I haven't been able to come up with a thing except this.
Well, what's that, Bill?
The murder weapon. The guy that cracked that safe last night used this on the watchman and then forgot to take it with him.
What is it, Bill? A sash weight?
No, it's part of a sectional jimmy.
What in the world is a sectional jimmy?
Oh, haven't you ever seen one?
Oh.
It's a tool that's made for burglars. It's like a crowbar, only it splits up into 3 sections so it can be carried in a grip without being seen.
Huh. I never knew there were tools that were specially made for burglars.
Oh, there's plenty of them. And they aren't easy to come by either. This one was made by a pro.
Do you know who made it?
Well, Pam, I'm not sure, but I got a pretty good idea. It's got the same markings and workmanship as a jimmy we picked up about 2 years ago. Belonged to a thug named Newsel.
A safecracker?
One of the best.
Well, then that should make things easy, Bill. If you know who made this jimmy, all you have to do is arrest him, and you got the murderer.
Well, it isn't as easy as that, Pam. The man who made this jimmy didn't rob that safe last night.
How do you know?
Because I sent him to jail about 6 months ago.
Well, then he's gotten out. That's it, Bill. This Newsel man has broken out of prison.
He couldn't have, Pam.
Why not?
Because I sent him up for murder. He was electrocuted the day before yesterday.
Get away from that window, kid, and sit down, will you? I want to pay you off and send you home to your mother.
I ain't got no mother, you know that, Lenny.
A joke. I was making a joke. What's the matter with you, kid? You got no sense of humor?
Well, I don't know anymore. After what happened last night,
forget it, will you? It's all over.
It's not all over for me, Lenny. Don't you understand? He's dead. The guy's dead. He won't walk no more. He won't speak to anybody. He won't ever see his family again.
How do you know he's got one?
I read it in the paper. He's got a sister. He's got 2 kids.
Ah, will you shut up? I'm sick and tired of you whining all the time.
I can't help it, Lenny. I can't help thinking about him. Poor old guy. I keep seeing him lying there. I can still hear him moaning when he went down.
Why did you hit him so hard?
I didn't. I just tapped him on the side of the head like I showed you this afternoon.
That was some tap. Paper says skull was broken in 2 places.
But I didn't do it, honest, Lenny. You know I wouldn't kill anybody. I just wanted to be a big shot, go along with you on a big job. I didn't want to kill anybody.
Frank, you get off that one note and start picking up your money. You got $600 coming to you.
I don't want it. Don't you see? I'd go crazy if I had that. No, I'd give myself up.
Cut it out, Frankie.
Give myself up? Yeah, that's what I'd do. What are you doing?
You gotta behave, kid.
No more, please, no more.
All right, then. Hang on to yourself. You start cracking up, we'll both be in the soup.
I'm sorry, Lenny.
You ought to be. Remember, next time you start losing your head, I'll knock it right off.
Darling, you do know where you're taking us, I presume.
Why, of course, Jerry. I got the address of Bill.
Whose address?
Mrs. Musel's.
And who is Mrs. Newsel?
Don't you remember, dear? The man who made that sectional Jimmy.
He's Mrs. Newsel?
No, dear. He's the one who went to the electric chair. Mrs. Newsel is his widow.
And what do you expect to find out from her?
Oh, whatever we can, if she's willing to talk. And if she's real talky, she might tell us something about that Jimmy that was used last night.
How would she know?
Well, her husband made it, didn't he? Maybe she knows who he sold it to.
Say, that's an idea. Only I doubt if Mrs. Newsel will do any talking to people like us.
Oh, we don't have to be like us. We can be 2 other people.
Who?
2 thugs from Detroit. We're safecrackers, and we need a new set of tools.
Oh, so naturally we went to her.
Naturally. Come on, Jerry. We're in the market for a sectional Jimmy. All right, dear, that's enough ringing. If anybody's home, they certainly will.
Yeah? What is it?
Mrs. Newsel?
Who wants to know? You an insurance man?
Oh, me? Huh, that's a good one. Tell her who I am, Sadie.
Tell her yourself. It was your idea coming here.
Coming here for what?
Look, honey, my name is Fegan, Muggsy Fegan. This is my tomato.
Pleased to meet you.
What do you want?
Well, ain't you going to leave us in or something? Your husband's an old buddy of mine. We done time together.
My husband is dead.
Yeah, I know. We heard the sad news yesterday.
And it happened so sudden. We didn't get a chance to send flowers.
What do you want, mister?
We just done a hot job in Detroit, and we had to pull out fast. So we dropped our can openers in the ditch.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, we can't do nothing without no can opener, so we thought you might fix us up.
Well, you're kidding. I don't handle any of that stuff.
Don't you even have a couple of odds and ends lying around the house?
Not a thing. I got rid of all my husband's junk a year ago.
Where? Who'd you sell it to?
Nobody.
You must have sold it someplace, because one of them sectional Jimmies was used on a job last night.
Yeah, that warehouse job.
On the east side, where that watchman was killed?
That's right. The police found a hunk of that Jimmy right next to the body.
How do you know?
We get around.
Well, start getting. You know too much for me.
Now, wait a second, honey. The police get around, too, you know. And if you ain't going to be friendly about this, I might just take a notion to call them up.
Eat it.
Oh, look, baby, I got to know where we can find
Eat it, I said.
Well, I didn't know you was going to say it with a gun. Come on, Sadie.
Yeah.
We'll get that Jimmy in the 5 and 10.
Yeah?
Hello? Lenny?
Who's this?
What are you so careful about? This is an old pal of yours, Flo Newsom.
Well, how are you, Flo?
Crying my eyes out.
On account of the old man frying?
On account of you never get around to see me anymore, Lenny.
Well, I've been kind of busy lately.
So I heard. I understand you were kind of busy last night on the east side.
Hmm?
I want to see you, Lenny. When you coming over?
What did you say about last night?
You want me to talk about it on the phone?
Well, no.
Then when are you coming over?
Right away. So you think I'm in trouble, huh?
Well, what do you think, Lenny? Did you ever hear of a guy named Muggsy Fegan?
Nope.
Neither did I. That guy was a phony if I ever saw one. And so was that dame.
Well, what are you worried about? They can't prove nothing about that Jimmy.
They can prove my husband made it. And if they start snooping around, they might find out I gave it to you.
Who's going to tell them? You?
I might.
You wouldn't do a thing like that, honey. After all, I'm an old flame of yours.
You're an old flame of a lot of people.
But you're the only one that counts, baby.
Sure. I count up to about $5,000, Lenny.
What are you talking about?
$5,000. That's what I want to keep my mouth shut.
Your mouth can be shut for a lot less than that, baby.
Is that a threat or a promise?
How do you want to take it?
In cash.
I'm not talking about the money. I'm talking about you. If you don't watch your step, there'll be another funeral in the family.
I think you're bluffing, Lenny.
I'm not bluffing. You're asking for the moon.
And you're going to pay it. This ain't just a safe-cracking job, Lenny. There's a murder rap that goes with it.
Not for me, there ain't. The kid done the murder.
I still say $5,000. By tomorrow morning. Or the phones start ringing.
Okay, baby. You'll get it. You'll get just what you're looking for.
Homicide, Lieutenant Wigan speaking.
Hello, Bill. This is us. We're in a phone booth uptown.
Both of you?
Pam, you're all over my shoe. Never mind. I'm talking. Oh, are you there, Bill?
Yes, ready and waiting.
Well, you won't have to wait much longer. We've practically got the case all solved.
Fine. Where do I send the wagon?
Oh, now, don't be facetious, Bill. You remember that Mrs. Newsom?
Yes, roughly.
Well, we've been watching her apartment ever since we were over there this afternoon.
Get to the point.
This is the point, Jerry.
What is the point?
That we were watching her apartment. Oh, and about a half hour ago, a big thug went in there and came out again.
He stayed about 20 minutes, Bill.
Jerry, please.
And when he came out, he was plenty mad.
But that isn't all, Bill. We followed him back to his apartment.
And?
Well, there isn't any and yet. We called because we didn't know what to do.
I'll tell you what to do. Go home.
Oh, now, Bill.
You're wasting your time, Pam. Just because you happen to see a thug go into somebody's apartment is no
But it wasn't just somebody's apartment. It was hers. And if this thug is the one who used her crowbar...
Jimmy.
Well, what difference does it make as long as we know his name?
It's Gorman, Bill. Lenny Gorman. That mean anything to you?
No, but I'll check on it.
Well, you don't sound very excited, Bill.
Well, frankly, Pam, I'm not turning handsprings.
All right. If that's the way you feel about our leads, we just won't call you anymore.
Oh, well, now, Pam,
Goodbye, Bill.
Pam. Oh.
Who is it?
Me, Lenny. Frank.
Wait a second. Okay, kid, come on in.
What'd you call me for, Lenny? What's up?
Sit down, kid.
Well, what is it? Something's wrong, isn't there? They got a lead on us. They found out about something.
Will you sit down? I'll tell you all about it.
Well, go ahead and tell me. What are you waiting for?
For you to calm down. Now, listen, kid. I know how you feel about what happened last night. If I was in your spot, I'd be the same way. It's a rough deal killing a man.
What do you mean?
Homicide. It's a rough deal. When you're young like you got a chance of beating a larceny rap, but all kinds of angles. Not with murder. They give you the seat for that, whether you're young or old.
Lenny, what are you doing to me? What are you trying to tell me?
I'm trying to give it to you gradual, kid, so you'll understand what I'm driving at. Now, you got work to do.
Work? You want me for another job?
Something like that.
I won't do it. I'm all through to you here. I won't do it.
You'll have to do this job, kid, whether you want to or not. Unless you're ready to go to the chair.
Why? What's happened?
Somebody found out about you. Somebody that feels like talking to the cops.
Who?
A dame. Besides me, she's the only one in the world that knows you killed that watchman. You gotta take care of her before it's too late.
I don't get you. Take care of her how?
Show you how. With a brand new .45.
Lenny, you're just kidding, ain't you? You don't really want me to kill somebody?
You gotta kill this dame. She wants $1 million for keeping her mouth shut, and you can't pay it. Don't you get me? She'll tip the cops.
Why? What's she got against me?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing. If you don't cough up $5,000, she sends you to the chair, just like that.
I don't care. I don't care.
Do you know what it's like, Frankie? When you're up there in the death house, I mean? You think you got it bad now. Wait till they start getting you ready for that chair.
Getting you ready?
Sure. They gotta get you ready, kid. They gotta shave your head and the hair in your legs. While they're doing it, there's a priest in your cell saying prayers.
I don't want a priest.
You will then, Frankie. You'll want a priest then more than ever. Because you'll know what you're going into. You'll know that there's something waiting for you at the end of that hall. And once you sit down in that, you're never going to get up again. You're never going to see nobody. You're never going to even breathe except that one last time when they give you the juice and it squeezes out of you. It hits you like a bomb, kid. If you wasn't strapped in that chair, why, you'd bounce all over the place. Is that what you want, Frankie? Is that what you want to go through?
No, no.
All right, then. Take this gun and do like I tell you.
Well, don't blame it on me, Jerry. Blame it on Bill. If he had had the decency to come over here when we called him, we wouldn't have to be doing this.
Well, we don't have to do it anyhow, Pam. After all, there's nobody forcing us to sneak into Lenny's apartment. But I've got this window practically open now. There she comes. Do you want to go first, or shall I?
I'll go, dear. Just give me a boost.
Right. Is enough?
Fine. I can make it now. Can you?
I don't know why not. Yeah, there we are.
Oh, I can't see in here.
Yeah, here, take my leather.
Thanks, darling.
See anything now?
Not very much. Is this the living room or the bedroom?
Yeah, I think it's both.
Well, you look through the dresser, Jerry.
All right.
I'm going to try that closet. If this Lenny man robbed that safe last night, maybe we'll find the money.
I haven't found any money yet. All I see in here is winter underwear.
Well, the closet's practically empty. No, it isn't. Jerry, come here.
I found something?
I'll say I found something. Look at this.
What is it?
Don't you see what it is? It's the other two pieces of that sectional jimmy. Now, if we can only prove that they all fit together... Oh, golly, what was that?
That was me, lady.
Who?
Don't turn around. Just stay right where you are and don't move. Because if you even breathe, I'll blow you right through the wall.
Come in, kid. Come on in.
Thanks.
So Lenny didn't come with the money himself. He sent you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's a lucky thing he sent it with somebody, because I wasn't bluffing.
No, ma'am.
All right, son, where is it? Let me count it.
Yes, ma'am. I got it right here in my pocket.
Well, give it to me. Don't stand there. Put that gun down.
I can't. I gotta do it.
Don't be a sap, kid. If he told you...
No, don't come any nearer. I gotta do it.
You don't? There ain't a reason in the world...
Please don't say no more. Please. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to know you.
But you just can't kill...
No more if you say another word.
Stop it, kid. Don't put it...
Hey, what's the idea of frisking us, Lenny? We ain't got no guns.
Well, I'm just making sure, mister. When I find somebody going through my apartment, I like to be careful. Now, what's the idea?
No idea. We just blew in from Detroit, and we're looking for some burglar tools.
In my closet? Come on, open up, sister. Ain't you the two phonies that was over to see Mrs. Noozle?
Phonies? Ain't you never heard of Muggsy Fegan?
Look, wise guy, ain't got time for fooling around. Who are you? What's your racket?
I'm telling you, safe cracking.
Okay, you asked for it. Now come with me.
Where are we going?
Come with me, I said. I'll tell you all about it.
Jerry's going to take us for a ride.
No talking, see? Just open that front door and get a move on.
Okay, we're moving.
Then move. Straight down the hall and out the back.
Just a minute, Lenny.
Huh?
Here, I'll take that gun for you. Stay where you are, Lenny. I'm a police officer.
Phil, how'd you get here?
You told me where you were, didn't you? I pay attention to phone calls.
But you weren't going to pay...
Well, I happened to look up Lenny Gorman's record, and it interested me. Especially the part about safe cracking.
What are you talking about? You ain't got nothing on me.
Well, we have. Bill, he's got the other parts of that sectional Jimmy right in his closet.
You're a cuckoo.
Take it easy, Lenny. Mrs. Newsel might be able to give us some information about that.
Yeah? I don't think Mrs. Newsel will do any talking.
Well, we'll see about that. Come along, all of you. I sent some of my men over to her apartment, and I want to find out what they picked up. Now, easy now. Just try to take it easy, Mrs. Newsel.
I'll get the doctor, Bill.
No, wait. The doctor's busy with that Frankie kid.
Gollies, what happened in here?
That's what I'd like to know.
You're the one that made him do it. You sent him here to kill me.
Who?
That Sherman kid, Frankie Sherman. He had the gun right up against me.
No, Mrs. Newsel. You got to get hold of yourself.
Can't help it. Was so close I thought I was dead.
Well, what happened?
The cops, they got him in the shoulder before he could pull the trigger. There was one of them at the door and another one on the fire escape.
Riley, Haynes, where are you?
In here with the kid. You want me, Lieutenant?
No, stay where you are. I'll be in a second.
Well, we were just coming out anyway. The kid's going to be okay.
Good.
Yeah, I'm going to be fine. Why don't you finish me off and be done with it?
Watch what you say, kid. They'll use it against you.
What do I care? They got enough against me now to put me in the electric...
Shut up, you sap.
Quiet, you. Let the kid talk.
What do you want me to say? I tried to kill her and I couldn't make it.
Why, Frankie? Why did you try to kill Mrs. Newsel?
Don't answer that. You got a right to have a lawyer.
Keep out of this, Lenny. You can have a lawyer any time he wants one.
What good is a lawyer? He can't do nothing for me, not where it hurts inside. Look, I killed a man. There ain't a lawyer in the world that can make him live again.
You killed him?
Last night in the warehouse, I killed a watchman.
Frankie!
He was coming in while we were cracking the safe, and I hit him with a blackjack.
Well, I didn't have nothing to do with it. I wasn't anywhere near him.
Weren't you?
No. I was standing over by the safe. He's the one that killed him.
You better study up on your law, Lenny.
What are you talking about? You can't pull me in on a murder rap. I didn't even touch him.
I'm not so sure about that, Lenny. What happened after Frankie killed the watchman?
Well, nothing happened. We just grabbed the dough and beat it.
Wait a second, Lenny. We didn't grab the dough. I took it down to the car myself. You came down later.
I thought so.
Who cares what you think?
I do, Lenny, because I've been thinking the same thing myself. Now, according to the autopsy report, that watchman was killed with a heavy bar of steel, part of a sectional jimmy, not with an ordinary blackjack.
Not with a blackjack? You mean
I mean he was struck several times, heavy blows with a big steel bar.
But I only hit him once. I only hit him on the side of the head. Lenny.
What do you want?
You did it, Lenny. You killed him yourself after I was out of there. You killed him and you made me think I did it.
Go on, you're crazy.
You did. You killed him. You almost got me to kill her.
Look out.
I won't look out, you lousy dope.
Hey, stop it, kid. Stop it.
Now let me go. Let me choke the life out of him.
Hands off, I said. You don't have to get even with him, Frankie. The state will get even for you.
Say, Pam.
Yes, dear?
Whatever happened to that piggy bank I had up here on my dresser?
Piggy bank?
Now, you know I've been dropping quarters and halves into that thing for a long time.
Oh, well, when did you miss it, Jerry?
Right after we got finished with all that safe-cracking business last night.
Oh.
Say, you didn't happen to get an idea and break into it, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, Jerry, when the laundryman came this morning...
Oh, I see.
But I was going to put the money back, dear.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I hid the bank. I didn't want you to discover it until
Say no more, darling. I understand everything, except for one point.
What?
Well, that piggy bank doesn't open until the whole thing's full. How in the world did you get the money out?
Oh, that was easy, Jerry. I used a sectional jimmy.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? You're expecting Mr. Wolfe at your place in 3 hours? Your place is where? Yes. Well, I'm expecting Hedy Lamarr in 15 minutes. Yeah, but mister, we're both out of luck.
Archie, what are you babbling about?
There's a character on the phone who's laboring under the naive delusion that you're about to make a trip upstate.
His name?
Finley, he said.
In that case, he's quite correct.
Yeah, he's quite the, yes, Mr. Finley. Mr. Wolfe will be there. Yeah, goodbye.
I shall need some beer, Archie.
The bottle opener's in the right-hand drawer.
Thank you.
What one of us needs is a psychiatrist. You're voluntarily leaving your happy home, exposing yourself to the elements, entrusting your only life to a savage automobile?
I am.
Oh. Somebody's offered you the United States Treasury, huh?
Mr. Finley happens to grow orchids. Among them, he has developed a plant possessing spurred labilli. I have an opportunity to purchase a couple of the plants, therefore...
I don't believe it.
But, Archie, according to the reports I have received, he has produced a strain of black cypripedium.
Oh, well, in that case. But, Mr. Wolfe, while it's true that black may be the color of your true love's hair, it is also true that black is the color of funerals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
The beginning of the case of the Phantom Fingers actually had nothing to do with black orchids. The first act was played in an old house at the end of an old dirt road. It was short and simple. As short as life. And as simple as murder.
Joe, I didn't believe the letters I got. Didn't believe them until now. I've been a lonely man. No wife, children. Joe, it was all coming to you after I died. There was no need for you to steal from me. All you had to do was wait. Joe, that gun. Put it down. No.
Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
How much longer?
Oh, an hour, maybe. Why?
I'm a fool.
Yeah, well, payday's tomorrow. I refuse to agree with you. Besides, the trip's been fine so far, huh? So there's snow on the road, but,
Phooey.
Well, it's nice snow. Pretty soon it'll be spring, and in the spring...
If you mention old Tidmas once more, I shall strangle you.
No, it's against the law. But you know, if that snow melts much faster, the trees won't look so pretty.
Trees, are they really necessary?
Uh-huh. People cut them down and make paper out of them. And they take the paper and make dollar bills. Mr. Wolfe, we're surrounded by future thieves.
I prefer the finished product. What on earth is that?
Sounds like a river.
Indeed.
Except there aren't any rivers around here. Hey!
Yeah?
Up ahead.
What? Huh?
It's a river. Only it isn't a river.
It's wet.
Yeah, it's wet and it's got waves on it. Had to start raining, too.
Nature. Phooey.
The road behind us is covered with water. We'll just have to keep going onward and upward.
Would you like to recite Excelsior to me?
Why, sure. Shades of night were falling fast when through an alpine village passed...
An idiot of your caliber, no doubt.
Oh.
That infernal engine has died.
No, the road dips up ahead. And where it dips, there's a junior Mississippi growing up.
Splendid.
Not so splendid. We can't go back and we can't go forward.
Why not?
They didn't build this model to swim.
No foresight. What do we do now?
Well, we could abandon the car and,
Walk, are you mad? Are you seriously suggesting I indulge in a foot race with the flood?
Yeah, well, not seriously, but,
Oh, you've decided to give the car a swimming lesson?
No. There's what looks like a cow path leading off the highway. To your right. Maybe it's a road.
We progress. We now follow the footstep of the cow.
Ah, it is a road. An old dirt road. Not only that, it goes up.
Is that good?
Theoretically. We might get above the water that way.
And if the theory fails?
Mr. Wolfe, how are you on the Australian crawl? Hey, there's been another car on this road before us. You can see the tire tracks in the mud.
Interesting. An indication that there are other maniacs about. I myself would not have chosen this particular spot to picnic in.
Well, it's not that. There's somebody lying on the road.
People have peculiar habits. Ignore him and drive on.
Hold on a moment. Mr. Wolfe, you better come out here.
My madness has its limits. The answer is no. Serious, Archie?
Very serious.
Oh, very well. Good heavens.
Yeah, still alive, but...
The man's been shot. He's mumbling.
Joe.
Yelling for Joe.
Be still.
Don't forgive stealing. Don't...
So much for that. Pick him up, Archie. Put him in the car.
Might be bad for him to be moved.
No. There is nothing that can be bad for him. He's dead. Is this blasted road leading anywhere, Archie?
Well, seems to be a clearing up ahead. Maybe... Hey, it's a house.
Splendid.
I'm not so sure. It's perched up on top of a cliff, surrounded on three sides by nothing. On the side facing us, there's a deep ravine and a small wooden bridge.
An island in the air.
Yeah. High enough to keep above water, maybe, but... Now, that bridge doesn't look too good. Rain may have weakened it.
I have no choice, Archie. I have no intention of being drowned in these barbaric surroundings. The bridge, Archie.
Okay, hold on. Oh, the thing's collapsing under us.
How momentum, sir?
Well, if it doesn't, 37 blondes are going to be wearing black. Correction, 38. I forgot the one in Gimbel's bargain basement. Hey, we made it. The bridge will never be the same, though. There's a car ahead of us in front of the house.
The car from which our dead friend, was thrown. Only one set of car tracks in the mud along the road, and here...
And all we have to do is walk in, ask for the owner of the house, and,
Possibly, and possibly not. Archie, go through the corpse's pockets.
Oh, that's not cricket. Yeah, all right. I'm going through. There's not much on him. Handkerchief, silver, driver's license. The name was, James Miller. Address Garner Lane. Walden. Now, I've got an idea this is Garner Lane, Mr. Wolfe.
In which case, someone named Joe was looking after the house for him, committed theft, and murdered Miller. Miller's body was then dumped on the road in the hopes that the floods would wash the body away. No one at the house seems to have noticed our arrival.
No. Well, let's go in and ask for Joe, huh?
Very well. Hard. With the bridge down, there's absolutely no way of getting on or off this place.
Except for a mountain goat. I don't know any mountain goats. I used to know a plain goat once, though.
Indeed.
He ran at the 5th at Jamaica.
Stop maundering.
I never maundered. Also, I never win bets on horse races. That's why I continue to work for you.
That is also why you had better ring the doorbell.
Okay. Nobody's going to break a leg rushing to open the door.
I suppose you try it. I have had more than enough of the weather.
Is that polite? Besides, the killer may have some more bullets in that gun.
Are you afraid?
Sure.
Fooey, the door, Archie.
But old Dr. Tidmouse would say... Well, never mind. Hey, somebody was careless leaving the door open like that. On the other hand, has a spider ever shut its web? The answer is no. Are we flies? Yes.
Out of my way, Archie.
There are lights up ahead. Must be the living room.
Excuse me.
Sure. You're excused.
Do you live here, sir?
Do we? No, don't you?
Of course not. This is very strange. I came out to see the people who live here, or the person. I found the door open and no one about. I've been sitting in this corner now for a long time.
Well, it's a pity no one offered you a plum pie. Then you could have stuck in your thumb.
You saw no one enter, sir?
No one at all. I didn't want to go any further. It would have seemed like prying.
Perhaps you had better come along with us.
Well, all right. You know, this place, it has an evil atmosphere.
Certainly has. What it needs is fresh air.
Phooey. This would be the living room door. Ajar bit.
It is. Looks as pretty as a picture. Oh.
Hello.
Well, just think of it. 5 minutes ago, you know, I didn't know you existed. And you didn't know I existed. And now...
Archie, your existence would have a sudden end unless you keep quiet. Excuse us for intruding, Miss...
Intruding? Oh, but I really should ask you to excuse me.
You do not live here?
I wish I did, but... You see, I've been out walking. I live maybe a mile from here, and then when the flood began, I thought I'd come in here and stay for a while.
And you found?
An empty house.
That's not what I found. As old Dr. Tidmouse has often said...
Go through the rest of the house, Archie.
Go through the rest... Yeah, well, never mind. I'll,
That sound?
Somebody's walking. Coming downstairs. I'll go and see. Hey, you! Come on into the living room. Meet your guests in one or several pieces, as you prefer.
You what? Oh. Hiya, folks.
Ah, a host at last.
That's very funny. I think I'll laugh.
May I ask why?
Because this here ain't my dump. I was just casing the joint. I was just taking a stroll.
Through the house?
I'm eccentric.
Oh, clever. However, I think you'd better stay.
Why?
Because you may turn out to be the owner of this house after all. I rather think introductions are in order.
Well, I'm Peg Shirley.
My name is Wagner.
Joseph Wagner?
Lewis.
How about you, Stroller?
Cregan. Sam Cregan.
Peg, Louis, Sam. Mr. Cregan, while you were strolling upstairs, did you notice anyone else about?
No.
There was no one outside when Archie and I entered. The bridge is down, effectively cutting us off from further visitors. We may assume, therefore, that we are the only people in or about this house.
Yeah, it's cozy, ain't it?
Which further means that one of you three is a murderer.
What's it you say?
The murderer is the person who owns or lives in this house. All three of you denied being that person. Conclusion, one of you is a liar. I hardly expected a full immediate confession. However, we are absolutely isolated here. No one is going to come or leave until we have our killer.
You know, you can't really keep us here.
The flood can and will. Remember, the bridge is no longer. So you see, just the five of us alone. No one else inside the house, no one outside. Therefore...
Correction, Mr. Wolfe.
Maybe it's a branch or something tapping against the door.
Unlikely. Archie.
Okay, I'll go see who or what it is. Hey.
Who in the world is that?
What? I got him. Somebody shut the door.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
A disreputable and unwashed gentleman. Head badly hurt. Is he conscious, Archie?
I don't know. He's mumbling something.
Legs pushed off. Fell from the ledge.
He's passed out. I guess he was trying to say that somebody pushed him out on a ledge. On the side of the cliff, maybe. He must have regained consciousness and crawled to the house. Where'll I put him, Mr. Wolfe?
Bedroom, I suppose. Where he'll need first aid. We can't get a doctor. Cregan, where are the bedrooms?
Yeah, one right up at the head of the stairs. And don't ask me how I happen to know.
We shan't, Archie.
Okay. I'll need somebody to help me carry him up without shaking him too badly.
Cregan?
Okay. Let's go.
As for the rest of you, Mr. Wagner, Miss Shirley, I suggest we return to the living room.
But I don't see any reason why we should take orders from you.
One of you is a murderer. I include Mr. Cregan, of course.
Oh, but that poor man wasn't dead.
Not for lack of trying. However, I was not referring to him.
You mean someone else has been killed?
Precisely. That is why I hope we shall not hear another knocking at the door. It could only be a corpse. Archie.
And Cregan.
Yeah.
The injured man?
Still out. Probably got a concussion.
Did he say anything further?
Well, he babbled a bit. I don't know if...
We should assume we're among friends, Archie. Exactly what did he say?
Well, he was pushed over the edge of the cliff because he saw Miller killed.
Did he also see who?
No. Passed out before he had a chance. He's an old tramp, Mr. Wolfe. He was bumming his way through the country when he saw the murder.
He must have decided on a touch of blackmail and receiving a concussion instead, which may last for hours or for days.
Somebody's playing with the lights.
Some fool.
The switch was over this way. Lights are on again. Whose idea was that?
I had nothing to do with it.
Me neither.
Miss Shirley, why did you scream?
Well, someone brushed against me in the darkness.
You were standing?
Near the table, this table.
Archie?
No, nothing on the table except a bunch of keys on a ring.
Something screwy. Why should a guy put the lights out just to deposit a bunch of keys on a table?
Obvious. Without doubt, those are the keys of this house. Possession of them would have disclosed which of you lives here and which of you therefore killed Miller. It's late. I shall sleep down here, lacking an elevator to transport me upstairs.
The elevator's lacking.
Yes, the rest of you should be able to find bedrooms upstairs. Good night. Archie.
Yeah?
Follow them upstairs. Spend the night awake.
Okay.
Good heavens, Archie.
On my way. What's cooking up here?
Somebody's playing with the lights up.
Strike a match.
You don't have to. I got a flashlight.
Oh, here it is. Light switch. You know, this putting out of lights is getting to be somebody's bad habit. Well, all three of you seem to be okay. Stay here.
Where are you going?
Tramp's room right here at the head of the stairs. Think of all your good deeds while I'm gone. All right, downstairs again.
What, again?
Oh, dear. What happened?
Well, there was more than a bunch of keys this time.
Oh, that knife. There's blood on it.
There should be. I just pulled it out of a man's heart. Well, Mr. Wolfe, one of these three babies doused the lights, popped into the tramp's room, deposited the knife in his chest, and popped right out again.
The knife you're holding?
Yeah.
Intelligent of you to wrap a handkerchief around the handle.
Well, whoever killed the tramp didn't have time to fool around with gloves, so...
There should be prints on the knife handle. Satisfactory, Archie.
That's mild enthusiasm.
Archie, on that desk, an ink pad.
Yeah.
Miss Shirley, you carry face powder, of course?
Yes, I do.
Archie will need it to bring out the prints on the knife. He will then fingerprint each of you. Compare your prints with those on the knife, and we shall have a murderer to hand over to the police. Archie, will you begin, please?
Here they are, Mr. Wolfe. 3 cards labeled with Miss Shirley's name, Cregan's, and Wagner's. Their respective prints are on each card.
Good. I have the knife here. Several quite distinct prints on it. It should be child's play to, Archie.
Yeah?
Take your own prints and mine.
What?
Do as I say quickly.
Yes, sir. All right, give me your thumb. Thank you. That's it. Now mine. Thank me.
There's something wrong. Something wrong and deadly loose in this house tonight.
Well, there's a card with your prints and mine.
Thank you.
Now you got 5 cards altogether.
So I have. Archie.
What now?
Take the ink pad and a fresh card with you.
Where am I going with them?
Upstairs?
But, Mr. Wolfe, there's nobody upstairs except the corpse.
Precisely. It is his prints I want.
This is so ridiculous. I'm
over with.
Tired of
Tiresome.
Archie?
Yeah, I got the dead man's prints.
Will all of you please sit?
All right, but
Good heavens, young woman. Be careful. We want no accidents.
sorry, I caught my high heels in the rug.
Archie, the card with the corpse's prints on it.
Hey, yes, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I've had quite enough of this nonsense.
Have you, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, and so have I, Mr. Wolfe. Also, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Perhaps not. However, I have something rather interesting to tell all of you. There is no one in this house besides yourselves, except, of course, for the dead man upstairs, There is no one on the rock on which this house stands except for another dead man in our car.
Look, we already know all that.
Bear with me. We may rule out secret passages, unusual hiding places, or anything of that esoteric and childish nature. We may also rest assured that no one has come to or left this house or rock within the last few hours.
Well, that means we're kind of hermetically sealed here, huh? Meaning also that whoever was here when the tramp was killed is still here. Still here in this room.
Correct, Archie. Now then, I have checked the dead tramp's prints against those on the knife. Theoretically, suicide was possible. However, the prints do not match.
That guy was in no condition to kill himself anyway.
True. Then I checked Archie's prints and mine against those on the knife. No similarity.
Oh, but no one suspected either of you.
Thank you, but I had to be thorough. That left only the three of you. I compared your cards and the prints on them with the prints on the handle of the knife.
And?
I want you to remember one thing very clearly. We are the only living people in this house or on this rock of land. No tricks are possible and may be ruled out.
All right, so what?
This. The prints on the handle of the knife that pierced the heart of the man upstairs do not match his prints or the prints of anyone in this room.
No, mine wouldn't match.
Would you mind saying that again?
He doesn't have to. And those cards, Mr. Wolfe, has the prints of everybody here. And yet none of them match the prints on the knife handle.
But, well, in that case, who or what killed him?
Why, there must be someone else in the house.
I give you my word, there is not.
Hey, you thinking about ghosts or something?
Ghosts never leave fingerprints.
I've got to get away. I can't stand this.
Me too. Come on, lady.
But I'll come along with you, if you don't mind.
Mr. Wolfe.
Let them go. The bridge is down. They can't get far.
Okay. But I don't get it.
Get what?
Well, the fingerprint business. And who killed Miller plus the tramp?
The identity of the killer, Archie, is quite obvious.
It is? To who?
To whom?
Who's whom? That's a joke. Yeah, I'm stalling for self-respect. You know?
Of course I do. I have no conclusive proof, however. I had hoped the fingerprints would be of assistance there, but they proved to be phantoms.
I'm still smarting about the other thing. You know, it's at times like this that I almost agree with you about my intelligence.
Lack of intelligence?
Yeah, well, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. Just go ahead. Yeah, well, maybe you better rub it in. From now on, you may refer to my brain in the negative.
In the negative? Bless you, Archie.
What I've just done, I don't know, but can I have a raise?
No.
I'll take it back.
You can't. Get the others in at once.
Mr. Wolfe, you now have the appearance of Mr. Wolfe being surrounded by several dozen bottles of beer. What have I done?
You've explained the fingerprints, Archie. Hurry. I don't want to keep the killer in suspense.
I don't care. No, I'm very nervous. I don't like this.
Archie.
They're all here.
Yes, but they're all making a noise. Stop them.
Miss Shirley, Mr. Cregan, Mr. Wagner, will you please shut... Mr. Wolfe, they have.
Thank you, Archie. Now then, I have known for some little time which of you killed the tramp and Miller. I lack proof, however.
And you have it now?
I will admit for a while I was flummoxed by the negative evidence of the fingerprints. They seem to indicate that the tramp was murdered by a phantom. However, the word negative itself has solved the minor problem.
Minor to who?
To whom? Never mind. Shh.
Archie, what is the salient feature of a film negative?
Well, I suppose it's the fact that the darks are light and the lights are dark. Huh?
Precisely. A reversal, then, of the actual appearances. Now, are there any similarities between filmed images and fingerprints?
Oh, in a way. You could call the whorls and hollows that determine the individual characteristics of a fingerprint the lights and darks, huh?
You could. I shall. Miss Shirley, would you help in an experiment?
Well, of course.
Thank you. Archie, I want you to take Miss Shirley's fingerprints once again.
Okay. Pad and card. Here you are, Miss Shirley.
All right.
Archie, quick.
Huh?
Grab her arm.
I got it. Well, usually I don't have to be coached, but...
Let go of me. What are you trying to do?
Miss Shirley, you already had pressed your fingers on the ink pad once. Why were you about to do it a second time?
Well, I just wanted to make a better impression.
Phooey. Archie, wipe some of the ink off her fingers.
Oh, but then it won't be any good.
It'll be very good, Archie.
I've done it.
And take the print.
No, Now let go of me.
Maybe. I never hurt women if I can help it, but right now I won't be able to help it. Mr. Wolf wants your prints all over again, so down on the nice white card.
No.
There, thanks.
Will you let me have that card now, Archie?
Sure.
In the meanwhile, hold on to Miss Shirley.
A pleasure.
Indeed? Would you continue to think so, Archie, if I told you that Miss Shirley's first name is not Peg, but happens to be Josephine, for which the diminutive is Joe?
Glad they're fixing the bridge. I was beginning to think we'd be here forever.
Boy, we have been.
You know, if those black orchids have been holding their breath waiting for you, they're going to be red in the face. Hey, new breed, red orchids, huh?
Archie, must you talk?
Well, it's fun. Also, you've been holding out on me about the case.
I surrender.
Okay. You know, when we compared the new prints of Josephine with those on the knife, you could have knocked me over with a sash weight. They were identical.
Naturally. She stabbed the tramp.
Yeah, but what was the fingerprint gag?
She merely loaded her fingers so heavily with ink that she falsified the markings. She filled up the hollows and walls with ink. The result was that ridges became hollows and vice versa, in the same fashion that a photographic negative falsifies lights and darks.
You got that when I mentioned the word negative. It works, huh?
Try it sometime.
Yeah, the very next bank I robbed. But you said you knew who killed Miller and the tramp even before you exposed the fingerprint gimmick. How?
We knew Miller's murderer lived in this house. Had been stealing from him and so on.
Uh-huh.
Stealing what? Cash, of course. He, as the girl admitted, was an eccentric, kept his money on the property. Cregan had probably heard of it, hence his casing of the house.
Yeah?
Our problem, therefore, was to discover who lived in this house. All three suspects denied it. Josephine Shirley told us, as you may remember, that she'd gone for a walk and then been driven by the flood to this house where we found her.
Well, that's what she said it could have been.
No, because as you may also remember, she tripped at one point over the living room rug and mentioned why.
Sure, she said she was wearing high heels. Uh-oh, because out in the country there are no pavements, so girls don't go for a walk in high-heel shoes. Therefore, she hadn't gone for a walk. Therefore, she was lying. Therefore, she killed Miller, and... I should have noticed those heels myself.
You should have, Archie. Your trouble, I suspect, was that you didn't notice the feet for the legs.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Howard McNear, Tim Graham, and Eddie Fields. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Vanishing Shells. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Show starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, the make-believe murder. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter was initiated into one of the most exclusive clubs in the world, and how his initiation turned out to be not one murder, but two. These are busy days, and no one is any busier than a lady who keeps house. It seems as if you no sooner get one job done than another pops up. So it's a lucky thing that American science has created such work savers as those 3 great Linex home brighteners. Yes, here's the way to save hours of work each week. That's why American homemakers from coast to coast are swinging over to the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish, Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new quick-drying wax product. So do as thousands of other wise women do. Save hours of work, enjoy sparkling new home beauty with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Get them at your hardware, paint, or department store. And see what modern magic they work for you. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. A single light burns brightly down in the basement deep under the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 5th and 4th, illuminating a small paper target. 20 yards away, Nick Carter stands, a small automatic in his hand, firing methodically.
To the left, about 8 feet, 8 inches. Try again. Left again, 9 feet, 2 inches. 9 feet exactly that time.
Nick! Hey, Nick!
Yes, Patsy?
Cease firing. I want to come in.
Come ahead. I've just about finished.
We've got to close up shop for today. Nick, you'll be late.
Patsy, I've won my bet with Sergeant Matheson.
What bet?
I bet him $1 the Austrian Mauser wouldn't eject a cartridge more than 10 feet. I've just fired 50 rounds, and not one cartridge is more than 9.5 feet from the gun.
Oh.
I win $1, and Jansen is cleared of the murder charge, which proves that he couldn't have done it. Personally, I think...
I was waiting for you to notice.
Evening gown, huh? Well, Miss Bowen, you look most charming.
You really think so, Nick?
May I ask where you're going tonight?
Out? With you?
With me?
Please hurry, Nick. We'll be late.
Well, late for what?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. And you were so anxious to go when the letter came. Honestly, Nick, sometimes I believe you're not human. Now hurry and get into your dinner clothes. I'll explain on the way over.
But, Patsy, where are we going?
To a murder.
All right. You can stop kidding me now. I remembered, Patsy. I was so wrapped up in that ballistics work, it slipped my mind.
You sure?
I'll recite it like a lesson. I've been invited to join the famous Alphabet Club, the most exclusive gathering of eminent talents in the country, right?
Right. Incidentally, why is it called the Alphabet Club, Nick?
Because the first letters of the names of the charter members are the first 4 letters of the alphabet. Arnold Archer.
The financier?
Mm-hmm. Nelson Burns, the architect. Walter Crane, the boy wonder engineer. And George Dennis, the attorney.
Oh.
Coincidentally, they're not only the charter members, they're the initiating committee, too. They're the ones who are going to put me through the ropes before the rest of the club arrive for dinner.
Oh, that initiation stunt's a cute idea.
Yes, in fact, rather tickles me. Staging a make-believe murder. They swear I'll never be able to break it.
Challenging the mastermind, eh? That's the club over there. You can park in front.
Righto.
We're just about on time. Oh, please hurry, Nick.
I saw Burns the other day. He swore they'd cooked up a beauty. You know, I'm really intrigued.
Yes, please?
Miss Bowen and Mr. Carter.
Oh, yes. Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Alphabet Club.
Thank you.
The members are waiting in the lounge room. Will you follow me, please?
Could I join too, Nick?
No, Patsy, they don't admit women. But they asked me to bring you along because they said they knew I worked with you on my cases.
Pretty swank place, isn't it, Nick?
I wonder how much the club dues are.
Right here, sir. Just one moment, please. Gentlemen, Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
Well, for the love of...
Gentlemen, open the door, please. Mr. Archer, Mr. Burns, please open. Mr. Crane, Mr. Dennis.
Enter the house of death. Murder awaits Nick Carter.
Golly, it's pitch dark.
Watch your step, Patsy. Don't trip on any dead bodies.
What's that noise I hear? Sounds like we're in a toy shop.
Let's close it up, Miss Bourne. Lights, please. Let's have some light, Walter. That's it. Here we are.
Oh, golly. Who's that lying on the floor?
I assume it's Santa Claus.
Right you are. The name of this mystery is Who Killed Santa Claus? And if Mr. Carter and Miss Bourne want any dinner, they'd better find out who done it, and quick.
Very well, gentlemen. I shall begin with the taking of the evidence.
My name is Arnold Archer. I love Santa Claus, but today I hate him.
Why?
Because he brought me this cap pistol. And I really wanted a horn.
My name is Nelson Burns, and this horn is a sad disappointment to me. I hate Santa Claus. I really wanted the sword he gave Walter Crane.
And I wanted the cap pistol he gave Archer.
Well, who's Santa Claus?
Oh, that's George Dennis. He'll say hello after Mr. Carter finds out who done it.
Well, gentlemen, I see you all have a good and sufficient motive for killing Santa Claus. I must now examine our make-believe corpse to discover the method of this brutal, foul, and illegal make-believe murder. In my opinion... Patsy,
Nick, what is it?
get on the phone. Call Matty. Get the homicide squad up here fast.
Mr. Carter...
I'm not joking, Mr. Archer. You'd better call the other members and cancel the dinner. Your make-believe murder has turned real. Dennis has been shot to death.
All right. Now, just a minute. I want to get you guys straight. Who's the corpse, Nick?
George Dennis, the lawyer. You remember him, Matty. He was retained as an expert in the Wilner case.
Yeah, I got that. Now, which one is Arnold Archer?
I am.
The financier, Sergeant.
Believe me, Sergeant Matheson, this must be some kind of ghastly mistake.
Well, none of us would want to kill Dennis. We were his friends, Sergeant. We couldn't have any reason to kill him.
Oh, you're Burns, huh? Nelson Burns.
Yes.
And the gentleman over there is Walter Crane.
I think this is in pretty bad taste, Carter, and I don't like it. Dennis was killed accidentally, there's no doubt of it. It's pretty cheap to try and turn this into a murder case for the sake of notoriety.
Now listen, wise
Wait,
guy.
Matty. Mr. Crane, you're positive this was an accident. Why?
Well, isn't it obvious? The four of us were alone in this room when the steward knocked on the door. Dennis lay down on the floor, I put out the lights, and Nelson Burns fired off the blanks.
Yes?
Well, evidently, a round of live ammunition must have gotten mixed up with the blanks.
No, that's not true. I swear it.
Mr. Burns is right. I checked the gun. There are 4 rimfire blank shells in the chambers.
Only 4?
I see Patsy understands what I mean. Doesn't anyone else?
What is this, Nick?
When Patsy and I were outside, we heard 5 shots.
5?
Meaning that a 5th shot was fired along with those 4 blanks. Meaning that one of you 3 gentlemen took advantage of the make-believe murder to murder George Dennis.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Quiet, gentlemen, please. None of you are to leave this room. Matty, get your squad in here. Search these men. Then take this place apart if you have to. I want to find the gun that killed Dennis.
Okay, Nick.
The murderer wants to save us the trouble. He can talk now. Believe me, gentlemen, this won't be any make-believe search. Nobody have anything to say? All right, Matty. Get going.
Right.
We're over here, Matty.
Comparing notes. Got anything to offer, Sergeant?
Well, let's hear what you've got first.
Well, Archer's the famous financier. Worth over $1 million. Wouldn't kill for money.
Nelson Burns, same status. Plenty of money. Ditto for Walter Crane.
All 4 men were pretty close friends at college. Known each other for years. Apparently, they're still friends. Now, that might not be true. People grow apart sometimes.
On the other hand, all 3 are pretty ruthless kind of men. I imagine you have to be tough to make the success they have.
And you have to have a certain amount of cold courage to pull off a murder the way this one's been handled. Now, how about the gun?
There ain't no gun.
What?
You heard me, Patsy. There ain't no gun. Nick, we took them guys apart and put them together again. We took the room apart. There ain't but one gun in the place. The one that fired the blanks.
But that's impossible.
You're telling me? Nick, we opened every book. We even took the toys apart. No soap. And the gun couldn't have been thrown out the window because there ain't no window. Look, it's getting pretty late, Nick, and they're getting kind of sore in there. Do you want me to hold them?
I'll tell you what, Matty. There are bedrooms upstairs. They can all go upstairs if they want and try and get some sleep, but they're not to leave the club.
Right.
And I want a ballistics report on the bullet that killed Dennis as soon as possible.
Right.
If you want me, I'll be in the kitchen.
What doing?
Getting something to eat. And pumping the steward. I'm hungry for food and facts. This is a man that can cook after my own heart.
Thank you, sir.
Me too. I'll take lessons from you any day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Too bad a dinner like this had to be wasted.
Oh, it's not the dinner I mind, sir. It's the fact that your joining the club was so...
Inauspicious?
The very word, sir.
You think they'll take me in anyway, despite what happened tonight?
Why, of course, sir. I'm sure the gentlemen are still anxious to have the famous Nick Carter as a member.
Even when it means the famous Nick Carter has become merely an infamous detective accusing the members of murder?
I'm sure it was an accident, sir.
You think a live shell might have gotten mixed up with the blanks?
Yes, sir.
I see. Steward, do you know who loaded the gun?
It was Mr. Crane, sir.
The engineer?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Crane always plans our little festivities, sir. He planned the entire initiation tonight. Talking about it all week he was, sir. I used to see him late at night, thinking it over in the lounge, chuckling to himself.
Was it his gun?
Yes, sir.
I see. Well, thanks very much, Steward. Both for the excellent food and for the information.
Especially the food.
Come on, Betsy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd like to go upstairs and have a few words with Crane.
Nick, do you think Crane...
I don't know, Betsy. Certainly, he's a likely prospect.
I didn't like the way he kept insisting it was an accident.
What I don't like is the fact that Walter Crane, engineer, gentleman with a calculating and mechanical frame of mind, gentleman who loaded the gun himself, failed to notice an extra shot was fired.
Nick!
That's no initiation. Come on, upstairs quick.
Hey, Nick, you hear that?
Came from upstairs, Matty. Come quick.
Sounded like Crane to me.
Nick, this might be a trap to get us up here.
Now, wait a minute. This is Crane's room right here. Glory be. It's Crane, all right. Dead on the floor.
With a toy sword in his heart.
Who's the man who turned make-believe murder into reality and then covered it up by a second murder with a make-believe sword? How will Nick break this strange case? We'll see in just a moment. Most folks remember what a long, tiresome job it used to be to keep floors and linoleum spick and span. But now, Linex self-polishing wax, the modern shortcut to beautiful floors, has cut that job to a minimum. For Linex self-polishing wax, made from a new formula developed by leading chemists to give you the finest, is designed to save you work, to give your floors and linoleum amazing new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance. For one thing, Linex self-polishing wax takes only a jiffy to wipe on and dries without tiresome rubbing to a handsome satiny luster. For another, because Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax, the finish lasts longer. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by actual test that any hardwood, linoleum, or rubber tile floor is less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. No wonder it's called the anti-skid floor finish, and it always gives that satiny look that only real wax can give. So it's just common sense to depend on Linex self-polishing wax, the new way to perfect floor care. Enjoy greater leisure, greater convenience, greater beauty in your home with Linex self-polishing wax, available at your hardware, paint, or department store. Ask your dealer now for all three great Linex home brighteners, the easy way to more attractive living. And now back to our story. The make-believe murder of George Dennis, which was staged as Nick's initiation to the Alphabet Club, suddenly turned real. Nick could find no motive for the murder, and Sergeant Matheson was unable to locate the gun that fired the death shot. While Nick and Patsy were collating evidence in the club, they heard a scream and rushed upstairs to find Walter Crane stabbed to death, a toy sword in his heart. Now, with Sergeant Matheson and Patsy, Nick examines the dead man as the other club members, Burns and Archer, rush into the room.
For heaven's sakes, Carter, what is it?
Who screamed? All right. Don't park here. This ain't no Coney Island peep show.
But Arnold, it's Crane. He's...
What do you guys think this is, a reunion? Go on, get out of here. Go on back to your
Just a minute,
rooms.
Matty. I want to ask a couple of questions.
Okay.
Mr. Archer, where were you when you heard Crane scream?
Well, I just finished bathing. I was in the shower room.
I see. It's why you're still carrying a bath towel.
Yes.
And you, Mr. Burns?
Well, I was in my room waiting for Archer to finish. I was smoking a cigar at my window.
Where's the cigar?
I don't know. I think I dropped it out the window when I heard Crane yell.
Matty, get one of your men to check that.
Right. Be back in a flash.
Now, let's have a look at that sword. May I borrow your towel a moment, Archer?
Certainly.
I don't want to smudge any prints that might be on it.
You are?
Thanks. Just wrap this towel around it.
Mr. Carter, surely you don't think I...
You what, Mr. Burns?
Well, merely because I said in jest that I wanted Crane's toy sword during the make-believe murder. You don't think that I killed Crane with it?
Deductive reasoning isn't that obvious, Mr. Burns. You have nothing to worry about on that count.
Thank you.
But both of you have plenty to worry about on other counts.
No, Mr. Carter.
Look here,
surely
gentlemen.
you can...
I don't think either of you understand. 2 murders have been committed in this club. Someone's guilty. That leaves 3 suspects. You, Mr. Archer.
What?
You, Mr. Burns.
But I...
And the steward. They execute men for murder, gentlemen. Try to understand that.
Well, I found the cigar all right, Nick.
All right, Matty, thanks. These gentlemen may return to their rooms.
All right, gents. Well, Nick, what about Crane?
Killed almost instantly, just time enough to scream.
Uh-huh.
Whoever killed him used plenty of power to thrust this dull blade deep enough to penetrate the heart.
Any prints on the blade, Nick?
I'll take the towel off and look. No. Blade's dry and clean as a mirror. You look at it by reflected light. Not a latent print on it, not even a smudge.
That doesn't help much.
Well, I got news. It ain't going to help much more.
Yes?
They took this slug out of Dennis. Here, look at it.
Thanks. 22, I see. Wait. Hello.
You see, huh?
Nick, what is it?
No rifling marks on this bullet, Patsy.
No rifling marks?
No lands or grooves on the slug at all. Now, what's that supposed to mean? The killer threw it at Dennis?
That's impossible. We heard the extra shot.
Matty's just being difficult, Patsy. I think Matty's bad news is the best I've had on this case.
Well, now, what's that supposed to mean?
It means I think I know where to find the gun that killed Dennis. Come on, Patsy. We're going to have a look at Dennis's house.
Well, how in blazes did the gun get there?
I didn't say the gun was there. The gun's in this house.
Then why do you go into Dennis's place?
To find out why it was fired. Not a scrap of paper worth looking at in his desk, Patsy. Looks like we'll have to open that safe.
Too bad Dennis was a bachelor. No one here to give us the combination.
Well, we could wait for a court order to have the safe opened, but I don't think we'll bother. Just have the stethoscope in my bag.
Okay, Chief. You're going to crack this crib?
Hey, where did you pick up that jargon?
From a crime magazine. Here's your scope.
Thanks. Well, that magazine must have been 15 years old. Crooks don't talk that way anymore.
No? Well, how would they describe what you're doing?
They'd say that I was exercising a natural facility and delicacy of touch to turn the dial. Meanwhile, using a medical device to hear the tumblers fall. Quiet now. Shouldn't take long. It's a 3-bolt job.
What made you go straight, Nick?
That, Patsy, is a base insinuation. My criminal facility was acquired during a long career of fighting crooks. There we are. All right, let's go through this stuff quickly. Here's Dennis's insurance. $100,000. Bar Association is beneficiary.
Packages of old letters.
Skip 'em.
Oh, here's a note from Archer. Offers Dennis $150,000 for the shares of stock Dennis holds in Archer's company.
Nice sum. Wait a minute. Here's a will.
Oh, let's see.
Now, this is very interesting. Mr. Dennis leaves all cash and stock holdings to his old ex-college roommate, John Wendell.
Who's John Wendell?
John Wendell happens to be the steward of the Alphabet Club.
Well.
Old college friend, eh? Maybe that won't interest Matty.
Nick, do you think it was Wendell, the steward? He killed Dennis for the stock?
Here, wait, let's have a look at that envelope here. Looks like it contains stock shares.
It does. Nick, there's only one share of stock in here. One single share. Par value $500. Someone's taken the rest.
Just one share, huh? Patsy, where's that note from Archer you just read me?
Here, Nick. Why?
Let's see. For you, $150,000 for... Uh-huh. Patsy, you didn't read this correctly. It says that Archer offers Dennis $150,000 for his share of stock. Dennis only owned the one share.
Then Why should Archer offer him $150,000 for a share of stock worth only $500?
You'll find out shortly. Let me have that phone.
Oh, why do you always have to be so mysterious, Nick?
I don't like making statements until I'm positive.
Alphabet Club. Sergeant Matheson speaking.
Matty, this is Nick.
Oh, what'd you find, Nick?
I think I found all the answers.
Well, Nick, leave me here.
Not on the phone. I'm going to demonstrate. Now listen.
I'm listening.
Get the surviving members out of bed.
Yeah?
Tell them I've broken the case. Tell them I'm going to reenact the crime for them.
Yeah, how?
When Patsy and I come to the door, I want the steward to meet us. Then we'll play the make-believe murder all over again, just as it happened. You can take Crane's part.
Reenact the make-believe murder?
Right.
I think you're crazy, Nick.
Maybe. But this time, the make-believe murder is going to lead to an honest-to-goodness solution. All set, Patsy?
I've got it, Nick. We're going to repeat everything we did earlier this evening.
Right. And that repetition means every detail, no matter how small.
Right.
First, I rang the bell.
Yes, sir?
Miss Bowen and Mr. Carter.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir. Well, welcome to the Alphabet Club. I think I asked you to follow me, Mr. Carter.
Right. Go ahead. All set in there, Matty?
Lights out and ready to go.
Gentlemen, Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
Make like I'm screaming, Nick. That was Crane's job.
Go on, Stewart. Knock again.
Then I said, gentlemen, please open the door.
Right. And then?
Only 4 shots that time.
That was Burns opening the door. Then what?
I said something about entering the house of death.
We came in.
And heard toy sounds.
Then I told Crane to put on the lights.
I'll take care of that.
Thanks. I asked who was lying on the floor.
And I assumed it was Santa Claus. Then you started explaining, Archer. So explain.
The name of this mystery is Who Killed Santa Claus? If Mr. Carter wants any dinner, he'd better solve it.
Gentlemen, I shall begin with the taking of the evidence.
Oh, this is screwy.
My name is Arnold Archer. Today I hate Santa Claus.
Why?
Because he brought me this cap pistol. I wanted a horn.
My name is Nelson Burns. And this horn...
1 minute, Mr. Burns.
Yes?
We left out a detail. Mr. Archer was supposed to snap his cap pistol when he spoke. Go ahead, Mr. Archer. Well, go ahead. Fire that gun, Mr. Archer.
You'll never get me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Watch out for that toy gun.
Glory be, that cap pistol was loaded. It fired a real bullet.
And that lie still, Archer. You'll never break away. That, Matty, is a solution of our missing gun.
But, Nick, why?
The single share of stock Dennis held was the answer. He never owned more than 1 share of stock, and yet Archer wanted to buy it back for $150,000.
$150,000? What for?
I'm afraid Mr. Dennis was guilty of an old legal racket. As a stockholder in Archer's firm, he had the right of access to the company's books.
You seem to have all the answers, Carter. Yes, he sits through those books until he dug out enough of the evidence of illegal market operations to ruin us.
And then offered to sell his share of stock and stockholders' right to bring action back to you for an exorbitant sum.
Aha, blackmail.
Legal blackmail. Mr. Archer, you were afraid Dennis was going to blackmail you for the rest of his life. So you killed him, which is the final irony of the case, that the make-believe murder was committed with a make-believe gun.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details and tell you how a toy gun could commit a make-believe murder. Here's a special message for the man of the house. If you're a golfer with pet clubs that must last for the duration, or if it's your special job to keep the household woodwork in shape, Linex Clear Gloss is good news for you. For Linex Clear Gloss gives a good-looking yet tough protective finish to any surface. When you use it on your treasured golf clubs, they'll look like new. And when you put Linex Clear Gloss on closet doors, window frames, and stairway banisters, what a help that is. Yes, any surface protected by Linex Clear Gloss requires only a minimum of upkeep. For the whisk of a damp cloth removes finger marks, dust, smudges, leaving a gleaming, lustrous surface that lasts and lasts. One application of Linex Clear Gloss which flows on evenly, leaving no brush marks, will serve you for months and look well the whole time. Ask your dealer now for Linex Clear Gloss, the finest in household finishes. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember, your dealer is headquarters also for COMPTON, the miracle wall finish. COMPTON covers most wall surfaces in 1 coat, dries in 1 hour, bringing bright new loveliness to your walls and ceilings in bedroom, living room, or hall. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, I thought Sergeant Matheson checked the toy gun when he searched the room and found nothing wrong with it.
That's right, Ken. A point very few people know is the fact that certain types of cap pistols can fire live ammunition. The bullet is wedged into the barrel through a small hole in the plate that should support the cap. Then the hammer is snapped and discharges the bullet, accurately enough to kill at short range.
So Archer killed Dennis with the gun and then pretended it was a toy.
Right. He disposed of the cartridge by the simple means of swallowing it. I guessed that, and he admitted it.
Well, why'd he kill Crane?
Because Crane's methodical memory couldn't be fooled. He finally recalled where the extra shot came from. When he called Archer into his room and confronted him, Archer killed him. Said he just grabbed up the toy sword and stabbed.
Did you know that before?
Well, I had a pretty good idea. On the pretext of protecting fingerprints on the sword, I borrowed Archer's towel. He claimed he'd been bathing, but his towel was quite dry. Didn't even dampen the metal blade.
That's right. I remember you mentioned it.
I staged the repeat performance to frighten Archer and save us the trouble of a long cross-examination. I knew that Archer, in self-defense, would probably load his toy gun again, hoping to use it to effect an escape. That was what I was playing the scene for.
Golly.
Pretty clever. Well, what story have you got in mind for us next week, Nick?
Well, Ken, next week, Patsy and I are going to meet a corpse that has been shot to death by a person or persons unknown. The only clue to the mystery is a letter in the pocket of the dead man.
But the odd thing is the fact that there wasn't any stamp or address on the envelope, and there wasn't anything on the paper inside.
A letter without anything on it? Well, what do you call this story, Nick?
The case of the unwritten letter.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson plays Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex Self-Polishing Wax, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Clear Gloss, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Mr. Diamond, the reason you're here is because I want someone to talk to the mayor. I don't know whether it was explained to you or not, but unless His Honor has done away with himself by noon, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Including yourself.
Oh, that doesn't really matter. You see, in making my escape, a guard attempted to stop me. I had to kill him.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective. starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. There's no corpse like an old corpse.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Yeah, but what am I going to do? I can't be witty and handsome at the same time.
Well, don't be greedy. Just concentrate on one of them.
Oh, you're pretty nothing today.
Why don't you come on over and we'll both try and improve?
Shame on you. You know I've got to work.
Oh, have you got a client?
Well, not yet, but I've set bear traps all the way down the hall.
Well, now that's silly. How can you be sure you'll catch a client?
Well, I can't be, but, I get so lonesome up here with no one to talk to. It's fun setting broken legs.
You're impossible.
Diamond.
Oh, my gosh.
What's wrong, Rick?
Those traps. I think I've caught something terrible.
Diamond, I gotta talk to you.
Who is it, Rick?
Sergeant Otis says he's got to talk to me, but I'll be darned if I'll teach him how.
Oh, say hello for me.
Helen says hello, Otis.
Tell her hello, then get off the phone. This is serious.
Hey, what's with you? Somebody steal your catnip?
Can't just stop being funny, Shamus. I mean it. This is serious.
Helen, I'll call you back.
Why, something wrong?
Well, Otis looks worried, and he's making sense for the first time in 11 years.
Oh, well, call me later and tell me about it. Bye.
Bye. Now, Sergeant, what's on your pretty
I want you to come down to the station with me in a hurry.
Of course, you'll think this is a silly question, but why?
You remember Louis Spence?
Louis Spence?
About 4 years ago. Caught him running around sticking dynamite under the homes of some of our city officials.
Oh, yeah. Socialistic nut. Put him away, didn't they?
Yeah, crazy as they come. Well, he's out.
What do you mean he's out? If they cured his head, he'd still face a lot of years up the river.
Oh, he ain't cured. Not a bit he ain't cured.
You mean he busted out?
Yesterday. Now, do me a favor and come on down to the station.
Oh, wait a minute, and take it easy. What's going down to the station got to do with Louis Spence?
He's down there with the lieutenant.
Well, great. Put them both in fancy jackets and send them home.
We can't. He walked in 20 minutes ago and asked to see the lieutenant. I didn't recognize him, so I let him in. Now we can't get him out.
Well, why the devil can't you?
He won't let us in, and he won't let the lieutenant out. He's sitting there holding a big bomb, and it's ready to go off.
Well, it looks like a convention.
Everyone's trying to think of something to do.
Why is Spence doing this? What's he going to do? Just sit in there?
You'll really get a boot out of this, Shamus. If the mayor don't jump off the top of the city hall by noon, Spence blows up the whole 5th precinct.
What?
That's right.
Hey, Otis, get Diamond in there. It's 11 o'clock.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Rick.
What do you mean, get me in there?
Didn't you tell him, Otis?
No, I ain't had time.
Well, come on. Why me? What do you want me in there for?
Spence wants someone Levinson can give direction to. He says no cop. Levinson buzzed out and told us to get hold of you.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Talk to the lieutenant on the intercom. Spence won't know who's walking through the door and maybe blow the whole joint up.
Otis, you amaze me.
Oh, I ain't so smart. It was Spence's idea. Come on. Here. Go ahead.
Walt?
Rick?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Diamond's outside now.
Okay. Tell him to come in. But just him. Anyone else?
Okay. Rick, come on in, but no one else.
All right. Otis, stick right here. I may want to talk to you.
Sure. Diamond.
Yeah?
Nothing.
You're so right.
Hello, Rick.
Walt?
This is Mr. Lou Spence, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
How are you, Mr. Diamond?
What's the matter, Spence? You want an early 4th of July?
Rick.
You think I'm kidding, Mr. Diamond? You think I'm not serious about this thing?
Is that the bomb?
Right here in my lap.
He's got it rigged so it goes off the minute he relaxes his hand.
You see, I thought maybe the police would want to take it away from me. If you shoot me, try to knock me out, well, it goes off.
Then you won't mind if I take a look, huh?
Rick, please.
Stay right where you are. And I'll stay over here.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Spence.
Mr. Diamond, the reason you're here is because I want someone to talk to the mayor. I don't know whether it was explained to you or not, but unless His Honor has done away with himself by noon, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Including yourself.
Oh, that doesn't really matter. You see, in making my escape, a guard attempted to stop me. I had to kill him.
He split his head open with a crowbar.
That's right.
Oh, mind if I sit down?
Not at all. But it's 4 minutes after 11. I hope you don't plan on staying too long.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
You look like a pretty reasonable guy, Spence.
Well, thank you. It's too bad Lieutenant Levinson didn't think so when they arrested me.
Now I'm going to have to show him I'm not as insane as he thought I was.
Oh, well, you'll have to excuse that, Spence. Walt thinks everybody's a little, well, you know, even me.
That's very interesting.
Oh, and with good reason. Ever take a look at his sergeant?
Mr. Diamond, when the lieutenant arrested me, I was putting an explosive under the mayor's house. He stopped me in my first attempt to rid the community of a political Judas. But now, as you see, I have a second chance.
You really think the mayor's going to jump off the city hall?
He better. And by 12 o'clock. By the way, you have 55 minutes.
Now, look, Spence.
Forget it, Mr. Diamond. I know just what you're thinking. How to get me without the bomb going off. You'll never make it. It's too well thought out. I've planned this for 4 years.
In case you're wondering how much dynamite he's got, Rick.
Mr. Diamond needs convincing. Well, under this overcoat, Mr. Diamond, are some 100 sticks.
Does the mayor know about it yet?
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to talk to him, huh?
I don't care whether you talk to him or not. I just want you to be there when he jumps.
Swell.
And just because you come back and tell me he's jumped, that isn't enough. I want his body in this room.
Walt, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Rick. Just get out of here. I'm sorry I dragged you over, but I needed time.
You still do. It's 54 minutes to 12.
Clear the building, Rick.
Yes, do that, Mr. Diamond. I think the lieutenant is going to make a hero of himself.
Look, Spence, I've got till 12 o'clock, haven't I?
Unless someone tries to get me.
Oh, well, good. Well, then sit tight, Walt, and give me till 12.
Okay, Rick.
I hope you spend the time wisely. I'm sure you'd rather see the mayor die than your best friend.
Oh, Spence, if you forget about this, they'll probably just put you back...
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. 53 minutes.
Okay. Walt?
Go ahead, Rick. Like you said, 53 minutes.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. Come back soon.
Otis.
Yeah? What's going to happen?
Clear the building.
Well, what about it, Rick?
Lieutenant wants the building cleared.
Okay, come on, you guys. Levinson says clear the building, so we clear the building. Good luck, Rick.
Thanks, Charlie.
Okay, what do we do?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It's 10 minutes after 11. In another 50 minutes, this whole building is going to get blown higher than a kite.
Okay, do something.
Huh?
Well, go ahead.
Well,
You see, Otis, you're in just as tough a spot as I am.
Yeah, but you're smarter than I am. You can usually come up with something.
Well, usually my problems are a puzzle, Otis. Spencer's a problem and a puzzle. I don't know about guys like him.
Well, for Pete's sake, who does?
Well, that's an idea.
Huh?
Stay here and keep close to the intercom. Don't let the lieutenant get any crazy ideas.
Hey, wait a minute. Where you going? You're acting screwy.
Well, Otis, I'm going to go see someone who takes care of people who act screwy sometimes. Well, that's the story, George. You're a psychiatrist. What do I do now?
Well, we solved your problem with that little blonde dancer in Flatbush. Maybe we can do something about this. Of course, she didn't have 100 sticks of dynamite.
Oh, she didn't, huh? What do you think I talked about for 6 weeks on that couch over there? Look, George, this isn't anything like that. This is a real mess.
Now, Rick, take it easy. It's only a mess because you're used to working with something that has a pattern. Maybe not at first, but you know there's one there and you set out and find it. But with Spence, you feel there's no pattern.
Oh, there's a pattern, George. Just wait for 38 minutes, then duck.
There's no possible way to get the bomb away from him without it going off?
Not the way he tells it. He only has to relax his hand.
That's the way he tells it.
Well, I'm not going to take the chance and call him a liar. If I only knew for sure just how that bomb worked, I could reason with him.
Well, before you can reason with him, you've got to know something about him. And what do you know about Louis Spence?
Arrested a couple of years ago for planting dynamite under the homes of some of our more prominent city officials. Found insane, sent to the state asylum, killed a guard, broke out, turned himself into a human bomb, and took a seat in the 5th Precinct Police Station.
That's all?
Well, isn't that enough?
Well, I'll tell you what, Rick. I know Dr. Carroll at the state asylum. Suppose we give him a call and see what we can find out.
You think it'll help?
I don't know. It might.
Long distance.
Operator, this is an emergency. This is Dr. George Thacker, and I want to speak to Dr. Robert Carroll at the state asylum immediately.
What was the name again?
Dr. Robert Carroll.
One moment, please.
It'll be a minute, Rick. What time is it?
25 after. You got another phone here, George?
Yes, I've got several lines in the other office.
Good, I'll make a call. Let me know when you get Dr. Carroll on the line.
Operator, would you please hurry? I hate the use of the expression, but this is a matter of life and death.
You're on my line, Rick. Use the other phone. Yeah?
Otis,
Yeah. Where the devil are you? It's almost 11:30.
you talked to the lieutenant since I left?
Yeah, once. He wanted me to get out of the building.
Now, you just stay put until I get there. I don't want Walt to try anything stupid.
Yeah, well, I want to know what you're doing.
I'm trying to get an idea, Otis. Just one little idea.
Trying to get an idea. I suppose you've been spending the last 20 minutes sitting in Central Park waiting for one to come to you.
Rick, come in here and pick up the other phone. I've got Dr. Carroll on the line.
Bye, Otis.
I've explained the situation to him. I won't interrupt unless I think it's necessary.
Fine. Hello, Dr. Carroll?
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Now, Doctor, I really don't know what good this is going to do, but tell me everything you know about Louis Spence and as fast as possible.
Well, first of all, he's an aggressive paranoiac with homicidal tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
He feels persecuted by society, or rather by those who help to govern society.
Why does he feel this way?
He believes in a great many things, all of which he thinks himself capable of achieving. Paranoiacs are frustrated to a point where they perhaps imagine themselves as capable artists or great scholars, such as in the case of Louis Spence, society being his Judascope.
Pardon me for interrupting, Bob, but don't you think Spence is capable of doing this sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely, George. You see, he's doing this whole thing purely because he enjoys the agony of it, but he's nonetheless ashamed.
But what about the mayor jumping off the city hall, Doctor? Just to be ridiculous for the moment. What if his honor did jump? Would Spence then give up the bomb?
I doubt it. If the mayor jumped, it would give Spence a certain amount of satisfaction. But I still think he'd set the bomb off as a climax to his own cleverness and persecution.
Pardon again, Bob. Any usual therapy that you used on Spence?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Spence, as I've said, imagined himself a great talent. And he seemed to lean particularly toward the more artistic accomplishments, such as painting and music. In his quieter moments, we saw that he had a radio.
How does this music affect him, Bob?
He allows it to lull him into a sense of security. Sometimes even believes he's written it. You see, Mr. Diamond, he believes that his environment is against him, that it is trying to debase, degrade, and persecute him. He fights off any acts of moral turpitude by becoming the thing he imagined.
Oh, I hate to break it up, boys, but it's 25 minutes to 12. I've got to leave. Thank you, Doctor.
I hope I've been some help.
Well, you've given me an idea anyway. Goodbye. Oh, miss.
Just a minute, just 1 minute. I'll be right with you.
Oh, look, I'm in a hurry.
So you're in a hurry. So's everybody else. You'll have to wait until I'm through with this gentleman.
Sweetheart.
Now look.
You look.
Oh, a badge.
Yeah, now this is police business. Got to be in a hurry. Is that clock right?
Yeah, it's 11:45.
16 minutes to.
All right, 16 minutes. You want to split hairs?
No, I want a portable phonograph and quick.
Okay. Here's one right here on the counter. 3 speeds, interchanging.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'll go back to the storeroom and get you a new one.
Forget it. I'll take this one.
Look, mister, we got a policy here. I can't say you nothing off on the counter, supposing it don't work when you get it home.
You'll hear about it?
You see? That's just what I mean.
Well, does it play now?
Certainly, like everything. Listen. Oh, boy, that's Pete Rugelow's new arrangement. He's crazy.
Okay.
Don't dig it, huh?
Give me a record by Debussy or Ravel.
Oh, no wonder. Well, let's see. We got the Engulfed Cathedral by Debussy.
No, something with a little more excitement.
All right. I'll read them off. Debussy or Ravel?
Ravel.
La Waltz, I guess. We got Bolero.
I'll take it.
Which one?
The Bolero.
Okay. I'll have to play it for you.
I've heard it.
So what? It's another policy of the store. There might be an imperfection.
Give me the record.
Hey, don't get so grabby.
Now, look, dear. You want me to have you locked up for obstructing justice?
Huh?
Well, unless you give me that record and this machine, this one right here, I'm going to snap the cuffs on you and haul you down to headquarters.
Oh.
You want me to do that?
Well, you can't.
All right. What's your name?
Oh, take the machine and the record.
Thanks. And charge it to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, Homicide Division. If it works, you get paid. If it doesn't, don't even bother sending over a repairman.
my gosh. Do you know what time it is?
What, exactly?
Exactly 6 minutes, too. What the devil you got there?
A photograph.
A phonograph?
You talked to Walt since I left?
No. Now, what's the idea with a phonograph?
Hunch, Otis. Maybe we can save this whole mess.
Well, for Pete's sake, can I help?
Sure you can, Otis. Now, take this machine in the other room and play this record. You know how it works?
Well, I can find out.
You got less than 5 minutes to find out, so make it good. I don't want to hear anything until you're ready to let it play all the way through.
Okay. Diamond.
Yeah, go on.
Whatever you're going to do, if I louse it up, I louse up everything, huh?
You won't louse it up, Otis.
Oh, I'm so stupid, but I'll try.
Otis.
Yeah?
You don't have to wind it. Just plug it in.
Oh, yeah, I heard about them kind.
All right, then get going.
Okay.
Yeah?
Walt, it's Diamond.
What's up?
Careful, Lieutenant.
Oh, I'm getting sick of this.
Walt.
Yeah?
Relax, I want to come in.
How about it, Spence?
By all means. Have Mr. Diamond come in.
All right, Rick.
You have some news for me, Mr. Diamond?
Well, in a way, yes. Mind if I sit down?
Not at all.
How do you feel, Walt?
Dandy.
I'm afraid the lieutenant is growing uncomfortable. It is getting late, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Rick, I want you out of this building. This crackpot is...
What?
Wait a minute now.
What did you
Wait
call
a minute.
me?
Now, look, I've taken
what
enough...
What does it make now at 12 o'clock?
Well, sure it does.
Why?
Because the mayor may jump.
What?
Yes, he's locked himself in his office. They can't get him out. He just may jump.
Really, Mr. Diamond?
Well, what's the matter?
I know the mayor won't jump, no matter how many people die when I release this trigger. I just want him to have to face it the rest of his life. I want everyone like me that his kind won't let fulfill their potential talents to realize what a Judas he really is. What all men like him really are.
Well, you know, that makes sense.
Don't try to get on the good side of me, Mr. Diamond. I know what you think about me. I know what you all think. It doesn't make good sense to you or anyone else. How could it? You don't understand those of us who have a truly great talent.
Well, I'll buy that. I don't understand it.
Of course not.
Well, maybe he doesn't, Spence, but how do you know? Maybe I do.
Stop playing, Mr. Diamond. Look at the time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes and I become a martyr. We'll all get blown to kingdom come.
Rick, get out of here.
All right, Spence, I'm going to prove you're wrong.
Rick, for the love of...
Shut up, Walt.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Diamond. What are you going to prove?
I'm going to prove that I know more about you than you think.
Of course you know a lot about me. Criminals have records.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean more about yourself. What you think, your talents.
What do I think, Mr. Diamond? You fool. How could you know what I think?
Because a talent like yours is easy to spot.
4 minutes, Mr. Diamond.
No, it's not hard to tell about people like you.
People like me? What about people like me?
Well, Spence, I meant that, well, there are not many of them. They're few and far between. They're gifted.
What?
Certainly. There's something you have that very few are lucky enough to be gifted with.
Oh, Rick, please.
Nearly 12, Mr. Diamond.
I can tell that you are an artist, Spence.
An artist?
Yes, and a very good one.
How do you know this?
Very few people spot it. Do they, Spence?
Very few. You surprise me, Mr. Diamond.
He surprises me, too.
Walt, keep quiet.
Yes, Walt, keep quiet. It's 2 minutes to 12, Mr. Diamond. You can leave because maybe you have been honest with me. Perhaps you do recognize something that...
What's the matter, Spence?
Music.
Music? I don't hear anything.
Music. Beautiful music.
Oh, I don't hear a thing, Spence. Do you, Walt? No?
Oh, you must hear it. It's beautiful. Don't you hear that wonderful rhythm?
Now, you see, Spence, we're not as lucky as you are.
No one is. This is my music. This is what I would write if it wasn't for the people who won't let me.
What does the music sound like?
Oh, poets' words. The power and strength of death.
It makes you imagine things, doesn't it?
Yes, oh, yes.
You hear the music and you become powerful. Like making that bomb. Not just anybody could think of that. It takes genius.
You understand. You do understand.
Well, of course I do, but I'm still amazed. There you sit with the power of life and death in your hands, and no one can do a thing. It must be wonderful.
It is. Like the music, it's wonderful. In seconds, we'll all be torn from our earthly bonds, taken away from this dirty, filthy world to a place of clean, wonderful things like that music.
No, but you're an artist. How could you ever take a thing like that bomb and put it together?
A thing like this bomb? Oh, this is a masterpiece.
Just looks like a small box to me.
Oh, it took me weeks. Just a small box. Oh, no, you see, if my finger relaxes...
Yeah, I know about that.
But this took genius. It's not just relaxing my finger. It's how I put it together so as to get the required result. It's like the hammer action on a gun, but it's reversed.
Well, I'll be darned. You mean when you release your finger, that makes the hammer fall?
I can see you appreciate things of genius. I wish you could hear the music, too, Mr. Diamond. You'd really appreciate that. It's so wonderful.
Well, tell me more about the bomb. When you release your finger and the hammer falls, what does it hit?
Well, that's a simple part. I'm surprised at you.
I just wanted to hear you tell me. After all, you invented it.
Yes. It strikes a cap. It's that simple. Simplicity can be beautiful. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
Listen to that music. It builds and builds.
Tell me, Spence, what would happen if something got in the way of the hammer? I mean, between the hammer and the cap.
Nothing can. There's nothing big enough in the box that the hammer wouldn't tear right through. Simplicity, Mr. Diamond.
I'd sure like to take a look at it.
Of course. There's nothing you can do. So by all means, look.
Well, you've got glass over the end of the box.
That's right. See my finger on the trigger? If I release it, that hammer falls and strikes that cap.
Why the glass?
So I could look in when I set it and see that everything was all right.
Oh, that's very clever.
That music is getting so big, I can't think. What time is it?
Plenty of time, Spence.
Yes. When the music finishes.
It's nearly done now.
What? I thought you said you couldn't hear it.
It's a phonograph from the other room, Spence.
What?
Tell me, Spence, what happens if I jam my hand through that glass between the hammer and the cap?
What? That music. That music.
Grab him, Ork. Grab him.
Let me go. Let me go. You don't understand. You cheated. You did lie. You did lie. Let me go. Let me go.
Well, that does it. Otis, take him away.
With pleasure.
And you, Rick.
Yeah?
How'd you know that music would work? How'd you know you could stop that hammer? How'd you know you wouldn't... Oh. Did you hurt your hand?
Well, of all the...
Well, did you?
No.
Well, all right.
You just bet it is. Goodbye.
Hi.
Rick, what are you doing here?
Well, now, that's nice. Stop by my place some afternoon and see what kind of a welcome you get.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant, what are you doing here so early?
Well, things were getting boring. I thought I might come over and beat you up or something.
Oh, now, isn't that sweet? Oh, Rick, what in the world have you...
Oh, the hand? Oh, it's nothing.
I know, Red Heart, but what did you do to it?
Well, I kind of hurt it.
Yes, I can see that, but how?
Playing the piano.
Oh, how could you hurt your hand playing the piano?
Well, you know how I live my songs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, truthfully, I was singing The Brother of the Wild Goose, and I got to that part about a wandering foot or a heart at rest, and while I was trying to make up my mind, my heart was resting, but my foot wandered up on the keyboard and stepped on my hand.
And stepped on your hand.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
Well, I think you've got that bandage on just so you won't have to sing anything.
Honey, have you ever seen me not want to sing?
Well, sometimes it's a struggle.
I don't even know whether I can play or not.
Well, why don't you find out?
After lunch.
Before lunch.
Before lunch. Well, maybe I don't need that finger.
Go on.
Love is a flower that blooms so tender, each kiss a dewdrop of sweet surrender. Love is a moment of life enchanting. Let's take that moment that tonight is granting. There's no tomorrow when love is new. Now is forever
So kiss me and hold me tight. There's no tomorrow. There's just tonight.
You like that?
Oh, so pretty.
Thank you.
Oh, that reminds me. We're having spaghetti for lunch.
Oh, good.
So kiss me and hold me tight. There's no tomorrow. There's just tonight.
That was nice. Now tell me, how did you hurt your hand?
Simple. I was grabbing.
Grabbing?
Mm-hmm. Like this. Come here.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, of all times. Hello?
Hello?
Walt?
Yeah, I just thought I'd call and...
Oh, you did you? Well, you sure picked a nifty time to do it.
Oh, did I bust up something?
Yes, you did bust up something.
Well, you don't have to get sore.
Well, who's sore?
I am. That's the last time I'll let you do me any favor.
Okay. If that's the way you feel about it, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, what in the world was all that about?
Oh, well, honey, you see, it's like this. Walt got in some trouble, and I helped him out of it. No, you see, I don't want him to feel obligated. But, well, that's not actually it. He doesn't want me to know how he really feels. What am I trying to explain it for? I don't understand it myself.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Stanley Waxman, Cynthia Corley, and Paul DeBob. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. There's more great listening in store for you today on NBC. You'll hear the hilarious Phil Harris and Alice Faye show. And this evening on Theater Guild on the Air, Gertrude Lawrence and MacDonald Carey will star in Lady in the Dark. Next, hear guest star Deborah Alden on The Harvest of Stars on NBC.
What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Webs of Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Black Widow Spiders.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Black Widow murders and saved the webs from getting into the hands of the enemy. But before we do, consider this. Millions of Americans have learned how easily COMPTON, the miracle wall finish, brings amazing new beauty to the home. Now, millions more are learning that floors, woodwork, and furniture can be made to look like new with the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex self-polishing wax beautifies floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface, protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the 3 great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for COMPTON, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we begin today's story, we find Nick and Patsy in Nick's car returning to town.
Oh, gosh, Nick, I'm glad you were able to prevent that poor old lady's home from being taken away from her.
So am I, Patsy. That was a jet game if ever I saw one.
And how?
The old lady was to the right, but I had to find the proof for her. Otherwise, she'd have been turned out in the streets with nowhere to go.
You going right back to the office?
No, not directly. I have to stop off and do an errand for Riley first.
Do an errand for Riley? Since when have you started that?
I haven't started anything, Patsy. Riley called me this morning just before you got to the office and asked me if I'd do this job as a special favor to him.
What do you have to do?
Well, it seems that there's a woman on Cherry Street who makes a business of supplying spider webs to the Army and Navy.
Oh?
They use them for crosshairs for engineering instruments and sighting devices for gun sites, bomb sites, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a small business, but it's pretty valuable and mighty important, too.
Well, where do you come in?
Well, this woman called Riley early this morning and said that someone had tried to break into her place last night. She has a large shipment just ready to go out, and she's afraid that someone may try to keep her from delivering it.
I see.
So Riley asked me if I'd stop in on my way back and pick it up. Said he had no good man he could send for it now because of some special work the police are doing just now.
And good-natured old Nick said he would. Where do you have to take it?
To one of the naval buildings downtown. Besides being worth about $10,000, the web's very important to the service. Also, I thought you might like to see how they collect this web from the spiders. You want to come with me?
Well, I've got a dental appointment in about an hour, Nick, but I'll stop off and have a look at this spider conservatory. How long are you going to be there?
Only long enough to pick up the stuff, I expect. Unless there's some delay, you ought to get back to town. Plenty of time for your appointment with a tooth specialist.
Yes?
I'm Nick Carter. I've come to pick up the web that you want delivered to town.
Who told you to come here?
Lieutenant Riley said you wanted police protection.
That's right, I do. Would you mind identifying yourself, please?
Not at all. Would this prove my identity sufficiently?
Oh, of course. Come in, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Miss...
Lewis, K. Lewis. I own this business.
This is Miss Bowen, my assistant.
How do you do? How do you do? The web will be ready in just a few minutes. I have one more spider to take care of. This is a new one on me, Miss Lewis. I've seen plenty of spider webs, but I never thought of saving any of them. Well, that's a very different thing, Miss Bowen. You can't just save any old web you might find around the house. You have to go at it the right way and have the right kind of spiders.
What kind do you use? Black Widow, aren't they?
Yes. Their web is very strong and very uniform. Black widows? Mm-hmm. Aren't they deadly poisonous? Well, there's really no danger if I get bitten. A solution of Epsom salt injected into the bloodstream will counteract the poison. It's nice to know, but I hope I never have to use it.
So do I.
Oh, look at all the jars, Nick. Is there a spider in each jar? Not quite. We have 160 here just now. I checked up last night. My assistant, Jim Baldwin, is out in the field collecting more today. How do you get the web, Miss Lewis? Well, watch me. I let the spider out of the jar, and almost at once it starts to spin a web. I take the end of the web, so, and fasten it to this small wire frame. There. Then I just wind up the frame, and the web winds up as fast as the spider produces it.
I understand you had an attempted burglary here last night, Miss Lewis.
Yes, someone tried to break in the back door. We found chisel marks all around it this morning, but they were unsuccessful, or else they got scared away.
Any idea who might want to steal your stuff?
No, but I didn't want to take any chances with such an unusually large shipment as this, so I asked for police protection.
And I don't blame you. You say there are 160 spiders here.
Yes, all widows.
Okay, I'm back.
In here, Jim. That's my assistant, Jim Baldwin.
Well, not much like this time, Kay.
Oh?
I only got 11 more black widows. The woods are too dry just now.
Oh, Jim, this is Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do? Mr. Carter is taking the shipment of web to the naval building for me to be sure it gets there.
Oh, I see.
You know, I can't understand why anyone would want to steal the webs. We're the only collectors in this part of the country, and no one else could sell them without attracting attention.
Well, I know it sounds foolish,
Well,
but
I'm not criticizing you. I'm just thinking out loud, that's all.
Oh, Miss Lewis, how much longer before the web will be ready?
Oh, not long. As soon as I finish this one web, I'll pack them in those cases, and they'll be ready to go. Not over half hour at the most.
I think I'd better get along, Nick. I can take the subway. I don't want to be late for my appointment with the dentist.
Okay, Patsy. I'll see you in the office about noon.
All right. Thanks for the demonstration, Miss Lewis.
You're very welcome.
So long.
Goodbye. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but you can't hurry these spiders.
That's quite all right. I don't have to hurry.
Oh, Jim, get that, will you please?
Sure, I'll take it.
Yeah, those cases you pack the web in look like boxes of fishing tackle, don't they?
Yes, you can pack a lot of webs into a pretty small space.
It's for you, Kay. Pete Morrow.
Pete? Oh, thank you. I'll only be a moment. Excuse me, please.
Pete Morrow. Isn't he that small-time gangster who runs a garage?
Yeah, that's the one.
Sells black market tires and gasoline?
That's him.
Now, what's her connection with him?
Nothing, I guess. They've been out together a few times. Well, it's time to feed the spiders. Each one gets a fresh kill fly once a day. Watch this. Now, watch her go after it. See that?
Yes. Well, don't think I'd care to be... Oh. What hit me? Oh, my head. Feels as if 1,000 hammers were... And Baldwin, too. Not you, too, huh? I wonder... Where the web? They're gone, both cases. Great grief. Miss Lewis. Miss Lewis, are you... Dead. Shot right through the head. And wait. That's my gun there on the floor. Why, she was shot with my gun. Hey, Baldwin. Baldwin. Baldwin, wake up, wake up.
What happened?
Baldwin, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Kay Lewis has been murdered.
Kay? Murdered?
Yes, shot through the head. And the web is gone, all of it.
The web gone?
Yes. Did you see the guy who slugged us?
Well, no. I looked around as you went down. I saw someone behind me, and then I got it, and got it good.
Oh, come on. Snap out of it, will you? Get on the phone and call the police.
Police?
Of course. Get in the office and call them now.
Yeah, all right. I'll call them.
I'll have a look around, see if I can find anything to tell us who's behind this. Whoever it was used my gun, wiped all the fingerprints off. Clean as a whistle now. Hello. What's this? Wasn't here before. That I'm sure of. A ticket for a parked car. Morrow's garage. Pete Morrow. That's what he phoned here just before we got...
They're coming right out.
Look here, Baldwin. Are you sure that was Pete Morrow on the phone a few minutes ago?
Well, sure it was. I know his voice. Why?
I just found this on the floor here. A parking ticket for Morrow's garage.
Well, probably just a coincidence. Somebody who had parked at Morrow's place did this.
You're wrong there. This is the other end of the ticket. The end held by the garage.
Yeah, so it is. So what? I know that was Morrow on the phone. Besides, he was still talking to Kay when we were slugged.
Yes, you're right there. Miss Lewis was still talking last I knew. I wonder. This ticket wasn't here before the killing. Yet it's here now. On in lieu of a better clue, I think I'll take a run over to Morrow's place and see what I can get out of him.
I wish you luck, Carter.
Hey, by the way, how long have you been in business here?
About a year.
Who started the business?
Kay did.
How'd you get into it?
Well, she knew I was a zoologist, so she asked me where she could get some black widow spiders. The idea interested me, and I finally gave up what I was doing and came over here. I collected the spiders, and she collected the webs. We've been very successful.
Know anything about her past?
No, nothing. Never thought much about it before. But why all these questions, Carter?
Just want to learn what I can before I talk tomorrow.
Sorry. I don't know anything more than I've told you.
All right, Baldwin. You wait here for the police. I'll have a talk with our friend Pete Morrow.
Pete Morrow around?
Yeah, he's in the office.
Anybody with him?
No, you can go in if you want to.
Thanks, I will.
Come in.
Pete Morrow?
Yeah, that's me. What do you want with me?
I want to talk with you.
Okay, you got the floor.
And suppose you keep your hands on top of your desk while we talk.
What?
Just sit still. Keep your hands in sight.
Hey, who are you anyway? What do you want with me?
I'm Nick Carter. As I said, I want to talk to you.
Okay, so you're Nick Carter. So what?
I just want to ask you if you know anything about this bump on the back of my head.
Bump on the... I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you don't, maybe you do. You know Kay Lewis?
Yeah, sure, I know her. Good-looking thing.
Been out with her?
Yeah, what's it to you?
Know what business she was in?
Sure, I knew about them spiders.
And you also knew the webs were worth a lot of money, didn't you?
Hey, what are you getting at? You trying to pin something on me?
Sit down.
Hey.
Did you telephone Kay Lewis about an hour ago?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. I had to talk to her.
What about?
Why,
You're lying, Morrow. Now stay right where you are. I want to have a little look around this office of yours.
I don't know what you're trying to do, copper. But I'm telling you, I don't...
What are those boxes under your desk, Morrow?
Boxes?
Yes, boxes. What are they?
They're tools. Mechanics' tools.
Yes? Well, suppose you shove those tools out from under your desk and let me have a look at them.
Well, there ain't nothing there, but...
Ooh, don't try reaching for your gun again. Next time, I'll aim lower. Now shove those boxes out here. With your feet.
I don't see why you're so interested in them boxes. They just...
You know well enough why. There's enough spider web in those cases to send you to the chair.
To the chair?
You shouldn't have killed Kay Lewis, Morrow.
I didn't kill her. I took the web, sure, but I didn't do anything to her.
You admit you stole the web?
Sure, I got the web. It wasn't my fault. That was...
Well, who's doing the shooting this time? Was it Nick or was it someone trying to kill Nick? Did Pete Morrow kill Kay Lewis or was it someone else? We'll see in just a moment. I know every man notices that beautiful floors add to the appearance of a room. And every woman knows that well-kept floors reflect the pride she takes in her home. Now, with Linex self-polishing wax, you can give your floors a more beautiful finish than ever, without tiresome rubbing or polishing. For Linex self-polishing wax is simply wiped on, drying to a handsome, satiny finish that really wears. Because Linex self-polishing wax contains genuine carnauba wax. When worn spots do appear, you simply renew the finish where it's needed without re-waxing the whole floor. And Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for surface dirt is quickly whisked away with a damp cloth. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-slip floor finish, as the underwriters' laboratories have proved. And it's equally fine for tile, wood, or linoleum. Ask your dealer now for Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and ChemTone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Nick had just made Pete Morrow, small-time gangster, admit that he had stolen the missing spider webs when 2 shots were fired in rapid succession. It's a few minutes later.
You must bear a charmed life, Nick, if neither of the 2 shots hit you.
Only the second one was aimed at me, Patsy. The first one went right through Pete's forehead. I dropped behind the desk, and the other one went over my head.
Do you have any idea who killed him?
Not yet. Tried to get him, but he got away.
But why would anyone want to kill Pete?
To keep him from talking too much, probably. Pete had just admitted he stole the webs and was about to tell me something else when he was shot. I imagine the killer himself was listening, and when Pete started confessing, shot him to keep him quiet.
Did you get the webs back, Nick?
Yes, both cases. They're in my car now. I'm going to take them back to the spider place. Riley should be there by now.
You walked into something when you agreed to deliver those cases, didn't you?
Apparently I did. But here's why I called you, Patsy.
I want you to look into our files. Get together all the information you can find on Kay Lewis and her business. Call me at the Spider place as soon as you get it. There's something very peculiar going on around here someplace.
Never saw the beat of it, Nick. The way you're always around when somebody gets killed. And I suppose you know nothing about it the same as usual.
Oh, I wouldn't say I know nothing about it, Riley, but I certainly don't have the solution all ready to hand over to you. Have you made any of your usual startling discoveries yet?
None of your wisecracks, Carter. I'm doing all right.
Ah, fine. And what have you found so far?
Well, we got the bullet that killed this Lewis woman, and it came from a 45. That bullet's going to identify the killer for us.
I doubt that, Riley.
And why do you doubt it?
Because I'm pretty sure the bullet was fired from my gun.
From your gun? You mean you shot her?
I mean nothing of the kind. After I was knocked out, someone stole my gun, shot Miss Lewis, and left the gun on the floor beside her.
Doggone it, that's the only real clue we had.
Well, there are other clues, Riley. Although I doubt that you would get much out of them.
Why, you...
For example, I know that Pete Morrow, small-time gangster and black market operator, stole the spider webs that are missing.
Pete Morrow, is it? Hey, Sergeant! Send a couple of the boys out to pick up Pete Morrow.
That won't do any good, Riley.
Why not? Pete ought to be able to give us some dope on this.
Pete is not going to tell anybody anything anymore.
Huh?
Someone put a slug through his head while I was talking to him.
Another killing? We ain't even solved this one yet.
When you solve this one, Riley, if you do solve it, you'll have the answer to both of them. I believe the same person killed both Kay Lewis and Pete Morrow.
Did you learn anything from Pete before he was killed?
Only that he stole the webs and that someone else was back of it.
Where are the webs now?
Outside my car.
That ain't safe, Nick. Maybe the killer will be back to get them.
They'll be safe enough. I left them in charge of one of your men out there. Hey, where's Jim?
Who's Jim?
Kay Lewis's assistant. Jim Baldwin.
Oh, him, sure. He was here a while ago, but he said he was feeling pretty sick after finding Miss Lewis shot the way she was. So I let him go over to the drugstore for something to make him feel better.
How long has he been gone?
Only a few minutes now. Let me see here. Oh, good gosh, it's longer than I thought. He's been gone about 3/4 of an hour. Sure, he ought to have been back here before this.
That's very interesting.
Come on. What's going on out there?
Well, this thick-headed cop of yours has been
one at a time.
Yes,
One
no
at a time. Oh, Scotty, what's the trouble here?
Well, Mr. Carter asked me to keep an eye on his car, so no one would bother him. When I just took a look at it, I found this fella fooling around. So I brought him in.
That's ridiculous. I didn't know it was Carter's car.
What were you doing with it?
I wasn't doing anything with it. I was on my way back from the drugstore, and as I passed the car, I just happened to glance inside. I thought I recognized the cases we used to pack the spider webs in. And I was just having a look at them to make sure when this dumb cop came up and grabbed me.
Dumb cop, did you say? Why, for
No, that's all, Scotty. Go back and watch the car like you was told to.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Hey, Jim, have you been at the drugstore ever since Lieutenant Riley let you go?
Well, sure I have. What else would I be doing?
Is exactly what I'd like to know.
Are you insinuating
I'm insinuating nothing. By the way, you said someone tried to break in here last night.
That's right.
Which door was it? That one there?
Yes. You can see the chisel marks all over the outside where they tried to break the lock.
That's just what I do want to see. I'll be right back, Riley.
Take your time. Take your time. I got nothing else to do but watch you play around here.
Shall I answer, Lieutenant?
Why shouldn't you answer it?
Well, I didn't know now that you're in charge.
Go on and answer it.
Sure. Hello. Sure. Wait a minute. Carter, telephone for you.
Okay, thanks. That'll be in my office.
Now, look here, Baldwin.
Hello?
You said you got back here with them spiders you'd caught just before the killing this morning, didn't you?
That's right. The weather was bad for spiders, and I hadn't had much luck. I only got 11 spiders for 12 hours' work. Well, sometimes I got as many as 35, maybe 40 in the same length of time.
Oh.
But this time, all I could find was 11. Hardly worth the trouble.
Did I hear you say you got 11 spiders, Jim?
Yes. You saw them when I brought them in this morning.
So I did. How's your arithmetic?
Arithmetic? I don't get you.
How much is 160 and 11 added together?
Are you being funny, Carter?
Definitely not. Add 160 and 11 and see what you get.
Any fool could answer that, Nick. I know the answer myself. You get 171.
That's what I make it, too, Riley.
What's this all about, Nick?
Let's count the spiders here in this room and see how many there are.
What do you want to do that for, Nick?
Just to satisfy my curiosity. Now, what do you say?
You and your curiosity. All right. Let's count the things and get it done so we can get to something important.
This is important, Riley. You take that side. I'll take this.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4... Hey!
Don't move! I'll shoot if you do. Keep your hands up high.
He broke the jars, and some of them spiders is loose, and they're poisoned.
Just step on it, Riley. They can't bite you unless you get on them.
If the spiders don't get you, gentlemen, I will. With my little 45.
Nick, one of them is on me. He's going to bite me.
Knock it off, Riley. You're not dead yet.
Not yet, but soon. I missed you in Pete's office this morning, Carter, because I was in a hurry. But I won't miss you this time.
You mean you killed Pete Morrow?
I did, just as I'm going to kill you.
I don't think you are, Jim.
And why not?
Look behind you and you'll see.
You can't fool me that way, Carter. I'm no chump.
Good shot, Nick. I'll take care of him now.
Hey! I've been bitten. One of the spiders got me.
Oh, my fine friend, try and get out of these.
Oh.
Good work, Riley.
Quick! Get some of the Epsom salts before I die. They're in the first aid cabinet there.
You killed Kay Lewis, didn't you?
Yes. Get the salts quick.
And you killed Pete Morrow, too, didn't you?
Yes, do something. I'm dying.
Pete stole the web as part of your deal, didn't he?
For the love of heaven, will you hurry up?
Didn't he?
Yes. I planned it, but he just helped me. Will you do something before I die? Oh,
yes, I'll give you the Epsom salts now.
Hurry.
I want to save you for the electric chair.
You've had quite a day.
Yes, Patsy, quite a day.
And now that everything's quiet and peaceful, suppose you give out with the missing details. Did you know Jim Baldwin was behind us when you started out?
No, not at first, Patsy. There didn't seem to be any motive for him to do it. But as soon as you told me that our files show Kay Lewis's partner and not her employee, I got suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Well, go on. Tell me all about it.
All right, slave driver. Jim Baldwin knew there was a big shipment of webs going out this morning, and he wanted it for himself. So he planned everything to look as if he couldn't possibly be mixed up in it.
Uh-huh.
So he told Miss Lewis he was going out after a new batch of spiders. But instead, he came back after dark and chiseled around the lock on the door to make it look as if someone had tried to get in.
Oh.
As soon as I examined the door, I knew it was a phony attempt. Then he arranged with someone to call Miss Lewis at a certain time this morning, just as he got back in with his 11 spiders. He answered the phone himself and told us it was Pete Morrow. Said he recognized his voice. That gave Morrow an alibi as well as himself. Then he knocked me out, and Morrow, as they'd arranged, came in and took the webs. Jim says he never planned to kill Miss Lewis, and I think that's true. When he found me there, he was afraid, as he hadn't expected any witnesses, so probably thought it would look more legitimate if she were killed. So he took my gun and shot her. Then tapped himself on the head hard enough to raise a good bump just to fool me.
Then if you hadn't found the parking ticket from Morrow's garage, you wouldn't have had any reason to suspect Morrow, would you?
No, that was a lucky break. For me, not for Morrow.
But how did Jim get away to kill Morrow? He stayed at the Spider Lab, didn't he?
Well, after Riley got there, he talked Riley into letting him go to the drugstore for some medicine. But instead drove to Morrow's place and got there in time to overhear our conversation. Then, being afraid Morrow was going to confess that he, Jim, was behind the deal, shot him.
And on his way back, he saw the webs in your car and tried to steal them again.
Right.
But, Nick, if Jim didn't go out gathering spiders, as he said he was going to do, where'd he get those 11 spiders he brought back with him?
Took them out of the stock at the lab when he was there last night trying to make the lock look as if someone had tried to break in.
Oh, then that was why you wanted to count the spiders.
Exactly, Patsy.
Oh, I get it.
Miss Lewis told us in the morning that she had 160 spiders on hand, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Jim had brought in 11 more, that would have made 171 in all.
Right.
So I wanted to count them to see how many there actually were. And when I started to do that, Jim knew the game was up because he knew we'd find only 160, which had been there before. So he tried to get rid of us by breaking several of the jars in order to let some of the black widows out, hoping they'd bite us.
But one bit him instead.
Yes. I saw one heading for him, so I kept talking, hoping he wouldn't notice it. Then, when it did bite him, I shot his gun out of his hand.
It's an old story, isn't it? As has happened many times before. A widow caused his downfall. Poor man.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But right now, here's a helpful hint. When there are children in your home, it's a real job to keep your furniture looking its best. Small hands leave fingerprints, small shoes leave scratches, and the youngsters demand so much of your time. So it's really wise to depend on the quick, easy shortcut to furniture beauty, Linux Cream Polish. Linux Cream Polish renews the gleaming beauty of your fine furniture, and it's so simple to use, for it cleans as it polishes, saving you half the time and energy. Yes, in one quick application, Linux Cream Polish does away with the cloudy look of dust and old polish, erases finger marks, helps conceal scratches. And Linux Cream Polish dries hard, so there's no leftover oil for dust to cling to. Ask for Linux Cream Polish at your dealers now. You'll find all three great Linux home brighteners, Linux Cream Polish, Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Now, an urgent reminder. Your serviceman needs the Red Cross, needs the touch of home it provides for him wherever he may be. Help support the Red Cross overseas clubs and what they can do for that fighting man of yours. Contribute now toward the $200 million the Red Cross needs. And keep your Red Cross at his side. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nicholas, what's your story about next week?
Patsy and I went to the races one afternoon just before the season closed and saw one of the most exciting races I've ever witnessed. But as the winning jockey came down the home stretch, he suddenly fell from his horse and was instantly killed.
And Nick, being a detective, born and bred, instantly smelled a murder. Nothing to go on, just one of his hunches.
Was it murder, Nick?
Even in the absence of proof, Ken, I knew it was murder. The only job was to get something concrete in the way of evidence.
Which Nick, being Nick, proceeded to do, much to the annoyance of a great many people who all tried to do something about it.
What do you call this story of yours, Nick?
Death Goes to the Post.
Or the mystery of the murdered jockey.
And that's all for now. So long.
Details next week. So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. We'll be looking forward to seeing you next week as usual. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, master detective, entitled
Death Goes to the Post. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the murdered jockey.
Nick Carter, master detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
It's the Rocky Jordan Show.
And I'm Rocky Jordan.
We take you now to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine for a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
Did you ever hear of the Munda Oasis to the south of Algiers? It's surrounded by sand, miles of it in all directions. It's called the Land of Fear. And how did I know? They told me. They were tall, wore blue flowing robes and long black veils, and each had a knife sheathed to the wrist. From a little ways off, you might think they were women. They weren't. They were men on a mission of murder.
The Cafe Tambourine,
crowded with tourists, camel drivers, women, cheats, forgotten men down on their luck, the lonely and the lost. For this is Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Veiled People.
A tambourine gets all sorts of people, but this kind of man was new to me. Tall, muscular, with piercing dark eyes, black silken hair and thin beard, sun-baked skin that turned light below the eyes. In spite of his size, his hands were delicate, and he might have been graceful except for the ill-fitting white robe and his complete uncertainty. I watched him as he came back to where I was wiping some glasses behind the bar.
My name is Gerard. I would work for you, sir.
I get all the help I need, sorry.
I need money. I will work very hard for only a few francs.
They don't pay in francs around Cairo. Where you from, anyway?
If I do good work, you do not care.
Well, you ought to be a good caravan driver. Look up Ali Ben down at the camel stalls.
I do not want to drive camels. I would work hard for you, scrub floors, sweep. With this broom, I will show you.
I stay on the other side of the bar. I said nothing doing.
I clean up very good. You will see.
Cut it, will you? Look out with that broom. Gerard!
Oh, I am most sorry.
I'll bet you are. That was expensive liquor. It'll cost you plenty.
But there is no money. So now you see, I have to work for you. Is that not so, sir?
Yeah. All right, get busy, Gerard. There was nothing to do but let him work it out. It was all new to him, but he was tireless. And by night, he had the place as spotless as my grandmother's kitchen. The Cairo streets had him confused, so I helped direct him to an address on the Sharia El Gama. But he was back bright and early the next day, hard at work. That evening, I told him he'd worked off his debt, gave him a few piastres, and said he could stay on. Whoever he was or where he came from, he seemed like a good man to have around. He thanked me and hurried away. I figured the tambourine had had its fill of strange characters for a while, but a few minutes later, there were two more. They were tall and erect, dressed in blue robes. It wasn't just the fact that they blocked the door that sent me hurrying up front, but something else. The black veils that covered their faces.
Look well over the room, Jeb.
The eyes regard each person, Hogarth.
All right, Imshi boys, the fun's over. Take the masquerade someplace else.
Tell us now where he is.
We'll talk when you take off the disguise. You know, your wives will be missing those veils.
The insult, Hogarth.
So now we show him the knives, Jeb.
You see, sheathed to the wrists, sharp for the throat of the offender.
Yeah.
Now, where is the one who calls himself Gerard?
Gerard? What's your interest?
It is one which brings us from far across the sand.
From the land of fear we come.
Silence, Jeb. We talk only of the shameless one.
As you say, the one who calls himself Gerard.
He's not around.
But he will return here.
Maybe. You got quite a wait.
The people of the desert are doomed to patience. We will wait outside until the shameless one returns.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Greco speaking.
Hello, Greco. This is Rocky. Put Sam on, will you?
The Captain Sabaya is not here, Mr. Jordan.
And where do I find him?
He is in Port Said on an extradition matter. Now, kindly state your business.
I want some of your men over here on the double.
And why?
A bunch of characters are scratching around outside, a little too anxious with knives.
Indeed. Your tambourine has a way of attracting the disreputable.
All right, just hurry, Greco, before they make trouble.
Proceed, please. Describe him quickly.
Oh, you can't miss them. 3 of them. Tall, wearing blue robes.
You fear the fellaheen?
Well, these aren't just farmers, Greco. They're different. Oh, and get this. They all wear veils.
Mr. Jordan, listen to me. You will leave them alone. Do not so much as look at them twice.
Oh, cut it, Greco. They aren't women, they're men.
Men wearing veils, Mr. Jordan?
You figure it out. Now get busy.
Mr. Jordan, it appears that once again your mind is clouded from the wares of your cafe. I suggest you get some sleep. When you awake, you may call me again if you remember anything. Until then, good night, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, Greco, listen to me. That meant I had no help from the police, not with Greco on duty. As though that wasn't enough, Chris popped his head in the door just then with some news. He'd just been checking the cash in the register up front, and it was almost 100 pounds short. In spite of all the confusion, Gerard had only been gone 15 minutes. Chris had an idea, and so did I. That gave me one more good reason to look up Gerard. I ducked out the back way and headed east up the hill into the native quarter on my way to the Shari El Gama. I thought I'd shaken the veiled characters, but the blue robe flapping half a block behind told me different. I stepped it up and hopped into a doorway and waited. As he came by, I was out, twisting his robe at the throat. Talk fast. What's it about? Why do you want Gerard?
The knife will answer.
He suddenly twisted away, and I couldn't hold. His hand went for the sheath of his left wrist. My punch landed right below the ribs. He doubled but had the knife. I swung again. The knife clattered away, and that's when I yanked the veil off his face.
No, not the veil, no.
In the struggle, I had a good look at his face. Black, silky, thin beard, pale skin below the eyes. Not the face of Gerard, but a lot like it. By then, the noise of the fight was bringing a lot of people. A smart foreigner doesn't get caught brawling in the native quarter, so I let him have one right in the button, and he went down. I stuffed his veil in my pocket and then dug for an alley, kept it up till I was sure I was safe. Then I went on to the Shari El Gama. A dim streetlight pointed out the place I was after, a hovel fronting the street. A horse-drawn gharry, complete with driver, stood in front. Before I reached it, I had one more hurdle. Another time, out of the way, Imshi.
For the unfortunate blind, for the eyes that do not see.
Allah yatik, Imshi. I shook him off as I saw a frightened native girl run from the house. She dumped a bundle of clothes in the gharry and was climbing in fast.
Quickly now, driver.
Just a minute, lady. I want to talk to you.
No.
It's about Gerard. I've got to see him. Where is he?
Driver, whip the horse. Do not wait. Alatul.
I had my hand on the gharry, but it yanked away, and I went sprawling. By the time I was up again, the gharry had carried the girl far down the street, too fast to follow. Well, the door to the house was wide open, so I went in. I found a candle, lit it. After a couple of minutes looking, decided I'd find nothing there. I was right, and I was wrong.
Turn around, Signor Jordan. Ma carefully so.
I turned and faced the voice. He stood in the doorway, wearing a black flop hat over a mottled face. His crooked teeth were showing, but the grin wasn't pleasant. And he held a gun.
Sit down, Signor Jordan. Sit down. We will talk about her now. Ma, sit down, sit down.
Sure. Now, tell me all about her.
I must ask you. Where did she go?
I don't know.
Obviously, you too have an interest in her, else why are you here?
I came looking for Gerard.
Now, only because he might lead you to her. Is that not so?
No, I knew nothing about her. It happens Gerard works for me at my cafe.
Yes, I know. I followed him for a time from your cafe tonight, but the wily one evaded me.
Well, that's how you know my name. I didn't get yours.
Antonio Scorpio, Signor.
Now, how does Gerard concern you?
Oh, none at all, except as an excellent bait. Now, let us forget about it.
While you're about it, maybe you can explain a bunch of guys running around Cairo with veils over their faces.
Let them return to their beds of sand where they belong. They're no fair of mine.
But the girl is. Why?
Signor, I'm beginning to wonder if you do know anything of this. Is it possible you do not know who she is?
You got it right.
Then you do not know her worth in gold or silver.
I'm just waiting for you to tell me.
Yeah, I believe I will offer you something even better, my friend.
This begins to shape up like a deal.
Well, perhaps it is. It seems that you have won the confidence of this Gerard. It is possible that he places a certain trust in you. You will wait here for him.
Yeah?
You have only to obtain the whereabouts of the girl whose name is Sheila. Bring the information to me, and you shall be well repaid.
And what happens to her and Gerard?
That need never concern you. Well, Signor?
You think I'd go for a deal like that?
Well, we who for reasons cannot return to our own country must live as best we can. Now, you answer.
You tell me all of it. I'll decide then.
Then you will get out of here. I will wait alone and you will get nothing.
All right, have it your way, Scorpio.
Si. Arrivederci, signore. Mark you. Keep your lips sealed. Your life means no more to me than those of the desert. Now get out.
The next morning, I was reading the paper over some coffee when an item on page 2 caught my eye. Body of unidentified murder victim found in house at 1410 Sharia El Gama. Body taken to morgue. That was all. No, but not for me. 1410 Sharia El Gama was the house I'd visited the night before. I went to headquarters to pay my last respects to Gerard. Greco was still sitting at Sam's desk.
I repeat, Mr. Jordan, the Captain Sabaya is in Port Said. I am in command.
All right, you'll do, Greco. You brought in a body from a place in Sharia El Gama last night. I'd like to see it.
You seem to have a special zest for the dead.
Cut it. Just take me to the morgue.
You think you can identify him?
Yeah, I think so.
This way, Mr. Jordan. You seem most tired. Perhaps the affairs of the night?
Yeah.
Could it be that you saw more of the men with veils, or perhaps the masks on their faces?
That's right. You want to hear about them?
Indeed not. Your dreams obviously confuse Cairo with Chicago. Over here.
This the one?
Feast your eyes, Mr. Jordan.
What? That's not...
Your obvious surprise does not escape me, Mr. Jordan. Who is he?
Not who I thought. Name's Antonio Scorpio.
Antonio Scorpio?
How'd he die?
From the knife, of course.
Oh. This one on the table here?
Do not touch the knife, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. You ever see a knife like that?
In my time, I have seen many knives. They're all for one purpose. Now, I have other matters. Are you coming, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, sure, Greco. Thanks for everything. I followed him up and went out. My thanks to Greco had been for the knife I pocketed as he turned away. It was exactly like the ones carried by the veiled men. I caught the first taxi and made it across town to the Cairo Museum. After a little waiting, got in to see the curator of the weapons division, the kindly, white-topped Mr. Winters. I introduced myself and laid the knife on his desk.
Well, it's not the best specimen, Mr. Jordan, but it seems authentic. Wicked-looking thing. Where did you get it?
Well, let's say I found it, Mr. Winters. Who'd use a knife like that?
It is the favorite weapon of the Tuareg. They sheathe them to the wrist for instant use.
Tuareg?
Yes, Tuareg. Remarkable people. Nomads living in the heart of the Sahara. Called by many the land of fear.
Yeah, that much checks. I'm trying to remember. There's something different about the Tuareg.
I should say. By some, they are known as the Desert Raiders. By others, and I think more appropriately, the people of the Veil.
Of course, the veils. They all wear veils?
No, not the women, Mr. Jordan. Only the men. The litham, it is called. Black cloth that hides the faces of the men day and night.
I still don't get it.
Well, who can say? An answer lost in antiquity. Custom gone into reverse, you might say. In fact, a mild form of matriarchy exists.
Mr. Winters.
Yes?
Supposing one of the Tuareg wanted to get away from the tribe, then lose his identity. How could he best do that?
Why, well, really, I couldn't say.
All he'd have to do is change to other clothes and take off the veil. His own people might not even recognize him.
But hardly likely. They consider removing the veil as shameful. Well, it's a thought. Is it possible that you are a writer, Mr. Jordan?
Nobody'd ever believe this story. Well, thanks, Mr. Winters.
Oh, not at all. Please let me know how your story turns out.
Sure. If I ever find out myself. Well, I suppose I could have dropped it right there, but I was thinking about the frightened native girl I'd seen running from Gerard's house. Maybe I remembered the 100 pounds Gerard had snatched from my till. Anyhow, I decided to try for more, and that took me back to the native quarter. I found the blind man not far from where he'd been begging the night before.
Bakshish for the blind.
Hey, we met last night, remember?
The voice of the foreigner who offered no piastres.
Well, I got plenty today.
Allah will bless you.
A native girl got into a gharry here last night. There was a driver.
My ears heard the sound.
A whole handful of piastres for the name of the driver of that gharry.
Effendi, the driver I do not know. But on the gharry, the number is very clear for everyone to see. In English, it would be 27.
Thanks. Here you are.
What the Shakir, Effendi? Bakshish!
It took half an hour to locate the driver of Gary 27, and a half-pound to get him to tell me where he'd taken the girl. To a little town south on the Nile called Helwan. So I invested some more money and had him take me there. Helwan turned out to be nothing more than a tiny boat stop. There were a few windowless shacks along the Nile banks. The driver pointed to one and was gone. I got to the open door of the shack and went in. I waited for my eyes to get accustomed to the dim light.
So even to this sad place you choose to follow.
I saw her then, standing across the room at the wall. It was the girl, Sheila. Small, oval-faced. She stood erect, but helpless.
Like those of the Torag. Like the vicious Scorpio you come to torment us.
I only came to find Gerard. Find out what this is all about. Where is he?
I would not tell. What do you know of Gerard?
He worked for me in my cafe.
Oh, then you are the good Effendi Jordan of whom Gerard speaks well.
Yeah, and from whom he took £100.
Oh, he will repay. He took it only to help me escape, to pay the driver who came for me, to get us away.
But why? Scorpio was after you. What for? Who are you?
I am Sheila, daughter of Sheikh Amenekal, a man of wealth and position on the Munda Oasis to the south of Algiers.
You're a long way from home.
Would you hear my story, Effendi Jordan?
All right, Sheila. Go ahead.
Well, first you must know, Effendi, that at home I was not happy. My father had betrothed me to one I did not love. Then one night the Torag raiders came and took me into the desert, holding me for ransom. You can understand my terror. I who had been protected always from the world. They would have been cruel to me, all but Gerard. He was tender and shielded me from the others. Such is fate, but for the will of Allah that I should come to love Gerard, and he loved me. He aided me in my escape. Together we went to the city, and I became his wife. I dared not return to my father, who would not accept Gerard as my husband. Gerard removed the blue robes and the veil, hoping that the vengeful tribesmen would not find him. But it was not so easy. We went from one place to another, even to Cairo, but still they followed.
Well, that's quite a story, Sheila. Well, what about Scorpio?
Oh, somehow he learned of me. Perhaps for reward, perhaps for the ransom he would take me, but I am not sure.
That's why Gerard killed him?
Oh, no. No, Effendi, Gerard never returned to the house. Gerard was waiting here.
And I return now.
Oh, Gerard, no!
Let it, Gerard. Drop that knife.
Jordan, sir.
Do not harm him. He comes in peace, my husband.
Only you come, Jordan, sir.
That's right, Gerard. Sheila's told me everything. You should have told me to begin with.
No, then you would not want me to work for you. For money to take her away.
Well, you found other ways of getting it.
Those of my tribe came too quickly. I will repay. The promise of the Torag is good.
Well, what's your plan now?
A small passenger boat arrives at dusk. We would board it and travel far south to the interior.
Where we trust they will not find us again.
You would not stop us, Effendi Jordan?
No. Not even if I could.
We are eternally grateful.
I waited there with him the rest of the afternoon. When evening came, Sheila picked up her few belongings, and we went down to the small dock on the river. And well after sunset, a boat slid up to the dock's edge. A narrow gangplank came down, but the deck was strangely deserted. All we could see was the pilot up in the cabin, and his face was straight ahead. Something didn't look right.
Gerard, I do not understand this.
Come, Sheila. We must not wait.
Hold it, Gerard. Who's on there? Speak up. Where's the crew?
If you are coming, get aboard. Quickly. As he says.
No. Better let me check. Wait here with Sheila. Hey, where is everybody?
So, again the offender.
Gerard, get up here.
I come, Jordan, sir. I come.
I was pinned from behind. He was heavy but too anxious, and I sent him sailing over my head, blue robes and all. As Gerard reached the deck, a second of the veiled men was mixing in. A third was scrambling down from the pilot's cabin. My foot slowed him. By then, a lot of knives were flashing, and I looked to the safety of Sheila. That's when I saw something else. A horse-drawn gharry racing down to the water's edge, loaded down with uniforms that came piling out, headed by none other than Sergeant Grego.
What is the meaning of
Step
this?
it up, will you?
Onto the boat, quickly! Disarm them all!
How'd you get here, Grego?
So, Mr. Jordan, is not the fact that I am here enough?
Yeah, can't say I ever cared for your face, Grego. But I'm sure glad to see it now. Well, with Greco and the police swarming around, the veiled men gave it up before too much damage was done to anybody. About that time, the pilot of the boat, who'd been held at the wheel by the Torag's knife, came scrambling down. He was glad enough to turn the boat around. And with all of us aboard, we went back down the Nile and docked at Cairo. The three veiled men got a cell apiece. Gerard and Sheila waited outside as Greco commanded me into Sam Sabaya's office.
I will now complete the dossier on this case. Sit there, Mr. Jordan.
Yes, sir, Greco. Oh, by the way, Sam always has coffee.
It can wait. Now, first, the matter of 100 pounds stolen by Gerard from your cafe.
Well, I'm not preferring charges, Greco. Gerard will pay up.
Very well, as you wish.
They've both been through enough. Gerard asked for it when he helped Sheila escape from the Touareg. I can understand why they didn't go right to her father, Sheikh Amenakal. Gerard's life wouldn't have been worth much. Oh, is this boring you?
Oh, quite to the contrary, Mr. Jordan.
Well, the Touareg must have been asking a fancy ransom. Somehow, Antonio Scorpio got wind of it. He located Sheila and Gerard and followed along, figuring to cut in. When the veiled men found Scorpio at Gerard's house last night, it was their chance to get rid of him. Of course, you didn't check on Scorpio.
You will be disappointed. Antonio Scorpio was a notorious criminal, last known operating in Algiers.
Well, good boy, Greco. Sam's going to be real proud of you.
That is my intent. You were most kind to help.
Me?
It is so easy to follow the Occidental mind.
What are you getting at?
It happens that I intended to do nothing. But the matter of the knife which disappeared from the morgue, it was so like you, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah. It's all yours, Greco.
At that point, I invoked the command of the Captain Sabaya when he left me in charge. That should you again become involved in one of your usual escapades, that questions would prove futile. I was only to watch you and follow. It was simple for us both to take the same path.
How'd you find me down at Helwan?
The driver of the galley take both you and Sheila to the Nile town. Could he not also take those of the police?
Sure. Just one thing, Greco. No rough stuff with Gerard, huh?
Sheikh Amenakal will be notified immediately, Mr. Jordan. It is a duty.
And what then?
Do not be concerned. Their marriage seems quite legal. Her father cannot force the girl's return. The man Gerard, under surveillance, may remain with her in Egypt.
Yeah, that's the way Sam would handle it.
As you say, the Captain Sabaya will be most pleased with my report.
This is Rocky Jordan again. Next week, I want to tell you about the trouble I had trying to figure whether something was very old or very new. I'll tell you this much now. It had to do with a bird who kept bees.
Rocky Jordan, starring Jack Moyles with Jay Novello, is presented each week through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
W. Fitch Company, makers of those fine Fitch products, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. Well, things were a little slow at the office, which is my way of saying I didn't have a client or a dime. And I was indulging in my favorite form of athletics, a fast game of snooker pool with Herb Heide, the bookie at the Deluxe Pool Hall. Heidi was born with a pool cue in one hand and a cue ball in the other, and I was born with an 8-ball birthmark. He was trimming me like a Christmas tree, and I was glad when the elevator boy from my building yelled into the door that I had a customer in my office. So I shoved off to talk to this volunteer victim. When I opened the door to my office, I saw him standing there, a dignified-looking, white-haired gent, with a strong nose, a weak mouth, and the nice middle-class air of substantial citizenry.
You're Mr. Rogue?
That's right. You want to talk business with me, Mr.
Grant. George Grant, yes.
Oh, have a chair, Mr. Grant.
No, thank you. I prefer to stand. Mr. Rogue, I understand that you have connections with the fire insurance companies, that you are sometimes retained by them to investigate losses which might have been caused by arson.
That's right. Go on.
Are you interested in the fire at the Matthews Fur Company warehouse a week ago?
I could be.
That fire was arson, Mr. Rogue.
Hmm?
I can tell you some very interesting facts about it.
Good. That was a pretty important claim, wasn't it?
The fire destroyed over $100,000 worth of furs.
Huh? Well, start talking, Grant.
I'd like to have $1,000 before I talk with you, Mr. Rogue.
Well, I don't usually pay out that kind of money until I know what I'm buying.
I'm not saying a word, sir, till I get $1,000. I've been double-crossed once on this deal, and I don't intend to take a chance on getting the same treatment from you.
Just how much did you have to do with this torching, Grant?
I don't intend to answer that question. Do I get my $1,000, Mr. Rogue?
Well, come back in an hour.
You have the money for me then?
Yeah. Come back in an hour. And your story had better be good, Grant. I'm a busy man. I haven't time to fool around with crackpots.
I'll have the proof.
Okay. So long now. Oh, it's 4 o'clock, Grant. I'll see you at 5. On the dot, right?
I'll be here.
Hello, Flynn. Say, your outfit had the Matthews Fur Company warehouse fire covered, didn't they?
Who is this?
This is Richard Rogue.
Yes, we had it. $160,000 claim.
Well, fine. Would you pay me 10% of what I saved you on that claim if I could prove the fire was arson?
$16,000? No.
Okay. Save $16,000 and lose $160,000. I can afford it if you can.
Wait a minute. How can you prove arson?
Well, I've got a man. He wants to talk. He says he can prove arson. I believe him.
I'll give you $10,000 for a conviction.
I'll take it. Look, send the $1,000 retainer over here, special messenger, right away. It's important. Hey, wait a minute. Hello, Flynn.
Yes, where have you been, Rogue?
Well, my source of information has just been eliminated. But the deal's on.
What do you mean?
Well, he must have known too much. He's been murdered. Well, as I was saying, I was as broke as a New Year's resolution when I ran across proof that the Matthews Fur Company warehouse fire was arson. I called Louis Flynn, who headed up the Fidelity Fire Insurance Company, and made a deal with him for $10,000 if I could prove that the fire was of incendiary origin. And while I was talking with him, George Grant, my witness, was killed leaving the building. Well, I couldn't afford to lose a $10,000 fee right then, so I took a fast distance to the home of the late George Grant. I knocked at the door.
What do you want?
I want to talk with you. You're George Grant's daughter?
Yes. You're the police?
Yes.
Come in.
Oh, thank you.
I suppose you want to question me about my father's affairs.
Yes, that's right.
Come in here, please. I can't believe that Dad is dead.
I'm sorry, believe me. And if you'll help me, I'm sure we can find the people who murdered him.
Sit down, please.
Thank you. Oh, Miss Grant, what was your father's business?
Oh, don't you know? He was warehouse manager for the Matthews Fair Company. He had been for years.
Oh? Did he have any enemies that you know of?
No. Dad wasn't the kind of a man who made enemies. He was... well, he was sweet. Oh, I don't know. There'd been something wrong with him for the last couple of weeks. He wasn't himself. He was worried. And it was all that blonde's fault.
Blonde?
Yes, Bernice Maxwell. Dad became involved with her. And he was spending too much money on her. Much too much money.
Oh, how long ago did he meet this Miss Maxwell?
Oh, about a month ago, I guess. She deliberately chased him. She must have had some reason for it. Dad was no great catch. He was just a little guy working for a salary, trying to get along.
Oh, you say he's been acting strangely. In what way? Could you break that down a little bit for me?
Well, I'll try. You see, for a while he was talking about how he was going to have a lot of money. All of a sudden. He was happy and carefree then. He was gone from home quite a bit. One night he had a meeting here with some rough-looking men. He wouldn't tell me who they were.
Yes, go on.
Then after the warehouse fire, he was depressed. And he talked about... He talked about killing himself. I knew he was in some awful trouble, but he wouldn't talk with me about it. He just kept calling Bernice Maxwell. She wouldn't answer the phone even.
Did your father talk with you much about the fire?
No. But I'm sure that fire had something to do with his murder. I know it did. That Maxwell woman has something to do with it, too. Who do you suppose that is?
I think I know.
Oh, please don't go away. I don't want to talk to anybody else. If you stay here, maybe they'll leave.
Is this the residence of George Grant?
Yes. Who are you?
Lieutenant Urban, Homicide Squad.
Oh. Won't you come in?
Hello, Urban.
Rogue, what are you doing here?
Isn't he a policeman?
No. What are you doing here, Rogue?
I'm working on a case.
Do you know anything about a murder that took place outside your office an hour ago?
A little?
I see. What are you doing out here?
Well, I'm working for a client. I've got a license to do that. You want to see it?
If he isn't a policeman, who is he?
He's a private investigator, which is a Harvard version of a gumshoe. His name is Rogue, Richard Rogue.
It is? Well, he told me he was a policeman. I wouldn't have let him in.
Well, that's not very gracious of you, Miss Grant.
Shut up. Miss Grant, did you give this man any information which you should have withheld for the police?
Well, I don't know. He kept asking me questions about my father. I answered him.
What do you know about a murder? That murder, Rogue? Who did it?
I don't know.
How did you get out here so fast? How did you know who the murdered man was?
I don't have to answer that.
Well, he'd been up to your office to see you, hadn't he?
Had he?
Miss Grant, do you know whether or not your father planned on seeing a private investigator today?
Well, I don't know. He didn't tell me if he did.
I'm getting a little fed up with your ethics, Rogue.
Aren't you getting a little out of line, Urban?
You're withholding information.
Can you prove it?
This man was shot on his way out of your office. What was he talking to you about? Answer me.
Did you see him talking to me?
Oh, now let's not get technical.
No, let's do. You're going to take me down to the station and sweat me?
Not if you'll be reasonable.
Well, I'm not going to be reasonable. So either pull out your cuffs or shut up.
Oh, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Grant. Believe me, I really want to help you. I'm going to take care of the people who are responsible for this murder. Even the cops can't keep you from doing that.
Now, wait a minute, Rogue.
I'm walking out of here, Urban. I'll see you later when I deliver the killers to you so you can take a bow for the newspapers. Oh, I was burned like a bride's biscuits and feeling just as tough when I walked out of that house and passed Urban's squad car to my coupe. It didn't do my atomic temper any good when a pasty-faced gunman got out of the front seat of my car and pointed a pistol at me.
Hello, Rogue. Get in. We're going places.
Huh? Oh, okay, Junior. But be careful of that thing. It might go off. Where to, Junior?
Straight down the street. I'll tell you when to turn. You had a visitor at your office this morning. How much talking did he do?
Oh, you mean George Grant?
You know who I mean.
Well, he doesn't talk much. Why? Who wants to know?
The boss? Hey, look out where you're going, Rogue.
Well, I'm not worried. I've got the wheel. Let's get this thing out of low, shall we?
What are you trying to do, Rogue? Kill yourself?
No, it makes me feel safer going this fast. Because you pulled the trigger on that heater and you're just as dead as I am.
Slow down, Rogue. Hey, that guy almost crashed us.
What's the matter, bully boy? You yellow? I've got a tank full of gas and this car will make over 100.
You're going to kill us both.
That's possible. As a matter of fact, it's probable. But you were going to take me for a ride anyway, weren't you? I got nothing to lose. Give me that gun.
Hey, keep your hands on the wheel, Rogue. Hey, cut it out.
Give me that gun, punk. Come on.
Get your hands on the wheel, Rogue. You're going to crash.
Give me that gun or I'll rip right into that wall ahead of us. You know me, kid. I mean it. Now, give me that gun.
Would you let me go?
No. Give it here.
Oh.
Come on. Hey. Well, I'll be. He's passed out. Hey. In the struggle for the gun, I twisted this torpedo's hand around and, well, he pulled the trigger himself, with me a contributing factor. He shot himself through the chest, but it didn't look fatal to me. So I drove him to a hospital and left him there. Told them to call Urban. I used the hospital phone to check up on Bernice Maxwell and found that she was a sort of a notorious babe, ran an escort service, which was legitimate enough, but she's had a few sidelines, such as blackmail. I got her home address out of the book and went out there. She lived in a nice enough house out on the east side of town. I rang the doorbell.
Yes?
Hello, Miss Maxwell. I'd like to talk with you for a moment, please.
Who are you?
Let's talk about that inside, shall we?
What do you mean, forcing your way in here?
I mean business, Blondie. And that's what we're going to talk. Now, let's go in the other room and have a chat. You just lead the way. After all, you are the hostess.
If you don't get out of here, I'm going to call the police.
Don't bother, baby. I'm the police. And I want to talk to you about a fire and a murder. So just get moving. Come on.
Murder?
Yes, a murder. Doesn't the fire surprise you, too? Sit down.
I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you, anyway?
That's beside the point. I want to know what you had to do with the murder of George Grant. You can talk now or later. I've got nothing but time.
George Grant? He's dead?
Yes, very. He was murdered about 5 minutes after 4 downtown on Grand Avenue, and I think you know who did it.
I don't know anything about it.
You never heard of him, huh?
I knew him slightly.
Oh, now, please, Miss Maxwell. You knew him better than slightly. You've been running around with him or giving him the runaround for the last month. You deliberately set a trap for him, didn't you? You mixed him up in that arson job on the Matthews Fur Company's warehouse.
I don't know anything about arson. You can't come in here and threaten me.
Oh, look, lady, I'm not going to be polite about this. George Grant has been murdered. You had a hand in that murder, and I'm going to get the information out of you if I have to beat it out of you. And if you think I'm bluffing, just keep on dummying up. Now, who was mixed up on that arson job that Grant was killed for knowing too much about? Look, I'm going to count 3. Then I'm going to come over there and slap the information out of you.
Look, if I tell you what you want to know, will you fix it with the district attorney to let me turn state's evidence?
It depends on how good your information is.
You have nothing on me.
Now, don't start that again. You almost had your mind made up to be smart. Don't double-cross yourself. Now, come on. Talk.
I have everything you need right here in this desk.
Well, now you're talking sense.
Now, wise guy, get your hands up.
Huh? Oh, no kidding. Now, look, Maxwell. This is nothing you can shoot your way out of, especially with a toy gun like that.
Sit down.
No. If I'm going to be shot, I want to be standing up when I get it. This is a silly piece of grandstanding, Blondie. I'm going to take that gun away from you before you nerve yourself into pulling the trigger.
Don't come another step. I'm telling you, if you do, I'll shoot.
You don't think one bullet from that little .25 is going to stop me, do you? It won't, Maxwell. I'll just keep right on coming, and I'll take it away from you. And I'll put you in the pen for the rest of your life for attempted murder.
I'll be there anyway if I don't get rid of you.
Don't be a sucker now. Think of those 13 steps to the death house. I'm coming after that gun, Maxwell.
You take one more step and...
Well, I hated to slap that gun out of your hand, Blondie, but you didn't want to shoot me anyway, did you?
Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Now talk. Who was behind that arson deal? Who was the touch-off man? Hold the brain.
I can't tell you. I can't. If I don't, they'll kill me.
Come on. I haven't much sympathy for dames like you. You killed George Grant just as much as if you pulled the trigger on him. Now talk, baby. Talk, do you hear?
Let go of my arm.
Hey, Blondie, come out of it. Come on. Well, I'm a son of a gun. She passed out on me. Hey, Maxwell, come out of it now, will you? Come on.
All right, Rogue. Just stay right where you are.
Huh?
What did you do to Bernice?
Well, nothing.
Did she talk?
No, she didn't.
That's good. How did you get here, Rogue?
Well, I drove. I got rid of that little pasty puss gunman you sent after me.
Where is he?
He's been taken care of.
That's funny. That's exactly what's going to happen to you, Richard. Stand still while I get this gun out of that shoulder holster.
Okay. You're in the driver's seat.
You just couldn't have learned to stay out of trouble, could you?
Trouble's my business, Bub.
Get up and keep your hands in the air.
Oh, sure. Well, if you're going to let me have it, this is as good a time as any, isn't it?
Time's all right. But I don't like the place, that's all. I'm going to take you out in the country.
Well, that's nice to think about. I love the country.
You know I'm going to have to kill you, don't you? You know too much.
Sure. You couldn't stand a police investigation, could you, Bob?
No.
You know, you should have covered me yourself when I left the Grant house. You should never send a boy to do a man's work.
No?
Now, you're yellow, too, aren't you? You haven't got the guts to pull a trigger yourself.
You've got a lot of nerve. Talking that way when you're looking down the barrel of this gun, Richard.
Yeah, you're a two-for-a-nickel penny-ante tin horn, Frenchie. And I'm going to take that gun away from you and make you eat it.
Yes? Well, I have plans for you, Richard. I'm going to bend this gun over your head first, and then I'm going to get rid of you. For good.
You haven't got the guts.
No. Turn around, Rogue.
Well, I wasn't as batty as I sounded there, believe me. I'm no hero, and usually when a guy has the drop on me, I obey orders like a corporal bucking for sergeant. But I didn't have much to lose, and for once I wanted to be hit over the head. Oh, I got my wish and rolled with the blow. Those old familiar stars started to circulate around my indestructible cranium, and I started to black out. But I pulled myself back and hung on to consciousness. I didn't move after I fell. I didn't have to. You see, I fell with my left shoulder in the shadows, covering the automatic I'd slapped out of Bernice Maxwell's hand a little earlier. When I heard this character walk away from me, I got my right hand on the gun. He went over to where Bernice was, just coming around to this world again. I could hear him talking to her.
Bernice!
Get away from me! Oh, it's you, Marcel. Where's he?
Rogue, he's on ice over there in the corner.
You kill him?
No, but I'm going to. I didn't want to do it here on your house.
Drop that gun, Marcel. I'm taking over from here.
What?
Drop it!
Marcel is over there by the piano!
I was a little worried about my future as I stood there behind the cover of that piano and pumped lead at Marcel. But if I could get in a lucky shot, I knew I could put him away for the murder of George Grant and the arson job at the Matthews Fur Company warehouse. I'd hit him a couple of times, and his girl, Bernice Maxwell, was screaming at me to stop. But Marcel kept on trying to luck a shot into my anatomy.
Stop shooting! He's hurt! Stop shooting!
Don't move, either one of you. I still got plenty of lead here to stop you if you do.
What are you going to do with us?
I'm going to turn you both over to the cops, baby. Well, this guy will live to hang. Now, here, tie him up. Use his necktie. Come on.
He needs a doctor.
Well, I'll call one as soon as he's secured. Come on, tie him tight now.
He's bleeding to death.
Shut up. Here now, take my tie. Here, tie his feet tight.
You're really tough, aren't you, Rogue?
When I'm mad, yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Here's my gun, and here's the gun that's going to send your boyfriend to the chair. Now, you want to go with him, or do you want to tell me all about it?
You mean I can still turn state's evidence?
Were you mixed up in the murder?
No. I don't know anything about that.
You knew about the arson deal, though, huh?
Yes.
Okay, baby. Now, start talking. And maybe I can get you a deal with the DA.
I'll talk. I'll tell. I'll tell you everything.
Well, she sang. Yeah, she sang plenty. And the words were music to my ears. When she was through singing, I tied her up tight and called homicide to tell Urban where he could pick up a murderer and an accessory before the fact. Then I told him where I'd be later. I called Flynn at the Fidelity Fire Insurance Company and told him to meet me at the home of Paul Matthews, owner of the Matthews Fur Company, in 10 minutes. He did, and we went in together. The butler sort of unwillingly showed us into the study where Matthews was reading. I'm Richard Rogue, Mr. Matthews.
The investigator?
The celebrated investigator, Mr. Matthews. This gentleman with me here is Mr. Flynn of the Fidelity Fire Insurance Company.
How do you do?
Well, I'm puzzled as to the purpose of your visit, gentlemen.
Well, I'll unpuzzle you, Matthews. The fire at your fur warehouse was deliberate arson.
Oh? Why, that's preposterous.
It's a nice act, but no go.
We're not paying the claim, Matthews. We have absolute evidence
Let me tell you, Flynn. You made a deal with Marcel Jarnac, one of the West's leading arsonists, to start that blaze, Matthews. But you needed the loyalty of an old employee of yours, the manager of your warehouse, George Grant. Grant was an honest guy. So you and Marcel sicked a dame on him, a dame named Bernice Maxwell. You convinced now that I know what I'm talking about?
No. I tell you what.
Okay, then I'll give you some more dope. With Grant's help, you took all of the expensive furs out of the warehouse and filled it up with a lot of junk. And then Grant sopped it all down to the gasoline and touched it off. So you want the insurance on $160,000 worth of minks and sables for burning $1,000 worth of cat skins.
It was a swindle, Matthews. We're not paying the claim.
The cops have the Maxwell woman, Marcel Jarnac, and a pasty-faced gunman who worked with them. They've all talked. You're through. That's the police now, the homicide squad. Show them in, will you, Flynn?
Sure.
Looks like the end of the road for me, doesn't it, Mr. Rogue?
Yeah, it sure does, Matthews. You know, amateurs like you shouldn't go around mixing up with professional crooks.
That's right.
Hey, cut it out. Drop that gun. Matthews, hey. Here. Hey, what's going on in here, Rogue? This guy, this Matthews tried to commit suicide. I had to take the gun away from him. That's all I've been doing all day long. Is that living? Well, it was Pasty Puss's gun that bumped George Grant. He and Marcel got the chair. Matthews and Bernice Maxwell got 10 years apiece, and I got 10 grand in reward money for cracking the case. Yeah, I really had a time with that $10,000. Went to Mexico. Mexico City, incidentally. Las senoritas. Muy simpáticas. Spent the month of January there. What a month, January. As soon as I get time, I'm going to write a book. You know what the title's going to be? I'm going to call it Lost January. Oh, dear. Incidentally, I hope you noticed that I didn't get my brains knocked out and make my regular visit to my alter enemy, Hugo, tonight. Huh?
What's the idea, Rogie? I missed you. Are you mad because I threw that Betty dame off our cloud?
No, Hugo.
Oh, but look, Rogie, you made a reservation.
On cloud number 8? I did not.
Oh, yes, you did. You said it.
I said what?
You said, see you next week, Hugo. You said it. I heard you.
Okay, I've seen you. Good night, midget.
Goodbye, Rogie. Say, Rogie, aren't you going to wish me a Merry Christmas?
Oh, sure. Merry Christmas, Hugo.
Merry Christmas, Richard. So long.
Merry Christmas. Imagine that little dehydrated Santa Claus. Oh, well, I love everybody. And God blesses one and all, to coin a phrase. You know what I mean?
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Phyllis. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to give me a rain check, Angel. I'm all tied up. But that's only temporary. Some efficiency expert is dropping around to demonstrate that if I plan my work properly, I'll have time to kill.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the puzzling PINUP. Now, the case of the puzzling PINUP.
It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and a young man named Charles Sylvester Braden II breaks all records dashing up the steps of a small rooming house in New York's West Side. And when he gets to the top floor, he begins hammering on the door of room 413.
Come on, Pat. Open up.
Who is it?
You know who it is. Now open up.
Go away, Charles.
No, you can't send me away like this. I've got to talk to you.
All right, just a second.
Lock it.
No, it's all right. Nobody will disturb us.
I said lock it.
Look, Charles, you're not well.
Don't you believe it for a second. Don't you see, Pat? It was just a scheme to keep us apart. But I fooled them.
Charles, please don't lock that door.
What's the matter, Pat? Don't you trust me either?
Of course I do. It's just that I don't like to see you so upset. Look, I've got an idea.
What are you doing with that phone?
I was just going to call your father.
Put it down.
But, Charles...
Put it down. So you're working with them, too?
No, I'm not.
Then prove it. Marry me.
You're insane.
What did you say?
Nothing, Charles.
You're lying. You were going to say I was insane.
I wasn't, I swear.
I'll give you one last chance. I've got a car downstairs. Will you come with me?
Look, Charles.
Answer me.
But, darling...
All right, Pat. You had your opportunity.
What are you doing with that gun?
I gave you your chance, Pat. You'll have to admit that.
Darling, now, listen to me. I've changed my mind.
How do I know that you won't change it again?
Charles, you can't do this. They'll hang you.
No, they won't. You see, I'll be dead.
No.
Yes, you don't think I'd let you go without me.
Charles, please.
Don't be afraid, Pat. I'll be right by your side. Goodbye, darling.
No.
I was down in the basement fixing the boiler when I heard the shots, Mr. Shelley, so right away I got on the phone and called your newspaper.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else here in Driscoll?
Oh, no, wasn't nobody else home.
What about the cops?
Well, I ain't notified them yet, you know.
That was smart, Driscoll. I'll take care of you. All right, where do we go now?
It's this room here.
Okay, open the door. Well, what are you waiting for?
Your editor, Mr. Wingate, said you'd have a little present for me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll give you 50 when we get inside.
But Mr. Wingate promised me 100.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, thanks.
Now, where's your passkey? Shut that door. What's the girl's name?
Patricia Brooks.
You know the guy?
No.
Mm-hmm. Pull up the shade. I want to get a good look at his puss. Holy smoke.
What's the matter, Mr. Shelley?
Well, you know who this is? Charles Sylvester Braden II.
Who?
Skip it. Hand me some flash bulbs. They're in that case by your feet.
Oh, okay.
You know, something tells me these shots are going to be every bit as sensational as Mr. Braden's.
Tom?
Hi, Mr. Wingate.
Oh, hello, Shelley. I'm sorry that tip didn't pay off. The way the janitor spoke on the phone, I thought we had something.
Huh? What are you talking about, boss?
The yarn I sent you out on. Whole story just came over the ticker. Cops were just there. Too bad there was nothing to it.
Nothing to it? Do you realize...
Oh, look, Shelley. Maybe in the hick town you come from, a pretty girl committing suicide is big news. But in New York, it happens every day in the week.
Yeah, but what about...
Well, what about what?
Well, what did the cops find?
Well, the same thing you did. Dead girl named Pat Brooks holding a gun in her hand.
Nothing else?
What are you getting at? Should there have been anything else?
No, of course not.
Where are your pictures?
Pictures?
That's what I sent you there for, remember? Where are they?
They ain't. You see, I forgot to take along film.
You what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, boss. I feel like an awful jerk.
Okay, forget it. At least there was no harm done. But it'll teach you to be more careful in the future.
Oh, yeah. I learned my lesson, Mr. Wingate. I bet I'll pick up plenty from an experience like this.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Charles Braden Sr., please.
I'm afraid that's impossible. Mr. Braden's only son died yesterday in an automobile accident.
Yes, I know. I read all about it, but I still think he'll see me. Tell him it's Walter Shelley of the Gazette.
Who is it, Laura?
It's me, Braden. I'm the guy you spoke to on the phone this morning.
Yes. Won't you come in, sir?
Thanks.
This is the young man I've been telling you about, Laura.
Yes, so I gather.
Miss Allen is my secretary, Mr. Shelley.
Good enough.
Well, now, suppose we get down to business. You told me you had some pictures I might be interested in.
That's right.
May I see them, please?
Sure. Here they are.
Very interesting.
Like a drink, Mr. Shelley?
Well, thanks, dollface. Well, here's to what we all want.
I'll join you in that, sir.
Had time to look at those pictures yet, Mr. Braden?
Yes, indeed.
Notice anything peculiar about them?
I presume you mean that one of the bodies is that of my son, Charles.
Yeah, and he's holding a gun.
So?
So when I heard that the cops only found one stiff, I immediately jumped to the conclusion that you must have taken care of the other by bribing the janitor of the building.
But why should I do that?
Look, let's stop kidding each other, Braden. A guy with your name couldn't stand a disgrace. You wouldn't want to go through life known as the father of a murderer.
There's something in what you say, Mr. Shelley. How much do you want?
10 grand for the set of pictures you've got in your hand.
And how much for the negatives?
Negatives?
Oh, come. You mustn't take me for a child, Mr. Shelley. I'm aware of the elementals of photography. Now, where are those negatives?
Cut it out, Braden. You're choking.
Where are they?
Give me a chance.
All right.
Yeah, you could have killed me then.
The negatives, please.
Yeah, sure. Got them right here in my pocket.
Mr. Braden!
I'd advise you to put away that gun, sir.
You're not as smart as you think.
Apparently not.
Wouldn't I be a chump to keep those negatives on me? Oh, no. You're going to pay for them, mister. And pay through the nose.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
Who's calling?
Walter Shelley.
Who?
Walter Shelley. I'm a reporter on the Gazette.
What can I do for you?
You mean, what can I do for you? I understand you're one of the best private dicks in New York.
Where do you understand that from?
Oh, the usual reliable sources. Don't they call you the Falcon?
Only when they can't think of anything worse.
Look, will you be home for the next half hour?
Why?
Well, I'd like to come around, drop a fortune in your lap.
Why?
Well, let's just say it's only a few weeks before Christmas, and I like to play Santa Claus nice and early. I'll be seeing you, Waring.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Walter Shelley called Mike Waring with a promise to drop a fortune in his lap. And now we find Mr. Shelley as good as his word. Yes?
You Waring?
That's right.
I'm Walter Shelley.
Oh, you're ahead of schedule. Come on in.
Thanks.
You said something on the phone about dropping a fortune in my lap.
And I never lied. Catch.
What's this?
Just what I promised. In that envelope are pictures worth $500,000.
What makes them so valuable?
The pose.
Oh.
You interested?
Go on.
This party will pay off plenty, Waring. I know I've already seen them. We've got all the angles covered.
We?
Got a partner. Of course, that means we'll have to split 3 ways, but it's worth it. Now, this partner of mine has a swell in, see? What we need is someone to handle the detail work. Tried another guy, but he couldn't see it.
Mm-hmm. What made you come to me with a swindle like this?
Well, look, you don't have to take that tone with me, Waring.
Oh, I don't? All
right, now get up.
Hey, what's going on in here, Mr. Waring? I was cleaning the hall and I heard a fuss.
Oh, it's nothing serious, George. Will you get rid of this for me?
Huh?
Character on the floor. Throw him out.
Oh. Come on, buddy. Get up. Come on, pal. I have... Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I think there's something the matter with him.
I know. He ran into my fist.
No. I mean, I can't feel his heartbeat.
You what?
Yeah. I think you killed him.
All right, Waring, let's have the truth now. And don't give me any more stuff about pictures, because we didn't find any.
You didn't?
No. Why'd you kill Shelley?
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Lieutenant.
You admit you slugged him.
Look, Webster, I may brag now and then, but I'm still no Joe Louis. What do the autopsy reports say?
Hasn't come in yet.
Well, what are they waiting for?
Hey, Lieutenant, open up, will you?
What do you want, Sergeant?
There's a Mr. Wingate to see Waring.
Wingate?
Well, tell him to beat it. Waring isn't having any visitors.
I've got a court order here, Lieutenant. Maybe you'd like to look at it.
Yeah, let's see that. There you are. Seems to be all right. Open it up, Sergeant. You can have 5 minutes, no more.
Fair enough. Hello, Waring.
Well, who are you?
Arthur Wingate.
Still means nothing.
I hold down the slot in the Evening Gazette. Shelley worked for me until he came to me this morning with an idea how he could make some easy dough.
Wait a minute. You must be the guy he told me he'd talked to before he came to see me.
That's right. I threw him out.
Well, what are you doing here?
Well, when the story came over the ticker, I thought there might be something I could do for you.
Oh, why should you?
I want this story for my paper, exclusively. And I'm willing to pay for it.
Okay, Wingate. You got yourself a deal. Do you know what was on those pictures of Shelley's?
No.
Did he mention any names?
Not a one.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here are my keys. The superintendent of my building is a character named George Kennedy. Check with him and see what he did with the envelope. And bring it back to me.
Haven't the police got it?
No, the lieutenant told me they didn't find a thing. It may have been brushed aside in all the excitement.
Well, it doesn't sound like much to go on, but keep your fingers crossed, kiddo. I'll do what I can.
Okay, Waring, on your feet.
Oh, you back again, Lieutenant?
Yeah, get your things and get out.
How come I'm being released?
The autopsy on Shelley clears you.
What was it, heart attack?
No. Poison. They got it in the drink about 6 hours before it came to your place.
Well, tough luck, Lieutenant. I know how you must feel. Can I use your phone?
Sure. There's a payphone right over there.
Thanks, Webster. Maybe I can do as much for you sometime.
On Waring.
Yeah?
Don't use any slugs.
Hello?
That you, George?
Oh, hi, Mr. Waring.
Say, is Mr. Wingate there?
Oh, sure. You want to talk to him?
No, I'll see him later. What did you do with the pictures?
We didn't find him.
Well, they can't have disappeared. They were on my desk before I slugged Shelley.
They ain't there now. We've practically taken the place apart.
All right, stop wrecking the joint. I'll be right over.
That's no use, Mike. We've looked in the desk already.
Yeah, he's right, Mr. Waring. We went over everything with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, I don't get it. Now, George, you're sure when the police removed Shelley's body, they didn't take anything?
I'm positive. I was here every minute of the time.
Yeah, we might as well give up, Mike.
No, wait a second, Wingate. Shelley was standing right where you are when he tossed that envelope in my lap. When I got up to throw him out, it must have fallen to the floor.
Well, I don't see what difference that makes.
Well, I could have kicked it over there, and then that... Hey, wait a minute. What's that under the radiator? Whatever you are, George, you're certainly no detective.
Is that the envelope?
Must be.
Well, let's get a glimpse of $500,000 worth of pictures.
Huh. We was robbed.
What's the trouble?
Oh, look. It's a picture of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Brooklyn Dodgers?
Yeah, now you tell me who would pay $500,000 for a still shot of that group when you could go see them in action for $1.25.
You hear that, Mike? 3 a.m.
I don't care. I'm not leaving until I make head or tail of these pictures. What makes them worth all that money, Wingate?
Shelley must have been crazy.
Well, then why was he murdered? Come in.
I hate to disturb you, gentlemen, but I'm looking for Mike Waring.
You've come to the right place.
Are you Mr. Waring?
What's your name?
My friends call me Laura Allen.
Well, I bet you've got a million of them, Angel. So I can't understand why you should be looking for new ones at this hour.
I'm looking for something else, Mr. Waring. What do you want for them?
What do I want for what?
The pictures.
What pictures?
Don't give me that. Shelley had them before he died. He hasn't got them now, so who does that leave?
Me?
Yes. What's your price?
I suppose I said I didn't care to do business.
It won't do you any good. If you see what I mean.
Mike.
Don't worry, Wingate. I saw it. Take a blind man to miss a cannon that size. Look, would you mind pointing it elsewhere, Laura?
What's the matter, Mr. Waring? Does it make you nervous?
Yeah, I don't know what's come over me these past few days, but I can't seem to keep the thing on my stomach particularly gone.
You let go.
Come on, Angel, drop it.
Oh!
Nuts. Get it, Wingate.
Okay. It's got. Well, now what are you going to do with me?
Nothing. You can leave whenever you like, Angel.
You mean you're letting me go?
Yeah, sure, I'm a sport. I always throw the little ones back.
Just what are you fishing for, Mr. Waring?
The big one.
Well, I wouldn't if I were you. You know, some big fish are dangerous. And take it from me, this one's a man killer. Good night, Angel.
Shouldn't let her get away, Mike.
Why not? That little lady wasn't going to tell us anything, except what she wanted to.
Yeah, but remember what Shelley said about a partner.
You think that girl...
Well, don't you?
You know something, Wingate? You're right.
Well?
Yeah, she's already gone down the elevator.
Hello, Laura.
Mr. Braden.
That's right.
What are you doing in my apartment?
My dear girl, I think the answer's fairly obvious. I was waiting for you.
And I told you that if I had anything to report, I'd let you know.
Well, you can hardly blame me for being anxious, Laura. Now, where are the pictures?
I didn't get them.
You know, my dear, I find that very difficult to believe. You're such a very determined young lady.
Well, I ran into a very determined young man.
And yet Mr. Waring let you get away,
Yes, and don't ask me why, because I don't know.
You must be tired, my dear.
You're quite right, Mr. Braden. I am tired. I'm tired of trying to protect your precious name. Why don't you pay off and let it go at that?
I don't like to hear you talk that way, Laura. But knowing you as I do, I'm sure you'll never let this little conversation go any farther.
Hello?
Is that you, Waring?
Uh-huh.
This is Laura.
Who?
Laura Allen, you remember?
Oh, sure.
Now, listen, Waring, there's something I've got to tell you.
Where do you live?
At the Rainey Apartments. But before you come, I want you to know that I killed Walter Shelley.
Oh, you admit it?
Well, if you want to be convinced... Oh.
Hello, Laura. Laura! And that's all I know, Wingate. Right after I heard the shot, I grabbed a cab and started over here. Then I remembered my promise to you, so I detoured over to your office to pick you up.
Oh, I appreciate it, Waring. Hey, what floor do we get off on?
Right here, the third.
Oh, okay. It must be down this way.
Oh, here it is. Laura Allen. Uh-oh.
Unlocked?
Yeah.
So, she did commit suicide after all.
It seems so. Hey, what do you make of this?
Silver cigarette case.
Silver nothing. This is platinum.
Huh?
Yeah, they don't hand these out on push carts. And here, look at the engraving.
Can you make it out?
Yeah, it's a Laura Allen from the tyrant Charles Braden Sr.
Charles Braden Sr.? Hey, this girl moved in the big leagues.
That's so right. And if she was in Braden's employ, then he's the boy who's interested in the pictures, and she was working hand in glove with Shelley.
Yeah, but why would Braden want a picture of the Brooklyn Dodgers?
He didn't. The pictures we found must have been phony. Say, wait a minute. Wasn't his son in some sort of a mess recently?
Well, he got killed in an automobile accident.
Oh, that's too pat. Braden's hiding something.
Who are you calling?
The police.
Well, make it snappy. I want to phone my paper.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the trouble?
I just thought of something. I heard the shot that killed Laura over the phone.
So?
Well, if she died instantly, who hung this receiver back on the hook?
Yeah, but that means...
Yeah, go on, say it, Wingate. She was murdered.
But you said she talked to suicide.
Someone could have forced her to by holding a gun in her back.
Who?
That's what I intend to find out. Now, look, I want you to get a fingerprint expert up here.
What for?
The killer made one blunder when he put the receiver back on the hook. Isn't it possible he made another?
I don't follow you.
Maybe he left his prints on the instrument. You got any idea where we can find an expert at this time of night?
Well, we got one down in the paper.
Swell. Get him, Wingate.
Well, I'll meet you later.
Make it Mr. Braden's. Something tells me he'll probably be very interested in the results. Braden?
Yes.
My name is Waring.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
You were a friend of Walter Shelley's, I believe.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Strange that he entrusted his most precious possessions to you.
I don't think I understand you, Mr. Braden.
I'm referring to the pictures, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that?
Yes, that. May I trouble you for them? And the negatives, of course.
What's in it for me?
Well, I could promise you any number of things.
Yes, but they'd be just that, promises.
You see my point.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to draw me a diagram.
No. I had only to draw a gun.
All right, put that thing away, Braden. You're forgetting something.
I can't imagine what.
What's going to happen when the police discover you killed Shelley and Laura?
Shelley and Laura? Well, I hardly think there's any danger of that.
Well, maybe I can prove you're wrong.
I beg your pardon?
I think that call is for me, may I?
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello? Is that you, Mike?
Yeah, how'd you make out, Wingate? Did they finish checking those fingerprints?
Yes, but there wasn't a single print on it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What's the matter with you, Mike? Can't you hear me?
Didn't miss a word. Now come up here and bring that report with you.
Well, you look pleased.
Yes, I am. Whose fingerprints do you suppose they found on Laura's telephone?
Nobody's.
What?
You'll forgive me, sir, but I'm afraid I've been guilty of eavesdropping.
Oh, you'll never hear anything nice about yourself that way.
Perhaps not. But then, Mr. Waring, I'm not a very nice person. I think you're going to find that out.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 minutes ago, Charles Braden Sr. told Mike that he wasn't, quote, a very nice person, unquote. And judging by the gun he keeps trained on Mike, Mr. Braden believes in telling the truth.
Oh, really, Mr. Waring, you don't know how this pains me.
Well, I'd never guess it, Braden. You certainly hide your grief well.
And you, sir, your fears.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. I don't believe you're going to shoot.
Tell me, Mr. Waring, what is your purpose in glancing at that window every 5 seconds? Frankly, I find it very distracting.
That was my purpose. All right, Wingate, grab it. What? Nice work, Wingate. Now give me the gun.
Okay. Here you are.
Now phone police headquarters.
No. My paper comes first.
Well, any way you like, but don't forget the cops.
I don't suppose there'd be much point in appealing to your better nature.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Wingate?
No, I'm just an innocent bystander, Waring. You better leave me out of this.
Well, that's impossible, friend. You've got a lot to say.
Oh, you mean because I saved your life?
No, because you killed Shelley and Laura.
What are you babbling about?
Murder, Wingate. I'm just wondering who's going to cover your execution for the Gazette.
Gee, I don't get it, Mr. Waring. You mean Mr. Wingate actually killed Shelley and the girl?
Yes, actually, George.
Yeah, but why?
Those pictures.
The ones we found in your apartment.
No. The ones the police found in Wingate's apartment. He got them from my place before he even called you. Then he planted those phony shots and waited for me to make my great discovery.
Yeah, well, why did he do that?
Because he knew I wouldn't stop looking until I found a set of pictures. So he made things easy for me.
Well, I still don't understand why he killed Shelley.
He was Shelley's partner.
Wingate?
Mm-hmm. He was in from page 1, but he got greedy and wanted the whole pie. So he poisoned Shelley and waited for the pictures to drop in his lap.
And instead, they dropped in yours.
Well, that he couldn't figure on. But he did okay as it was.
Well, why did he kill Laura?
Oh, he had good reason for that. First, he forced her to confess to Shelley's murder.
Oh, he thought that would leave him in the clear.
Mm-hmm. If she committed suicide, then the case was closed, and he could go ahead and blackmail Braden safely.
Well, how did you know he was the killer?
Remember I told you I sent him to check the fingerprints on Laura Allen's phone?
Yeah, and he said there weren't any.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what gave him away.
Well, I don't see why. Ain't it possible the killer wiped off his own prints?
Yeah, sure. But what happened to mine? I handled the phone after the murder when I was going to call the police.
Oh.
Now, does that answer all your questions?
Well, all but one.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Waring, what was on those pictures anyway, huh?
Ah, you'll never know, George.
Oh, come on. Break down, Mr. Waring. Must have been pretty hot stuff, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed, they were. Some of the hottest shots I'd ever seen. Why, just to handle them would blister your hands.
Yeah? What were they, huh?
Well, they were 8x10 blow-ups
wow.
of the Chicago fire. Good night, George.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
Whistler.
I was with Danny when it happened, but I couldn't hang on to him. He ran off and left me, and I've been looking for him ever since.
That was Captain Fowler. Something had happened to his friend Danny.
I ain't going to no doctor at this time of the night. Tomorrow, maybe, but I'm not going tonight.
That was Danny. Danny knew something had happened to him, but he didn't know what it was.
But, Danny, you couldn't have done a thing like that. I know. Don't worry, Danny.
That was Faye, Danny's girlfriend. And this is Joe Rodriguez, a fisherman.
It's much better that I leave town, Danny. If I stay, I might forget I am your friend.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the strange story of fog.
Well, Danny, my boy, this is the thickest fog I've seen in this harbor in many a year. Mm-hmm. And I've been a sailorman for a long time.
Yeah, that's right, Captain. Can't see a single light along the entire waterfront. But we don't need light for where we're going. I know the way to the anchor pool room.
Yeah, I know, too. Hey, Danny, you didn't bring your gun, did you?
Sure I did. Why?
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to let you talk to Duke Moran with a gun in your pocket.
Why not, Captain?
Well, you might lose your temper and do something you'd regret.
What's the matter with you, Cap? I ain't going to shoot anybody. I just want it in case Duke Moran gets tough.
Oh, sure. I know. But if he gets tough, you can handle him with your fists.
Sure. Unless he tried to slip a knife through my ribs.
Well...
don't worry about the gun, Captain. I won't lose my head.
So Danny and Captain Fowler continue on their way toward the anchor pool room, Duke Moran's usual hangout, where Danny intends to have a showdown with Moran. But the captain is worried about Danny's gun, for he knows that Danny hates Moran to the core of his being.
Now, look, son, I hate to keep bringing this up, but, I wouldn't go storming up to the Duke and start raising the debt.
He borrowed money from me, and he ain't kept his word about paying it back.
Oh, I know, my boy, but he'll pay it back.
Oh, no, he won't. He's planning to skip town and leave me holding the sack.
Now, look, you're working for me, Danny, and you're my best friend. And I'm going along to back up your claims because I was a witness when the loan was made. But look here, I don't want to see you in no trouble.
Oh, I'll take it easy. But I can tell you one thing.
Hey, look out for that hydrant. Look up. Danny, you're hurt. Here. Let me help you.
No.
That's it now. Easy does it. Up now. There we are. Nasty spill. You just sit here for a bit. Oh, you took a real header.
Yeah?
How do you feel, Danny? Yeah, better let me see if you cut yourself.
Keep your hands off me. Who are you?
What?
What is this, a stick-up?
Danny, are you kidding?
Go away. Get away or I'll call the cops.
Why? Danny, you're out of your head.
Get away.
But don't you know me?
Let me alone.
Oh, come back here. No, don't go away. Come back. Danny!
Danny breaks away and quickly disappears into the fog. For a quarter of an hour, Captain Fowler searches the vicinity and finally hurries on to the anchor pool room.
Hey, any of you guys here in the pool room seen Danny Price?
Oh, hello there, Cap. No, I haven't seen Danny.
Neither have I, Cap. Don't think he's been around.
Oh, I see. Well, is Duke Moran here?
The Duke? He was here a minute ago. Where'd he go, George?
Out in the alley, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Some guy opened the back door and called him.
Some guy? Oh.
Uh-huh.
But tell me, was it Danny?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Captain. We didn't pay no attention to who it was.
Oh, I see. Well, Okay, boys. Thanks.
Later that night, groping his way along the waterfront, Captain Fowler arrives at the box office of the Crystal Motion Picture Theater. An attractive girl is selling tickets.
Hello, Fay.
Well, hello there, Captain. Going to the show?
Oh, no, not tonight, Fay. I'm looking for Danny. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't. And I'm sore at that big lug, too. He promised faithfully he'd be here to take me home, and it's time to close the box office right now.
Well, look, Fay, I don't want to excite you, but I've got to tell you something. Danny's had an accident.
An accident?
Yeah. Fell down on the street. He tripped over a fire hydrant, and when he got up, you know what happened? He couldn't remember nothing. He was walking around someplace in a daze.
Good heavens.
Yes, I was with him when it happened, but I couldn't hang on to him. He run off and left me, and I've been looking for him ever since.
Would you tell the police?
No.
Well, for heaven's sake, tell them, Captain. Maybe they can find him.
No, Fay, I don't want to tell the cops.
Why not?
There's a certain reason, and I don't want to talk about it here.
Look, you wait here till I check in the cash. It'll only take a few minutes. I'll be right with you.
All right, Fay.
All right, Captain, now tell me. Why didn't you notify the police?
Because Danny's got a gun on him.
Oh.
Yes. He was on his way to see Duke Moran. You know about that money.
Oh, yes.
And he was afraid the Duke might start something.
I see. You say you've been looking for Danny?
Yes, I've been everywhere. Been to the casino, over to the bowling alley.
Have you been to Fred's Cafe?
Well, no.
Well, Danny goes there for coffee sometimes.
Well, all right. We'll take a look. Fred's Cafe, why, it's in the next block, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, Fay, we got to find that kid. He's like a crazy man. You know what he did? He looked me right in the face and he didn't know me.
Oh, my goodness. Captain, suppose his memory never does come back.
Oh, now, Fay, don't carry on like that. And don't you start worrying. Yeah,
Oh.
I know how you feel. You and Danny engaged to be married and all, but don't you worry. I think everything will turn out all right.
Oh, I hope so.
Hey, wait!
Well, listen.
What's your hurry, folks?
That's Danny.
Well, sure it is.
You going to a fire or something? I've been chasing you for a block.
Oh, Danny.
Hiya, Fay.
Oh, Danny, you're all right.
Oh, sure. Sure, I'm all right. Except I'm kind of mixed up. All of a sudden, I'm sitting in the Clark Hotel. And I don't remember going there at all.
The Clark Hotel?
Yeah.
Well, so that's where you've been.
Well, it seems to me I was walking along with you, Cap.
Of course you were, Danny. Don't you know what happened? You had a lapse of memory.
Huh?
Yeah, we've been worried to death about you. The captain and I were looking for you. Oh, Danny, I'm so glad you're all right.
Oh, so I've been off my noggin.
Sure. Don't you remember falling over that fire hydrant?
Fire hydrant?
Yes, that's what did it, Danny. When I helped you up, you thought I was a stick-up man. You ran off down the street.
Well, I'll be darned. How long ago this happened, Cap?
Well, it's been an hour ago or more. You've been in the Clark Hotel all that time.
Well, how should I know?
When did you come to your senses, Danny?
Well, just now. I'm sitting there in the lobby wondering what it's all about when I seen you folks passing the window.
Oh, swell. But look, Danny boy, you're going to a doctor right away.
What do you mean, doctor?
Well, your head, you must have struck it when you fell.
Oh, my head's all right.
Oh, now, please, don't put up an argument, Danny.
Oh, now, look. Hey, here comes an ambulance. Maybe I better flag it down and crawl in.
Oh, now, don't be smart.
Wait a minute. That's no ambulance. Well, it's a police car.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, come on, never mind the police car. Danny, come over here under the light. Let me take a look at your head.
Oh, now, look, Fay, I tell you there's nothing wrong with
Hey, look. You see where that car's stopping?
Huh?
Over in front of the Anchor pool room.
Yeah? Well, wonder what's happened there.
Well, I don't know.
Well, forget it.
No.
Come on.
I want to find out what's going on.
Yeah, so do I.
Come on, Danny, let's go over and see.
All right, you people, get back now. Don't block the doorway. Hey, what's happened, officer?
Guy's been killed. Shot.
Yeah?
Yeah. They just found his body out in back of the pool hall.
Who was he? Do you know?
Yeah, Duke Moran.
Duke Moran murdered, killed on the very night that you, Danny, with hatred in your heart and a gun in your pocket, were on your way to demand your money. Could it be that after your mind went blank, you continued on to the anchor pool room? Look at your gun, Danny. If no shots have been fired, you're all in the clear.
Did I kill him? Did I kill him? Did I kill him?
Come on, Danny, let's go.
Well, how do you like that? The guy gets bumped off owing me $100.
Yep, and you can kiss that dough goodbye.
And how?
Captain, who do you suppose killed Moran?
Well, how should I know? Didn't have any enemies that I know of. Except Danny.
What do you mean, except Danny? I wasn't the guy's enemy. I just wanted my money back, that's all.
Sure, I know.
You know what?
That you just wanted your money back? What are you getting so excited about?
Hey, boys, let's not walk down this way. There's no doctor in this direction.
Oh, Faye, will you let up on that doctor thing? I tell you, there's nothing wrong with my head.
How do you know?
Well, anyhow, I ain't going to no doctor at this time of the night. Tomorrow, maybe. My head starts aching or something.
Is that a promise?
Okay, that's a promise.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah?
You know, I went to that pool hall right after you disappeared. I thought maybe I'd find you there.
Yeah? Was I there?
No, you wasn't. I asked about Moran, and they said he'd just gone out in the alley. Somebody opened the back door and called him.
Why, Captain, you must have been there just before the murder.
Sure looks like it. I'm sorry now I didn't go out and back and see who Moran was with.
It's a shame you didn't.
Yeah. Hey, Danny, I've been wondering...
All right, go ahead and say it. It was me that called him out and back. It was me that killed him.
Why, Danny.
Well, that's what he's thinking, Faye. I can see it sticking out all over him.
Danny, you mustn't say that.
He knows I've been out of my head for an hour. Can't remember a thing, so now he's trying to pin a crime on me.
Shut up, you fool. Shut up. Why should I want to pin a crime on you?
That's what I'd like to know.
What if you did kill Moran? I'm not holding it against you. You couldn't be blamed. You was off your nut.
Well, I didn't kill him.
How do you know?
I didn't. I know I didn't.
Yes, but how do you know?
Oh, Captain, use your head. Danny lost his memory, and that includes his memory of Moran and his grudge against Moran and everything.
Sure. So now what do you got to say?
Well, maybe that grudge was in the back of your mind, Danny, even while your memory wasn't working.
You see, Faye, he's bound to make out I did it.
Oh, no such thing. But look here, if you was mixed up in this murder, Danny, it's up to me to help you. I'm your friend, and I gotta find out about it, Danny. Let me see your gun.
Huh?
Let me see your gun.
Oh, the devil with you.
Let him see it, Danny. That'll settle everything.
Oh. All right. Sure he can see it. There you are, Cap.
Thanks, Danny. Well, the barrel smells of powder.
Oh, you're crazy.
And 2 slugs have been fired, Danny. Look here.
All right, so the gun's been fired. And that means I killed Moran, I suppose. You're crazy, I tell you.
He's right, Captain. That gun doesn't prove a thing. He might have fired those shots anywhere for no reason at all.
Sure, I've been out of my head, ain't I?
Don't you worry, Danny boy. You didn't kill Moran.
Of course I didn't.
You couldn't have done a thing like that. Not even in a trance. So don't worry. Everything's going to be all right. Don't worry, Danny, darling.
Poor Faye. She doesn't believe her own brave talk. Deep down in her heart, she's afraid that Danny is a killer. It is nearly midnight now. Danny and Captain Fowler have returned to their boat, the fishing boat Dolphin, in the harbor. Danny sits on the deck, gazing morosely into the fog.
Well, hadn't you better turn in, kid? You ought to get some sleep.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Stick here a minute, will you, Cap? I'd like to talk to you.
Sure.
I'm sorry I blew my top the way I did when we was ashore.
Oh, that's all right, Danny.
I know you was thinking of my interest when you asked to see the gun.
Sure I was.
All kidding aside, it looks pretty much like I bumped off Moran, doesn't it, Cap?
Well, Danny, to be honest with you, it does. Still, there's room for doubt. And if I was you, I'd lay low and say nothing.
And I know one thing. I could never be convicted of murder, even if I did do it.
Why not?
Because I was suffering from amnesia.
Yeah. The trouble is, how are we going to prove that?
How are we going to prove it? Well, couldn't you prove it? You was there when it happened. You saw me go slug nutty.
Sure, but who's going to believe me? I'm your friend. They think I was lying to save your neck.
Yeah, I see what you mean. The things look pretty bad then, don't they?
Ah, now look, Danny. Don't go hanging yourself in advance. You know, maybe it's like Faye said. Maybe you just happened to fire them shots.
Hey, listen. I hear a motorboat.
Well, so what?
It's coming this way. Hear it?
Well,
Sure, I heard. It's the cops. They're coming here to ask questions.
No.
I'm getting out of here, Cap.
No, you keep your shirt on. I'll hail the boat and find out who it is. Now, you wait right here. Ahoy there! Ahoy! Who is it?
It's me, Joe Rodriguez.
Oh, there you are, Danny. It's only Portuguese Joe.
What's he doing out here at this time of night?
Well, I don't know.
Here is my line, Captain. You make me fast. I'm coming aboard.
Okay, Joe.
How'd you know we'd be up this late?
Yeah.
I just took a chance, Danny. But I am glad you are up.
Oh, don't tell me you ran out of live bait again.
Oh, no. I got plenty live bait.
Oh? What can we do for you, Joe?
Captain, I got a little business proposition I would like to talk over with Danny. And I would like to talk to him private.
Private? Oh, now, wait a minute. Anything you got to say to me, you can say in front of the captain.
No, Danny. This is private. Very private.
Oh, see, well, that's okay, kid. I'll go below. I was about to turn in anyway.
Thank you, Captain.
Oh, don't keep him up too long, Joe. You need some sleep.
I'll just be a few minutes, Captain. Good night.
Good night.
Well, what's on your mind?
Danny, I'm fed up with East Town. Business is rotten here. I want to go to Seattle.
Yeah?
And I need a little money, Danny. $200. And I want for you should let me have it.
Are you kidding?
Ain't you got $200?
Sure I have, but I'm getting married in a few days. I need every cent I've got.
Oh, yeah? The sweet young lady who works at the Crystal Theater, huh? You'll be very happy with her, Danny.
You bet I will.
But you'll be much more happy if you give me the money so I can get out of town, Danny.
What do you mean?
I am your friend, Danny, and I do not wish to cause you any trouble. But I know something about you that nobody else in this world knows. Not one soul.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tonight I am in an alley, behind the anchor pool room. There is much fog, but I can see a little bit because there is a light. I see you shoot to Moran. Twice. To the heart.
You're a dirty liar.
So, you see, Danny, it's much better I should leave town. If I stay here, I might get drunk someday and forget I am your friend. I might talk, Danny.
You climb in that boat of yours and get back to shore. Go on or I'll throw you overboard.
You come to see me tomorrow, huh? Before noon? If you don't come by noon, well, maybe I get drunk, huh?
Cap, you awake?
Oh, yes, Dan.
Well, there's no room for doubt now. I'm the guy that did it.
What? How do you know?
Portuguese Joe was an eyewitness. He was there in the alley, saw the whole thing.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
That's right, Cap. That dirty rat came out here to blackmail me. Tried to shake me down for $200. Said I'd have to dig it up by tomorrow noon or he'd start talking.
Well, I'll be darned. Kid, I guess it's time we started doing some fast thinking.
Now, that ain't necessary, Cap. I'm clearing out tonight.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get panicky now. Now, let's give it some thought.
Oh, no, I'm on my way, Cap. No fooling.
Well, where are you going?
I don't know. But I'm going for good. I won't be back.
You won't be? Oh, now, look here. What about Faye? What about your wedding?
Well, that's just a broken dream, Cap.
Oh, Dan. Well, at least you're going to see her before you go, ain't you?
No.
Well, Danny, what's the matter with you? It ain't fair of you to run out on Faye.
It's the fairest thing in the world. Why prolong the agony? There's got to be a clean break.
Oh, but Faye is such a grand kid. And she'll wait for you. Faye's loyal. Yes, sir, Danny. After this thing blows over, you'll find Faye right here waiting for you.
I don't want her to wait for me. And I ain't coming back. Can't you understand that? You think I'd marry Faye now? Me, a killer?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I love that girl. I wouldn't bring disgrace on her. And it would be disgrace even if I'd cleared myself of the charge. I'd still be a killer.
Yeah, I guess you would. Well, I guess there's no use talking to you. You won't listen to a word I say.
No, Cap. I've made up my mind. I'm going to pack my grip now and go ashore.
Golly, kid, I sure hate to lose you.
Yeah, I hate to go, too, Cap. You've been a prince to me. More like a brother than a boss.
Well, all I can say is thanks, Danny.
Even when you knew I was saving up my money to buy a boat of my own, to go into competition with you, you never said a word.
Well, why should I? Oh, this is a free country. Every man has a right to advance himself.
And, about Faye, I wish you'd explain to her. You know what to say.
Well, not quite as good a talker as you are, Danny, but I'll try.
You know something, Cap? I wish you and Faye'd get married. I know you'd make her happy.
Me and Faye? No, she wouldn't have me.
Don't be too sure about that. She'll forget about me after a while. But explain things to her, will you?
Well, okay, Danny. I'll try. I'll do my best.
Well, I'm going to hit the first freight train out of town. So long, Cap.
Danny, wait a minute.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, Danny, I'm so glad I saw you. I was about to get a boat and go out to the Dolphin.
Yeah?
I've got some wonderful news for you.
What?
At least I think I have. What caliber is your revolver?
Well, it's a .38.
I thought so. Danny, you didn't kill him. You didn't kill Moran. He was shot with a .45.
Huh?
Yeah. I just came from the police hospital. They took the bullets from Moran's body. They were bullets from a .45.
Oh, no. No, that can't be right.
It is right, Danny.
Well, there's some mistake, honey. Look, I hadn't figured on telling you this, but there was an eyewitness to the murder. Portuguese Joe, the bait peddler. He'd just been out to the boat trying to shake me down for some hush money.
Well, he's a liar if he says you did it.
Oh, no, honey, you got a bum steer about them bullets.
I didn't, I tell you. I got it straight from the doctor. What's more, I've been to the Clark Hotel. The clerk said you were there for practically an hour, sitting by the window. That means you went there right after you left the captain, so you couldn't have been to the pool room.
Well, I'll be darned. Now, look, Faye, suppose you go out to the Dolphin. Here, take this grip. Tell the captain what you just told me. And tell him I'm paying a visit to Portuguese Joe right now.
Yes. Just 1 minute. Who is it? Who's there?
It's me, Danny.
Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting you so soon, Danny. You could just as well have come in the morning.
I wanted to get this thing settled.
Sure. Have you got any money?
Joe, you didn't see me shoot Moran.
Nah, Danny, I hope you're not going to put up no argument.
You lied to me, and I'm here to get the truth.
Now, look, Danny.
Come on, admit it. You lied to me, didn't you?
No.
No, yes, you did.
No, let me go. Let me go.
I'll choke the living daylights out of you, you rat. Come on, tell me you lied.
Yes, I lied to you.
I thought so.
Let me go now.
Sure, I'll let you go. But you're going to come clean. You're going to give me the lowdown on this whole rotten business. Come on now, start talking.
Yeah.
The fog has lifted now, and the eastern sky heralds the approach of dawn. As Danny returns to the Dolphin, he finds Faye standing on the deck.
Gee, Danny, I thought you'd never get back. It's almost daylight.
Well, I had a long ways to go, honey. Joe lives way out at the end of the Channel Street Wharf. That's where his bait shack is.
Well, what'd you find out? Did you face him with his lie?
I sure did. Is the captain in his cabin?
No, he's not. He's gone ashore.
Gone ashore?
Danny, there's something wrong with the captain. He's been acting very queerly.
Yeah?
When I told him you'd gone to see Portuguese Joe, his face went as white as a sheet. Then he went over to his desk and wrote a note. Sealed it in an envelope and told me to give it to you when you come back.
I'll bet I know what's in it.
What?
A confession. But I won't need it now. I got one from Joe.
What do you mean?
Honey, the captain's been framing me.
Framing you?
Yeah, that's right. It's hard to believe, but it's true. Remember he said he didn't go out in back of the pool hall to see who it was that called Moran out in the alley?
Yes.
Well, he lied. He did go out there, and he saw the murder committed. He knew who did it.
Why, Danny.
And right then, he got a bright idea. He figured he'd make me believe I committed that murder. So I'd take it on the lam. Get out of town. You see, honey?
Well, why would he do that?
Because he was in love with you.
What?
Our wedding day was getting closer, and the captain was half crazy with jealousy. He wanted me out of the picture so that he could marry you.
Oh, Danny, I can't believe that.
It's true, honey. Joe told me. I'd have got a lot more out of Joe, too, only he broke loose from me and dived into the water. Last I seen of him, he was swimming away.
Well, what about the murder? Did you find out who killed Moran?
I got a hunch that Joe himself did it. After he left, I looked around his shack. I found an IOU there signed by the Duke.
You did? Then the Duke owed Portuguese Joe money, too.
Yep. And I figured the captain made Joe a proposition. If Joe'd come here and make me believe I was the killer, the captain wouldn't squeal on him.
Sure, Danny. That makes sense.
Well, I better see what the captain wrote.
Yeah. Open it up, Danny.
Dear Danny, I suppose you know everything by now. I haven't got the nerve to face you, kid, so I'll be the one to hit the freight. You won't need to save any more money for that boat. I've signed over the Dolphin to you. You'll find the papers in my desk. Good luck, Danny, and make Fay a good husband.
Yes, the captain was the villain in our story. But wait, what about Danny's gun with the 2 empty shells? That doesn't fit into our solution at all. Or does it? Remember when the captain and Danny were on their way to the pool hall and Danny stumbled over the hydrant? The fog was pretty thick, you know. The captain didn't have a bit of trouble in slipping that gun out of Danny's pocket. He wanted to make sure Danny didn't use it on Moran. And later, after the captain had formulated his plot against Danny, it was a simple matter for him to fire a couple of shots from the gun and then slip it back into Danny's pocket when he met Fay and Danny on the street. Yes, the fog sometimes has its advantages.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Herbert Connor, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and originated from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, same time, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the unusual story of jealousy. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Oh, calm down, baby. Take it easy. It's all right now.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Go get a doctor to step on it.
Yeah, okay.
Joyce. If you keep on like this, you'll end up sleeping in a cage. Joyce, will you shut up and listen to me? Okay, honey, sorry.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Anything for the home. Reconditioned V2 bombs, complete with built-in seat for your mother-in-law's next trip. Also a large stock of 5-second hand grenades for the kiddies in the block.
Rick.
Oh, by the way, we have a special today.
Oh, you have?
Yes, with every 5-ton purchase of dynamite, you get free of charge a nifty nitro tank destroyer kit.
Oh, that's nice.
Great for parties. Plant one in your driveway and give your relatives that extra lift.
Richard Diamond.
Yes?
Oh, you're terrible.
Oh, now you only say that because you're an authority on the subject.
It's a wonder you ever get any clients.
Oh, honey, maybe I've been trying too hard. This week, clients have been as scarce as lobsters on the Sahara.
Oh, no business at all?
Helen, if a client walked in now, I'd probably fall off the chair.
Mr. Diamond. Oh, my goodness.
Rick!
Just being as good as my word, dear.
Can I give you a hand?
No. What else do you want to get rid of?
Rick, what happened?
Oh, someone just walked in.
And you fell?
Yeah, right on my...
Rick?
I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. What can I do for you, dear?
My name is Joyce Wallace. I want to hire you.
How do you do, Miss Wallace? Why do you want to hire me?
Because someone tried to kill me.
How?
I was sitting in my living room. Someone took a shot at me through the window.
Your new play opened last week, didn't it?
You know who I am.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember a number you did in tights. You got a pretty face, too.
But thank you.
Have you gone to the police?
No.
Well, baby, if someone's out gunning for you, the law's your best bet. I think you better go see them.
I can't.
All right, then tell me about it.
Well, as you know, I'm an actress. Mm-hmm. If this got out, it would be all over the papers by tomorrow.
You've had publicity before?
Certainly, and some of it's been very bad. But this time I can't afford bad publicity.
Oh, well, go on.
You see, my husband and I have separated. I'm trying to retain custody of our child.
And the courts wouldn't like you getting shot at?
Barton, it's my husband, will try just about anything to get the child away from me.
You're married to Barton Webb?
The playwright.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe he was the one who took the shot at you.
I've thought about that, but it's a little hard to believe.
Why?
Well, we've had a fairly decent relationship up till 6 months ago.
Honey, I've known guys who got mad and slit their wives' throats all in a matter of an hour or so. It doesn't take 6 months to build up to shooting.
Well, that's why I want to hire you. I want you to find out.
Can you think of anyone else who might like you better at the morgue?
Well, I have people who don't like me, certainly.
Certainly.
Why do you agree so quickly?
Sweetheart, look. It stands to reason that half the women who know you would dislike you just because, well, let's say your bathing suits have an advantage.
Nice. What about the other half?
Oh, probably like their husbands in a vault after 6 in the evening.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you take the job, we'll probably spend a lot of time together.
Dear, I've got claustrophobia. If I get nervous, I'll just run my head into a wall or something.
You're hired.
You're jumping the gun. I get $100 a day in expenses.
I have a check.
I'll take it.
There you are.
I certainly am. Well, let's go.
Where to?
Your apartment. I want to look for the bullet.
Good. We can have a drink.
Well, it's a little early, but I could use something cool.
Are you warm?
I think so. I've smoked 3 cigarettes while we've been talking and haven't lighted one match. We left the office then with Joyce Wallace in the lead. I followed her down the hall, into the elevator, down to the first floor, where I bought some seasick pills and decided it was better to walk alongside of her. We grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later I was standing on a foot-thick carpet surrounded by a very cozy apartment. Cozy. That means $25,000 worth of furniture that you'd never look at when Joyce Wallace is in the room.
You like it?
Oh, but yes. Tell me, when did Mata Hari go in for decorating?
Would you like to see where the bullet came through the window?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's right over here. See?
Yeah.
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah. Well, the bullet. Right through the window.
I was standing over there by the sofa when I heard the shot.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm looking for the bullet. It's got to be around here someplace, unless you've already found it.
Oh, I know. I never even thought to look.
Well, it should be in this wall somewhere.
I'll fix us that drink while you're looking.
Take your time.
What do you like?
Oh, any old thing with Hey, wait a minute. You don't know any midgets, do you?
Well, whatever do you mean?
Mind if I stand on this chair?
Go ahead. Oh, I see it. The bullet up there by the ceiling.
Yeah, that's what I meant about knowing a midget. Your window's right on the street. If an average man pointed the gun, he was either down on his knees or he was a pretty lousy shot.
Can you pry it out?
Yeah, I got it. Uh-huh. There you are.
What are you going to do with it?
I'll run it down to the 5th Precinct and have ballistics check on it.
That means you're going to see the police?
Well, honey, what else can I do? I don't think the Boy Scouts are equipped for that sort of thing.
I told you I don't want the police brought in on this.
Oh, they won't be. I've got a few friends who'll do the job, and that's that.
Oh. Well, how about that drink?
Oh, I'll take a rain check for later.
Well, it's 4:30 now. I'll be at the theater at 6.
If I don't get back here to you, I'll see you at the theater.
Well, it's the Strand. I'll leave word with the doorman.
Tell me, dear, you don't do another number in tights, do you?
Well, no. Why?
Oh, it's just as well. The last time my blood pressure went up so high, some guy sitting right behind me got an idea for a new pressure cooker and made a fortune. I'll see you later, dear. She walked me to the door and said something about all work and no play, and then she stood on her toes and kissed me on the forehead. The kiss was effective, all right. When I finally found my way down the hall, I knew just how the first cow in Texas felt right after being branded. I got out into the fresh air, gulped a couple of lungs full, grabbed a cab, and a few minutes later I was walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. Well, good afternoon, Sergeant.
Oh, what do you want, Shamus?
What do you want, Shamus? Oh, Otis. Oh, why don't you be happy? Conform. The worst has happened. They'll never send you back to the jungle.
Ooh.
The lieutenant in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Sporty. No, Otis.
Yeah, what is it?
When are you going to get a haircut?
What's the matter with my hair?
Looks like a mountain lion's been sleeping in it. Hello, Walt.
Why don't you leave him alone, Rick?
He's used to it. It'd drive him out of his mind if I walked in someday and didn't say a word.
It would?
Probably.
Why don't you try it?
Oh, you're as bad as I am.
That's a horrible thing to say to me. And by the way, what are you doing down here, Rick? What's going on?
I want a ballistics check on this bullet.
Oh, you do, huh? Where'd you get it?
What?
That bullet.
Well, what do you want to know for?
Because I think you're trying to hide something.
Now, why would I do that, Walt?
Because that's the way you operate. Now, where did you get that bullet?
What bullet?
Now, you stop that. That bullet you got in your hand, that one right there.
This one?
Yes, that one.
What about it?
Where'd it come from?
You want to know?
Of course I want to know.
Well, who can tell you better about a bullet than ballistics?
Yeah. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get in here.
What are you going to do?
Find out about that bullet.
You wanted me, Lieutenant?
No. I just wondered if you guessed who it was on my private line. Take this bullet down to ballistics and bring me the report.
Right.
Thanks, Walt. I'll check with you later.
Now, you wait a minute. There was something I was going to ask you.
Yes?
Well, I'll think of it later.
Something about the bullet, Walt?
Yeah, that was...
I let Walt chase me as far as the street, then I grabbed another cab and headed for my own apartment. It was about 5 o'clock, so I cooked up a short meal, climbed into a shower in my other suit. At 6 o'clock, I was at the Strand Theater talking with the doorman.
Say, your name's Diamond?
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Well, Miss Wallace said to show you right back, but I don't know whether this is a very good time or not.
Well, she said 6 o'clock. It's 6 now, Pop.
Yeah, but she's got a visitor.
Oh.
Well, come on, I'll show you anyway. Her dressing room is right down this way.
I'm not going to give her up.
Well, my dear, you may just have to anyway.
Oh,
You see what I mean?
Husband?
Yep.
You just get out of
Still
here.
want to go in?
You know I'm
I think
going
so.
to. You're just trying to upset me.
I want to settle this thing once and for all.
Good luck.
Thanks, Pop.
Well, I don't care. I'm just going to go ahead with my plans.
You better answer the door, darling. Give your tonsils a rest.
Hello, Joyce.
Oh, come in, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, he's a new one, isn't he?
This is Mr. Diamond, and I have some business I want to talk over with him. Alone.
Well, anyway you look at him, it certainly would be foolish for me to argue the point. I suppose you chin yourself regularly, Mr. Diamond?
Chins are a hobby with me, Mr. Webb. I've come in contact with several in the past.
A wit. Muscles and wit. This is a new achievement for you, dear.
Please get out of here, Bart. Now.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond. I will say that you're more of a presentable specimen than the others.
You're somewhat of a specimen yourself, Mr. Webb.
Another time, Mr. Diamond. Good evening.
Oh, he just won't leave me alone.
Did you tell him about someone trying to take a shot at you?
Well, of course not. He'd go right to the papers. It's just what he's looking for. Oh, no.
I'll get it.
I see you made it all right.
Hello, Pop.
Who is it?
Package for you, Miss Wallace.
Oh, thanks, Pop. Will you take it, Mr. Diamond?
Sure thing. Thanks. Oh, well, flowers.
Flowers? Oh, this is his idea of a joke. Upset me so I can hardly go on, then a few seconds later his flowers arrive.
Barton's flowers?
Yes. Sends me yellow roses every Monday. There.
Look out.
A snake!
Get back.
Oh, it's crawling out!
All right, it's okay now. He's dead. Honey, calm down.
Hey, what's going on here?
Call a doctor, Pop.
What's the shooting all about?
Well, you get out of here and call a doctor. Go on.
Okay. Hey, ain't that a snake?
No, it's an eccentric spaghetti. Now get that doctor. Joyce, you've got to take it easy. The snake's dead. Now calm down, baby.
A snake.
You keep on like this, you'll end up sleeping in a cave. Joyce, will you shut up and listen to me? Okay, honey, sorry. Like I said, sorry, but it's better if you sleep it off. I don't usually like to belt women, but this was one of those times when a case of nerves had to be turned off in a hurry. Like a leaky faucet. Pretty soon the tub runs over and something gets rusted. I caught her as she went down, picked her up, carried her over to the couch, and then I left her that way until the doctor arrived.
Oh, no wonder she went off like that. I'd probably end up walking on my hands if somebody sent me a snake.
I think maybe I hit her a little hard.
Best thing you could have done under the circumstances.
She's coming out of it.
I'll give her a mild sedative, calm her down. She'll be all right now after the initial shock has worn off.
Joyce, how do you feel?
Oh, you bully.
Had to do it.
Think you'll be all right now, Miss Wallace?
Who are you?
A doctor. He's going to give you something to make you rest.
He's not going to hit me, too, is he?
Oh, no, just a mild sedative. Calm you down. Make you feel better.
Well, thank you, but I don't need anything. I'll be all right. Besides, I've got a show to do.
Whatever you say.
You're sure it wouldn't be better?
Where's the snake?
Oh, dear. Pop just took it out.
Oh. Well, let me sit up. I'm all right.
Right in here, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Everybody duck.
Aha. I might have known it.
You might have, but you've still got your sergeant around to keep you in a stupor.
Oh, he's picking on me again, Lieutenant.
Look, what in the world is going on here?
The law has landed, Joyce. This is good Lieutenant Levinson. Walt, Miss Joyce Wallace.
Oh, they must be here about the snake.
Yeah, I called him, Miss Wallace.
Who's this guy?
Oh, this guy's the doctor, Walt.
I'm just leaving, Lieutenant. And Miss Wallace seems to be all right now.
All right, Doctor. Otis, take him out in the hall. Get his name and address in case we want to talk to him.
All right, Lieutenant. Well, goodbye, Miss Wallace. You just try and relax.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
All right, Rick. Now, what the devil's going on here? We get a call from the doorman. There's a snake loose in Miss Wallace's dressing room, that someone's been doing some shooting.
Oh, snake was loose. I shot it.
That's right, Lieutenant. It's as simple as that.
Oh, it's as simple as that. How'd the snake get in here?
Oh, maybe he was one of her fans.
Now, you stop that.
You find out about that bullet?
Yes, I found out about that bullet. Fired from a Mauser 25. And that's another thing I wanted...
Lieutenant, there's really nothing to worry about. A snake got into my dressing room. Mr. Diamond shot it, and that's all.
Miss Wallace, how does a snake get backstage and into a dressing room?
Well, now, let's see. If I was a snake...
All right. I looked at the snake. It wasn't poisonous, so I guess it doesn't make much difference.
Wasn't poisonous?
No, Red Heart, just a little old gopher snake. Now, what about that bullet you had me analyze?
That's part of a case I'm working on. I'll tell you about it later.
Nothing to do with Miss Wallace, I suppose? No connection with the snake at all?
None whatsoever, Lieutenant.
Is this the box the snake came in?
Yeah.
I'll check with the florist.
Yeah, do that, will you? And let me know what you find out.
All right, but Diamond, so help me. If somebody gets killed, I'm going to hold you for complicity.
I bet you can't say it again.
Say what?
Complicity.
Complicity.
You never know.
Thank you for not telling him anything, Mr. Diamond.
Well, there wasn't much to tell. Maybe you'd better help me out, though. Any idea why someone would send you a non-poisonous snake?
Well, certainly I have a deathly fear of them, any kind of snake.
How many people know about this?
My husband.
Anyone else?
No one. I've never told anyone. You see, I was bitten by a snake when I was a little girl in Wyoming. I never got over it.
Well, someone must have known about it then.
My family and a doctor. They're all dead now.
All right. I'm going to leave for a while. Think you'll be all right for the show?
Oh, certainly. I have a little time before curtain.
Oh, by the way, what's your husband's address? 559
East Park. Why?
Well, I'm going over to see him. Find out what kind of presents he's in the habit of sending.
Yes? Oh.
You should be in mourning, Mr. Webb. I just killed a friend of yours.
What?
Maybe you better let me in.
Well, if you're running around exterminating my friends, maybe I'd just better call the police.
Why don't you do that? Now I'm coming in.
I hardly see...
Oh, yes.
Well, you're in. Can I get you a drink, Mr. Diamond?
I haven't got much time. I want a few answers.
Well, at least take your hat off. I don't like being intimidated, but if I must be subjected to your roughhouse tactics, I prefer you to be polite.
If I get the right answers, I'll be so polite I'll even apologize when I break your leg.
I really think I'd better call the police.
Did you send your wife a snake?
Has Joyce taken up the bottle?
Which leg do you want me to start on?
Now, don't be ridiculous. Of course, I didn't send my wife a snake.
Did you send her flowers?
Yellow roses. I have a standing order with the florist every Monday night.
Well, this Monday there was a snake in them.
You're serious?
How do I look?
Well, that is a very provocative question.
Look, Buster, let's not...
Good grief. If someone did send Joyce a snake, she must be in a complete state of hysterics. She hates them.
Do you own a Mauser 25, Mr. Webb?
Why, yes. How did you know that?
I didn't. Can I see it?
No, as a matter of fact, it disappeared a couple of days ago.
That's a little thin.
Mr. Diamond, I assure you that if I could show you the gun, I would be most happy to. Loaded and pointing right at your overdeveloped chest.
You say it disappeared a couple of days ago, Sure about that?
Of course. I kept it in my bureau drawer. When I got up in the morning, it was there, and that evening I went to get a handkerchief and the gun was gone.
Nothing else moved? No indication of robbery?
No.
Who has a key to the apartment besides yourself? Your wife?
Mr. Diamond, a moment ago you told me someone had sent my wife a snake. I mentioned that she must be in a complete state of hysterics. Then you start this ridiculous questioning about my missing gun. Now, if my wife was hysterical, by now she's probably looking for the top of her head. Now, get out of my way.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
My wife and I may have our differences, Mr. Diamond, but unfortunately for me, I still love her.
Oh?
And if you ever tell her I said so, muscles or no, I shall assert myself and beat your head off.
Oh, relax. She's all right. She's probably doing her show right now.
Nevertheless, I'll thank you to remove your oversized hulk and let me go to her.
Someone also took a shot at her.
What? Oh, now I am going to the police.
She thinks you did it in order to gain custody of the child.
Well, she certainly deserves to think so. I'm not exactly an easy person to live with. Now, please.
If this gets to the papers, Mr.
You
Webb.
have my word.
Now, one more question. Did you ever tell anyone about your wife's fear of snakes?
Positively not.
Oh. Mind if I make a phone call?
If you like.
You admit sending your wife the yellow roses?
I admit sending my wife some yellow roses. I deny having anything to do with the snake.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
What'd you find out about the flowers, Walt?
Husband sent them, a Mr. Barton Webb.
Oh, I'm with him right now.
Good for you. But there's no possible way he could have gotten a snake in that box. The flowers were sent over by a messenger. The snake had to be put in between the stage door and her dressing room.
Well, Pop, the doorman, brought him in. Maybe he did it.
I'm going down to question him.
Okay, Walt, okay. I'll keep in touch.
Please do that. I couldn't stand it if everything suddenly started to work normally.
Well, did you find out how I put the snake in the box, Mr. Diamond?
No, but I'm still interested.
I'll get it. Yes? Well, hello. Yes, dear. All right, I'll be right over.
Leaving?
Unless you'd care to wrestle. Stay as long as you like, though. Pour yourself a drink. The poison is in the red decanter.
You know, the poison was in the red decanter. I stood there a minute, getting that lousy feeling again. The logical person to have fired the shot and sent the snake was Barton Webb. But my instinct said no. I remembered Walt had said he was going over to question Pop, the doorman at the theater, so I took off fast in the hope of beating him there. The theater was only 4 blocks away, so I ran it.
Well, hello there, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Pop, the law's on the way over here to pick you up.
Yeah, for what?
Well, they think maybe you put that snake in the box of flowers.
Well, I didn't, and they're going to have a hard time proving anything else.
Tell me, what did the guy look like who delivered the box?
Young kid.
Wearing a uniform?
No, just looked like one of the kids in the block. Matter of fact, I thought it was kind of funny, a kid like that delivering for a fancy florist. The fellow who delivered the other box was all get up in a nice blue outfit.
What other box?
Came right after you left. Looked like it was from the same florist.
Thanks, Pop. Is Miss Wallace on stage now?
No. She ain't in her dressing room either.
Her understudy take her place?
Yep. Miss Wallace didn't think she could go on. How did you know that?
I'll see you later, Pop.
I want to know where...
Oh, no. Hello, Walt.
Oh, no.
Bye, Walt.
Oh, no.
Well, that tore it right down the middle. I left the theater, headed across town in a hurry. Started adding things up. Webb owned a Mauser 25, but it was missing. A Mauser 25 had been used to take a shot at Joyce. Webb always sent yellow roses on Monday night. Yellow roses had come, and there'd been a snake in them. Something that Joyce had feared, and only one other living person besides herself supposedly knew about her fear. 2 boxes of flowers had arrived at the theater. Webb openly admitted sending one bunch. Suddenly, everything was tying together, even a motive. Thanks, Gabby. Keep the change.
Hi, thanks. Joyce, now. Joyce, don't be a fool.
I told you once, Barton, that I couldn't stand it anymore. Now get away from me, get away. Help!
Joyce, in the name... Stop!
No,
Come on, open up.
Oh, shut up. Now, Joyce, for once, please try and use your head.
Open it up or I bust it in.
It won't do you any good. You can't intimidate me anymore.
Okay, here he comes.
Get away from me, Barton.
Oh, good grief.
All right, toss the gun over here. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, he was going to kill me.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Diamond.
Yes, Mr. Diamond. You've ruined the door.
He was going to kill me.
Was he?
Of course I was.
Barton.
Well, wasn't he, baby?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Looks to me like Joyce had the gun.
Well, I was trying to protect myself. He threatened to kill me.
It runs in the family. Instead of an anniversary, we have a funeral. The Webbs have always killed their wives. An old custom thought up by my great-grandfather.
Barton, shut up!
This gun is a Mauser 25.
What did you expect? A crossbow?
Who does it belong to?
Me.
You told me your gun was swiped a couple of days ago, Barton.
Once I explained to a drama critic that my only claim to fame was talent.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Diamond. That's my gun.
It's mine, and I can prove it.
And you were the one who shot at Joyce from outside the window?
Naturally.
Which window did you shoot through?
What?
No, which? Which window? Quick.
Why, well, how do I know which window? I did it in such a hurry.
Where was Joyce standing? You must remember that.
I refuse to answer you. These questions are completely ridiculous.
Then if you did take a shot at her, you also sent her the snake.
Oh, stop it, both of you.
Well, he did, didn't he?
Of course I did.
Barton, why in the world do you stand there and admit these things?
Well, why not, my dear? I should think you might at least be grateful.
Grateful? Oh, I know you better than that, Barton Webb. You've got some crummy scheme up your sleeve.
Crummy?
Oh, swell.
Despicable. Despicable, that's what I meant. You had some
Well, if you're going to be on, then at least read your line slowly. Slowly, do you hear? Slowly.
Despicable!
Both of you shut up. You admit sending the snake, Barton?
Yes, I do.
He does not.
I most certainly do.
You're a liar.
What?
Yes, he's a liar, Mr. Diamond. I'll tell you all about it.
Joyce!
No, I'll tell you. You came to me because you said someone was trying to kill you. Shot at you through a window. Maybe Barton.
Of course, I told you.
Oh, shut up. Then a snake arrives in a box of flowers. Looks like Barton sent that, too.
I did?
You did like the devil. 2 boxes of flowers came to the theater tonight. One of them was yours, Barton. The other one you sent yourself, Joyce. You put a snake in it and had some kid deliver it.
I did?
Yes, and another thing. Barton left me in his apartment a good 20 minutes ago. If he was going to kill you, he'd certainly have done it by now.
The Webbs are naturally lazy.
You took his gun a few days ago, Joyce. You called him and told him to meet you here, hoping I'd follow. Then you were going to make it look like he'd attempted to kill you.
Oh.
Joyce, darling. I swear, Diamond, that at the first opportunity, I'm going to start working out at a reputable gym, and eventually I shall engage you in physical combat.
No, he's right. Mr. Diamond, you're right.
Yes, and the motive. You were afraid he was going to take away the one thing you loved, your child.
Barton, why didn't you just come right out and tell him? Why did you admit to something that wasn't at all so?
My motive will not be discussed.
Oh, the little brain was feeling a twinge of conscience. Pretty noble, too. He was willing to take the rap for all the trouble he'd given you in the past.
But...
Well, it was really nothing.
He's still in love with you, Joyce.
What?
Yeah, and I think you two better sit down and talk it over. Believe me, you deserve each other.
Oh.
There, darling. There.
No, you could get in a lot of trouble for this, but I'll straighten it out with the law.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, how can I ever thank you?
By George. You know, you're not such a bad fellow after all.
Look, let's get something straight right now. I've been made a patsy and my feelings are hurt. I may not get over it until I get a big, fat bonus in the mail. No later than tomorrow.
Muscular, witty, and to top it off, a businessman. Mr. Diamond, I think you have a future.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's a new song, dear.
What's it from?
Show that opened last week.
Oh, the one your client is in?
Mm-hmm. She does it in one of those real tight evening gowns. You know the type.
Mm-hmm. And so do you.
Well, it's a pretty song.
Well, let me hear it.
Okay. Well, 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 look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. Baked a cake, baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band. Grandest band in the land. Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band and spread the welcome mat for you. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band, goodness sake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you'd have come and I'd have baked a cake, hired a band, goodness sake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Oh, how'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Well, honey, how'd you like that?
Well, I don't know why she has to sing that in an evening gown.
Well, she doesn't have a very good voice, dear.
Rick, I can't sing at all.
Sweetheart, you could come on in a tent doing 12 courses of Down in the Canebrake, and the critics would lock Joyce Wallace in the zoo.
Do you really think so?
Let's go buy a tent.
Oh, Rick, don't be silly. I couldn't wear a tent.
Well, you could try. If it doesn't work, I know a camping spot in the Catskills.
Oh, Rick.
Thrifty diamond.
Yes, I know. Never waste a good tent.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Clark Gordon, Joan Banks, Jack Crucian, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Later today, you'll hear Thornton Wilder's prize-winning play, Our Town, on Theater Guild on the Air. Today's Theater Guild production stars Elizabeth Taylor and Walter Houston. And for comedy, be sure to tune for the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Sunday on NBC is filled with entertainment, so keep tuned here. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In autumn sunlight, the September day trots out its promises for Broadway's considering, displays them in doorways, in pushcarts, in gutters, decorates them with price tags, invites you to browse, don't touch, buy, don't squeeze. And at cut rates are the second-hand delights, the tears slashed down to any man's purse, the bolt ends of dreams. The vendors simper, the hawkers wink. Buy, kid. That's a winter sun on your shoulder, and the day is short, so buy. And that's what you do, kid, because on Broadway, there's no other choice. And at police headquarters, the September's Day has arranged its wares of violence on your desk, stacked as to category, degree, grade. Because the day is still fresh, you put off the reaching for them, the touching of them, but it screams close to your ear.
In the morgue, Danny. Come down, I got something of interest to you.
And walk the corridor to the room of the dead. Through the swinging doors into a place without season, where all nights, all days are of equal length, where temperature is constant, where the wind is conditioned before it's let flow over death. Walk up to the man who waits for you.
A nervous twitch, Danny, to juggle things in my right hand. Maybe I'll be remembered for it.
What have you got, Dr. Sinsky?
The man lying there. They found him in his bed last night, murdered. These that murdered him. 2 bullets. Look.
22 and a 32. Wouldn't you say so, Doctor?
That I wouldn't know. What I know is only one of these was needed to kill him. Either one. The man was wanted dead twice, Danny. He was killed twice. 2 bullets, different size, twice dead.
You know who he was?
When they brought him to me last night, there was a tag on him. A name, Tom Keeler. An address, the Nixon Hotel. Nothing else. No other word to the living about why such things must happen.
You're sure, Doctor? You're sure that the...
Each wound was a mortal wound, Danny. Each wound could... Yeah, I'm sure. You'll want these, huh?
Yeah.
Take them.
And that's the way my day began. And the ingredients of it were a medical examiner, a murdered man, and 2 bullets. In a room of no value except to the dead, except to those whose business is with death. Consider that briefly, then push it away. Leave, go, get out, and hurry. And in the corridor, find what you're looking for. The breath of air not controlled by a thermostat. Then the walk down the hall. Turn over the 2 bullets to technical. Then outside, in the squad car, and the ride to West 25th Street and to the Nixon Hotel, to the 5-story brownstone that seemed to list from pressure of the insurance housing project next door to it. Go in. Ring a bell. Wait. And be greeted by the man in gray suspenders and no shirt.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Danny Clover, police.
Randy Quantrill, hi.
You had a little trouble here last night, didn't you?
Oh, just a mess of it.
Did you know the man who was killed?
You mean Tom, huh?
That's right, Tom Keeler.
What do you mean, know him?
Talked to him, have a beer with him.
Said hi to him. That's about the extent of my to-do with him.
How about visitors? Did he have any?
Look at the sign over my shoulder, Mr. Clover. Mr. Clover, you know some Clovers down in Selma, Alabama. You any kin any Clover?
No.
Look at the sign over my shoulder. No visitors, no visitors.
And you think just because the sign is there, Tom Keeler didn't have any visitors?
No, I don't, mister. We got a sign in each and every room says no smoking in bed. In the last year, we had 3 mattress fires. So what I'm saying is I never saw anybody sneak past this desk that I said to myself, there's a Tom Keeler visitor.
What else about Keeler?
Oh, we got mail this morning. Maybe I ought to tell you that.
Yeah, maybe you should.
I'm going to. Fresh mail that come this morning. Here, the letter.
Oh, thanks.
From the Great Northern National Bank.
So I see.
Please come in and talk to us with regards to your commercial account at your earliest convenience.
You read upside down, Mr. Quantrill?
I've lived in Baltimore.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Quantrill. Thanks a lot. And for that, Randy Quantrill winked at me, laughed noiselessly at me. Leaned against the mail rack, scratched his back with it. It wasn't the moment to intrude any longer on such private pleasures, so I left him. At the Great Northern National Bank, a guard, uniformed in tattletale gray, took my name, my business, walked down a marble aisle with them. An aisle lined with identical desks, identical faces behind them. Unerringly, the guard chose one, the right one. This was a shrewd guard. He muted his voice to the extracurricular business I had brought to the Great Northern, offered it to the man. The man considered it, digested it, and when he had it all in order, motioned me to the chair the guard had placed discreetly close to him.
I'm told we can help you, Mr. Clover.
A man named Tom Keeler had a checking account here.
We're aware of it. Therefore...
Then you know that he was murdered last night in a cheap hotel?
We're aware of many things, Mr. Clover. Our research...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I say that our research department makes a point of informing each of us here on many diverse matters. Matters that could even most remotely concern us.
Thank you.
Beg pardon?
I said thank you because you let me hear what you had to say.
I was appointed, Mr. Clover. Should any questions arise about the late Thomas Keeler, should any questions arise, I was to answer the question. Your interrogation is what, Mr. Clover?
We down at headquarters think it's strange Tom Keeler slept in a flop house when he had a
checking account with us?
Uh-huh.
Philosophical question, Mr. Clover. Somewhat out of my province.
Pardon me, what?
I say that all we know of Thomas Keeler is that we were asked to transfer $50 weekly to his account, which we have done religiously until...
Who asked you to do that?
Consular at Law, General George Weber. If you want his address, we shall give it to you.
Thanks. You were saying you did this until... Until what?
Until 2 weeks ago. Possibly 2 weeks in the fraction of a day. When Mr. Weber asked us to discontinue his generosity.
Why?
I suggested it's a personal matter concerning Mr. Weber. I don't mind troubling you with it.
What? I'm sorry.
I said that I would...
Never mind. Probably wasn't important. And go to the Park Avenue apartments of George Weber and be told by the person at the desk that Mr. Weber is not at home, perhaps at his office, the person suggested, and be handed a slip of paper with the office address in a handwriting with the I's dotted with small circles. Weber and Marley, the slip said. Attorneys, Finance Building, Suite 12. Go there. Go through a door and past the beam of an electric eye, and wade through a carpet to a desk and an olive-skinned girl with tight black hair. Offer your name, show your credentials, and be told Mr. Weber is out. Would you see his partner, Mr. Paul Marley? You would. You nodded past another door and another beam, and to a slender young man who was waiting for you in front of a wall lined with every law book ever written. Be chaperoned by him through yet another door. And there he was, Paul Marley, partner to George Weber, impeccable in morning coat, striped pants, and an army discharge button in his lapel.
That'll be all, Robertson. Now, sit down, please, Mr...
Clover.
Clover. Please sit down.
Thank you.
The information you gave out there says you're a policeman.
That's right.
And this is about what, sir? What can I do for you?
It's about a man named Tom Keeler.
Keeler? Keeler?
Man found murdered last night.
Yeah.
Shot twice with different caliber bullets, either one fatal.
Yeah. Is all this a matter of legal advice for the police department? You want to know if a man was shot by two people and each
That's
shot...
not it at all. Tom Keeler, it seems, was supported by your partner.
By Mr. Weber?
That's right. Each week, $50 was drawn on Mr. Weber's account and deposited in favor of Tom Keeler.
Surely
there's no mistake. That's the way it was.
But I know Mr. Weber so well. His affairs, everything.
Where is he?
On Fire Island, since the day before yesterday. He has a place there. I'm pretty sure he went there.
Well, out of season for Fire Island, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so.
The end of September?
Mr. Weber goes there all year round. Whenever.
Whenever what?
Whenever he's disturbed. He has the idea of the sea, the strand, the loneliness of it. Personally,
what was Mr. Weber disturbed about?
Well, he has a sister, Peggy. She's just 20, so you can imagine.
No, I can't.
Beautiful girl of 20, rich, and you can't imagine?
Look, Mr. Marley...
My partner was constantly arguing with her. We're a conservative firm, Mr. Clover. Individually, both Mr. Weber and myself
What's that got to do with Peggy?
Peggy Weber is headstrong.
How?
Well, I take my partner's word for it that she's headstrong. Therefore...
And they argued, Peggy and her brother. What about?
I have no idea.
And he went to Fire Island to recuperate.
One way of saying it. Anything else, Mr. Clover? No? Then please, these documents here, if you don't mind.
And get in touch with the authorities at Fire Island. Check on the whereabouts of Mr. George Weber and wait. And an hour later, a phone call. Mr. Weber is not on Fire Island. Mr. Weber's place there is deserted. From the looks of it, hasn't been inhabited for over a month. So come up with a conclusion. Mr. George Weber was missing. Put out an all-points bulletin on him. and go back to his Park Avenue apartment. Make a request of the management.
We're always glad to accommodate the police.
Then let's go, shall we?
Of course. Mr. Weber's apartment, right this way, down the hall. Yes, sir. Although, I'd like to know why we should intrude.
Don't worry about it.
Yes, sir?
Open the door.
Of course. And here we are.
Yeah. We are, aren't we?
What? What did you say? What did you say, Mr. Clover? I didn't... Oh.
It stopped both of us. The management and myself. It was a sight that needed only one glance, and the details were there forever. The free-shaped coffee table and the grotesquerie of the man spread beside it. The tracery of blood that stopped abruptly.
Mr. Weber, that's Mr. Weber.
The penknife, bone-handled and cheap in his heart, to be remembered. Details in the death of George Weber.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. There will be a slight pause while we think of an adjective to describe Mario Lanza. Sorry, guess there just isn't one adjective to describe a guy who sings just as well in the popular range as in the classics. But here's a suggestion. On CBS Radio tomorrow night over most of these same stations, don't miss Mario Lanza's All Request Show. And more of the same by lovely Giselle McKenzie and Ray Sinatra's music.
When the night slips out of Broadway's fingers and the false dawn blurs the shadows, Broadway stands bewildered. The carnival is run down. Only the stragglers walk it, with their step without pattern, like their dreams. And the color of their loneliness is the darkened neon, the last sparks of a cigarette butt, and pavement gray. And they walk it. They never know. Broadway's closed for the night. And somehow or another, whether it deserves it or not, the world gets to be 9 o'clock in the morning. Then there's a place for everybody. It's daytime, breakfast time, work time, make $1 time. Or as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia said it...
Lend me $1, Danny.
Oh, sure, Gino. Here.
Thank you. The reason for this transaction, Danny,
No, you don't have to explain.
I want to.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Tartaglia forgot to tuck my $1 into my lunchbox today, as is her wont, for the little things a man needs during the day. She just phoned me and confessed her dereliction of duty in this matter.
Gino...
She said ask Danny for it. And tomorrow she will tuck in $2 so that you will not go hungry.
Tell Mrs. T not to worry.
Roger, Wilco. And now, Danny, to the chores of the day. Knife which did George Weber in was of the variety which can be purchased at our leading hardware stores for the nominal sum of $1.98. Practically untraceable.
Prints?
Wiped clean.
Go on.
Well, that's about the sum and substance of the intelligence which has been shunted from the downstairs to the here, Danny. As of now. However...
Yes?
A young lady is in the anteroom and wants to see you.
Who is she?
A Miss Peggy Weber, sister of the most latterly deceased.
Get her.
This way to see Danny Clover.
Now, sit down, Miss Weber. That'll be all, Gino. I'm glad you came, Miss Weber. Your name's right here on my calendar to see today.
I knew you'd want to question me about George.
How did you hear about his death?
I was home. The late news on the radio. You see, I didn't live with my brother. We didn't get along.
Oh?
It's going to be a lot simpler now with him gone. I'll wear a black dress like this one for a month and call it a decent interval of mourning.
It's not any concern of mine, Miss Weber,
it's entirely your concern, Mr. Clover. Your position demands that you locate people who would have motives for murdering my brother. I would.
Did you kill him?
A few of my friends and I got together some time ago. For kicks. We were going to try things together, just for kicks. Black magic. Well, I spent the first 10 days of my membership sticking pins into my brother's picture. And all that happened is that he got a sty on his eye. Outside of that, I never harmed a hair on his head.
Why all this hate, Miss Weber?
Simply this. I love a boy. I told George about him. George got red, then blue, red again, and then a lovely color I never saw before. He found out who the boy was. Ruined him.
Who is the boy?
Ralph Clay. Now runs a bowling alley on 3rd.
One more thing. Do you know a man named Tom Keeler?
Not offhand. Why?
Oh, never mind. But leave your address with Sergeant Tartaglia, Miss Weber, and thank you very much. You Ralph Clay?
Huh? Oh, hello. Yeah, it's me. It's my dying day. You walked into an empty hall, mister. Feel real sorry about it.
Well, don't be. This way we can have a long talk.
Shall we? Don't let it get away from us, mister. I want to take care of this thing coming up. Kingpin, 7-pin. Challenge. What do you think?
Go ahead.
Watch me. Never say go ahead to me in that tone, mister. Not on that shot. My quirk, each day I live for it.
I'll remember, Mr. Clay. Look, police.
Yeah. Stick your thumb in the ball, mister, please. Have fun. I'll write it off under entertainment. Joint's bad, no one will know.
Something Peggy Weber said. It sent me to you.
Peggy? The girl of class. She tell you I kill her brother?
I got the impression she was in love with you.
Pity the girl. She lives in ancient history. In a time where she loved and I loved back. But ancient history. Under the bridge.
Peggy did something to you?
She had a brother. Now dead, I read. It stopped me for a breath on the way to the sports page.
George Weber did something to you?
Yeah. And I'm a man who likes to talk about it. My daily nourishment. Share it with me? Huh. Georgie Porgy Weber didn't like how his sister used to put her hand in mine, so he marked me lousy.
How?
Standing before you, Mr. Police, is a boy who once thought he was a lawyer. Cap in hand, he went to Georgie, a soon-to-be brother-in-law, asked for a job, keep it in the family. Georgie smiled, shook his head no. And with words and music, he told me he'd spoil for me any job I took from anyone he knew.
Because you loved his sister?
I was second in my class in law school. You want to invent other reasons?
Why hate Peggy for it?
Things like that run in the blood. I'm gonna stick around till it comes out in Peggy and slaps me in the head.
Then that gives you a motive for having killed Weber.
You're not a lucky one.
And Tom Keeler, what did you have for him?
Keeler?
A man who got killed in a flea bag. A man Weber supported until...
Typical. They're supporting him. Good old Uncle Tom was an old friend of Georgie's and Peggy's father. After the father died, Uncle Tom still hung around.
Why is he called Uncle?
Peggy calls him Uncle because he was her confessor, her hero. Everything that ate Peggy, she brought to good old Uncle Tom.
Not to her brother.
Who goes to a man like that except to kill him? I give you something to ponder, Mr. Police?
Yeah, you did.
I'm glad. Makes me want to live through another day.
Watch the bitter boy make his strike.
Yeah.
And consider the lie he'd flipped to you. The girl's lie that she didn't know Tom Keeler. And wonder over it. Jot it down in memory as a future conversation piece with Peggy Weber. And then, remember a man who said he knew all about George Weber, everything but the mention of Keeler's share in his partner's life. Go to him, wait for him to finish his preening, to taste to the full the decorations bestowed upon men of know-how.
Got this little time machine for being on my toes, Mr. Clover. Handsome tidbit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
17 Jules, Hamilton. All because I proved in court the chap's wife had been unfriendly to said chap. Look what the grateful devil had engraved on the gold. To chum Paul Marley for setting me free. To chum.
What was there about Tom Keeler to shut your mouth about him?
My compliments, Mr. Clover. Brilliant strategy. Attack while the enemy celebrates minor victories. In tactics class at Fort Meade...
You told me about Weber, personal things about him, his sister. Why not about Tom Keeler?
It pained me. For George's sake, my deceased partner's sake, it pained me.
You'll show me where it hurts.
You think you'll be able to understand? Don't answer. It doesn't matter. Keeler was a derelict, a bum, a hungry shadow in George's closet. That's why George opened that account for him. To keep him from coming here to beg. George and I had a large investment here. The presence of Keeler was
Weber
hardly...
cut off the account.
At my insistence, my counsel. It made quite a row the other day between Tom and George. I had to shoo people back to their desks.
You killed George Weber?
Attack. I admire your method, Mr. Clover.
For the investment, the plush carpets, the perfumed secretaries, the junior partners, all yours now. You killed Weber for that?
The death of my partner was a great loss to me, Mr. Clover. A personal loss. Were it in my humble power to hunt out his assassins, I would dedicate my knowledge, my life, my...
Yes? Danny, something I can do for you?
Dr. Sinsky, I have an idea about something. I want you to check it for me.
Gladly.
Get out the medical examiner's report on Tom Keeler.
Gladly. Here, a sec. Here. What do you want it for?
I want to put it side by side with this one I got on George Weber.
So?
Here, look.
It says Weber died day before yesterday at approximately 6 p.m.
Uh-huh. And it says on this report that Keeler died about midnight on the same day. You know what that means, Doctor?
No, what?
There's a pencil on your desk. Figure it out.
Well, Mr. Clover, you used my address after all.
Mind if I come in, Miss Weber?
This evening you can go as far as calling me Peggy, but you can't come in.
I'm afraid I'll have to...
You'll have to force your way in? Well, I could relish that.
Peggy.
But a friend's visiting with me.
Ralph Clay.
You said the password. If you know that, you might as well come in. Ralph! Come out wherever you are. Say hello to Mr. Clover, Ralph.
I told you a big fib, didn't I, Mr. Clover? Well, now you know.
I didn't know whether you'd broken off with Peggy or not. It doesn't matter anymore.
You want to ask Peggy questions, huh?
You, too.
Goody, goody.
You lied to me, too, Peggy.
Because I'm a liar. I give Ralph a lot of trouble that way, don't I, Ralph?
Let's just listen to what the man has to say.
Your lie about Keeler, Peggy. You said you didn't know who he was.
I explained it to you. I'm a liar.
I found out who killed your brother, Peggy. I said
We heard you.
There were a lot of motives floating around, Peggy. Yours...
Leave her alone. She didn't kill her brother. I did.
Oh, cut it out, Ralph.
Peggy.
Ralph had nothing to do with it. I did it.
What's the matter with you, Peggy? You're crazy. You're a liar. You lie. That's why you're saying you killed your brother.
Ralph.
Neither one of you killed him. You thought Ralph did, Peggy, and Ralph...
What are you trying to do to us, Clover? What are you doing? Police methods? Trying to get us to play against each other?
Take it easy, Ralph.
Go on, take it easy, Ralph. Take it easy, Ralph. What are you trying to say? Talk!
Tom Keeler killed Peggy's brother.
What? Clover, so help me out.
Listen to me, both of you.
Clover!
Let him talk, Ralph.
Keeler killed him because his source of income was cut off. A man like Keeler could kill. A desperate man, a man without livelihood. A tramp who made a habit of living off someone else's generosity.
Ralph, it was all my fault.
You found your brother dead, didn't you, Peggy?
Yes, and
you thought Ralph did it?
Yes, I thought... Oh, Ralph.
It's gonna be all right, baby.
And Peggy went to her Uncle Tom like she always did when she was in trouble. Told him Ralph had killed her brother. What did Tom Keeler say to you, Peggy?
He said not to worry. Just not to worry.
Then he got in touch with you, huh, Ralph?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. You know what he told me?
I think so.
He told me Peggy killed her brother. And he was the killer all the time. And I'm supposed to be a bright boy.
So he had each of you believing the other had killed George Weber. How much money did he want from each of you to protect the other?
Oh, what difference does it make? Doesn't matter anymore.
Blackmail. That's why Tom Keeler's dead, too. Murdered.
Yeah. You slapped the cuffs on me for that one, Clover.
No, Ralph. No more. You don't have to anymore. Mr. Clover, my uncle said he wanted everything I had to keep quiet about Ralph. So I went up to his hotel room while he was sleeping. And I shot him.
No. No, Peggy, that's what I did.
That's what you both did, to protect the other. You both shot Tom Keeler.
Peg, baby. Peg. Stop her! Stop her! Peg! Oh, Peg!
There's a time on Broadway when the crowd gives up, goes home. The lights buzz fitfully, die. Then it's a street of dim moonlight and dark whispers and the wind of the autumn night. The wind that scatters everything. Yesterday's headline, yesterday's dreams, yesterday's people. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Prussian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lillian Byoff was heard as Peggy Weber, Anthony Barrett as Ralph Clay, Paul Frees as Randy Quantrill, Bob Bruce as Mr. Chase, and Edgar Barrier as Paul Marley. Here are two Sunday features that have captured America's fancy year in and year out. On Sunday afternoon, the distinguished music of the Symphonette, directed by Michel Piastro. On Sunday evening, the outstanding vocals of the Choraleers. Listen for both these musical treats every Sunday on most of these same CBS radio stations. The Symphonette in the afternoon, in the evening, the Choraleers. Stay tuned now for Songs for Sale, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, this Monday night, Lux Radio Theater features 13 Hollywood stars in the Gala Salute on the CBS Radio Network.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. We all know that our detective friend Mike Shayne is the hardest working member of his profession in San Francisco. We all know that he's a dynamo of energy in his tireless pursuit of the criminal. But at the moment, it seems the criminal is in pursuit of Mike. His assistant, Phyllis Knight, ushers into the office two rather odd characters.
Mr. Shayne, my name is Belsey, George Belsey, Jr. My friend here, Richard Stowe.
How do you do, Mr. Shayne?
I'm glad to know both of you. Gentlemen, my associate, Miss Knight.
Hello.
How do you do?
A pleasure. Mr. Shayne, this is a very peculiar business call. I might say it took considerable persuasion on my part to get Mr. Stowe to come here this afternoon.
Oh, well, it's so embarrassing.
We handle many embarrassing problems, Mr. Stowe.
Dick's problem is more than embarrassing. It's almost driving him crazy. You see, Dick is afraid he's going to murder me.
Murder? Could we have that last chorus again?
Well, I don't blame you, sir. Dick thinks he is going to murder me.
Mr. Stowe is going to murder you.
At least I'm afraid I might.
This is not a practical joke, Mr. Shayne. Nor I'll be crazy.
I'm not sure just when it started. I've been very upset in recent months. I guess I brooded too much.
I'll say he did. Dick got so bad, I finally dragged him down to a psychiatrist friend of mine, Dr. Neiman.
Neiman, yes, I've heard of him.
Well, the doctor seemed to help me for a while. My health improved. But then I began having this dream. It's always the same dream. It never varies in any detail. It's the perfect crime. I kill Mr. Belsey in such a way that the police are completely baffled.
Which could happen only in a dream, but go on.
Well, George Belsey's office is up in the Commerce Building. On the ground floor is a cocktail lounge. Well, I dream that about 8 o'clock at night I go into the bar. I order a drink. I drink half of it. I tell the bartender I'm out of cigarettes. I go out to the lobby, but I don't buy cigarettes. I slip through the door on the left and hurry down a hall. I get into the freight elevator. Room 707 is right in front of the elevator. I open the door. I walk through 2 offices. George Belsey's room is the 3rd. I see the light shining through his glass door. George is working tonight. I take out my revolver. I open his door gently, quietly, just a crack. George is behind his desk. It takes just 1 bullet. I close the door, wipe off the doorknob, and run back to the elevator. In a minute, I step up to the bar again. I ask the bartender to light my cigarette. I finish my drink. And the dream is over.
Well, that's really something for the scrapbook.
But the dream is so horribly vivid that sometimes I don't know whether I've dreamed it or actually done it.
I see. And you want me to set your mind at rest, Mr. Stowe? All right, I think I can show you why you couldn't commit a perfect crime. First, Mr. Belsey, are the bar, the freight elevator, and your office situated as in the dream?
Yes, they are. Dick has been up to my office often enough to have the details straight.
Mr. Stowe, would you have any motive to kill Mr. Belsey?
Oh, no, not the slightest.
Are you in any business deals together?
No, my line is mining. Dick's is wholesale hardware.
Mr. Belsey, do you work at your office every night?
Oh, no, very seldom.
No matter how carefully a murder is planned, there's always the danger of something unforeseen. Mr. Stowe would have to know which night you're working. Then somebody might notice him sneak out of the lobby. An operator might be working after hours on the freight elevator.
And then there's the scrub woman upstairs to avoid, and the gun to dispose of afterwards.
Yes. No matter what gun you use, the police would trace the bullet. You'd have to prepare yourself against all these slip-ups and a dozen others. Well, now, does that take a load off your mind?
Yes, it does.
And if you dream it again, Dick, just laugh at it, roll over, and go back to sleep.
Well, really, I do feel better already. George, we'd better not take up any more Mr. Shayne's time.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, we want to pay you.
No, forget it. I don't charge for just talking.
Oh, you've done more than that, Mr. Shayne. You've pointed out my mistakes. You've told me how to commit the perfect crime.
Well, it's been a pleasure to meet you, sir. And Miss Knight.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Goodbye.
Yes, good afternoon.
Well, this is just fine. Mike Shayne, consultant on murder.
Hand me that phone book.
Who are you going to call?
Who do you think? That psychiatrist.
Of course I understand, Mr. Shayne. Mr. Stowe has been my patient for months, but there is no cause to be alarmed.
Well, the way he talked, Dr. Neiman, I just wondered if he had all his buttons.
Oh, there is nothing wrong with Mr. Stowe. He has had a series of especially vivid nightmares, and it has become a habit with him. There is nothing to worry about.
I see. Nothing to worry about.
I hope you enjoyed your drink, sir.
Yeah, very much, thank you. Here you are.
Much obliged. Good night, sir.
Good night. All right, honey. Let's head for the lobby.
Okay. Now, let's see. Mr. Stowe said the lobby, then the door to the left.
Must be this one. And there's the freight elevator.
Well, we've done everything in the right order. We had a drink in the cocktail lounge, we went through the lobby, we found the freight elevator.
All checks with Stowe's dreams so far.
Yeah.
Room 707 right in front of us.
Mike, the lights are on inside.
Belsey working tonight? Through 2 rooms, and then his office.
Mike, it's this next office. There's a man's shadow against the door. And it isn't Belzie's.
No. Those shoulders look awfully familiar. And the angle of that hat. It's the inspector.
Who's out there? Hey, Mike and Phil. What in the name
Inspector, you're here on a murder? Why, yes. It's a man shot to death?
That's right, but how did...
One more question, Inspector. In that next room is a desk, and behind that desk is the body of George Belzie, Jr.?
How in the name of everything did you know?
I hate to tell you, Inspector. I really hate to tell you.
We'll return to Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, nearly everyone knows about carbon and the trouble it causes in automobile engines. But what most people don't know is that the kind of motor oil they buy directly influences the amount of carbon in their engines. That's because many drivers still believe that carbon comes from the gasoline, when actually nearly all carbon formed in gasoline engines comes from the lubricating oil. But, and this is the payoff, some motor oils form a great deal more carbon than others. That's why we say your carbon troubles may be due to the kind of oil you buy. Now, and this is a proved laboratory fact, Triton motor oil forms less carbon than any other of the 7 leading premium oils sold in the West. Yes, that's right. Triton cuts down carbon. The secret of Triton's superiority lies in Union Oil Company's exclusive propane solvent refining process. That means harmful asphalts, waxes, and sulfur have been removed, leaving a pure 100% paraffin-based motor oil, an oil that will furnish hundreds of miles of safe, dependable lubrication. You can buy Triton motor oil at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. A man's dream of murder has turned into a nightmare of reality for Mike Shayne. In the office of the dead man, Mike and Phyllis have explained to the inspector how they knew George Belzie had been shot to death.
So you and Phil were tracing Mr. Stowe's dream footsteps?
That's right, Inspector. Phil and I came up here just to see if Stowe could commit the crime the way he dreamed it.
And when we saw you here, the inspector of homicide, we knew what had happened.
It happened all right. Bullet right through Belsie's heart. Well, we'll have Stowe picked up right away.
I know where he was 40 minutes ago.
Who's this?
Frank Mann. I was in business with Belzie.
Yeah, Mike. He found the body and phoned us.
I saw Stowe down in the cocktail lounge about 40 minutes ago.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Go down to the cocktail lounge and have Mr. Stowe paged for a phone call. If he answers, bring him up here. If he doesn't, send a couple of men to pick him up.
Right away, sir.
Mr. Mann, you say you were in business with George Belzie. The mining business?
Yes, I'm a mining engineer. Well, maybe you'd call me a prospector. George and I were just about to hit it rich. Now it's hopeless.
Oh, why's that?
Why? Well, you don't find gold mines with every blow of a pickaxe. I've rawhided over every mile of the Sierras looking for a good digging for George and me. George grub-staked me. I found him a couple of little mines, but now I need some real cash.
That's what you came here tonight to talk over with Belzie?
Yes, I just got in from Nevada. Hadn't seen George for, 5 or 6 weeks. He was back east a while. I walk in the door tonight and, well, you know the rest.
And, this is the way you found him, slumped over in his chair?
That's right.
You can see the bullet embedded in the back of the chair. Went clean through him.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a .45 caliber.
This is Mr. Stowe, Inspector.
Yeah?
Found him in the bar, like you said.
Where's George? Where's...
All right, Mr. Stowe. Suppose we have your story. You were in the cocktail lounge. You went out for some cigarettes.
Yes. It's just like my dream. But I didn't kill him.
Inspector, I checked with the bartender. Mr. Stowe came in about an hour ago.
Yes, I went out in the lobby. I even went to the freight elevator. I was just curious about my dream. But I went right back to the bar. I didn't know George was working tonight. I didn't kill him. I know I didn't.
Sergeant, was he carrying a gun?
No, sir.
Well, if Mr. Stowe doesn't believe he did the killing, we've got to go ahead and solve the case ourselves. Now, let's see. The usual stuff on the desk here.
Is a bottle of whiskey the usual?
Bonded.
Mm-hmm.
Must have been opened recently. The label's still wet.
But this one drinking glass is clean and dry.
Mm-hmm. Appointment pad shows Belsie's last caller was at 5 p.m.
Mike, there's There's a phone number jotted down. Fairfield 62041. Hey, that number.
Mean anything to you, Mike?
You bet it does, Inspector. I called that number this afternoon. It's Dr. Neiman.
Well, maybe we better check up on it.
Yes, and speaking of checkups, how about the angle of the bullet? Was it fired from the doorway?
Looks like it, though we haven't traced it yet.
Well, let's do it now. Must be a good 20 feet from the desk to this door.
Listen, I think I hear somebody coming.
Probably the coroner. He's late.
That's a woman's footsteps.
Yes, it is.
All right, miss, in this way.
What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps you'd better tell us. What are you doing here?
I came back for something I forgot.
She was Belsey's secretary, Marie Farrell. Hello, Marie.
Mr. Mann, why are these people here?
In case you really don't know, look behind Mr. Belsey's desk.
Oh, then it happened. Mr. Stowe's dream.
No, Marie, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't.
Miss Farrell, do you know anybody else who might want to kill Mr. Belsey?
Why, no. Mr. Stowe kept dreaming about it, but nobody would have a reason.
Well, we don't think anybody killed him for the pure sport of it.
You say, Miss Farrell, you came back to the office because you forgot something? What was it?
I can't remember.
You've forgotten what you forgot in the first place?
Oh, I remember. I was so mixed up. The theater tickets. I was on my way to the theater with some friends. They must be wondering what happened to me.
Well, I guess there's no point now keeping you. We can always find you.
Yes, then I'll get the tickets. They're in my desk.
We may want to talk to you tomorrow, Miss Farrell. So if you'll give the sergeant your address and phone number.
Oh, of course. Marie Farrell, Calistoga Apartments, Dawson 90351. I guess that's all. Good night.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes, checking the angle of the bullet.
Sergeant, you might take Mr. Stowe and Mr. Mann to the next room and let them dictate their stories.
Yes, sir. This way, please, gentlemen.
Mike, look at this. I found Belsey's account books in this desk drawer.
Let's see, Phil. Partnership, Belsey and Mann. Gold shipment. Mike, from these figures, I'd say they were doing all right for themselves.
Mike.
What?
How's this little item for the third finger left hand?
An engagement ring. Where did you find it?
In this middle drawer. Look at this newspaper with it. Photograph with a blue penciling around it. Miss Carly Schaefer announces her engagement to Mr. George Belsey, Jr. of San Francisco. Right good-looking gal.
It's a Pittsburgh paper 3 days ago.
Must have been mailed to Belsey.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Hey, kids, look at this picture again. Miss Carly's showing her engagement ring to some girlfriends.
But now the ring is here in San Francisco.
It's not the same ring. It's smaller, a different cut.
Oh, how can you tell? It's only a newspaper photo.
All right, look at it through this magnifying glass.
Phil's right, Inspector. The Pittsburgh gal is wearing Belsey's engagement ring, yet he's got another piece of Cupid's ice in his desk drawer. For whom?
Marie Farrell. Maybe she was after this ring.
Could be. I think we better have a real heart-to-heart talk with that young lady, and right now.
Mike, you forgot. She's gone to the theater.
All the better, my dear. Meanwhile, we can have a look around her apartment. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
We're going to see Miss Farrell, the Calistoga Apartments.
Well, looks like our little canary is about to fly her cage.
Suitcase all packed.
Looks like she's traveling light. Unless she has other bags. Dresses, blouses.
Stockings, slips.
Perhaps I'd better take the inventory.
Yeah. Hey, hold it. Here's a letter. Return address, George Belsey, Jr., State Hotel, Pittsburgh.
Okay. Read the letter.
Written last week. Dearest Marie, I'll be back in San Francisco by Saturday, but there's something I want you to know before that. You remember a girl I used to know here in Pittsburgh? Her name is Coralie Schaefer.
The good old-fashioned jilt.
Yeah. It seems Coralie is the one and only for him.
Then Phil was right. The engagement ring in Belsey's desk did belong to Marie.
Do you think the jilted young lady might soothe her feelings with a well-placed bullet in her ex-boyfriend?
Marie told us there was no reason why anyone should want to kill Belsey, yet She's got the only motive for murder we've found so far.
Yeah, but you can pile motives up to the ceiling, and Richard Stowe will still look like the murderer.
That's true, Inspector. He had the dream, and the killing was exactly as he told it to us.
I'm not saying he didn't do it. In fact, there's one angle which may pin it right on him without motive or intent to kill.
Meaning what, Mike?
Meaning that we've all forgotten Dr. Neiman.
The psychiatrist?
Yes. And I think we should swap complexes and phobias with that gentleman.
Well, you kids go ahead. I'm waiting right here for Marie. She's got to come home sometime tonight.
Well, we're not going to leave you here alone.
Oh, listen, Grandma. I'm not helpless. I was with Homicide while you were still playing in the sandbox.
Okay, Inspector. Okay. Come on, honey.
Do you know where Dr. Neiman lives, Mike?
Well, we'll get it from the phone book, but first we're stopping by my apartment. There's something I want to have when we visit Dr. Neiman.
Of course I remember you, Mr. Shayne. You telephoned this afternoon about Mr. Stowe.
May I ask Dr. Neiman if Mr. Stowe has talked to you this evening?
No? What do you ask?
Oh, curiosity. I'm interested in that nightmare which has been troubling Stowe. The details of the dream to kill Mr. Belsey was so complete.
Yes, Doctor. When Stowe was talking to us, he seemed to think it was the perfect crime.
So? The perfect crime?
In fact, Doctor, it looks like the dream was too much of a temptation for Mr. Stowe. Belsey has been murdered.
Tonight?
Yes.
In the same manner?
In the same manner.
Will you have a cigarette, Miss Knight?
No. Thank you.
I understand, Doctor, that Mr. Belsey brought Stowe to you to help him out of a bad mental state.
Yes, he was morbid about his business affairs. I might say he was on the verge of a neurotic collapse. I helped him considerably.
How, may I ask?
Oh, by various technical means. I'm afraid Mr. Stowe's mind was not quite balanced.
That's not what you told me this afternoon, Doctor. You said he was all right, that there was nothing to worry about.
How was I to know he would do such an insane thing?
Doctor, in treating Mr. Stowe, did you use hypnotism?
Yes, occasionally. I know what you are thinking, Mr. Shayne, but you are wrong. It is impossible to hypnotize a man to commit murder. You can't hypnotize anyone into violating his code of ethics.
I see. Doctor, I brought along a copy of one of your books, Exercises in Psychiatry. I'd like to read you something you wrote on page 93.
93. Oh, I think I know what it is.
Quite possibly. This is it. Modern psychologists maintain that a person hypnotized cannot be made to perform acts which violate his ordinary standards of conduct and morality. However, I suggest that if the patient is first convinced by hypnotism that he has no standard of morality, he can be made to follow out any order, even if it be murder.
You can't hold that against me, what I wrote 8 years ago. I've tested my theory, and I found I was wrong.
How did you test your theory, Doctor?
And can you explain why Mr. Stowe did not have this dream of murder till after you began to treat him?
Mr. Shayne, I refuse to be dragged into this mess. If you try to smear my reputation in this town, I promise you'll regret it very sorely.
Very well, Dr. Neiman. Then I think we'll be going. You haven't been what I call helpful.
I am not required to be.
No, but if Mr. Stowe is proved guilty of murder, you may find yourself named accessory to the crime. Think that over, Doctor.
Why so quiet, Mike?
Thinking. When I look back on it, I think Newman knew what happened from the moment we walked into the door.
But, Mike, even if Mr. Stowe was hypnotized to commit a murder, how are we going to prove it? Mike? Mike, what's wrong?
We're being followed.
Where?
No, don't turn around. Look in the rear vision mirror. I saw that same Suzanne behind us when we started over Twin Peaks.
Mike, you don't think...
We'll find out, honey. I'm going to swing into this alley.
It passed right by.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just getting jumpy. To play safe, we'll go over to another street.
Oh. I couldn't see who was in the car. Did you?
No, it's so dark Phil.
I see it. It turned around. It's right behind us.
Duck, honey. Duck!
In just just a moment, we'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures. Friends, with the hottest part of summer yet to come, it's a good idea to make sure that the cooling system of your automobile is working properly. You see, aside from the fact that it makes driving uncomfortable, a motor, when too hot, wastes gasoline. And whether you realize it or not, cars driven around town with frequent starts and stops usually get hotter than those driven on the open road. Now, an easy way to make sure your radiator is on the job and cooling your engine is to have your Union Oil Minuteman treat it with Union Radiator Flush. Union Radiator Flush is harmless to metal, but its special solvent action cuts scale, rust, and grease right out of choked radiator cores and water lines. Then, with a radiator that is flushed clean, you can be sure of rapid water circulation and a cool motor. So for cooler driving, economical mileage, ask for Union Oil Radiator Service, wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. One of the bullets fired into Mike Shayne's car came near its mark. Mike was hit in the shoulder. Phyllis has bandaged the wound, and the two are now back at the scene of the murder, the office of George Belsey.
How you feeling now, Mike?
Oh, a little rocky, but okay, Inspector. It was just a flesh wound.
We'll have a doctor dress it properly.
You better, Phil. Oh, Mike, the sergeant has just brought in Neiman. We got everybody back here now. Stowe, Mann, and Marie.
Have you got anything out of Marie?
Yeah, admit she and Belsey broke their engagement. But there's a funny twist to it. We didn't notice when she was here earlier she was wearing another engagement ring.
You mean the one we found in the desk didn't belong to Marie?
Looks that way, Phil. She froze up when I asked her about the one she was wearing.
Have you checked up on where everybody was at the time I got shot?
Yeah, they all got alibis. It's up to us to find out which one is lying.
That's what bothers me, Inspector. Somebody tried to kill me because he or she thinks I know the answer to this case, and doggone it, I don't.
All right, I'll bring them all in now, and we can sweat them. All right, Sergeant.
Say, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Open that door again, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be... Inspector.
What?
There must be something wrong with our ears. We've opened and closed that door 40 times tonight.
Well, what about it, Mike?
What about it? Well, listen to it. There. Don't you see? The killer couldn't possibly open this door to fire his gun without Belsey hearing him. Let me show you. I'll step outside the office and close the door and then open it again.
What's the matter, Mike?
I can't see the desk. Look, the door has to be completely open before I can see the desk. That means the killer practically had to come into the room.
I catch. Belsey must have seen him, but he didn't jump up or try to escape.
He just sat there, paralyzed with fright.
Wait a minute. We've skipped a big point here. Belsey was hit by a .45 bullet. That would knock an elephant sideways. Yet he stayed there in his chair.
Yeah, you're right. The nervous reflex alone would make him jump out of his seat.
Unless he was unconscious. Inspector,
what?
We've assumed all along that the whiskey and drinking glass on the desk were unused. I'll bet my gold bridge work that the killer cleaned and dried that glass. Belsey took a drink that was drugged.
That's possible, but there's still the main question.
Of who did it. All right. Mr. Stowe dreamed of the killing. Marie, I believe you indicated that you knew of his dream.
Well, yes. Mr. Stowe talked about it so much.
And Dr. Neiman knew it, of course. And you, Mr. Mann?
Well, Belsey joked about it with me once or twice.
So everybody knew of Stowe's dream and could take advantage of it.
But here's the point. I practically accused Dr. Neiman of hypnotizing Stowe to commit the murder.
I still deny it.
And I believe you, sir. I've been thinking it over the past few minutes. Dr. Neiman has never been in this office. We checked on it. He couldn't possibly hypnotize Mr. Stowe and give him all those detailed directions about the cocktail lounge and the freight elevator.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The same reason would rule out Mr. Stowe. If he killed Belsey, he would do it exactly as he dreamed it, which is not the way the murder was committed.
No, Mike has demonstrated that.
Huh?
By the opening and closing of the door, and by the probability that Belsey was drugged.
Marie, you are the prize suspect except for two things. You didn't know Belsey was working tonight because the last appointment jotted down on his desk pad was for 5 p.m., and you were not in your apartment when Miss Knight and I decided to call on Dr. Neiman.
So you couldn't have followed Mike there or try to kill him afterwards. But that also goes for Frank Mann.
Not quite, Inspector. He did hear us say we were going to Marie's apartment. He followed us first to her place and then to Neiman's.
No, you're wrong. Frank wouldn't kill Belsie. He's not a murderer.
Oh, so now it's Frank. Oh. You've dropped the formality. Miss Farrell, that engagement ring you're wearing, Frank Mann gave it to you, didn't he?
Yes. We're going to be married.
I suppose you'll make a crime out of that, too.
It's a very expensive ring, several $1,000s. If you're broke, Mr. Mann, and Belsie was grub-staking you, you couldn't possibly afford that ring unless you knew you were taking over the gold mines of your dead partner.
You can't prove a thing. You can't convict me.
You've convicted yourself, sir. You were the only one who knew Belsie was working tonight because you had an appointment with him. You killed him, then called the police. Well, the police are still here, ready and waiting. How about it, Inspector?
Mike? How do you want your eggs?
Oh, let's have them sunny side up this time, huh? You know, with this bum arm of mine, Angel, you'll have to feed your poor old boss.
And how you'll love it.
Uh-oh, I bet that's the inspector.
Hey, wait, I want to hear this, too.
Hello? Yeah, you guessed right, Inspector. She's fixing me some eggs. What bacon? Huh? Well, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. It's in my pocket. I guess I was just absent-minded. Sure. I'll bring it in tomorrow. Okay. Good night, Inspector.
What will you bring in tomorrow?
Oh, that engagement ring we found in Belsie's desk. I stuck it in my pocket here and walked off with it. Forgot all about it.
Yeah, I know how that is.
Huh?
When it comes to engagement rings, your mind is a complete blank.
Angel, you walked off with something of mine, too, tonight. This book on psychiatry here.
Oh, that.
Hey, wait a minute. You've dog-eared a page already. Chapter on hypnotism and its power over the emotions.
You give me that book.
You're wasting your time, honey. It doesn't work. I've already tried it.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure:
Death Behind the Scenes, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Persecuted Actor.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the persecuted actor and prevented death behind the scenes from becoming a grim reality. But now, a word to the women. Millions of homemakers can't be wrong. For example, the millions who have learned what wonders COMPTON, the miracle wall finish, can do. And those same homemakers are now discovering the modern way to new beauty for their floors, woodwork, and furniture. The three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny, yet tough, no-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. and Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the 3 great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for COMPTON, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As today's story begins, we're backstage at the Republic Theater, where Charles Forrest is directing a rehearsal of his new play, Lord Byron.
But it will not be possible for us to live our lives as we want to. We must live for those nearest and dearest to us.
You're right, my darling. I see it all now. Nothing that may happen to us can ever change the fact that I love you. Love you with every fiber of my being. Love you with a depth I'd never thought possible. Nothing will ever change that.
And I feel the same way, Robert. And I always...
Well, go on, Miss Davis. She can't go on, Mr. Forrest. That Weimar's cue to enter. And as usual, he isn't here. Paul, that's your cue. I don't see why we always have to wait until Paul Weimar condescends to honor us with his presence. We spend more time waiting for him to pick up his cues than we do rehearsing.
Take it easy, Dick. You don't have to go griping about Weimar all the time. Paul, on stage, please. We're waiting for you.
Coming, Mr. Forrest. Just a moment.
Coming, Mr. Forrest. Why can't he stay here the way the rest of us do?
You forget, Dick. Mr. Paul Weimar is a great foreign star.
Hooey!
You coming, Paul?
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Forrest.
Oh! Paul, what's happened?
It's happened again. It's happened again. I can't go on.
What is it, Paul?
Another accident. Again, someone tried to kill me. This time it's a sandbag that drops almost on my head.
Bradley, what's going on up there?
Sorry, Mr. Forrest. Line holding the sandbag must have come untied. I'll take care of it.
I'm through. I give up. Things break when I sit in them. Things fall over on me, and now this bag drops on my head.
I'm sure it was an accident, Paul. Come on, let's get on with this scene. We open in 3 days,
No, I do not open in 3 days or ever. I'm through.
Look, Paul, you can't quit on me now. It's too late. We're almost ready to open.
I will not stay here and get killed.
Paul, suppose I get Nick Carter to come down here and find out what's going on. He can stop all these accidents you've been having. Will that satisfy you?
You will get the great Nick Carter to make an investigation?
I will if you'll stay with me. He'll see that nothing more happens to you.
Yes, Mr. Weimar. Mr. Carter will protect you.
Oh, shut up, Dick. This is serious. Will you get to work if I get Carter down here, Paul?
Very well. I will try it once more. But if there are any more of these accidents that nearly kill me, I shall go home and stay there, Carter or no Carter.
All right. Betty, take over the rehearsal. I'm going to get Nick Carter right now.
You say you're having trouble with the new play, Forrest?
I certainly am, Carter. It's supposed to be the life of Lord Byron, the poet. So to play the lead, I brought an actor over from Paris, a man named Paul Weimar. He looks almost exactly like Byron, and he's a good actor.
Doesn't sound like trouble so far.
Wait. Ever since we started rehearsals, one accident after another has happened to Weimar. So that by this time he's getting so jittery that I'm afraid he won't be able to go on with the play.
Well, what kind of accidents, Forrest?
Well, one time a heavy door almost fell on him. Just missed him. Another time a chair he was sitting in collapsed under him and sent him to the hospital for 3 days with a wrenched back, and so on. Today, the final straw, a heavy sandbag counterweight, fell and almost on top of him as he crossed the stage.
I don't blame him for being jittery.
Any idea what's behind all these things?
Either one of two things. Either somebody's trying to kill Paul, or they're trying to scare him out of the show. And there's only one person, as far as I know, who'd profit by getting rid of Paul.
And who's that?
Richard Rowland, my American star. He was so upset at not being given the part of Byron that he swore he'd never act for me again. And suddenly he agreed to play the second lead, which surprised me, even though it is a pretty fat role.
Then if Paul Weimar had to give up the role for any reason, I suppose Roland would automatically step into the part?
Yes, of course.
Well, it certainly gives Roland a motive, doesn't it?
Will you take the case, Nick? If you don't, I'm afraid Weimar will walk out on me, contract or no contract.
When do you have your next rehearsal?
Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, if the rest of the scenery is hung and ready.
All right. I'll be there at 10:30 to look over the ground. Will you see to it that
I'll take it, Nick. Nicholas Carter's office. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Forrest.
For me? Oh, thanks. Hello? What? No, don't let anybody get away. Keep everything just as it is till we get there. Yes, I'm bringing him with me. Yes, right away. Goodbye. That was Barry, my assistant stage manager. Roland is supposed to fire a shot at Paul in the second act. But when he fired just now, it wasn't a blank. It was real.
Was Weimar hurt?
No, fortunately, the bullet missed him.
Another accident, huh?
Yes, another one. Heaven only knows what Weimar will do now.
Let's get down there immediately. I want to start working on this before it's too late.
Who wrote this play you're doing, Mr. Forrest?
One of the best-known writers, Bert Lavant.
Oh.
A very rich man, a successful playwright. Writes for his own amusement.
Didn't I read somewhere that he doesn't smoke or drink and that he never married?
That's right. He's a peculiar duck.
What? No weaknesses?
No. There's a reason for that, Carter. He had a younger brother who went to Paris for training in art. He met a wild crew there, got to drinking and carrying on, and ended up in an insane asylum, where he died a year or two later. Lavant has never touched liquor or tobacco from that day to this.
Well, I've enjoyed life for many years without smoking or drinking. Oh, this is theater?
Yes, and there's Fred, my doorman, waiting for us. Fred, this is Mr. Carter. He's in charge now.
Hello.
Hello, Fred. Has anybody left here since the shooting?
You know, Mr. Carter, nobody been out or in.
Through this way, Mr. Carter. Quiet, please, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Nick Carter. He's in charge here now, and whatever he says goes. Now, that's Paul Weimar over there, Mr. Carter, and Richard Rowland next to him.
How do you do? Now, first, let me get the facts. Oh, Roland, suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, in the second scene in the second act, Lord Byron is threatened by the husband of a lady to whom Byron's making love. I play the husband, and I'm supposed to shoot him. Instead of the old-fashioned pistol we'll actually use in the play, we've been using a small automatic with blanks. When I fired it just now, it wasn't a blank, but a real bullet. Fortunately, it missed Weimar, but I'm sorry to say it struck a stagehand who just happened to be in the line of fire.
Was he badly hurt?
No, it just scratched his cheek.
Where's the gun you used?
Oh, right here on the table.
32 Colt. Only one shell in it, and that's been fired. Roland, who has charge of this gun before it's given to you?
Rogers, the property man.
Get him, please.
Rogers, on stage.
Will everybody please take the same positions now that you were in when the shot was fired?
This is about the way we were, Mr. Carter.
Good. Is everybody here now?
Where's Batty? Batty!
Right here. I was off stage making a phone call when Roland fired, so I'm staying out of sight now.
Okay, stay there for now.
Where's the property man?
Rogers, where are you?
Here I am,
Rogers, where were you when the gun was fired?
in my property room.
What can you tell us about this?
Nothing. I loaded the gun same as usual with a blank.
Anybody see you do it?
Sure, Bradley, the stagehand, was with me. Then I left the gun on the table and went out to talk to Fred, the doorman.
And while you were gone, someone took out the blank and put in a real bullet.
Could be. I wouldn't know.
Anybody see anyone near the property room while Rogers was not there? Oh, come on, speak up. Did you see anyone near the gun after it was loaded? Now listen, if you know something, speak up. This isn't acting, it's murder.
Mr. Carter.
Did you see anyone near the property room after the gun was loaded?
Well, yes, I did. My girlfriend and I were having a smoke behind one of the wings, and we saw...
Well, go on. Who went in there?
Well, it
was I, Carter. I went in there to find a match, but I didn't touch the gun.
Oh, you did it on purpose, you jealous...
Careful, Weimar. Don't start calling names.
You shot at me on purpose. You want to play the leading role, which I play. Of course.
Do you think Roland could have done it, Nick?
No, it's too obvious, Patsy. Right now, I'd like to have a look at the bullet that was fired from the gun.
How could you find it? It could be anywhere in here.
Oh, no, it couldn't. Look here. It started from where Roland is standing. Went across the stage to where the stagehand is standing. Must have gone through those two flats behind him and into the wall. Come on.
Okay.
Now, if we line up Roland at the holes in these flats, we should find...
Sure, Nick, there it is. In that big wooden post.
Ah, yes. Right, let me get my tweezers. I'll have that bullet out of there before you can see. There.
That was easy, wasn't it?
Patsy, look here. This bullet is a 38. The stage gun is a 32.
You mean that bullet didn't come from Roland's gun?
No, Patsy. Whoever fired this bullet stood off stage and used the sound of Roland's gun to cover his own shot.
But that would be murder.
Yes, Patsy. Cold-blooded, deliberate murder.
How much longer do you want these people, Mr. Carter?
Oh, they can go. I'm through with them for now.
That's all for today, everyone. Tomorrow morning at 11 sharp.
Mr. Carter, do you think I'll be safe now?
Yes, you're safe enough for now, Weimar. But I suggest you go to your hotel. I'll see you there later.
I shall do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Carter.
Before you go, Carter, I'd like to have you meet our author.
All right, Forrest. Was he the one in the stage box on the other side?
Yes, come on over. You'll like him. Mr. Levin,
Yes?
I'd like you to meet Mr. Nick Carter. Mr. Carter, Mr. Levin.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
Have you learned anything, Mr. Carter?
Yes. The gun Roland used was not the gun that fired the bullet. That I know definitely.
What? That means the shooting wasn't an accident?
It means if the one who did the shooting had been a better marksman, Weimer would be dead right now.
What's your next step, Mr. Carter?
I think I'll go back to the office for a while and do a little thinking. Then I'll drop in on Paul Weimar and see what his side of the story is. Shall we have dinner first?
An excellent idea, Carter. I'll pick up my coat and hat and be right with you.
I left my things in the box I was sitting in. I'll get them and join you in just a minute.
I'll see you outside, Nick. I want to powder my nose.
All right, Patsy. I'll just have a look around while I wait.
Carter, what is it?
What's the trouble, Carter? Fall over something?
No. Something fell over me. I started to cross stage and something knocked me over. Almost knocked me out.
What's going on in here?
Mr. Carter's had an accident.
Wait, another of them accidents?
That flower pot was on top of that pedestal. For some reason, the whole thing fell over on him.
You all right, Carter?
Yes, I guess so. But let's get out of here before the roof falls in on us. So you see, Patsy, it has to be that way.
You say every member of the cast was on stage when the shot was fired.
Yes, and they were all in plain sight of each other. That leaves only 4 persons, as far as we know, who were backstage and who could have fired the off-stage gun. Rogers, the property man, Fred, the doorman, Barry, the stage manager, and the stagehand, Bradley.
And Fred says Rogers was talking to him near the entrance, which gives both of them an alibi.
Apparently. And Barry says he was telephoning, and we found that a call was made from that phone at that time, which seems to let him out.
And Bradley was shot by the bullet, so he couldn't have fired it.
No.
Which accounts for all 4 of them.
Which means there's something somewhere we don't know yet. That's one reason I want to talk to Weimar. He may be able to throw some light on the subject. Oh, here you are, driver. Come on, Betsy.
All right.
Clerk. Paul Weimar is in 279, isn't he?
Yes, sir. Who shall I say is calling?
Oh, never mind announcing us. We're expected.
Well, what's the name, please? You must be announced.
The name is Nick Carter, and don't announce it.
But it's a rule to announce all guests.
We can walk, Patsy. It's only the 2nd floor.
Why didn't you want to be announced, Nick?
Just second nature. They don't know I'm coming to see them. They can't get ready to receive me. I like the element of surprise when I go calling officially.
Room 279. That must be right here.
You can't.
Well, Paul Weimar seems to attract trouble as honey attracts a bee. What has happened now? Are his unfortunate accidents not confined to the theater after all? How is Nick going to unravel this tangled thread and reach a solution? We'll see in just a moment. Whatever your family's preference may be in home decoration, your home is bound to be more beautiful when its floors are well kept and shining. And with Linex self-polishing wax, floors always look their very best without tiresome rubbing or polishing. Yes, with Linex self-polishing wax, which is simply wiped on, your floors are handsome for a long time because Linex self-polishing wax dries to a rich, satiny finish that really lasts, thanks to its high content of genuine Carnauba wax. And the finish may be renewed wherever and whenever you like, without re-waxing the whole floor. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for you whisk surface dirt away in a twinkling with a damp cloth. And Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-skid floor finish, for the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that wood, linoleum, and rubber tile floors are actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. Be sure to ask for Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and ChemTone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy racing toward Paul Weimar's hotel room, from which are coming cries for help.
Oh, Nick, we've got to get in there. He's in trouble.
I know. Let's see if I can open this door.
Oh, hurry, Nick, hurry.
You told me I wouldn't be safe here.
What's happened?
A man broke in through the window, tried to strangle me.
Where is he now?
He heard you at the door. He ran into the bedroom, went out by the fire escape.
In here? No, there's no one in here now.
Oh, fine thing. Even in my hotel, I'm not safe.
You ever seen him before? Can you describe him?
No. It was all too sudden. How long is this going on? I can stand it no more. Every day it is something.
You say you never saw the man who...
Oh, what's that?
That's only the telephone, Mr. Weimar.
I won't answer it. I won't. It might be trouble.
You better answer, Patsy. Take the message.
Certainly, Nick. Hello, Mr. Weimer's room.
Is Mr. Weimer there?
Yes, but he can't answer the phone just now. May I take a message?
Yes. Tell him Mr. Forrest called and wants Mr. Weimer to meet him in Mr. Weimer's dressing room at the theater at 8:30 tonight.
Tonight? Are you sure of that?
Yes, he was very specific. Said something about some revisions in the play that had to be made tonight to be ready for rehearsal tomorrow.
All right, I'll tell him. Thank you.
Was it bad news? Quick.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Weimar. That was the clerk downstairs.
Oh.
She said Mr. Forrest wants to see you in your dressing room tonight at 8:30. Something to do with revisions in the play. And it must be tonight.
Oh, that is a relief. I must prepare myself to leave. You will excuse me.
That's quite all right, Mr. Weimar. Patsy and I must be running along anyway. See you tomorrow at rehearsal. Good night.
Good night, and thank you.
Good night.
Oh, splendid. I couldn't have arranged it better myself.
Nick, are you feeling all right?
Oh, never better, Patsy, never better.
But why all the unconcealed joy?
I'd expected this case would come to a head faster now that I was in it, but I hadn't hoped it would come quite so fast. The end is now in sight, Patsy. You go back to the office and wait for me.
Where are you going?
To the theater. And I must get there before Weimar does, if his life is to be safeguarded. Here you are, driver. Keep the chain.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
Why, Fred, what are you doing here at this time of night? Do you have to guard the door 24 hours a day?
Well, no, sir. Mr. Forrest said he was expecting some crops about supper time, but they ain't come yet. Told me to wait for 'em, and I'm waiting.
I see. Good. Oh, has anybody been here recently?
Why, no. Brad was here about a half hour ago, but he only stayed a couple of minutes, long enough to get something he forgot, that's all.
Mr. Forrest hasn't come down yet?
No, he hasn't. Was he coming back tonight?
I understood so, but I may be wrong. Oh, is it okay to go in? I want to have a look at something.
Oh, sure thing. I want some lights?
No, thanks. I have my flash.
Okay, watch yourself, though.
This ought to be Weimar's dressing room. Ah, yes. It's a cane he was carrying in rehearsal this afternoon. Uh-huh. Seems to be no concealed bombs. No booby traps. Okay for now. Nothing to do now but wait until he arrives.
Oh, Mr. Carter, what are you doing here?
I'm here protecting your life, Mr. Weimar, whether you know it or not.
But Mr. Forrest was...
Mr. Forrest knows nothing about this. The call you got came from the would-be murderer. He wanted to get you down here so he could finish his job tonight.
Finish his job? How? What do you mean?
That's what I want you to tell me. Oh, before you touch anything or sit down, look around this dressing room. What do you see that doesn't look natural in here?
Not look natural? What do you mean?
Oh, anything out of place. Something here that shouldn't be here. Something missing.
Oh, I see. Now, yes. Someone has been smoking my cigarettes. I left nearly a fresh pack here, I remember. Now, look, there are only 2 cigarettes left.
Yes. I might have expected that.
Will you have one?
No, neither will you. Unless you want to die fast.
I don't understand.
Wait. Yes. These cigarettes have been treated with a deadly drug. One so rare that he could only get enough for 2 cigarettes. That's why the rest of the pack is missing, so you'd be sure to be killed almost at once. That, Mr. Weimar, was why you received the message to beat Mr. Forrest in your dressing room. You'd smoke at least 1 cigarette while you waited. And that one would be your finish.
But who wants to do this to me, and why?
I know the answer now, but I'd rather not say until I can produce the killer himself. As soon as I can,
You interfering meddler! You'll never live!
Sorry, I had to shoot out the lights, but I didn't want him to hit you.
Mr. Carter, are you there? What is it that has happened?
Stay here, Weimar. You're safe for the moment. I want to stop that man who just ran off. Your life's in danger as long as he's loose.
Where are you going, Mr. Carter?
Sit tight. I'll be right back. Fred!
Yes, Mr. Carter, did I hear some shooting?
You did. Who was it just ran out here?
Nobody.
But he went out some way. I heard him slam the door.
He must have gone out that little back door out behind the dressing room.
You mean this isn't the only way out of this theater backstage?
Oh, no, there's that other little door, but that's supposed to be kept locked all the time. That leads out to the other street.
Oh, I see. Well, where's your telephone?
Right there in the office, Mr. Carter.
Good. Let me make one phone call, and I'll show you a would-be killer.
But I tell you, you can't do this to me.
Maybe we can't, but we are, so just pipe down.
Why won't you tell me what I'm accused of?
Because I don't know. I'm acting under orders from... That is, I'm doing what Nick Carter suggested. And Nick's a pretty clever guy, if I do say so. So you
Thanks
just...
for those kind words, Riley.
Well, where the deuce have you been? We've been waiting here in my office since...
Yes, I know. I came as soon as I could. I got in a little traffic jam.
Well, there he is. We picked him up just as he came in his hotel lobby, just like you said. Now, what do we do with him?
He's the man who's been trying to kill Paul Weimer, and who almost succeeded tonight.
That's a lie.
Is it? What did he have in his pockets, Riley?
Oh, well, here it is, Nick. It's the usual stuff.
Ah, yes. The usual stuff. But not with the usual implications.
Now, never mind those $2 words here. What do you see there that's so interesting?
These loose cigarettes, for instance. There must be about 10 or 12 there, about half a pack.
Hmm?
And they're Paul Weimer's brand.
So what?
And this little box, Riley.
Huh?
If you'll have your chemist examine these 2 cigarettes that were left in Weimer's dressing room, I believe you'll find them full of the same drug that was in this box. What? You'll undoubtedly find traces of it there now.
So, well, now you begin to make sense.
This is all a pack of lies, a frame-up.
It isn't either, and you know it. I am willing to bet that your fingerprints are on the doorknob of the little back door where you made your hasty exit from the theater tonight.
What's that?
Together with a few prints belonging to your assistant Bradley, the stagehand. And I imagine that Bradley will be very willing to talk when he finds he's up on an attempted murder charge.
All right, Carter. You win. I did it. I hate that man, Weimar.
But why should you hate him so, Mr. Levan?
Because he was the leader of the gang in Paris who helped my brother drink himself into the insane asylum in the grave. He was more to blame than my poor brother, who knew no better. I wrote this play, Lord Byron, just to get him over here where I could work on him. I suggested him to Forrest as the man for the part, and Forrest fell for it.
Why didn't you kill him and be done with it?
I wanted him to suffer as my brother suffered. But when you got into the case, Carter, I knew I had to finish it up quick or be caught.
Bradley let you into the theater tonight through the little back door, didn't he?
Yes.
And it was Bradley who phoned the message to Weimer to get him to come down to the theater tonight, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was Bradley who worked the backstage accidents after you had planned them, wasn't it?
Yes. But he thought it was all part of a practical joke. He didn't know I intended to kill
All right. Watch your language now. There's a lady present here.
I thought everybody'd forgotten about me being over here in the corner. I was just sitting here listening.
You fired that shot during the rehearsal, didn't you, Levan?
Yes, and I wished I had aimed straighter.
How come you hit the stagehand?
Pure accident. I didn't even see him until after I'd fired.
And in a way, it saved us from suspecting he had a hand in these things because it didn't make sense that he should get shot if he was in it. But after a while, when I began to see things the way they were going, I saw it could be nobody but you working with his help.
Well, Nick.
Yes, Patsy?
May I ask a question?
Oh, yes, Patsy. One little one.
Did you see who shot at Weimar in the theater tonight?
No, it was all too fast.
And how did you know it was Mr. Levan?
Well, even before I got to Weimar's dressing room tonight, I felt quite sure that Levan was guilty. And then when I entered the room and found that it smelled very strongly of that highly scented eau de cologne that Levan uses, I was positive.
By golly, you're right there, Nick. Sure, he smells like a perfume counter at the 5 and dime.
Decidedly. That was the first thing I noticed about him when I met him earlier today.
That was his only weakness, wasn't it? His excessive use of that scented eau de cologne.
Well, maybe so, Patsy, but as far as I'm concerned, attempted murder is also a weakness. One that has to be punished.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. You want to take it a little easier? Then listen. Everybody's days are busy. We've all filled our daily schedules full to overflowing, doing our own home front jobs and helping with the all-out effort toward victory in every way we know how. So we appreciate more than ever before what it means to relax and how much easier it is to relax when a home is pleasant and inviting. American homemakers are learning how much easier it is to keep a home that way with the 3 great Linux home brighteners. For example, they're learning that Linex cream polish restores the original handsomeness of fine furniture in one quick, easy application. Banishes messy finger marks, helps conceal scratches, does away with cloudy old polish and dust. You see, Linex cream polish for fine furniture actually cleans as it polishes, saving one whole step in the cleaning day routine of busy homemakers, cutting their work in half. Let your fine furniture regain its loveliness with Linex cream polish. Remember always to ask your dealer for Linex cream polish, which cleans as it polishes. It's the streamlined way to furniture care. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what's your story about next week?
Next time, Ken, I'm going to tell you about an experience that Patsy and I had in one of the great movie studios. Started out very simply when the studio lost a reference book containing information about all kinds of poisons.
You could look in that book and find out just what poisons to use for anything you wanted. It was much too dangerous a book to be at large.
The unfortunate part of it was that I was called in too late to save the man whose body we found a few minutes later.
Oh, but we did save the old man, Nick. If it hadn't been for you, he'd certainly have been killed.
That's true enough, Patsy.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it Death at the Studio.
Or the Mystery of the Murder Book.
That's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you until next week. We'll look forward to seeing you then, same as usual. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death at the Studio. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder Book.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Diamond, this is Walt. Where the devil are you?
Where I started out to be, down on River Street, looking for the
You
guy...
stay right there and wait for me, but you might as well stop looking.
Why stop looking?
Take my word for it, he's not there.
Well, if you're so smart, where is he?
The city morgue. We fished him out of the river 10 minutes ago.
Here's another exciting case from the files of Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, first over the bars.
That's nice.
Oh, hello, Helen, baby.
Busy?
No, why?
I'm lonesome. Can't you come over?
Honey, I'd love to, but you can never tell when...
Mr. Diamond?
Oh, see what I mean?
Or customer?
Well, let's see. What can I do for you?
I want to hire you.
Helen, the man wants to hire me.
Oh, good. I'll call you back. Bye.
Bye. Now, Mr.
Wellington, Mr. Diamond. Caspar Wellington.
Oh, pull up a couch and tell me the details, Mr. Wellington.
I need a bodyguard, Mr. Diamond.
Why?
Oh, it's not for myself. It's for Timothy.
Well, why does Timothy need a bodyguard?
Someone's trying to kill him.
Oh, you've been to the police?
Oh, yes. But they feel it's not quite important enough for them.
You mean this Timothy's life is in danger and the police won't handle it?
Yes. Isn't it ridiculous?
I don't know. Has anybody tried to kill Timothy before?
Well, no one has exactly tried to kill him, but I very definitely expect an attempt.
Well, now, look, this Timothy, is he a friend of yours?
Oh, yes. A very good friend.
So what makes you think that someone is going to try to kill him?
Mr. Diamond, I came here to hire you to protect Timothy. I'm perfectly willing to pay you your fee, but for the moment, the rest of your questions must go unanswered.
Well, my fee's $100 a day in expenses, Mr. Wellington. Still perfectly willing to pay it?
Here's the cash. And there'll be another 100 if you protect Timothy long enough for me to get him on a train tomorrow.
Where's he going?
Out of town, where he can be safe.
What's Timothy's last name?
That will also have to go unanswered.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. Supposing I do take the job, where do I meet this Timothy? How will I know him?
If you take the job, he'll be in your office in a matter of minutes.
Well, something sure doesn't ring up right, but the 200 fish in expenses, I'd play footsies with a cobra.
Good. Now, I'm going down to the train station to pick up Timothy's ticket. When he arrives, I expect you to remain with him constantly.
Until tomorrow? Oh, I got a small apartment. I hate the bundle.
Don't let him out of your sight for a moment. I want him alive and well when he gets on that train in the morning.
Does he play Parcheesi?
Well, I doubt it, but you never can tell. He might like it.
Dandy.
Have him at Grand Central at 8 o'clock. I'll meet you.
Do you know of any way I could possibly learn to hate money?
If I did, I would never have come to you. Good day, Mr. Diamond.
Atlantic Bone and Fertilizer.
Oh, that's a pip.
Just wondering how a new business would work out.
Now, what's wrong?
I have a very unhealthy feeling that I've just let myself in for something I won't like.
Oh, the client?
Well, kind of. I've got a guard, a friend of his.
What's the matter with that?
Oh, I'm not going all through that again. The client just came on like Secret Service. I got the name of the guy he wants guarded, and I know that someone's going to try and kill him. And that's it.
Rick, you be careful.
Honey, the client shoved $200 in my rural hot hand.
Oh, good.
What do you want me to do? I'm trying for capitalist this year.
Didn't your client go to the police first?
Sure. He went to the police, but...
Hey, you.
Me?
What?
Yeah, you.
Rick, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Put down the phone, friend. We want to talk to you.
Well, if you're listening, why don't you answer my question? If your client went to the police...
That's better.
Well, now, I'm a sport, especially when someone's got a gun pointed at me.
Oh, the gun ain't gonna hurt you, chum, if you answer a couple of questions. Where's Casper Wellington?
Who?
You're gonna be difficult?
Look, you got a gun on me. Who wants to be difficult?
You don't know Casper Wellington, friend?
Never heard of him.
We seen him come into the building.
No, so you figured he came to see me. It's such a small building, only about 100 offices.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Glad you liked it.
No, but we didn't. You're the only private detective in the building. We figured maybe Casper wanted to hire you.
What would he want to hire me for? What did this guy do?
How do you like that, George? Now he's a nosy comic.
Durante gets away with it.
Friend, I have just decided your humor bores me.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, ain't it, Tony? Suppose we push his face around, huh? Maybe he don't feel like no more Joe.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I don't know anything about this Casper or whatever his name is. What good's it going to do to work me over?
Well, now, you see, Tony and me got real nasty dispositions. We've been crossed, and then you make with the jokes. We don't like being the only ones unhappy, so we think maybe you ought to join us.
Now, look. Hold it a second, George.
What for? He's a setup.
Oh, wait. We mess him up, the law comes. We gotta find Casper. We ain't got no time to play patty cake with the cops.
I just want to cross the mouth.
Forget it. Look, friend, you sure Casper Wellington didn't come in here?
I couldn't be more positive.
Okay. Put down the rod, George. That don't look so unhappy. Maybe the shamus is lying. If we catch him telling a fib, just think of the fun you can have later on, huh? Come on.
We'll leave him?
Yeah. So long, friend. And for your sake, I hope you've been leveling.
Yeah. See you around.
Yeah, bye. Dizzy,
Now, you listen to me, Richard Diamond. The next time you hang up on me, I'll never speak to you again. And you better have a pretty good excuse for doing it this time. You know I take a lot of things from you, Rick, but never once have you hung up on me.
Helen, please.
And I think it was rude and inconsiderate.
Helen.
And I want to know right now, this minute, just what kind of a poor, lame brain excuse you're going to come up with.
Helen!
Well?
Now, look, baby, I don't know what's going on. This is like doing business in a roundhouse. The only reason I hung up on you was because 2 guys strolled in here and shoved guns in my face.
Rick!
And they were looking for the guy who came in earlier and hired me to look after someone named Timothy that I haven't even seen yet.
It sounds awfully confusing.
It is. Oh, hold the phone. Here's somebody else. Come in with your hands up.
You Richard Diamond?
Yep.
You got a crate here addressed to you.
Oh, that figures. Bring it in. Helen.
Yes?
You sent me maybe a present?
No. You want me to?
Yeah, but someone's beaten you to it.
Where do you want it?
Good grief. Put it down right there.
What's the matter?
The present. The biggest crate you ever saw.
A crate? What's in it?
How do I know?
Well, open it.
Okay, Mr. Diamond, stand right here.
Yeah. There you are.
I hope you still be very happy.
Helen.
Yes?
Hold the phone. I'm going to open this thing.
All right.
Oh, no. Oh, get away. Get away. Now, get on. Get down. Don't come up here. Don't. Oh, Helen.
Rick, what in the world's the matter?
Helen, if this is your idea of a joke.
Please calm down and tell me what's wrong.
What, can't you hear it?
Well, I heard something, but I thought you must have eaten your lunch too fast.
Well, I'm standing on my desk trying to fight off a monster.
What?
Call up Charles Adams right away.
A monster?
Yes. I'd swear it was a seal, but I know my friend's better than that. This thing has got to be poisonous.
A seal?
Yes, a seal. Hey, he's not so bad. He's applauding. You must have liked that remark about Adams.
Now you stop it. Do you expect me to believe all this?
She doubts you, fella. Say a few words.
Rick, who in the world would send you a seal?
I don't even need the look. This has got to be Timothy. Oh, it is Timothy. When he heard his name, he made like a curtain call.
Sounds like one Richard Diamond.
Hey, that's pretty... nothing. I'll call you back.
Where are you going?
I'm going to take Timothy right back to Mr. Casper Wellington and tell him that...
Yes?
Oh, for the love of... I don't know where to find Mr. Casper Wellington. Well, there it was. It was pretty silly. The smart, shrewd, level-headed Richard Diamond, for the sake of a couple of $100 fast bucks, winds up playing nursemaid and companion to a honking seal. Just to make sure it was Timothy, I took a look at the crate, and there on top was a small printed card. It read, "This is Timothy. If you want him to do something, throw him a fish. Herring. Signed, Casper Wellington." Well, that tore it. My temper was already pushing my hair up to attention, so I went out to the nearest delicatessen and came back with a bag of fish. With this, I lured Timothy out of the building and down in the street. I had to find Casper Wellington, so 60 pedestrians and one unhappy cabbie later, Timothy and I strolled casually into the 5th Precinct Police Station. Well, hello, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Shamus? Huh?
What?
What'd you just say?
I said, hello, Sergeant Otis.
No, after that. Yeah, that was it.
Something wrong, Sergeant? Otis, say hello to Timothy. Timothy, this is Sergeant Otis.
Lieutenant!
Go on over and kiss the Sergeant, Timothy. Go on.
Oh, no. Get him away from me. Get him away.
Oh, Otis, he's not so bad.
Lieutenant! Help!
Now, Otis, come down off that desk. You look sillier than I did.
He's trying to eat me.
Oh, be quiet. You too, Timothy. You'll wake up the lieutenant. Here's a fish. Throw it to Timothy.
And that's for you, Diamond. You'll probably take my arm along with it. Get away. Help!
What the devil is going on out here? Otis, what are you doing up there?
Hello, Walt.
What are you doing to my sergeant? And you shut up, Otis.
That wasn't me.
What do you mean it wasn't you? Of course it was you.
Walt, meet Timothy.
How do you...
I'd hate to think what would happen if someone wandered in here with a walrus. Come on, Timothy. Let's go see the brave old head of homicide.
Yeah. Get him out of here.
Oh, relax, Otis. Timothy's as scared as you are.
Oh, yeah? What makes you say that?
He's probably thinking there's more like you. That would be a horrible shock to anyone, even a SEAL.
Oh.
Come on, Timothy.
You get that thing out of here right now, Diamond.
Everybody's standing on something. You'd think it was a steam bath.
Up till now, I've had 2 reported homicides and a couple of fat robberies. And if you think you're going to wander in here with that thing and confuse the whole department, you're mistaken. Now get it out of here.
Oh, Walt, it's only a seal. Have a fish.
I'm not hungry.
No, Walt, it's for Timothy. Feed it to him. He'll love you.
Yeah? Do you think so?
Sure, Walt. Go ahead. Try it.
Okay. Here, Timothy. Hey, he's applauding.
Sure, he's a nice little fella. Now, climb down and help me.
Give me another fish.
Oh, won't come down without it, huh? Okay, Walt, speak.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I want to feed it to Timothy. He likes me. See?
Oh, lovely. Why don't you two get engaged?
Oh.
Well, after everybody got used to him, Timothy made the rounds of the whole department, with the commissioner being the only exception, of course. I told Walt the story about Caspar Wellington and the 2 gonifs who had come into my office looking for him. So Walt put Otis to work checking on the whereabouts of my missing client. Along about 3 in the afternoon, Otis pounced in with some news.
Hey, Diamond.
You find something?
Oh, hi, Timothy. Yeah. Say, I checked with the Humane Society, and they report some guy who lives down by the docks. His name's Wellington, all right. He's been turned in a couple of times because he raises seals, and they make a lot of noise. Oh, and Lieutenant, we just got a report on another homicide. Well, thanks, Sporty.
You tell the lieutenant all about it, Otis. I'm going after Caspar Wellington. What's the address?
Here it is. 918 River Street.
Come on, Tim.
Goodbye, Timothy.
Otis.
Oh, yeah. What was I saying?
Homicide, remember? Just a little old homicide.
I left Walt and Otis climbing over the furniture and headed for the address of Caspar Wellington. Timothy and I grabbed the first cabbie who didn't believe what he was seeing, and 20 minutes later we pulled up in front of a building on River Street. Thanks, cabbie.
Yeah, sure.
Thank the man, Timothy.
Mister.
Yeah?
I didn't ask you nothing when you got in the cab because I just didn't believe it. Is that the seal you got with you?
You're expecting maybe a raccoon?
Do you always take him around with you like that?
Sure, we're brothers. Drop by the house sometime for dinner when Mom isn't taking a swim. She's not a very good driver, is he, Timothy? You know it. Come on, you're going home.
Hold it right here, friend. You hide him. This is a gun in your back.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. You lied to me, friend.
I'll go stand in the corner.
Nah, don't move.
Okay.
George, grab the seal.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can't do that.
Wanna bet? Come here, you.
Take your hands off that seal.
Shut your mouth, friend. Next time you don't get it across the neck, I'll give you the rat on the skull.
Okay, friend.
I got him.
All right, get him in a car. And you, stay put. One bad move, you're going to get shot up very bad. Come on, George. You got that thing in the car?
Yeah, he's saying let's get out of here.
All right, friend.
Yeah.
You see this I got pointed at you?
I see.
Good. Forget about today. You won't see it again. Open that big yap of yours and it goes boom. Now turn around, because when we leave, I don't want you looking back for no license number.
Well, I stood there while they drove off with poor little Timothy. Then I made a quick dash across the street into a store with a phone booth. Seconds later, I was hearing one of the most beautiful sounds in the world.
Diamond, this is Walt. Where the devil are you?
Where I started out to be, down on River Street, looking for my client.
Well, you stay right there and wait for me, but you might as well stop looking.
Well, why stop looking? His house is just down at the end of the block.
Well, take my word for it, he isn't there.
Well, if you're so smart, where is he?
The city morgue. We fished him out of the river 10 minutes ago.
What?
He was suffering from a hole in his chest. Dead before he was tossed in.
Oh, Walt. Remember those 2 guys who came into my office earlier?
Yeah?
Well, they just put the snatch on Timothy and belted me across the neck for my trouble.
They swiped the seal?
Yeah, so get on here. I'll meet you at Caspar Wellington's house.
Anybody in the house, Rick?
I don't know. Well, no answer.
Well, let's case the place. I've got a skeleton key.
Walt. It's open, see? Now, if you'll notice as I walk in, at no time do my feet leave my legs.
Very funny.
Whew. Yeah, smells like somebody's been cooking up a fish stew.
Crummy joint.
Ooh, get a load of that kitchen.
What a mess.
Oh, weren't cooking fish, Walt, just cleaning it.
There's still a mess of them left in the sink.
Well, Casper raised seals.
Where are the rest of them?
Walt.
Yeah?
Come here.
What is it?
Get a look at this backyard.
Holy cow. Bunch of dead seals.
Who in the world would do anything like that?
Maybe your two friends. Hey, what's this?
What's what?
This bag on the floor, leather bag.
What's in it?
Nothing. Wait a minute. There's some kind of dust at the bottom.
Well, save it. We'll have it analyzed when we get down to the station. We've got to check up on those two guys who kidnapped Timothy.
This is the craziest case.
I got a hunch. Sure, it's crazy, but if I'm right, it's also pretty smart. Let's go to the station.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Otis?
We just got something else on that Casper Wellington guy.
Oh? What did he steal?
Hey, how'd you know?
Just a guess.
Well, what is it, Hammerhead?
Well, it seems this Wellington guy used to work for David & Sons.
David & Sons?
Diamond importers.
Oh, that ties it.
Would somebody mind telling me what the devil this is all about? And, Rick, you stay out of it. Now, Otis, what about Wellington?
Wellington? Oh, he ran off with a load of diamonds.
Yeah, $50,000 worth. Hey, but you do...
Rick, will you please, for the sake of my sour stomach, tell me exactly what it is you know?
I'd be glad to, Lieutenant. It's very simple. Wellington comes to me and asks me to guard Timothy. Two guys kidnapped Timothy.
That we heard.
Then we find a bunch of dead seals in Wellington's backyard and the remains of a pile of clean fish.
So?
So, the two guys who kidnapped Timothy were obviously after something, and the seal was part of it.
Hey, maybe Timothy wasn't a seal after all.
Now, what would he be, Otis?
Well, if those guys wanted him that bad, maybe he was a mink.
Oh, that bag you picked up, Walt. Have that powder in the bottom analyzed. I'll lay 6-2 and even that it's diamond dust.
Well, you think...
Yeah. I think Timothy's got a stomach full of diamonds.
What?
I think Casper was mixed up with the two guys who grabbed the seal, but in some way crossed them.
Why?
He had to hide the loot, so he stuck it in some fish and fed it to Timothy. Then he left Timothy with me for protection until he could get him shipped out on the train.
And in the meantime, the two guys who found Casper killed him and went back to his house to find the loot. Mm-hmm. They figured out the fish like you did and killed the seals in the backyard trying to find the stuff.
You, my friend, went a herring.
Otis, have the powder in the bottom of this bag analyzed. Put out a 108 on Timothy.
Yes, sir.
Diamond, here will give you the description of the guys who grabbed him.
We'll never find him that way.
You got a better idea?
Maybe, yeah. Look, you said those two guys killed Casper and then went right over to the house to look for the missing diamonds.
Yes.
All right, they knew where to look, but they didn't find anything. So they waited for me and Timothy.
So?
So Casper Wellington probably told them all about it before they killed him, trying to save his own life.
All right, I'll buy that. So what?
So by now they must know how hot those diamonds are. They're certainly not going to try to get rid of them here in town.
And then they leave town.
Yeah. And with that much loot, it would be a little risky if they tried by car.
All right. How do they do it?
The same way Casper thought of. Ship Timothy out on a train.
Wait a minute, Rick. Otis.
Yeah?
Put in a call to all units. Tell them to cover the airports, train, and bus stations. Be on the lookout for a seal that's about to be shipped.
Come on, Walt.
Where to?
Well, as long as Casper Wellington already made the arrangements by train, let's go down to Grand Central. Maybe our two seal nappers will keep the reservation. Well, Walt and I piled in the squad car again, and 20 minutes later we were standing in the middle of Grand Central Station with a bag of fish and a weather eye out for the missing seal and his two abductors.
Now, where do we start?
Well, Walt, why don't you just go ask information? Just say, I'm looking for two men and a seal. The seal is hiding $50,000 worth of diamonds.
Now, you stop that. This was plenty silly before a jewel robbery and a homicide get into the picture, but now it's gotten ridiculous.
Well, if I was a seal, where would I go?
They have to crate him. The shipping department.
And so, with their trusty bag of fish, the two brave detectives walked nonchalant.
Shut up and let's go.
Oh, no. Come on, let's go get something to eat.
Well, smile, Walt. This kind of case doesn't happen but once every 10,000 years. Think of your report to the commissioner.
If you don't stop kidding with me, so help me out.
Walt.
Oh, now what?
Look, those two guys.
Where?
Going down the ramp.
Oh, they got a big box.
That's it. Let's take them.
You said they got guns.
They were pointing things that shot bullets. Could be guns.
Take it easy. They're going up to that counter.
Yeah. Hold it. Hold it here. No sense in starting a shooting match. Too many people.
Well, what'll we do? Maybe the seal's not in the box. And if I pick them up without the loot, we may never find it.
I got an idea.
Go ahead, genius.
Timothy likes fish, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, take this bag. They know me, so you walk down there and move in close to the box. Timothy's bound to get a whiff, and if I know Timothy, he'll raise a few flippers.
You want me to...
You want to get those diamonds, don't you?
Oh, give me the bag.
Don't snap. People will just think you ran out of cologne. Now get going.
Yeah. Pardon me, but I'd like to find out about sending something.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the idea, Buster? We was here first.
Shut up, stupid. You boys must be really sending something big.
You're too nosy.
I told you to shut up. Yeah, some furs.
Oh, live ones?
Hey, Tiny, what's with the seals?
Will you shut up?
What?
I hate to mention it, but your furs are throwing a fit.
He's busting all.
Grab him, will you? Okay, boys, that's all I wanted to know.
Grab that stinking seal. He's gone after the sack. This guy laid down. It's a sack full of fish.
Hey, what's the idea?
Hello, stay right there. Hey, Rick.
Cops, were you...
All right, Bud, drop it.
Huh?
I said drop it.
Okay. You ain't taking me.
Look out, Rick, this guy's got a gun.
Let go. Let go of my hand. Will you get the seal off? He's chewing my hand off.
And drop the gun.
All right. Get him off. Come on, get him off.
How do you like that? Timothy grabbed this gun up by the gun hand and made him drop it. I'll be done.
Crazy seal nearly killed me.
You and your bright idea. Ship the seal, you said.
Okay, boys. Here's a bracelet for you. Let's go outside.
Walt, wait a minute. We got to get the jewels.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll take care of these two guys, then I'll take Timothy to a good veterinary.
Okay. Walt.
Yeah?
If it means surgery, keep in touch.
Sure.
Bye, Timothy.
Rick.
Huh?
Now, don't be unhappy.
Oh, how can I help it, honey? He's been in surgery for nearly an hour.
Oh, but he'll be all right. They got a good vet.
Oh, I hope so. I was getting attached to that seal. Oh, I got it. Yeah?
Rick?
Yeah, Walt. Yeah. How's Timothy?
He had the diamonds in him, all right.
Oh, but how is he?
Well...
go ahead, Walt. You can tell me. I can stand it.
He's very weak. Doctor says he thinks he doesn't want to live, no will.
Oh, well, what's the matter? He was such a happy seal.
I think he misses you, Rick. Every time someone mentions your name, he kind of honks and raises a weak flipper.
I better come right down.
He's sinking fast.
Oh, you think maybe if he heard my voice, can you get a phone near him?
Yeah, wait a minute. Okay, I got it next to his ear. Say something.
Hello, Timothy. Oh, Walt.
Yeah?
Walt, ask him if he's seen a picture called Mrs. Mike.
He says he saw it. Didn't like the leading man.
Oh.
Loved Evelyn Keyes.
Oh. Ask him if he liked the music.
Yeah, he liked that.
Well, put the receiver next to his ear and I'll sing him the theme song.
Well, go ahead and try. Anything in case of an emergency.
If her name is Kathy, she's mine alone. When I walk with Kathy, proud am I. She's the girl I'll marry, and cross the threshold I'll carry. And I'll love but Kathy till I die. She's the only angel I've ever known. She's a maid no man is worthy of. Although girls are many, compared to her, there isn't any. Only Kathy do I love. Well, Walt?
I did it.
He's better?
Listen.
Good old Timothy, that a boy.
I guess the singing did it.
What do you mean you guess? When I sang with the Peter Pan 5, we played 2 weeks at the Coral Gables Hotel in Florida.
So what?
So what? I'll have you know 5 minutes after I opened my mouth, every seal in the Biscayne Keys came in and sat ringside.
That sounds like a pretty good act. Well, what'd you give it up for?
Well, I got a sore throat one night, and the place was up to its ears in alligators.
Rick.
Yes, Wall?
Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Fay Baker, Junius Matthews, Billy Bletcher, Tony Barrett, and Larry Dobkin. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Isn't that right, Dick?
Yeah, that's right, Eddie. Oh, by the way, Ed Begley, who plays Lieutenant Levinson on our show, would like to say a few words to his old friends in Hartford, Connecticut.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of all of us here on Richard Diamond, congratulations to radio station WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut, where I got my start in radio, and which this week celebrates its 25th anniversary of service to the people of southern New England.
Thank you, Ed Begley. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Governing a country is a pretty hard-headed business, and we don't usually think of our government as a dealer in dreams. But in one respect it is, because it's a dealer in savings bonds. Your particular dream for the future can come true through the judicious purchase of United States savings bonds today. As for buying United States savings bonds, the process is simplicity itself. If you're employed by others, use the payroll savings plan where you work. Your employer will set aside a specific sum from each paycheck for the purchase of bonds. If you're self-employed, use the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Either way, you'll be saving with regularity, with certainty, and with profit through the purchase of United States savings bonds. What's on NBC today? You'll hear Charles Boyer and Dorothy McGuire today on Theater Guild on the Air in Autumn Crocus. And there's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show to add to your Sunday listening pleasure. Be sure to hear Charles Boyer and Dorothy McGuire on Theater Guild on the Air and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show today on NBC.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you by Del Monte Foods, the brand preferred by more women than any other line of canned fruits and vegetables in the world. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, The Man with No Name.
It was night, around 11 or so, and business was about as slow as a camel in a headwind. Few people were scattered through the tambourine, but none of them was making much of a noise in the register. It was the man on table 6, however, who caught my eye. He'd ordered a bottle of gin and a pitcher of tonic, and was doing his own mixing and enjoying what he made. He was a big man, stocky, with a bush of gray hair and a pair of sharp blue eyes. His skin was bronze and tough, and I figured he'd spent a lot of time outdoors. When his hand started fumbling through his pockets looking for a match, I stepped up to his table and offered him a light.
Oh, thank you.
A second, I'll get you a book of matches.
No, it's not necessary right now.
You're the proprietor of this place, aren't you?
That's right. Jordan's the name, Rocky Jordan.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Jordan. I've enjoyed this hour or so here very much. Won't you join me?
Oh, fine. I'd like to.
Gin and tonic?
No, I'll pass if it's all the same to you.
Certainly. Through the evening, you must get many offers. I like your place, Mr. Jordan. I like it very much. Most of all, I like the fact that you and your help leave the customer alone. This is something that other restaurants and cocktail lounges could well emulate. To leave alone is an attribute lost by our civilization.
Perhaps you'll come back soon.
Perhaps, Mr. Jordan. I plan to leave the continent in a day or so, but I hope one day to come back to Africa. One day soon, Mr. Jordan. Africa has much for me.
Well, have you been in the interior?
I have. Matter of fact, that's where I've spent most of the last few years. Wonderful years, Mr. Jordan. Primitive land with primitive peoples, but they've both meant a great deal to me.
There's a lot of people feel that way, Mr.
Have you ever been on an elephant hunt, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah.
Then you know how thrilling an experience it can be. Marvelous beasts, elephants. Had an exciting time. Mr. Jordan. You're an American, aren't you?
I am.
American and business in Cairo. Boston wasn't right for you, nor Seattle or New Orleans or Chicago. You turned your back on your past and came to Egypt for reasons which are your own concern, of course. Mind you, I'm not prying.
What are you doing?
What am I doing, indeed? Perhaps I'm trying to find a justification for something I once did.
And look, Mr.
I can't say I'm not a happy man. I am happy. I'm contented. For the past few years, I've lived the kind of life I've wanted, and not many people can say that, can they? Well, one last swallow. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you for a fine evening, for the fine cafe, for the fine gin and tonic, for the comfort you've been to me. Good night.
I watched him walk out of the tambourine, pause for a moment in the doorway, then disappear in the dark up the street. Well, people come and people go. You meet all kinds running a cafe in Cairo, as I do. And usually you don't give them a second thought. This time it was different. I started to the register when I heard someone call my name.
Mr. Jordan?
It was a thin man in a light suit and a large brimmed Panama hat. He was sitting in the shadows at the end of the bar.
Mr. Jordan, could you come here for a moment?
Yeah, sure. Oh, what's on your mind?
My name's Craven, Gerald Craven. That man.
What man?
The one you were talking to, the big fellow with the gray hair.
What about him?
His face looks familiar.
A lot of faces do.
What's his name?
I don't know.
Well, you talked to him for quite a while. Surely
I said I don't know.
All right, don't get sore. Just anxious, that's all. Do you have a phone I could use?
Yeah, at the end of the bar.
Well, don't you have one that's a little more private?
All right. Come on.
Sorry to bother you like this, Mr. Jordan. It's just that it's very important for me to...
Sure. Here's my office. Oh, there's the phone. Help yourself.
Thanks a lot.
I'll be out in front.
Hello, operator. I'd like to put a call into New York City in the United States.
New York?
Don't worry, Mr. Jordan. I'll handle the charges. The number is Plaza... just a moment, please, operator. Do you mind, Mr. Jordan? This is a pretty confidential call.
Oh, no, not at all. Make yourself right at home. Just don't forget to stop by and see me on your way out. He didn't forget. He made the call, paid me for it, and left. That, I figured, was to be that. It was, for 4 days. Craven, the phone call, and the gray-haired guy who drank gin and tonic faded from memory till I picked up a copy of the Cairo Mail 4 days later. A small article on an inside page got my interest. It said the police had fished a murdered man out of the Nile, but the thing about the article that struck me most was that the police had to say about the way the man died. They said it looked like he'd been shot in the face with an elephant gun. I figured that maybe I ought to run over to the station and tell Captain Sabai about the things I had in my mind.
Come in, Jordan. Come in.
Oh, thanks, Sam.
Sit down, Jordan. Now, and to what do I owe this unexpected visit?
Just curiosity, Sam. And this little item in the paper.
Oh?
And the one in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh, the man who had been shot in the face with an elephant gun.
Who is he, Sam?
We have not been able to identify him.
Seems to be a lot of mystery about him.
Jordan, what do you know of this?
Oh, very little. A man came into my cafe a few days ago, drank a lot of gin and tonic, talked about an elephant hunt, and a lot of other things.
An elephant hunt, you say, Jordan? A moment, please. I would like you to look at something. Here it is. Now, study these photographs for a moment, Jordan. They are of the man we took out of the Nile. Is he the one you speak about, the one who was in your cafe?
Whoever shot him didn't leave much face for identification.
Quite purposefully, in my opinion.
Looks about the right size. Clothes are the same. Very tan skin, Sam?
Yes.
Gray hair?
Gray hair?
He's the one, all right. He's the gin and tonic man. Oh, what's this photograph, Sam?
Oh, that is a close-up of the inner portion of his right arm. Observe the tattooing.
Can't miss it.
Now, tattooing, of course, is quite common in the East, but not the tattooing of numbers.
11-24-42.
11-24-42. What does that mean to you?
Nothing.
Jordan, when a foreign national is murdered in Cairo, quite naturally I am under extreme pressure from my superiors, who in turn are under pressure from the foreign embassy involved, whatever it may be. Now, Jordan, I must apprehend the murderer.
Yes, Sam, I know that.
Now, you will be so good as to relate to me in detail the exact happenings the night this man with no name visited your cafe.
Sure, Sam, be glad to.
And, Jordan, I must insist that you leave out nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, proceed.
Well, I told Sam all I knew about my conversation with the gin and tonic man, about Gerald Craven and his questions concerning that man's identity, and about the telephone call in New York City. Then I went back to the tambourine. I was sitting in my office thinking about the whole affair when suddenly I found myself wanting to know more about that telephone call. A little later, I was talking to one of the girls at the phone company's business office.
Yes, I have the record of a phone call made from your number to New York City.
Well, the call was made by one of my customers, and I'd like to know the charges.
It was a person-to-person call to Gloria Hennessy at Plaza 79970, and the charges will be £5 and 35 piastres, including tax.
Okay, thanks. Well, I found out what I wanted, who the call was made to. What I was going to do with the information, I didn't quite know. But right then and there, I had something else to think about. I no sooner had put the phone in the cradle when a big hand grabbed me by the arm.
Mr. Jordan, turn around.
You don't give me much choice.
I'm sorry if I appear to be rough, but we must talk. Look at me.
I did, but I had to look up to see his face. He was 6'6" or more, and he was from someplace in the middle of Africa. But I figured he'd had some education. He had a grim look and a vice-like grip, and I knew he meant business.
My name is Jonah. I'm a Zulu from South Africa. We have something to talk about.
How did you get in here?
4 nights ago, the Bwana came into your place.
Lots of people come into my place.
The Bwana, you remember. He drank gin and tonic.
And let loose your...
Last night, he left the rooming house to come back to your cafe. I never saw him again. The police found him dead in the river.
Let go, I said. You'll get a knee in your stomach.
And you, Mr. Jordan, will have a broken arm. Now listen to me. He knew no people in Cairo. He saw few people here. But someone he saw killed him. And perhaps it was you.
You can stop squeezing. I get your point.
I do not know it was you, but I shall watch you, Jordan. I shall watch you most closely. And if I find out it was you who did the killing...
what then?
Then you shall die most hard. Good evening, Mr. Jordan.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. All good cooks know it's flavor that counts in satisfying healthy appetites. That's why millions of housewives, particularly those with long cooking experience, depend on Del Monte tomato sauce for added flavor. There's just no better way to brighten plain foods or give added zest to low-cost meals. One Del Monte enthusiast, Mrs. John H. Anderson of Los Angeles, said,
Del Monte tomato sauce has plenty of good, rich tomato flavor.
That's why it's been my favorite for over 20 years. It really brings out the flavor of the food you cook with it, and I say that's the test of a good tomato sauce. Another thing, Del Monte tomato sauce is dependable. I use it many ways: vegetable soup, meatloaf, stuffed peppers, meat pies, and so on. Del Monte tomato sauce is always good.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. It's a fact. American housewives have bought more cans of Del Monte tomato sauce than any other brand. Flavor is the reason. The flavor that's never been matched. You can depend on Del Monte, the original tomato sauce. Many women buy it by the half dozen or dozen cans. Then they're never without it. And now we take you back to Cairo, and tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Man with No Name.
Well, Jonah, the Zulu, let me keep my arm and left. The next incident didn't happen till some hours later. After the supper rush, I went for a walk in the Cairo night. 1, to get some fresh air. 2, to do some thinking about the affair of the man with no name. I was moving down the Sharia Muhammad Ali when a street peddler came up from behind.
Highest quality type water for sale at most reasonable prices. The good Effendi wishes to purchase from noble water seller some of the same.
No, thanks.
Oh, do not rush off yet, good Effendi. Observe the good, clean, clear water. Observe the cool, comforting water.
Look, I'm not thirsty.
Observe same and listen, Jordan Day.
Huh?
Jordan Day, is it not?
It is.
You are wanted.
By whom?
A lady of your kind. Even at this moment at an address in Cairo, an American lady waits for you.
With a candle in the window? What's her name?
Gloria Hennessy, she is called.
Gloria. The address?
742 Sharia El Rokar.
Thanks.
I have done her bidding. Assalamu alaikum. Water for sale.
He slid off into the dark and left me thinking about Gloria Hennessy. 742 Sharia El Rokar, he had said. That was worth a try. 10 minutes later, a cab dropped me off in front of a small hotel just outside the Bab el Nasser gate. Gloria Hennessy's apartment was second floor front. I rapped on the door. A moment later, it came open. I was looking full into the face of a brown-eyed blonde who had got her hair color out of a bottle. She was loaded down with emir, and the clothes she was wearing wouldn't have passed inspection for a Sultan's dancing girl.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Jordan.
Hey, should have let me know sooner.
Come in, please.
Yeah.
This divan will be fine.
Thank you.
Drink?
No, thanks.
Do you mind if I...
No, go right ahead.
I wonder if you know who I am.
The name's Gloria Hennessy. Miss?
What I meant was, I wonder if you know more than my name.
You're from New York. 4 days ago, you received a phone call from Cairo from Gerald Craven. That suitcase in the corner still got the TWA tag on it, so it figures you flew here in a big hurry.
Yes, that's right.
Just to see me?
In a way, yes. A few nights ago, a man came into your cafe. Big, heavy-set, drank gin and tonic.
Yeah, a lot of people are interested in him.
I know.
Even the police.
Yes, I read about that, too. It's a shame. If I'd been able to see him, I wouldn't have had to bother you like this.
Well, so far, it's been no bother.
All I want you to do, Mr. Jordan, is tell me who that man was.
Don't you think you ought to get Craven in here before we take this any further?
What?
The cigarette in the ashtray hasn't got any lipstick on it. You wipe yours off before you smoke?
All right. It's Craven. It's Craven. You may as well come in.
Good evening, Jordan.
Hi.
We thought it'd be better if I spoke to you alone.
I already told Craven I didn't know who that man was.
That was 4 days ago.
And you think I may know now?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask the police?
They don't know.
The police figure he was shot in the face on purpose with a big gun, so he couldn't be identified. What's so important about that man? Why all the questions about his identity?
Mr. Jordan, I am willing to pay you $1,000 if you tell me who that man was.
A lot of dough for the name of a dead man.
I have the money right here in my purse. You can leave with it.
I could make up a name.
You could.
Sorry, lady. I'd be happy to take your money, but I don't know who that man was.
Well, then, I suppose that's that. You were my last hope, Mr. Jordan. I really thought you might know. Suppose I'll have to go back to New York without knowing.
Well, if that's all we've got to talk about, I'll run along now.
Thank you very much for trying to help me.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, Miss Hennessy.
Yes?
There was a tattoo on the dead man's arm. Numbers.
Oh?
11, 24, 42. That mean anything?
I don't know.
Date, maybe. An American would mark a date like that. Well, anyway, Miss Hennessy, that's all the help I can give you.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you very much.
Oh, one thing more.
Yes?
Why don't you just keep that $1,000 handy? Who knows? Maybe before this thing's over, I'll know the name of that man. I left and walked out into the street. I knew I couldn't catch a cab on the lonely Sharia El Rokar, so I decided to walk back to the Tambourine. I had a lot to think about anyway. I wound my way through the dark Cairo streets, up to Sharia Ibrahim Pasha, past the Empire Club and the Victoria Hotel. Then I turned off, making my way down the Sharia El Bean, half street, half alley. That's when it happened. The window pane in front of me shattered, and it didn't take a lot of figuring to realize I was a target. I hit the pavement and scrambled on all fours for the protection of some garbage. Well, I waited until it looked like it was over, then I picked myself up. That's when I saw that 6'6" mass of muscle standing at the end of the alley. Jonah, the Zulu. I started looking around for a lead pipe.
Mr. Jordan.
What's the matter? Run out of bullets?
You do not have to be afraid of me.
Prove it.
I did not shoot at you. I have been following you as I said I would, but I did not shoot at you. Look, I have no gun.
You could have thrown it away.
No. This shooting has convinced me that there is more to the Buana's death than I suspected. Perhaps it was not you who killed him.
Well, thanks for the vote of confidence. Who threw those shots at me?
I did not see. Mr. Jordan, let us talk.
No, you talk. I'll listen. Who is this Buana of yours?
A friend.
He's got a name.
I never knew it. We met 3 years ago in Cape Town. I was going to the university. I've been showing him Africa ever since.
Well, you must know something about him.
Only that he was a good friend.
He had some numbers tattooed on his arm. 11, 24, 42.
A date he wished to remember.
Why?
He never said.
Oh, you're a great help. What was he doing in Cairo?
Arranging for air passage on TWA for New York City. He wished to arrive in the United States before some holiday.
What holiday?
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving? What day does it come on this year?
I believe he said the 24th.
24th of November. 11, 24, 49. But the tattooing said...
11, 24, 42.
Yeah, 7 years difference. 7 years.
What does it mean, Mr. Jordan?
Well, I know one thing it could mean. Come on.
Where are we going?
Put in a claim for $1,000. And incidentally, find an answer to this mess of a man with no name. Jonah and I took out fast, like the super chief on a downgrade, retracing my steps down the Ibrahim Pasha, across to the Sharia El Rokar. The hotel I was looking for was easy to find because I'd been there once before. So was the apartment, second floor front. When I rapped on the door, it was opened by the same one who'd opened it for me before. And a moment later, Jonah and I were inside, and Gloria Hennessy was looking at me kind of funny.
Mr. Jordan.
The same. Oh, this is Jonah, a friend of mine, I think.
How do you do?
How do you do? Why did you come back, Mr. Jordan?
Oh, maybe to earn that $1,000. Jonah was a close friend of the man who was killed.
I see. And he knows who he was?
No.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will.
Please get to the point, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Craven and I are leaving Cairo soon.
I want to ask you one question, Miss Hennessy.
What is it?
That's it.
That's what?
That's the question. Is it Miss Hennessy or Mrs. Hennessy?
I don't see what that's got to do...
I haven't heard your answer yet.
Maybe I don't think I ought to answer it.
Huh? You don't have to.
Where are you going?
Your purse here on the table?
You leave that alone.
Sure, after I find what I want. Here. Driver's license, this'll do. Mrs. Gloria Hennessy. There's your purse. I guess it was I who made the first mistake. I looked at you and started calling you Miss. Maybe it was wishful thinking.
Oh, don't worry, mister. A guy with your manners hasn't got a chance. All right, so I'm Mrs. Gloria Hennessy. What does that mean?
And let's see if we can figure it out.
What's going on? Jordan.
Hi, Craven. Come on in. You're just in time to see me earn $1,000.
Who's this?
Oh, his name's Jonah. And he's not going to like you.
Gerald, he's found out that I'm Mrs. Hennessy and not Miss. He's trying to make something out of it.
Oh, but that's preposterous, isn't
Yeah, not if the man who's dead was Mr. Hennessy. You supplied the first name, Gloria. He was your husband. Well, the way I figure it, went something like this. 7 years ago, Hennessy disappeared. I don't know what the circumstances were. You'll have to tell me. Anyway, he spent the next 7 years in Africa, living the kind of life he wanted. But after 7 years, New York says a man is legally dead. All his possessions, and they're probably quite a bit, go to his wife. Hennessy didn't want that, because I don't suppose he liked you very much, Gloria. So he was making it a point to get back to the United States before the 7 years were completely up. Well, that wasn't so hot for you, so you decided to kill him in a way the body couldn't be easily identified. And as far as the law knew, Hennessy'd been dead for 7 years. The riches are all yours.
Jordan, you're a
Please, Gloria. Jordan, that's a very fanciful theory you have.
When I tell Captain Sabaya about it, you'll just lift a few fingerprints off the dead man. Check it with some of Hennessy's papers in New York. That'll tell you how fanciful my theory is. You want to call Sabaya? Or shall I? Both Craven and Gloria stood there, neither moving. I was wondering what Craven had in mind. I found out. He started slowly, as if he was making for the phone, but as he got there, he turned his back toward me, and his hand made a dart for his inside coat pocket. It never got there. Jonah got to him first. He grabbed Craven by the scruff of the neck with one hand and the seat of the pants with the other. Then lifted him high over his head and with all his might threw him against the far wall. Well, as it turned out, when Craven landed, he wasn't even in condition to dial a phone. So it was I who had to put the call in to Captain Sam Sabaya, Cairo Police.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story.
What gives Del Monte ketchup such marvelous flavor?
Pineapple vinegar.
Pineapple vinegar? Sounds good. But just what is this pineapple vinegar?
It's a superlative vinegar, crystal clear and sparkling. It's made by Del Monte for its own use. No other catsup has it.
And that's what gives Del Monte ketchup its wonderful flavor?
Yes, it's one of the things, and a very important one. Catsup experts say the finer the vinegar, the better the catsup flavor. It isn't that you taste the vinegar itself. It's the way pineapple vinegar brings out the very best in the other ingredients that is so important. It accents the rich, sunny flavor of Del Monte's plump, vine-ripened tomatoes. And it helps blend the special herbs and spices with the tomatoes to make catsup that just can't be topped for hearty, satisfying flavor.
Del Monte ketchup has always been my favorite. Now I know why it adds that appetizing zest to plain foods and everyday dishes.
Friends, if you haven't already tried Del Monte catsup, make a note to get some next time you go shopping. We know you'll like it.
And you'll be surprised at its low price.
For all its goodness, Del Monte catsup costs less than many other quality brands. Back now to Rocky Jordan and the conclusion of tonight's story.
Well, Sam came, and I told him what I knew. He hustled Gerald Craven and Gloria Hennessy to the station, told Jonah to go back to his rooming house. He'd talk to him later. He told me to go into his office and wait until he had a chance to talk to Gloria and Craven. And 20 minutes later, he came into the office and roused me out of his squeaky chair.
Hello, Jordan. Jordan, please, use the other chair. I do not like you looking through the papers on my desk.
I didn't find much, Sam. Just your weekly quota for traffic tickets.
Your occidental brand of humor has always failed to impress me.
Sorry?
Well, Jordan, as they have confessed all, I understand from my conversations with Craven and Mrs. Hennessy that this is approximately what occurred. After Hennessy arrived in Cairo from the interior of Africa, he sent a telegram to his wife in New York advising her of the fact that he was not dead and was returning within the 7-year period.
She must get a big kick for that.
She did not know whether or not it was a hoax. So she dispatched her lawyer, Gerald Craven, to Cairo to find out. He found out it was no hoax, called her, and etc., etc. Her long conversation with you, of course, was not to determine the identity of the dead man, which she already knew, but to determine whether or not you knew his identity.
And when I said I might find out, Craven took his bullets after me.
Precisely. Well, coffee, Jordan?
No, thanks, Sam. I get back to the tambourine.
Tambourine? What is the hurry?
Want to cross gin and tonic off my menu.
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte ketchup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Quest for Tranina. Looking for a glamorous dessert that's easy to prepare? Then serve Del Monte Fruit Cocktail. It's ready diced. Its 5 tasty fruits are mixed and carefully balanced for a sparkling flavor treat. Best fruit cocktail you ever tasted. Del Monte, the brand that always puts flavor first. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
See what you're complaining about, John.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, who owns this pawn shop, Paul? You, me, or both of us?
We both do, you know that.
Okay, then. From now on, I sign checks the same as you do.
Now, wait a minute, John. You're getting your share of the profits, aren't you?
So you say. Only I don't trust you. I'll get it. Hello. Hello. Wait a minute. Is anybody on here? Hello.
Hello? Is this Blaine's pawn shop?
Yeah, what do you want?
I want to speak to Paul Blaine, please.
Oh, you don't care who you speak to, do you? Just a minute. It's for you, here.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Paul Blaine?
Yeah?
This is Boston Blackie. You wanted me to call you?
Oh, yeah. And, I'm sorry about the way my brother spoke to you on the phone. We're having a little argument.
That's all right. What do you want, Blaine?
I'd like to see you. It's important, and, well, could you get down here this afternoon?
Well, I don't know.
No, look, you gotta come. It's awfully important.
All right, Blaine. I'll be there about 3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a deal you got cooking with Blackie, Paul?
That's my own business. Now, look, John, I don't want any more trouble with you or...
Oh, no, well, you're gonna get it.
Now, wait a minute, John. Don't leave.
Stop worrying about my leaving. But just start worrying if I come back.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, there's the pawn shop we want. 2 doors down, Mary.
Oh, yeah.
Why did Paul Blaine want to see you, Blackie?
I don't know, Mary. That's what I've come down here to find out.
Well, that being the case, let's go in and find out.
Here we are.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you Paul Blaine?
Yes, I am. You must be Boston Blackie.
Yes, and this is Mary Wesley.
How do you do, Mr. Blaine?
Well, you're right on time, Blackie. You said you'd be here at 3, and it's, 2 minutes of 3 right now.
I'm generally on time, Blaine. What'd you want to see me about?
Well, it's this, Blackie. I made a loan of $1,000 on a diamond yesterday, and this morning I found out it's stolen property.
Uh-oh.
That's bad, isn't it?
It's very bad, Miss Wesley. It means I may lose my $1,000.
Ooh.
Well, what do you want me to do about it, Blaine?
Well, I thought you'd take the diamond to the insurance company that carries a policy on it and make a deal so I could get my money back.
Oh. Well, I suppose I could do that, but why can't you?
Well, they'd have no reason to bargain with me. They'd know I'd have to turn in the diamond to the police, and... Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be too much trouble for you to...
Blackie's so used to trouble, he's lonesome without it.
Quiet, Mary.
All right, but I like that.
That's what I like. Modesty.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Blaine. I'll take the diamond.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. Here, I have it here in my pocket.
Okay, Blaine. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
About what time, Blackie?
Same time as now, 3 o'clock. Come on, Mary.
Okay. See you at 3 tomorrow, Blackie. Goodbye, and thanks.
Goodbye, and don't mention it. Let's wait here for cab, Mary.
All right. Blackie, will you be able to get Mr. Blaine's $1,000 back?
I think so, Mary. All I have.
That was a shot.
And inside the store, too. Come on. Blaine! Blaine, where... Oh, there he is.
Blackie, Oh, it looks like he's...
Dead, Mary?
Oh.
He has to be dead unless he was wearing a bulletproof heart.
Yes, but who could have...
I don't know. But whoever it was is probably out the back way by now. Well, here we go again. I guess I'd better call Faraday.
No, darling, no. Please don't call Inspector Faraday. You didn't have anything to do with this, but Faraday will never believe you.
All right, Mary. I guess the best way for us to stay out of this is to get out of here.
Hey, Rollins. Rollins, come in my office.
Yeah, Inspector Faraday?
What about some action on the murder of Paul Blaine, the pawnbroker?
Inspector, there hasn't been a thing developed.
Oh, just a minute. Faraday speaking.
Inspector, got a little news for you. You want to know who killed Paul Blaine, don't you?
Sure. Do you know who did it?
Well, I know who was in his store about the time he got bumped.
Who?
Friend of yours, Boston Blackie.
A friend of it? Hello. Hello.
What was it, Inspector?
Some guy who says Boston Blackie was at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder.
Good. Hey, that's exactly what you want, isn't it?
It should be, but it isn't. This is one time I don't think Blackie's involved. And besides, I waste too much time chasing that guy anyway.
Gee, Inspector, you must be sick. Maybe that call was a straight tip.
I doubt it. Besides, I got a line on Blaine's killer.
Yeah, who?
Never mind who. But Blaine sent a certain guy to prison about 5 years ago. Last week, that certain guy got out of prison. I think he killed Blaine for revenge.
Could be, Inspector, but I'd still like to have a look around Blackie's apartment.
Go ahead. Waste your time any way you want. But I'll bet I find a real killer before you find anything on Boston Blackie.
Harry? What's the matter?
Nothing, honey.
Something is, honey. You seem awfully upset. What is the matter?
You read the paper you brought me?
Only the headlines. I don't remember what they said, though.
Well, let me refresh your memory just a little.
Hmm?
Here, listen to this headline. Cops looking for ex-convict in Blaine murder.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, I'm an ex-con, remember that?
Yes, of course, darling. You got out of jail, let's see. It was last, what day was it?
Last Friday.
Oh, yes, that's right. But, darling, what does this have to do with you and then this Mr. Blaine's murder?
Well, Blaine sent me to prison. Now the cops are trying to tie me up with his murder.
Oh.
The paper says Blaine was knocked off at 3 o'clock yesterday. If I could just remember where I was then,
Don't you know where you were, Harry? You were with me.
Oh, yeah, but where?
Huh?
We weren't anywhere. We were out walking, that's all.
Oh, yes, that's right. Where were we walking? Do you remember?
Oh, not exactly. Downtown somewhere. No, I've got to keep you out of this. I think I know what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to see a fellow named Boston Blackie. He helps guys like me.
Oh, you can't leave here if the police are looking for you. Harry, I've met Blackie's friend, Mary Wesley. I know her. I'll get her to help me, and she'll get Blackie to help you.
Now, Helen, please, can't you remember where you and Harry were, and at least about what time it was?
No, Mary, I can't. All I know is that we were out walking.
Yes, but where, dear?
Just downtown.
That's a big help. Now, look. Paul Blaine was murdered at 3 o'clock in his shop on 71st Street. Were you on 71st Street around 3 o'clock?
Well, no.
Oh, gosh, I'm beginning to sound like Blackie.
Mary, I don't know where we were. I started out to see a man about fixing my coat. I think I have his address here in my purse.
Oh,
Now,
well,
just
this might be
minute.
something.
Oh, dear. Oh, yes. Here's his address. 20th Street.
All right, now you think you were on 20th Street?
Yes. Down there somewhere. But I don't know.
Oh, wait a minute. What's that other card in your purse?
Where? Which one? Oh, yes, let's see. Oh, yes, I remember. A sidewalk photographer took our picture and gave us this check.
Yesterday?
Yes, while we were out walking. Yesterday afternoon.
Well, as Blackie might say when I show him this, it's a nice photograph. Let's hope it doesn't result in any negative development.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Rawlins. I'm calling from Blackie's apartment. And guess what I found? Guess.
Guess. What am I? A guest star? What was it?
A diamond.
So what?
Well, this diamond is listed as one of the things which should have been in Paul Blaine's pawn shop, but wasn't.
Yeah?
Yeah, and that means maybe Blackie was... Well, he might have...
What are you talking about?
Well, you see,
I get it. Blackie slipped up behind you and has a gun in your back, huh? Some cop you are. Well, just put Blackie on the phone.
Sure. Here, Blackie, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks, Rollins. And don't go away yet.
Okay.
Hello, Inspector.
Blackie, what is that diamond from Blaine's pawn shop doing in your apartment?
It's all very simple, Inspector, but it'll sound complicated to you. Blaine gave it to me.
Oh, yeah? When?
At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
3 o'clock. That's when we think he was killed. And I got a tip you were there when it happened. Only I didn't believe it.
Why not? I was there. A few minutes before and after the murder.
What? And you didn't report it?
No, Faraday, and you know why, too. It meant getting mixed up in this, which is something I didn't want to do.
I didn't believe the tip I got. And I'll tell you something you won't believe.
What?
I believe you. How do you like that?
Faraday, my, how you've changed.
Never mind about me. You send Rollins back to headquarters. And with that diamond.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
Rollins,
Yeah, Blackie?
Faraday wants you back at headquarters, and you can take this diamond with you.
Sure. Okay, thanks a lot, Blackie. Good, Oh, hello, Miss Wesley.
Hello, Sergeant Rollins.
Come in, Mary. The sergeant is just leaving.
Yeah, so long.
Bye.
Well, Mary, I almost got mixed up in the Blaine murder. Rollins found that diamond Blaine gave me, and Faraday got a tip I was there when Blaine was killed.
Oh, somebody's trying to frame you. Well, that means you'll help my friend Helen, doesn't it?
What? What friend, Helen?
Helen Waltham, darling. The one I told you about on the telephone. Faraday thinks her fiancé, Harry Matthews, murdered Blaine.
Oh, yes. Well, that means I'd better find an alibi for Matthews that will show him away from the scene of the crime at the time of the murder.
Well, all right, then I know this much, Blackie. Yesterday afternoon, Helen and Harry were walking on 20th Street. Now, that's about 5 miles from the scene of the crime. A sidewalk photographer took their picture, she thinks about 3 o'clock, and she had a receipt for it. I took that. Here.
Picture, huh? Say, I'd like to see it. Maybe the shadows on the street or something on it would give Matthews an alibi. Yeah. It's awfully late. The photo shop is probably closed by now. But if we can get into the dark room, maybe we can bring an alibi for Matthews out into the light.
How soon will the picture be developed, Blackie?
Should be about now, Mary. I've had the print and the solution about, I'm beginning to see something now.
Good.
I'm glad you took this claim check from Helen so we could find this picture.
To drop in that print isn't taking as long as it took us to get in here.
There was a tough lock on the door, Mary. You had a hard time picking it.
Yeah, you'll have to buy the photographer a new lock, won't you?
I suppose so. Now, let's hope this picture shows something that'll help us. All we know now is that it was taken the afternoon of the murder.
Okay, I'm hoping. Look, Blackie, there's the whole picture now. It's clear, too.
Mm-hmm. Now we'll lift it out of the solution and have a look at it. Here, I'll put it on the table here and hold it down with these weights so it won't curl while it dries. There.
Well, it shows Helen and her friend Matthews all right.
Look behind Helen and our boyfriend, Mary. The Leeds jewelry store clock, and look at the time.
3:00. And Leeds Jewelry Store is on 20th Street, a good 5 miles from where Paul Blaine was killed.
And at 3:00. Tell your friend Helen not to worry, Mary. Our friend Harry Matthews is all right. The clear shot of the clock in this picture put him in the clear, too.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Paul Blaine, pawnbroker, gets Blackie's help in returning a stolen diamond. Just after Blackie leaves him, however, Blaine is shot and killed. Police think Blaine was murdered by Harry Matthews, ex-con, who was sent to jail by Blaine. But with the help of his girlfriend, Helen Waltham, Matthews receives Blackie's help in proving his innocence. Blackie finds a sidewalk photographer's picture of Matthews near the Leeds Jewelry Store 5 miles away from the murder scene with the hands of the clock at 3, which is the time Blaine was killed. So Matthews is obviously innocent. As we return to our story, Mary Wesley is at the Leeds Jewelry Store.
And what can I do for you, miss?
I'm not sure. Are you Mr. Leeds?
Yes, I am.
Well, this may sound sort of silly, but I'd like to know about that big clock out in front of your store.
I hope you don't want to buy it.
Oh, no. I just would like to know how accurate it is.
Oh, it's the most accurate clock in town, miss. We have it checked once a week. It loses hardly a second.
I see. When was it checked last?
Why, 4 days ago.
Oh, thank you very much. Where's the nearest public phone?
Oh, if you want to use a phone, you may use mine right there on the desk.
Thank you.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary.
You found out about the clock?
Yes, it's always right, and it was checked 4 days ago.
Good. Now I'm absolutely sure Matthews is innocent. I'm going up to tell him the 2 reasons to make him happy and Faraday miserable.
All right, Matthews. You might as well talk. I didn't come to your apartment to outstay you.
I don't have anything to talk about, Inspector Faraday.
You killed Paul Blaine, so you ought to have a lot to talk about.
I didn't kill him, Inspector. I admit I had a reason. He sent me to jail, but I didn't kill him.
That's what they all tell me. Until I prove they're lying. Who's that at the door? One of your pals, Matthews?
I don't know who it is.
Well, go answer it. But no tricks.
Don't worry. I don't have anything to hide.
This Harry Matthews' apartment?
Yes, I'm Harry Matthews.
Blackie, for Pete's sake, what are you doing here?
Just playing newsboy. Good newsboy, I might say.
Blackie, I didn't kill Blaine. Don't let this guy arrest me.
Don't worry, Harry. I wouldn't let Faraday do anything he'd be sorry for.
Look, what do you mean I'd be sorry? Harry here is the one who's going to be sorry. He's going to jail.
Is he? When was Blaine killed?
At 3:00 yesterday. You know that.
All right. Take a look at this.
What is it?
A picture of Harry and his girlfriend walking down 20th Street a good 5 miles away from the scene of the crime. Taken yesterday, too. There's a date on it. Look.
I am looking. So what?
So look at the clock behind them. What time does it say?
Well, it says 3:00.
That's right. And do you know what time it is now, Faraday?
Huh? What's that got to do?
It's time you apologized to an innocent man and got out of here.
Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, Matthews.
No, okay. Blackie, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Blackie. You're a big help to me. You've just cost me my only suspect.
Don't fret, Faraday. What I take away, I usually put back. I've got another one for you. Come on, Harry. I'd like you to drive me down to see him right now. This is Blaine's pawn shop right here, Harry. Thanks for driving me.
No trouble, Blackie.
It was nice seeing you, Blackie.
Thanks, Helen, and thanks for the lift.
Okay.
Oh, say, would you wait for me for a few minutes? I'm going to want to get to my bank, and I may not be able to get a car.
Sure, we'll wait. But you better hurry. The bank closes in a few minutes. I guess I shouldn't have stopped to pick up Helen.
That's all right. We'll make it.
How far to your bank?
It's down on 25th Street.
The Weatherly National, Blackie?
Yes, Helen, why?
Why, that's my bank, too.
Well, we're practically partners then, Helen.
Yeah.
I'll be out in a minute.
You want me to go with you?
No, thanks, Matthews. I like to do things like this alone. Be right back.
Hurry, or you'll be too late to get to the bank.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah? What's good about it?
Well, that's fine talk. You own this shop?
I'm John Blaine, if that's what you mean.
I'm Boston Blackie.
Hooray. So you're Boston Blackie. So what?
So I'd like to talk to you. Maybe about the killing of your brother.
What makes you think I killed him?
You were having an argument when I called up yesterday afternoon and spoke to your brother.
So what?
So an argument could end in a killing.
So could too much curiosity. Get out of here, Blackie. Fast.
Now, is that a nice way to do business, John? Your brother Paul never pulled a gun on a visitor.
Get out of here, I said.
When I'm finished.
You're finished now. Get out of here. Maybe this will help you move.
You missed me, my friend. Or should I wait till I try to turn my head?
I missed you because I wanted to. But next time, maybe I won't want to miss.
I wish I'd known you were having trouble with John Blaine, Blackie. I could have run out and given you a hand.
I didn't mind arguing with him, Harry. It was the back talk from his gun I couldn't do anything about.
Blackie, I want to thank you for helping Harry out of his trouble.
He's not out completely yet, Helen.
What?
He isn't, Blackie. Why isn't he?
Oh, it's nothing to get excited about. I just wasn't able to prove John Blaine is 100% suspect. And until I do, Faraday will always feel like Harry here is guilty.
Well, as long as you believe I'm innocent.
You're safe. Even Faraday has to face the facts. You couldn't have killed Blaine. You're too far away from the scene of the murder when Blaine was killed. Oh, say, it's too late for me to get to the bank, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Oh, dear, that's a shame. It is after 3 o'clock, isn't it?
Slightly. Say, do either of you have enough money to cash a check if it isn't too big?
Well, all I've got is $5. How about you, Helen?
No, I don't think Oh, wait, I might have some. Yes, Why, yes, of course I do.
Swell. Could you spare 50, Helen?
50? I don't... Oh, what? Oh, dear, what's the matter with me? I drew 100 out of the bank yesterday.
You did?
Yes, it was yesterday. I remember I got to the bank just at closing time, and I had to argue with the man at the door to let me in. Here's the money you wanted, Blackie. Oh, how much did you ask for?
Just 50.
Oh, yes, 40... 50. Here. You can make a check out later.
All right, thanks.
That's all right. I could give you more if you wanted it.
No, thanks. You've given me plenty already. That sidewalk photographer must have a mania for putting fancy locks on his door. This one's tougher than the one I picked yesterday, Mary.
Yeah, it sure seems to be. But what are we going to find by breaking into this dark room again?
Oh, nothing much, Mary. Just this. How Helen Waltham could have been with Harry Matthews in front of Leeds jewelry store having a picture taken at 3 o'clock yesterday and still be in her bank at closing time. That's 3 o'clock. I know it's my bank, too. There, that opened the lock.
Good. But about the time, that's impossible, darling. The clock on Leeds jewelry store is never wrong.
I know it. But why would Helen say she was in her bank at closing time if she wasn't? She was very definite about that.
Yeah, I know. So you said.
Come on. Let's go into the dark room. I'm going to take a look at that picture again.
All right.
Wait, I'll turn on the light. There.
Blackie, you think the picture of Harry and Helen was faked? Retouched or something?
No, it wasn't. Or I would have noticed it. The picture was real. The clock wasn't wrong. So there's only one answer to this whole thing.
What?
I said there's only one answer, Mary. I didn't say I knew what it was.
Oh.
Let's see. Do you remember the number of that picture of Harry and Helen?
I sure do. 4121.
Yeah. Here's the index file. 4121. 4121. Where is that? Oh, here we are. It's a legitimate picture, all right.
So where are we? Right back where we started.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Oh, wait a minute. I've got a hunch. This is picture 4121. Let's have a look at picture number 4120 and see what that looks like.
Well, what do you think that'll show?
Well, I don't know. That's why I want to look at it. 4120. Ah, here it is, already developed. Yeah, taken at the same spot. That's good.
Let me look at it, too.
A picture of a woman and a little girl. Well, that's not much. But, Mary, look at the clock behind them.
For goodness sake, there's a man on a ladder doing something to it.
Yes. Looks as if he's cleaning it. And look, Mary, look at the time. It's 3:30.
3:30?
Yes. And do you know what that means? It means the picture was taken before picture number 4120, and yet the clock says 3:30. So picture number 4121 showing Harry and Helen had to be taken after 3:30.
Blackie. Then Harry could have killed Paul Blaine.
He not only could have, Mary, but he probably did. That guy on the ladder there is obviously Harry's accomplice. He was planted to set back the clock so that Harry could have an alibi when his picture was taken.
Wow.
Wow is right. So it was Harry and not John Blaine, after all. I should have known John acted too guilty to be guilty. Come on. It's going to hurt to do this, but I've got to call Faraday and tell him that he was right about Matthews.
Oh, it's a lovely day for a walk, isn't it, Blackie?
Beautiful, Mary.
Is that Beautiful Mary or Beautiful Mary?
Take your choice.
Well, I've taken it, and so I thank you, kind sir. Hey, Blackie.
Yes?
Why did Harry Matthews call Inspector Faraday and tell him you were at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder?
Oh, that's easy, Mary. 2 reasons. He wanted to involve me, and he wanted to make sure the police established the time of the murder at 3 o'clock, so his alibi with the fixed-up clock would stand up. He probably was hiding in the back of the pawn shop while we were talking to Paul Blaine the day of the murder.
Oh, I see.
That guy Matthews was clever, Mary. He never once offered an alibi. He knew it would be too phony if he did. He waited for me to supply it for him, and I did, by discovering that sidewalk photographer's picture.
Yeah, he was clever, all right. He killed Paul Blaine for revenge, didn't he? But he made one mistake, you know. He didn't go to the trouble to find out where his friend Helen was at exactly 3 o'clock.
No, and thanks to her, we broke the case. I certainly was glad Faraday didn't involve her.
Yeah.
Harry was obviously just using it.
Hey, matey.
Blackie, did you see what just happened?
What?
A sidewalk photographer just snapped our picture.
Well, how do you like that? Why does everything happen to us?
Well, I don't know, but it certainly does. Blackie, tell me, how do sidewalk photographers like this fellow know whose picture to take?
How? Why, Mary, that's simple. Snap judgment, that's all. Just snap judgment.
Oh.